Chapter 1. Oh no, the counselor is in my arms. Once everyone has a family, they'll realize that career is only a small part of life. A person's achievement isn't measured by money or status. A well-dressed, beautiful teacher with flowing hair is giving a lesson to the class, her face beaming with a confident and beautiful smile. When they reached the third row on the left, the beautiful teacher suddenly exclaimed in her calm voice, "Ah! Such a supple waist." Mu Changming, still half asleep, squeezed the texture in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Quiet. A deathly silence. The students who were previously looking down at their phones or dozing off suddenly became wide awake, their eyes fixed on Mu Changming, who was embracing their counselor. There was envy, there was shock. Noticing everyone's gaze, Mu Changming was instantly awakened from his sleep. He felt the real touch in his arms, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his gaze stiffly shifted downwards. He saw his beautiful substitute teacher sitting in his lap, her face full of shame and indignation. Her eyelashes, as long as fans, combined with her snow-white skin, and especially her large eyes that held a hint of coolness and gentleness, made her extremely beautiful. Depend on. Why is my advisor in my arms? Am I not enjoying having 3 wives and 4 concubines in my dreams? Mu Changming also recalled the fragmented memories from earlier, some of which were vague and unclear. I think I was sleepwalking a bit. I actually reached out and hugged my advisor. Mu Changming swallowed hard, his hand still on his counselor's waist. That slender waist was simply irresistible. Did you enjoy the hug? Cool. Mu Changming blurted it out subconsciously, but realized his mistake immediately. Ugh. I'm annoyed. That's not right either. For a moment, Mu Changming was at a loss for words. Let go now. The angry and humiliating voice startled Mu Changming awake, and he quickly let go of her hand. The beautiful counselor, Luo Xuening, blushed and quickly stood up from Mu Changming's embrace. This damn kid, he's got a clingy habit, he keeps hugging him? They even said they were unhappy. Luo Xuening frantically straightened her clothes, feeling both shocked and angry. She had been teaching at the university for some time, but this was the first time she had ever seen anything like it. Feeling the gaze of everyone in the class on her, Luo Xuening knew very well that now was not the time to get angry. Luo Xuening suppressed her embarrassment, glared fiercely at Mu Changming, and scolded him. Come to my office after class. After Luo Xuening finished speaking, the class became restless. Holy crap, this guy's too hot. He actually pulled the counselor into his arms. Damn it. I was dozing off and didn't see it. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Can anyone tell me what happened? This guy is from the education department. He did something that all of us guys wanted to do but didn't dare to do. The one in class 1, I think his name is Mu Changming. I'm so envious, being able to put my arm around the counselor's slender waist. Hearing the commotion in the classroom, surrounded by gasps of amazement at what had just happened, Luo Xuening raised her voice, increasing the volume. Quiet down, all of you. Seeing that Luo Xuening was angry, everyone wisely kept quiet. Luo Xuening glared fiercely at Mu Changming out of the corner of her eye, then walked towards the podium. As soon as Luo Xuening left, a stranger gave Mu Changming a thumbs up. Dude, that's awesome. Warrior. Mu Changming felt like crying but had no tears left. He felt like he was about to be finished. How could I have done something so audacious and reckless? Hugging the counselor in front of the whole class, wouldn't that be a huge offense to the counselor? How am I supposed to stay in the education department after this? He has no background, no influence, and no money. Ding, a host with a troubled past has been detected. A hard-working mother, a father who died from exhaustion, a poor sister, system, if you don't help him, who will? When Mu Changming heard the voice suddenly ring in his mind, his panicked expression immediately turned strange. System? Is that the system's voice? Host, don't scream, but you can get excited. Hearing that flamboyant voice in his mind, Mu Changming confirmed that he was not hallucinating. A system that truly allows an underdog to rise to power and become an emperor. Ding. Detected Luo Xuening, a beauty of unparalleled beauty. Name, Luo Xuening. Age, 28. Appearance, 98 out of 100. Hobbies, playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, and traveling. Education, master's degree. Favorability rating, 30. Feeling both embarrassed and angry, initial impression. Charge cycles, 0. Mu Changming's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Xuening's character panel suddenly appear. Mu Changming thought that because he had done such an outrageous thing to Luo Xuening, her favorability towards him should be 0, or even lower, but he didn't expect it to be 30. It just gives you a character panel, nothing else. So what is the purpose of this system? Ding, the host's welcome gift has been sent. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God level tag, Unyielding Divine Spear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God level tag, Autonomous Choice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a God level skill, X-ray Vision. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an all-around physique enhancement potion. When Mu Changming heard about the gift from the system, he could understand it, since he now had the system. Regardless of what this system does, I should always remember it in the future. A young girl sets her mind on life, a married woman sets her life on life, a wife continues her lost learning, and a widow brings peace to the world. What does this second optional option mean? At this moment, Luo Xuening, who was lecturing on the stage, was far from calm. After all, what had just happened was a first for her. Luo Xuening's mind was racing, but Mu Changming, preoccupied with the system, had long forgotten what had just happened. That brat, how can he sit there with such a blank expression? Is it even a silly smile? Luo Shui clenched her delicate fists tightly, and a rare hint of anger appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Ding, host, Mu Changming. Appearance, 80 out of 100. Physical fitness, 75 out of 100. Ability, Unyielding Divine Spear. Education, Tiannan University of Science and Technology sophomore. Assets, 967.5. Mu Changming looked at his stats, which were as ordinary as they could possibly be, except for his appearance, which was passable. At 1.87 meters tall, plus a somewhat handsome face, he's not bad looking. With the system, Mu Changming became more confident. But Mu Changming always felt that someone was watching him from behind, which made him feel uneasy. Mu Changming looked back in confusion and quickly discovered the source. She was a very refined beauty with a cold and aloof appearance. She wore a long black dress, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a coldness. She looked to be around 20 years old. Her stunning face stared at me without a trace of life. Mu Changming naturally recognized such a beautiful woman who was in the same class as him. Luo Xueyun, the campus belle of the education department. School Beauty. Chapter 2, The School Beauty is actually a sister complex character. The counselor confesses his love. Mu Changming felt uneasy under Luo Xueyun's gaze. He shouldn't have offended Luo Xueyun, so why was she staring at him? Most importantly, after Mu Changming gained X-ray vision, his eyesight was greatly improved, and he could clearly see that Luo Xueyun's eyes were red and there were even a few tear stains on her face. I just hugged your sister for a moment, it's not like you had to cry. Mu Changming couldn't help but glance at Luo Xueyun's character panel. Ding, name, Luo Xueyun. Appearance, 97. Hobby, older sister. Personality, sister complex. Education, Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Favorability, 100. When Mu Changming saw Luo Xueyun's character panel, especially the 100 favorability rating, he was dumbfounded. Good heavens! Even if it's your father's killer, the favorability rating shouldn't be this outrageous. However, Mu Changming was somewhat surprised to learn that Luo Xueyun was actually a lesbian. No wonder this icy school beauty is indifferent to men. It turns out she likes her older sister. For now, I should avoid Luo Xueyun. Mu Changming was terrified that this woman would kill him. As the bell rang, everyone hurried out of the classroom, and soon only Mu Changming and Luo Xuening remained. When Luo Xueyun left, her gaze was filled with such hatred that she wanted to skin Mu Changming alive. Luo Xuening packed up her textbooks, then slung her bag over her shoulder. Come to the office with me. Mu Changming knew there was no escaping today's trial, so he followed Luo Xuening's steps and prepared to go to the counselor's office. Luo Xuening's office. Luo Xuening first poured herself a glass of water, then her eyes were filled with a hint of authority. Sleeping in class. No notebooks, no pens, and wearing slippers. Slippers are one thing, but not wearing socks is another? You're already a sophomore, don't you even know the most basic class rules? Mu Changming was a little embarrassed. He usually did this, but he was just unlucky today. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Mu Changming's voluntary apology left Luo Xuening speechless. Luo Xuening looked at Mu Changming in front of her. This brat was a bit too tall. Luo Xuening had to look up to see him. Stand back a little. Mu Changming obediently took 2 steps back, then silently used the divine tag on Luo Xuening in his mind, autonomous choice. Ding, successful use. Ding, option 1, Luo Xuening's confession. Ding, option 2, forgive the host. Ding, option 3, Luo Xueyun's favorability has been reduced to 0. Looking at the options that suddenly popped up in front of him, Mu Changming didn't even glance at option 2 or 3, and directly chose option 1. If Luo Xueyun wants to kill me, then kill me. As the saying goes, even a peony flower dies gracefully as a ghost. Mu Changming is not afraid. If all else fails, first win over the counselor, and then try to win over the school beauty, Luo Xueyun. Mu Changming's thinking was very clear. After Mu Changming made his choice, Luo Xuening's expression paused slightly, and then her gaze towards Mu Changming softened. Long life. I've liked you for a long time. Can you hug me again? I really enjoyed the feeling of you hugging me this morning. The gentle voice stirred Mu Changming's heartstrings, and coupled with the stunningly beautiful face before him, it was almost as captivating as a white moonlight. Counselor, what did you say? You like me? Mu Changming hadn't expected the system to be so helpful. This confession served as both a link between the previous and subsequent events. After Luo Xuening finished speaking, she immediately came to her senses, but she still vividly remembered what she had just said. Luo Xuening was stunned. What did I just say? Do you like your students? And you actually enjoyed it? Luo Xuening and Mu Changming stared at each other, one feeling extremely ashamed, the other barely suppressing a laugh. Luo Xuening doesn't know how to face Mu Changming now. What was wrong with her just now? I called him over to criticize him, but somehow I ended up confessing my feelings instead. You're insane, Luo Xuening, you're absolutely insane. Go out. Luo Xuening was no longer in the mood to continue talking to Mu Changming, and blushed as she told Mu Changming to leave. Mu Changming smiled. He had a class with his advisor the day after tomorrow, and he wondered what the advisor's expression would be then. Well, teacher, I'm leaving now. What's up? Why did you call me? Watching Mu Changming leave, Luo Xuening wished she could disappear into the ground. Her face was flushed crimson, her slender fingers clutching her hair as she stared at the table before her. Luo Xuening, are you drunk? He actually confessed his feelings to his own student? He wouldn't tell anyone, would he? Countless thoughts piled up in Luo Xuening's mind, making her feel extremely ashamed. How so? How embarrassing. As Mu Changming stepped out of the education building, he felt refreshed, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Confessing your feelings to your advisor seems pretty good. Mu Changming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and just as he was about to light one, he realized he hadn't taken his lighter. Such a wonderful thing happened, and I didn't even take a bite. TSK. What a spoilsport. Beep beep. Mu Changming's cell phone suddenly rang. Mu Changming pulled out his Oppo A5 with a cracked screen. When he saw the caller ID Xiaoyu, his gaze under his tousled hair suddenly turned cold. Mu Changming answered the phone. Have you finished class? Get out of class is over, what's wrong? I'm at the coffee shop near the school gate. I have something I want to tell you. Could you come over? Okay, I also have something to tell you. Mu Changming hung up the phone and stuffed the Oppo A5 into his pocket. Unable to suppress his urge to smoke, Mu Changming found a passerby, asked for a lighter, and lit his cheap cigarette. Thanks. Hiss. As white smoke swirled around him, Mu Changming's eyes turned cold. In his moments of despair, only the smoke could numb his senses and help him accept the fact that he was a useless person. Guan Yu is Mu Changming's girlfriend of 3 years. It was also my first love. My feelings before university were very pure. But after starting university, Guan Yu became increasingly distant. Mu Changming could no longer feel that pure and unadulterated love. In addition, Mu Changming's family was not well off, and his monthly living expenses were only 1,000 yuan, which could not meet Guan Yu's material needs. Looking at the burnt-out cigarette, Mu Changming didn't want to waste it, so he finished smoking it before throwing it into the trash can. But things are different now. With the system at my fingertips, money, it's just a matter of time. So let's begin to face a brand new life. Then the first thing we should do after we get ashore is to kill the one we're after. Chapter 3. The first thing to do after getting ashore is to eliminate the person you love. Mu Changming didn't go to find Guan Yu right away. Instead, he went back to his dormitory first and put on a pair of sneakers. Luckily, no one was in the dorm. He then went to the restroom to use the physique-boosting potion that the system had awarded him. Immediately after using it, Mu Changming felt his calves and thighs cramp at the same time, and the intense pain made the corners of his mouth split open. That fucking hurts. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Mu Changming quickly washed his hair, then walked out of the dormitory and looked at himself in the mirror. After his physical condition improved, Mu Changming seemed to have grown a little taller. Her sallow skin turned white, and her nose became much higher. Mu Changming's appearance score was 80 before, but now it has been improved to 90, making him a typical handsome guy. Even his physical fitness score reached 120, exceeding the maximum score. And those abs and scuts on his waist and abdomen are absolutely amazing. Mu Changming brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, a smile playing on his lips. It's time to go and kill the one I love. As soon as Mu Changming left the dormitory, he attracted the attention of many women along the way. After all, Mu Changming's 90-point appearance is still very appealing, and his tall stature makes him even more attractive. Before Mu Changming had even stepped out of the south gate, Guan Yu called. How long has it been? Why haven't you arrived yet? Guan Yu's voice clearly showed some impatience. How? You're getting impatient just because it's your turn to wait? Mu Changming's question left Guan Yu, who was on the other end of the phone, speechless. No. It's been 15 minutes already. Can you hurry up? We've arrived. Mu Changming hung up the phone, walked out of the south gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology, and headed towards the coffee shop across the street. Mu Changming pushed open the door and went in, where he saw Guan Yu sitting in the corner. Guan Yu is very beautiful, especially her skin, which is fair and tender like mutton fat jade. On her standard oval face, her beautiful eyes have a hint of allure, and the innocence of the past is gone. Guan Yu. She was dressed very fashionably, carrying a black leather bag and wearing a black short skirt that showed off her slender, long legs. She was quite a sight to behold sitting there. Ding, name, Guan Yu. Appearance, 95. Hobbies, expensive handbags, luxurious jewelry. Identity, host's girlfriend. Favorability, 50 peak, 79. Charge count, 1 host. When Mu Changming saw Guan Yu's character panel, especially the favorability rating, it was particularly glaring. I never expected that the favorability rating was so high before, but now, after 2 years, it has dropped to 50. Guan Yu also saw Mu Changming. When she looked up and saw his handsome face, Guan Yu was slightly taken aback. When did he become so handsome? Mu Changming slowly sat down opposite Guan Yu, casually picked up Guan Yu's coffee, took a sip, and his brows furrowed slightly. Don't you dislike bitter drinks? Guan Yu looked at Mu Changming, who had suddenly changed so much, and felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why, but she felt that the man in front of her seemed to have changed. Especially her eyes, they were brighter than before. He used to always seem so downcast. This made Guan Yu's initial thought of breaking up get stuck in her throat, and she changed her words to something else. Why haven't you smoked anymore? You should know that Mu Changming used to always light up his cheap cigarettes wherever he went, but today, Mu Changming was behaving very strangely. I've quit. Mu Changming took another sip and said calmly. I used to smoke because I was under a lot of stress and needed to relieve it, but now. Mu Changming no longer needs it. You quit? Guan Yu looked at Mu Changming in shock. This old smoker had actually quit smoking? Guan Yu was a little skeptical. Didn't you have something to tell me? Looking at the unusually calm Mu Changming in front of her, Guan Yu's desire to break up faded considerably. Mu Changming raised his head, his deep gaze fixed on Guan Yu's bright, sparkling eyes. Guan Yu blushed slightly when Mu Changming suddenly stared at her like that. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Let's break up. Mu Changming said calmly. Guan Yu's flushed face froze instantly, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Mu Changming. What did you say? He actually wants to break up with me? Why did he break up with me? Am I not pretty enough? Isn't it prestigious enough to be taken out by him? I said, let's break up. Mu Changming repeated a sentence. Mu Changming, are you insane? You want to break up with me? Guan Yu's voice unconsciously rose in volume, as if she found it hard to accept Mu Changming's proposal to break up. Guan Yu's voice immediately attracted the attention of many people. Who is this guy? He's dumping such a beautiful girlfriend. What do you know, you loser? This guy is so handsome, he must be a player, what a jerk. He's an absolute scumbag. I hate scumbags more than anything in my life. How? Isn't this the topic you came to talk to me about today? You've never liked bitter drinks. You chose it, because it's expensive. Mu Changming smiled slightly and raised his coffee. Guan Yu was stunned by Mu Changming's question. How did she know that she had come to him today to break up? Guan Yu's words struck a nerve, and his expression darkened. He prepared to use moral blackmail. Mu Changming, you bastard. I've been with you for 3 years. I've endured hardship with you for 3 years. It's been 3 years, and you've never loved me at all? Mu Changming smiled slightly. 3 years of hardship? In these 3 years, Mu Changming never let Guan Yu suffer even the slightest hardship. Even if he smokes the cheapest cigarettes, he will make sure Guan Yu has a good meal. Never mind, she won't understand these principles. Of course, what I think is good might be cheap in her eyes. I love that innocent and pure high school classmate from back then. Instead of being fickle and vain, a sophomore who was pursued and won over by a rich freshman just a few days into the semester. Guan Yu's expression faltered. She hadn't expected Mu Changming to know about her relationship with the freshman. How did you know? He. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Mu Changming put down the coffee and then slowly placed it on the table. Guan Yu, let's leave some beautiful memories for our past. I don't have anything valuable on you, so let's part ways amicably. After finishing his sentence, Mu Changming turned and left the coffee shop without hesitation. Guan Yu stared blankly at Mu Changming's departing figure, sitting there in a daze. Looking at the coffee on the table, Xiao clenched her skirt tightly with her fist. The people around them were also pointing and whispering. Chapter 4: The Landlady. Mu Changming left the coffee shop, subconsciously touching his pocket, preparing to light a cigarette. But upon discovering that his pockets were empty, Mu Changming subconsciously laughed. Never mind, I already said I'd given it up. It's time. I should go work for the boss's wife. Mu Changming chose to ignore the voices in the coffee shop calling him a scumbag. If you're on the top floor of a building, how can you possibly hear what the people below are saying? 3 p.m., Cloud Hotel. Mu Changming stepped inside. At that moment, a beautiful young woman in her 30s was preparing dinner for the evening. The beautiful young woman had her back to Mu Changming, but her graceful curves were exceptionally deadly. Her hair fell to her temples, and she would occasionally brush a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a gentle yet deadly face. Sister Yun, I'm here. Changming, why are you here so early today? No more classes at school? Upon hearing Mu Changming's voice, Bai Yun, who was washing the ingredients, stood up with a smile, her gaze towards Mu Changming filled with tenderness. Mu Changming picked up the rag on the table and began wiping the table clean. Since I didn't have any today, I thought I'd come and help you more, Sister Yun. Changming, you really know how to talk. You're here so early, don't you need to spend time with your girlfriend? Bai Yun's laughter was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. Her gentle laughter was very pleasant to hear. Upon hearing this, Mu Changming's lips curled into a bitter smile. We broke up today. Ah? You broke up? Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's face immediately showed an apologetic expression. Long life, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to. Sister Yun is fine, it's nothing serious. Mu Changming, however, took it all in stride. After wiping the table, he came to Bai Yun's side and began to help her organize the ingredients. Looking at Mu Changming in front of her, such a hard-working and kind young man, Bai Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Changming, I don't know what happened between you two, but in my eyes, after your breakup, she should feel sorry for you, not you. Mu Changming smiled but remained silent. Changming, how long have you been working here? It started in my freshman year. I can't remember exactly. Mu Changming shook his head and smiled at Bai Yun. It's been so long. A hidden secret lingered in the depths of Bai Yun's beautiful eyes, as if something was about to happen. Mu Changming didn't pay any attention. Time flies, and it's almost dinner time. The Cloud Pavilion restaurant is very popular in this area. The shop is very lively every night. Perhaps it was because Bai Yun was beautiful, or perhaps it was because the food she cooked was delicious. Of course, Mu Changming believed it was the former. I guess most people who come here to eat are there to see the proprietress. Bai Yun was dressed very casually today, in a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans, but she still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Coupled with the mature charm of a young woman, she was even more irresistibly alluring. "Boss lady, another order of roast chicken, please." "Boss lady, I'd like 3 more bottles of wine." "And for our side, please order another serving of enoki mushrooms and chives." Mu Changming and Bai Yun were also extremely busy. Time passed by unnoticed, and soon it was past 10 o'clock at night. A group of shirtless men sat in a row at the door. 5 people, the man in the lead shouted. "Boss lady, 5 kidneys, a case of ice-cold beer, and 50 lamb skewers, please." Bai Yun hesitated when she saw the 5 people. Mu Changming, with his keen eye, walked over and smiled. "Please wait a moment, everyone, it will be ready soon." Lu Fujuan, shirtless and muscular, was immediately displeased when he saw Mu Changming coming out to entertain guests. "We called her boss lady. What are you doing out here, you call yourself a brat?" Mu Changming didn't indulge them and said calmly. "I'm a waiter too." "Hey, you brat." Lu Jiqiang, who was standing next to Lu Fujuan, was immediately displeased and stood up to bully Mu Changming. Bai Yun also rushed out at this moment, quickly pulling Mu Changming behind her. Bai Yun gave the 5 people a hospitable smile. "Brothers, don't be angry, I just had something to do. Tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll bring a dish for each of you later." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiqiang's anger subsided. "That's more like it. Kid, let me tell you, keep a low profile when you're out and about." Lu Jiqiang pointed at Mu Changming and warned him. Mu Changming's eyes turned slightly cold. Bai Yun, holding Mu Changming's arm, turned around and smiled. "Changming, hurry up and get some beer for the guys." Hurry up." Bai Yun pushed Mu Changming away. Seeing that Mu Changming had left, Lu Jiqiang's gaze towards Bai Yun became lecherous. "Boss lady, your figure has gotten even better. Yes, it makes us really want to try it." Lu Fujuan was also itching to try it out. Bai Yun suppressed her impatience and smiled faintly. "Hey guys, we're here to eat, so let's not talk about some things." "I don't like hearing you say that, little sister. We came here to eat so that we could take care of you. And we're just telling the truth. Look at your big shop, it's run by one person, and there's no man to take care of it. Little sister, you're so beautiful, what if someone tries to take advantage of you? How about we ask your brothers to help you?" Lu Fujuan was overcome with lust and was about to make a move on Bai Yun. Bai Yun was startled when she saw the groping hand reaching towards her. No need. "Oh, it's all right, we'd be happy to help our sister." Lu Jiqiang, who was standing to the side, also smiled and reached out to grab Bai Yun's chest. But at that moment, a pair of hands moved faster than them. Mu Changming swiftly shielded Bai Yun behind him, then grabbed Lu Jiqiang's wrist tightly. "Everyone, you have overstepped your bounds." Lu Jiqiang and Lu Fujuan were annoyed that they were about to meet, but were interrupted by this greenhorn, Mu Changming. "Hey, it's you again, you brat, ruining my plans. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The two stood up, rolled up their sleeves, and were about to attack Mu Changming. Upon seeing this, Bai Yun panicked and quickly stepped forward. "What do you want to do? If you dare to do anything reckless, I will call the police." However, Lu Jiqiang didn't believe Bai Yun would dare to call the police, and said with a smile, "Boss lady, we're just helping you teach this arrogant brat a lesson. If you break it, we'll find you another one. You brat, I've disliked you for a while now." As Lu Jiqiang spoke, he threw a punch at Mu Changming. Chapter 5 Not Afraid. As Mu Changming watched the incoming fist, for some reason, Lu Jiqiang's fist appeared very slow in Mu Changming's eyes. Perhaps it was due to his physique, or perhaps it was because of his X-ray vision. Mu Changming swiftly retaliated, seizing an opening and delivering a punch to Lu Jiqiang's face. The immense force caused Lu Jiqiang to stumble and fall onto the table. This scene startled everyone. Lu Fujuan was also startled by Mu Changming's punch. This brat looked tall and thin, but he didn't expect him to have such great strength. Mu Changming was also somewhat surprised. Lu Jiqiang weighed at least 140 pounds, yet he was knocked down with a single punch. This improvement in physical fitness is truly remarkable. Seeing this, Mu Changming felt much more confident. He shook his hand and looked directly at the 4 people in front of him. This is a place to eat, not a place for hooligans to gather. There are some people you shouldn't mess with. Bai Yun looked at the big boy who was protecting her, her eyes filled with a strange light. "You little rascal, you managed to put on an act. How can they have any face left if they're scared by a mere brat?" As he spoke, Lu Fujian and the others were about to attack together. Mu Changming frowned. If it weren't for his physical advantage, he really wouldn't be able to beat him, but now, things are completely different from before. Mu Changming's punches were faster and his reactions were more agile. Before the four of them could even touch Mu Changming, they were beaten black and blue, clutching their stomachs and screaming in pain. Lu Fujian was stunned by the beating and looked at Mu Changming in front of him with apprehension. How could this brat be so good at fighting? 1 against 5, the advantage lies with him? Mu Changming lifted Lu Jiqiang from the ground with one hand, startling Lu Jiqiang, who immediately covered his face and begged for mercy. Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. Roll. If you dare to lay a hand on Sister Yun, don't blame me for crippling you. Mu Changming snorted and pushed Lu Jiqiang out. Lu Fujian and the others quickly helped Lu Jiqiang up, then ran away without looking back. It was utterly humiliating that 5 burly men were so thoroughly taught a lesson by a mere brat. Good. Here you go. At this moment, the people sitting inside eating also started to applaud. Mu Changming set up the table outside again, then turned to look at Bai Yun behind him. Sister Yun, are you alright? Mu Changming's voice was filled with concern, and his handsome face was also etched with worry. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Bai Yun gave Mu Changming a charmingly disdainful look and asked in return. Ah? Upon hearing this, Mu Changming scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. How what? Don't be so reckless next time. What if you can't beat them? You scared me just now, kid. Bai Yun scolded him in a concerned tone. I was just worried that you, Sister Yun, would be bullied. Mu Changming shrugged helplessly and smiled. Mu Changming didn't use any particularly touching, corny pick-up lines, but even with such words, a faint blush appeared on Bai Yun's beautiful face. Loquacious. It's almost time to get off work. Tidy up your things outside, and I'll cook you a nice meal tonight. Good. Mu Changming was a little hungry after working for so long. Inside the Cloud Hotel, Bai Yun prepared a delicious meal for Mu Changming, including roast chicken, stir-fried beef, green vegetables, and beef tripe, a truly sumptuous feast. Mu Changming was drooling as he watched. Bai Yun walked over carrying 2 bottles of beer, then sat down opposite Mu Changming, and smiled at Mu Changming's impatient expression. Don't wait for me, hurry up and eat. Sister Yun, then I won't stand on ceremony. Mu Changming didn't hesitate and started wolfing down his food with his chopsticks. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Bai Yun thoughtfully unscrewed the cap for Mu Changming and placed it in front of him. Don't choke. Mu Changming took a big gulp. Bai Yun took sips every now and then, her eyes filled with reluctance as she watched Mu Changming eat heartily. Sister Yun, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy today? Mu Changming picked up his beer and took a sip, looking at Bai Yun with a puzzled expression. Mu Changming had noticed something was wrong with Bai Yun earlier that day. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Yun's eyes. No, why would I be unhappy? Sister Yun, are you hiding something from me? Seeing Bai Yun's reaction, Mu Changming became even more certain of his own thoughts. However, Bai Yun cleverly changed the subject. Changming, weren't you scared when you fought them just now? Mu Changming laughed without even thinking. Fear? Compared to this, I'm more afraid of something happening to you, Sister Yun. Bai Yun's eyes flickered. You're more worried about me. Hold head high. What Mu Changming said was true. If Bai Yun hadn't given him this job with extra income, Mu Changming might not even be able to afford food sometimes. Not to mention dating Guan Yu. Mu Changming was still filled with gratitude towards Bai Yun. Longevity. Could you have some baijiu with Sister Yun? Bai Yun said softly. Mu Changming could tell that something must have happened to Bai Yun today, but he didn't know exactly what it was. But Mu Changming could sense that Bai Yun needed someone to accompany her to drown her sorrows in alcohol at this moment. Sure. It would be an honor to be able to get drunk with Sister Yun. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun's face revealed a captivating smile, which shone even brighter under the lights. Even Mu Changming was momentarily stunned. You have such a sweet tongue. If Sister Yun weren't older than you, she might have fallen for you. Bai Yun walked over with a bottle of baijiu. Seeing that Mu Changming was still staring at her, Bai Yun smiled and winked. What's wrong? You've been staring at your sister the whole time? Mu Changming realized what was happening and quickly turned his head away, a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. I just suddenly felt. Sister Yun looked really beautiful just now. So you mean my sister isn't pretty on ordinary days? No, no. Sister Yun, you've always been beautiful. Mu Changming shook his head and quickly said. Bai Yun also became interested, propping her head up with her hand and laughing. So, between me and your girlfriend, who's prettier? Mu Changming was slightly taken aback. Bai Yun had barely finished speaking when she realized what was happening. Oh, sister forgot, we've already broken up, and I'm a single lady. Sister Yun, aren't you deliberately trying to make me sad? Mu Changming picked up his wineglass and gave a bitter smile. How about, we'll have a drink? Bai Yun had already drunk a cup, and her already stunning face was flushed with a blush, making her even more captivating. Chapter 6 Sister Yun is gone. Mu Changming naturally wouldn't spoil Bai Yun's mood, so he picked up his wineglass and took a sip. Mu Changming rarely drinks Baijiu Chinese liquor, as it is very spicy when it goes down his throat. Seeing the change in Mu Changming's face, Bai Yun leaned on the table, a faint smile on her beautiful face. The alcohol made Bai Yun more uninhibited, and her narrow eyes seemed to hold endless charm. Mu Changming now dared not look Bai Yun in the eye, as if he would be captivated by her gaze if he did. Looking at Bai Yun, who kept pouring herself wine, Mu Changming couldn't help but worry. Sister Yun, drink slowly. Drinking too much alcohol is bad for your health. Mu Changming didn't know what had happened to Bai Yun, but seeing Bai Yun like this, Mu Changming felt a pang of pity. Are you feeling sorry for your sister? Bai Yun slowed down her drinking pace, her alluring gaze falling on Mu Changming. Sister Yun, although I don't know what happened to you, but, as long as it's something I can help you with, I will do my best. Hearing Mu Changming's words, Bai Yun felt a warmth in her heart. She never expected to meet such a cute younger brother in such a small place as Tiannan. Silly little brother, what could possibly happen to your sister? Come on, drink. Time passed by unnoticed. Bai Yun was already completely drunk, while Mu Changming, although he had also drunk quite a bit, was only slightly drunk, perhaps due to his improved physique. Mu Changming looked at Bai Yun, who was slumped over the table, sighed, and slowly walked to Bai Yun's side. I was just about to put a coat on Bai Yun. Unexpectedly, Bai Yun suddenly raised her hand. Changming, help me, back to the house. Mu Changming looked at the jade-like hand resting on his arm, then slowly bent down and helped Bai Yun up. Bai Yun was completely drunk and had no strength left in her body, so she clung to Mu Changming. A faint body fragrance, mixed with the smell of alcohol, filled my nostrils. Mu Changming was also a vigorous young man, and he couldn't stand Bai Yun's behavior, so he tried his best to look away. But Bai Yun's body was pressed tightly against his. Mu Changming suppressed his inner turmoil and placed Bai Yun on the bed. Mu Changming gently covered Bai Yun with the blanket, then wiped the fine sweat from his face. Mu Changming looked at Bai Yun's curvaceous figure and half-open lips. Her allure was simply too great. Mu Changming turned around and said, Sister Yun, you're really going to torture your brother to death. Mu Changming subconsciously wanted to smoke to calm himself down, but when he touched his pocket, it was empty. Forgot again. Before Mu Changming could finish speaking, a small hand suddenly grabbed him. Before Mu Changming could react, the small hand suddenly exerted force and pulled him onto the bed. Fortunately, Mu Changming reacted quickly and braced himself with his arms, otherwise his whole body would have crashed onto Bai Yun. Mu Changming was completely dumbfounded. What was Sister Yun going to do? Bai Yun wrapped her arms around Mu Changming's neck. Long live, kiss me. Ah. Mu Changming was startled by Bai Yun's words. What did Sister Yun just say? He wants to kiss her himself? Looking at the charming Bai Yun before him, Mu Changming realized that any man would find it hard to resist. Without thinking twice, Mu Changming kissed her. The door to the little shop in the clouds hadn't been closed yet, and the cool light breeze blew into the room, making a few creaking sounds, as if it were feeling shy for the two people inside. The next morning, as dawn broke, the scorching summer sun shines through every nook and cranny. Mu Changming rubbed his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through his throat. Water. Mu Changming groggily got up, and the sight of the thermos on the bedside table immediately snapped him back to reality. Mu Changming was aware of what happened last night. It seems like I had a relationship with Sister Yun. Where is Sister Yun? Ignoring the dryness in his throat, Mu Changming quickly put on his clothes, wanting to see Bai Yun inside the shop. Unfortunately, there was no one there. The table was a mess last night, but it seems that Bai Yun has already cleaned it up. Mu Changming had a bad feeling. When he returned to the room, he saw a paper bag next to the thermos. Mu Changming first unscrewed the thermos, which contained hangover tea and was still steaming. Mu Changming's Adam's apple bobbed as he picked up the paper bag. It was heavy inside, and there was a line of neat, small characters written on the back. Long live, here's your salary. This is hardly a salary. This heavy feeling must be at least tens of thousands. Ding. Bai Yun's favorability has reached 80. Congratulations, host, you have received a big gift pack. Before Mu Changming could even grieve, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Even so, Mu Changming still couldn't be happy. Mu Changming took a few sips of the hangover tea, which had a sweet taste. Host, you already have me, why bother with just one other flower? Let nature take its course. With me by your side, how could I worry about not meeting you again, Sister Yun? The system was right. Although it didn't know what had happened to Bai Yun, it was clear that this was not something it could handle right now. What Mu Changming needs to do now is to become stronger. System, open the rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a god-level fighting technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000. As soon as the system finished speaking, Mu Changming's phone chimed. He opened it and saw the notification of a new account being credited to his account. 500,000 was undoubtedly a huge fortune for Mu Changming in the past. However, Mu Changming is now very clear that the future rewards will be much more than 500,000. At the same time, Mu Changming also saw the caller ID. It was Guan Yu calling him, along with a lot of messages. What is this woman doing? Dumped, and now you're pretending to be all lovey-dovey? Mu Changming was too lazy to look and turned off his phone. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Mu Changming picked up his thermos and put the money Bai Yun had left for him in his pocket. Mu Changming went outside and saw several strangers carrying things in. Mu Changming frowned and asked in confusion. You're the younger brother the owner mentioned. She said you're still sleeping here. The kind-faced uncle smiled at Mu Changming. Upon hearing the word boss, Mu Changming quickly approached the uncle. Boss? Where is she? The uncle was startled by Mu Changming's excitement. She called me and said you were sleeping here, and told me to keep my voice down when I was moving things. I don't know where she is either. Chapter 7, Handsome, attracting attention wherever he goes. Excuse me. It doesn't matter. The uncle quickly shook his head. Mu Changming walked out of the Cloud Pavilion Hotel with a sense of loss. He turned around and glanced at the sign above. He had been working part-time here since his freshman year of college and had been with Bai Yun for more than a year. Recalling the past and the events of last night, Mu Changming felt a deep sense of reluctance. Mu Changming sighed, put his hands in his pockets, and left. Inside a Maybach not far from the Cloud Hotel. A pair of reluctant eyes remained fixed on the departing figure, her slender fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Miss, you've been waiting here for 3 hours. If you don't leave soon, you'll miss your flight. We should go. Hearing the driver's reminder, Bai Yun looked away, her gaze dim as she stared at the earring in her hand. It was a gift from Mu Changming for her birthday. After being single for so many years, I never imagined I'd develop feelings for a young man. As Mu Changming walked, he seemed to sense something, stopped, and looked back, but saw nothing. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Mu Changming scratched his head in confusion. Today is Saturday, and Mu Changming has no classes. In addition, he slept until noon, so he was already a little hungry. Mu Changming arrived at the place where he often brought Guan Yu to eat. Longevity, here we go again? Brother Su, same as before. Mu Changming smiled at the uncle at the front desk. The man wore glasses, was about 1.7 meters tall, and looked very kind. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. How? Didn't you come with your girlfriend today? Are you having a fight? Lu Su chuckled as he cracked open some sunflower seeds and asked. We broke up. Upon hearing Guan Yu's words again, Mu Changming couldn't help but laugh. You broke up? Lu Su was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then said with a hint of sympathy. Long live. Today, your uncle is treating you to 6 dishes to reward you. Don't be too sad. Brother Su, it's alright, it's not a big deal. It's just a breakup. Mu Changming shook his head helplessly and said. No way, you've helped me a lot all the time. You can just sit there. Lu Su shook his head and said very firmly. Upon seeing this, Mu Changming couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Soon, Lu Su brought out platters of large fish and meat dishes. Looking at the lavish spread, Mu Changming couldn't help but say, "Brother Su, really, it's not necessary. This is too much of a waste. It's nothing, just a few dishes." Lu Su waved his hand, not caring at all. "Boss, I'd like to order." Upon hearing the guest's voice, Lu Su smiled at Mu Changming and said, "Long live, you eat first." Mu Changming looked at the 6 dishes in front of him, some with meat and some with vegetables, all with appealing color, aroma, and taste. This fish dish was Guan Yu's favorite food before. Seeing Lu Su busy over there, Mu Changming also picked up his chopsticks and ate very quickly, devouring the food in a flash. After Mu Changming finished eating, he took out a few more and placed them on the table. Then, while Lu Su went into the kitchen, Mu Changming left. When Lu Su came out, he saw several large red banknotes on the table. He walked over and couldn't help but say, "This child. We already said we invited him." After leaving the Rising Sun restaurant, Mu Changming headed straight for Tiannan Square. When he had money, the first thing he did was to be filial to his parents. Mu Changming transferred tens of thousands of yuan to his parents and then made up some excuse to get rid of them. "The rest of the money is naturally for me to enjoy myself." Tiannan Square is the largest square in Tiannan City and is also very close to Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Mu Changming first went into a clothing store. In the past, Mu Changming could only look at the clothes here from afar. They looked like bodysuits, but the prices were ridiculously high. But now, it's 500,000. Buying 1 or 2 pieces of clothing costing a few hundred yuan is still a piece of cake for Mu Changming. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. After Mu Changming changed into a nice outfit, his entire demeanor was elevated. Even the waitress couldn't help but help Mu Changming tidy his clothes and then take the opportunity to dab some oil on them. Mu Changming didn't mind. After buying the clothes, he headed straight for the iPhone store across the street. Mu Changming glanced at the Oppo A5 in his hand and thought, "Old buddy, it's time for you to retire." Mu Changming didn't buy the 2 terabytes version directly, since he didn't play any games and wasn't a vengeful person. 512 gigabytes is enough. Mu Changming picked out a silver iPhone 17 Pro Max, paid the bill, and left the store. To be honest, Mu Changming always felt that 17 was not as good looking as 16, although it might be a matter of personal aesthetics. Just as Mu Changming was about to leave Tiannan Square, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey handsome, wait a minute." Hearing the voice, Mu Changming turned around and saw a girl with dyed yellow hair walking towards him. She was wearing makeup, and she looked alright after the makeup was done. "Hey handsome, can I add a green bubble? We've been following you for a while, handsome, you don't seem to have a girlfriend." After saying that, the girl seemed a little embarrassed and quickly explained. "It wasn't me who wanted to add her, it was my best friend. She was too embarrassed to come over and ask you for it. They're waiting over there." Mu Changming followed the girl's gaze and saw a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair standing not far away. However, she was turned to the side, so Mu Changming couldn't see her face clearly. "Sorry, I'd like to know your contact information. Next time, tell your best friend to be bolder. I have other things to do, so I'll be going now." Mu Changming smiled slightly, then turned and left. "My best friend has a great figure, but what if she's a back-view killer, meaning someone who looks terrible from behind? My immediate priority is to improve my relationship with my advisor as soon as possible." With that thought in mind, Mu Changming couldn't wait to head towards Tiannan University of Science and Technology. The blonde girl turned back somewhat helplessly and said to her best friend, "Ting Ting, there's nothing I can do about this. That guy is so handsome, I'm sure a lot of people would ask him for his contact information. With my looks, I'm not cut out for that. Next time you meet someone suitable, you should take the initiative. You're at least one of the most beautiful girls in the college. If you had asked for it just now, I feel he would have given it to you." "Jia, I understand. I don't know if there will be a next time." After Jia said that, Ting Ting also regretted not being bolder earlier. Chapter 8 Yun Shiren. Tiannan University of Science and Technology. As soon as Mu Changming returned to school, his newly bought cell phone started beeping. Mu Changming initially thought it was still Guan Yu, that woman. But when he saw the caller ID showed Yun Shiren, Mu Changming couldn't help but smile and answered the phone without hesitation. "Hey, I heard you broke up, is it true? How did you know?" Mu Changming was somewhat surprised to hear that Yun Shiren knew he had broken up with Guan Yu. Is that even a question? I saw Guan Yu go out with a boy today. I was wondering the same thing, you don't seem to have a cuckold fetish either. Mu Changming found Yun Shiren's words rather unpleasant to hear. Are you that happy that I broke up with my boyfriend? Of course I'm happy. How many years have we known each other? We used to bathe in the same bathhouse since we were little, and then you started dating a bitch in your senior year of high school. That bitch wouldn't even let you contact me. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you to break up with her. I'm waiting for you on the first floor of the main cafeteria. Come on over quickly. Yun Shiren hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Mu Changming smiled wryly. Yun Shiren, the girl next door, grew up with him. They went to the same elementary, middle, high school, and university schools. Most importantly, the two of them were quite compatible. We've always been in the same class since elementary school, including high school. It was about university. Mu Changming's family wasn't well off, and his parents wanted him to become a teacher, just to have a stable job. Therefore, Mu Changming chose the Department of Education at Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Yun Shiren has been smart since childhood, and with her high enough scores, she chose the prestigious Computer Science Department at Tiannan University of Science and Technology. The appearance of Guan Yu made the relationship between the two somewhat awkward, and Mu Changming also managed not to take the initiative to contact Yun Shiren. Yun Shiren also did not interfere with Mu Changming and Guan Yu's relationship. However, now that they've broken up, Mu Changming will naturally no longer abide by the agreement made by Guan Yu. One of the distinctive features of Tiannan University of Science and Technology is that it has many canteens. It covers an area of more than 3,000 acres and has a total of 9 canteens, each of which is a stand-alone building, which is very luxurious. As soon as Mu Changming entered the dining hall, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. This way. Mu Changming looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yun Shiren waving at him. He smiled and walked over. When Mu Changming got closer, Yun Shiren's smile froze. Because the Mu Changming before me seems different from the one I remember. What's different? He seems to have become even more handsome. Her skin is a bit whiter, and her nose, eyes, and height are also noticeable. You didn't get plastic surgery, did you? Yun Shiren couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her little face filled with shock. Upon hearing this, Mu Changming couldn't help but smile. Mu Changming used to be quite handsome, just a bit chubby. Now that she's fair-skinned, as the saying goes, fair skin covers 1,000 flaws, and coupled with her already handsome features, it's simply the icing on the cake. So you're allowed to become beautiful, but I'm not allowed to become handsome? Mu Changming laughed and said, Yun Shiren is very beautiful, a classic Eastern beauty. She has a very distinctive Eastern bone structure, an oval face, a sharp yet defined jawline, and her eyebrows and eyes are the finishing touch, with delicate, unraised willow leaf eyebrows. When Yun Shiren smiles, she reveals shallow dimples. Her long hair was loosely tied into a low bun, with stray hairs sticking to her temples, making her neck look slender and long. Today, her simple off-white knitted dress perfectly accentuated her carefree and easygoing personality. Mu Changming glanced at Yun Shiren's character panel with some curiosity. He knew that this woman had known him since childhood, and he wondered how much favorability she had over him. 79? After seeing Yun Shiren's favorability rating, Mu Changming was slightly taken aback. It was right at the 80 mark. What's 79? What are you saying? Yun Shiren looked at Mu Changming with a puzzled expression. Mu Changming shook his head, it's nothing. The phone only has 79 bars of battery left. Yun Shiren didn't mind, pulled Mu Changming to sit down, and looked at Mu Changming with a curious expression. Tell me quickly, how did you break up with that little bitch Guan Yu? I've been curious all day. Looking at Yun Shiren, who still loved gossip as always, Mu Changming couldn't help but say. You called me here just to ask about this kind of thing? Of course not, it's mainly to rekindle our 20-year friendship. Yun Shiren said in a very serious tone. Mu Changming smiled slightly, propped his head up, and asked. What if you suddenly fall in love one day? Mu Changming's sudden soul-searching question startled Yun Shiren slightly. To be honest, Yun Shiren hadn't really thought about this. Yun Shiren's gaze darted away, then she delivered a powerful punch to Mu Changming. Oh dear, I hadn't thought about any of these things. Tell me first how you and Guan Yu broke up. Did you dump her, or did she dump you? Of course I dumped her. Mu Changming smiled rather smugly. Really? Yun Shiren was somewhat skeptical, as Mu Changming had previously doted on Guan Yu in every way. It's really true. Why can't I believe it? Don't let her take the initiative a little bit and you fall for her again. Yun Shiren looked at Mu Changming with a suspicious expression. To be honest, I thought you broke up because you hugged the counselor in class and Guan Yu caught you doing something wrong. Yun Shiren's casual remark caused Mu Changming to raise an eyebrow. What did you say? You also know about the incident where someone hugged their advisor during class? Ah. The whole school knows what you did. It has the most likes on the confession wall. It's hard for me not to know. Seeing the puzzled look on Mu Changming's face, Yun Shiren couldn't help but say something. Mu Changming's eye twitched. He took out his phone, intending to check the confession wall, but then realized he didn't seem to have a confession wall. Take your phone out and let me see it. Don't look there. I don't have a confession wall. I'm looking at my roommates. Besides, what's done is done. You're pretty bold, aren't you, to hug your advisor in front of the whole class? Yun Shiren's admiring expression made Mu Changming somewhat uneasy. Goodness gracious. I didn't expect the news to spread so widely. What if things turn out the opposite of what they were supposed to do? Moreover, Luo Xuening has a sister-obsessed sister named Luo Xueyun, whose favorability rating is 100, making her a dangerous person. Chapter 9 Guan Yu and the rich second generation of freshmen. Evening, Sunrise Restaurant. Guan Yu was walking with a boy who was over 1.7 meters tall. The boy was not fat, with a normal build. He looked refined without his glasses, and he wore a gold watch on his wrist. Gao Juanhao seemed very happy. After all, he had won over a sophomore. Gao Juanhao was naturally very proud of the fact that the corner of the wall was still sticking out. Moreover, judging from Guan Yu's appearance, he only needs to give her a little more money to make a living. Gao Juanhao was very happy, but Guan Yu was not. Yesterday, Guan Yu made many phone calls and sent many messages, but that bastard Mu Changming didn't even look at them or reply to her. This made Guan Yu feel extremely disappointed. Senior, what's wrong? You seem a little unhappy. When Gao Juanhao asked her a question, Guan Yu snapped out of her thoughts. Guan Yu looked at the restaurant where the sun was rising and her expression changed. How did we end up here? This is the place where Mu Changming often brings me to eat. Why are you eating here? Guan Yu said with some resistance. I came here with my friends yesterday and found the food to be especially delicious, particularly the grilled fish, which was very fragrant. So I thought I'd bring you here to try it. How? Don't you like it, senior? Gao Juanhao asked with some doubt. Guan Yu took a deep breath. Since they had already broken up, it was her freedom to be with whomever she wanted. Mu Changming will regret it. No, let's go in. Gao Juanhao smiled and followed Guan Yu inside. Welcome. Lu Su was about to welcome him, but when he saw Guan Yu, the smile on his face froze slightly. Gao Juanhao didn't notice either, and said with a smile. Boss, are there any seats left? Have. Lu Su's voice became much colder. Guan Yu was also a little embarrassed to face Lu Su, but she still forced herself to greet him. Brother Su. Lu Su frowned. Miss, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Gao Juanhao, who was standing to the side, also noticed something was wrong and looked at Guan Yu with a puzzled expression. Ever since Guan Yu came here, she had been acting strangely. Senior, what's wrong? Guan Yu shook his head awkwardly and smiled at Gao Juanhao. It's nothing, just mistaken identity. Gao Juanhao and Guan Yu chose a seat and sat down. Gao Juanhao wasn't stupid. Senior, did your ex-boyfriend bring you here to eat before? Guan Yu looked slightly uncomfortable when Gao Juanhao asked this question. Why are you asking this? Senior, you've been distracted ever since you arrived here. He must have thought of something. This restaurant has many famous dishes, and they're very expensive. Your poor ex-boyfriend definitely never took you here. Senior, since you've already broken up with him, there's no need to keep thinking about him. What he couldn't give you before, I can give you. Why are you so attached to a poor wretch? He's not good enough for you at all. Gao Juanhao's lips curled into a smile. Although Guan Yu was a materialistic woman, she still had some sense. What Gao Juanhao wanted to do was to completely make her a slave to money. Enough. I don't want to hear anything about him from you again. Guan Yu gave a low, impatient shout. Gao Juanhao, hearing that Guan Yu was angry, quickly apologized. Senior, I didn't mean it. I just felt a little sad seeing you like this. Guan Yu wasn't stupid, he naturally had to be constantly wary of someone like Gao Juanhao. Do you like Gao Juanhao? How is that possible? Guan Yu was only interested in the designer bags and jewelry that Gao Juanhao had given her. Boss, I'd like to order. Gao Juanhao snapped his fingers and called Lu Su over. Soon, Gao Juanhao ordered all of the restaurant's signature dishes. Gao Juanhao also thoughtfully served food to Guan Yu, fully demonstrating his warm-hearted nature. The food that was delicious before tasted bland when I ate it with Gao Juanhao. Guan Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. I need to use the restroom. Gao Juanhao didn't think much of it and nodded. After Guan Yu finished using the restroom, she looked at herself in the mirror, then took out her phone and stared at the unresponsive green bubble. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Mu Changming, do you really want to lose me? Guan Yu gripped his phone tightly, even though he knew perfectly well that he had once loved him. Why did he break up with me so decisively? Guan Yu tried to send another message, but this time the response was a red exclamation mark. Deleted? Deleted? Did he delete himself? Guan Yu was somewhat annoyed. Mu Changming, you bastard. Guan Yu angrily put away her phone, walked out of the restroom, and happened to run into Lu Su, who had just finished serving the food. When Lu Su saw Guan Yu, the enthusiasm in his eyes had vanished. Brother Su, Don't call me Brother Su. I only got to know you because I live a long life. Back then, when you accidentally scratched a customer's car, it was Changming who begged me to pay for it. After that, you worked for me day and night, saving every penny you could. I never imagined you were such a vain woman. It's a shame I'm so blind to be with you. Guan Yu paused slightly upon hearing this, but quickly grasped the key point. What did you say? Did he pay off my debt? How is this possible? Didn't the owner say he would fix it himself? Lu Su immediately laughed, a cold laugh. That's an Audi A8, a Horch edition, worth millions, don't you know? Do you really think the car owner's money grows on trees? It was Changming who asked me to cover your car repair costs, and that's why the car owner told you he would repair it himself. Do you really think that just because you're pretty, everyone will revolve around you? From now on, don't come to my shop with that pretty boy anymore. I don't want to do business with you. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Lu Su said coldly. Guan Yu watched Lu Su go to the toilet, her body trembling slightly. Did Mu Changming help him pay off the money? Why didn't he tell himself? Audi A8, Horch edition, worth millions? I accidentally scratched my bike and got such a long scratch, how much money does he have to pay for it? Gao Juanhao had been waiting here for a long time. His food was almost cold, but he still hadn't seen Guan Yu come out of the restroom. Gao Juanhao was getting a little impatient. Did it fall into the toilet? Why haven't they come back yet? Chapter 10. The talk downstairs in the dormitory. Gao Juanhao waited another 10 minutes, but still didn't receive a reply from Guan Yu. He had sent Guan Yu so many messages, but she hadn't replied to a single one. Damn it, what is this bitch doing? You went to the toilet for half an hour. Why haven't you replied to my messages? Gao Juanhao was extremely unhappy, but there was nothing he could do about Guan Yu. Guan Yu was undeniably beautiful, and she truly captured Gao Juanhao's heart. Are you playing hard to get with yourself here? Guan Yu, I'd like to see how long you can keep up this act. Gao Juanhao waited for a long time, but still no one came. Boss, where did that beautiful lady go? Lu Su frowned slightly and asked in return. Isn't she your girlfriend? You don't even know where she went? Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao was at a loss for words. Gao Juanhao couldn't wait any longer. He had already wasted enough time here. Gao Juanhao paid the bill and left the Rising Sun restaurant. Gao Juanhao returned to his BMW 7 Series, looked at the unanswered messages, and angrily shouted. Damn it, you left without even saying goodbye. What's wrong with you? I don't know what's so great about that poor wretch. Guan Yu no longer had Gao Juanhao on her mind. She had long since returned to Tiannan University of Science and Technology and arrived at the number 12 dormitory building for men. Guan Yu stood there, wanting to see Mu Changming, but Mu Changming had blocked all her contact information. After a long period of intense online activity, Mu Changming deleted the messages without hesitation. Guan Yu wore black leggings tonight, which perfectly accentuated her slender, long legs, and the boys passing by couldn't help but look up and glance at her. However, to be fair, Guan Yu was quite lucky today, as she ran into her two roommates who had just returned from taking a shower. Xing Yuqing and Wu Alin. The two were chatting and laughing when Guan Yu suddenly ran over. Are you Mu Changming's roommates? The sudden female voice startled Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin. Guan Yu. When the two realized who it was and saw who it was, they were slightly taken aback. Wu Aolin thought he was about to have a romantic opportunity, but it turned out to be Mu Changming's girlfriend. Guan Yu looked somewhat anxious when he heard that the two knew about him. Could you help me call out Mu Changming? Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin exchanged a glance. Didn't Mu Changming really like this saying? Could they have had a fight? Xing Yuqing smiled and said, Okay, let's go upstairs and call him down. Guan Yu's face lit up with joy, and she said gratefully, Thank you. Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin turned and walked towards the dormitory. Wu Aolin glanced back at Guan Yu. That poor bastard Mu Changming eats so well, and Guan Yu is really handsome. I'm so envious. Look at those legs, so long, so straight. Stop looking, it's not yours no matter how much you look. Xing Yuqing rolled his eyes at Wu Aolin. Hey, by the way, don't tell that guy Mu Changming. Anyway, we have no obligation to inform him, and our relationship with him is just so-so. Just let Guan Yu wait here downstairs. Wu Aolin's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a smile. Xing Yuqing felt something was wrong. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if Mu Changming finds out? What good will it do to know? Anyway, I didn't like him when he first came here. Besides, he's a loner in the dorm, so why should you care about him? Does he think he can beat us up? Wu Aolin didn't care at all and laughed happily. Alright, never mind that, let's hurry back and log in, then we'll just play the game. Seeing that Xing Yuqing was still hesitant, Wu Aolin grabbed Xing Yuqing and pulled him upstairs. After the two returned to room 405, Mu Changming happened to be out of the dormitory. Get on the phone. Now it really isn't up to us to stay silent. Mu Changming isn't here, so what are we supposed to say? Even if Mu Changming asks later, we'll just say you weren't in the dorm and forgot because you were playing a couple of games. Xing Yuqing thought about it and realized it made sense. Okay, take the number. At this moment, Guan Yu was still hoping that Xing Yuqing and the others would call Mu Changming down. But after waiting for a long time, Mu Changming still did not appear. Why haven't they come down yet? Is it really that hard to see me? Guan Yu stomped his feet in anger. Guan Yu had just finished complaining when she subconsciously brushed her hair back, which was being blown by the wind. But when she turned her head, she saw Mu Changming walking towards her. Mu Changming was also stunned. He had just sent Yun Shiren back, and since he didn't need to go to Sister Yun's place for his part-time job that night, he could only go back to his dormitory to sleep. However, Mu Changming never expected that Guan Yu would be at the dormitory entrance. Mu Changming didn't bother with the woman and lowered his head to head towards the dormitory. Guan Yu was also somewhat surprised, not expecting to be so lucky. Guan Yu quickly walked towards Mu Changming and grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? You really don't want to see me? Mu Changming said somewhat impatiently. We've already broken up, why are you still bothering me? Aren't you afraid your juniors will find out? And then your beautiful dream of rising to prominence and becoming a phoenix is ruined? Guan Yu was somewhat angry upon hearing Mu Changming's harsh words. I haven't agreed to be with him yet. He has no right to tell me what to do. Furthermore, I did not agree to break up. I sent you so many messages and made so many calls, what does it mean that you didn't answer? Also, did I ask you to delete me? You know perfectly well that I still have feelings for you, don't you know how to comfort me? Guan Yu's series of questions left Mu Changming completely bewildered. Mu Changming couldn't help but sneer. I skip around in movies, do you think I have the patience to comfort you now? You. Guan Yu's face flushed red with anger upon hearing Mu Changming's rude words. Guan Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner displeasure. Okay. I can let these things go. Mu Changming, why didn't you tell me about the time I scratched the Audi A8 with my bike and asked Brother Su to pay for it? Why didn't I know? Guan Yu stared directly into Mu Changming's eyes, as if trying to see something in them. But Guan Yu was disappointed. Mu Changming remained calm. Oh, now you know. Are you asking me to return the money to you? Mu Changming raised an eyebrow at Guan Yu, stretched out his hand, and looked like he wanted money. You. Chapter 11 The Sweeping Incident. Guan Yu really couldn't understand why Mu Changming, who had previously doted on her so much, would suddenly become so ruthless. Also, how did he manage to change so much in just one day? Impossible. He's faking it, he's definitely faking it. How could he forget himself so quickly? You know perfectly well that all you need to do now is talk to me properly, and we can continue. Before Guan Yu could finish speaking, Mu Changming interrupted him, raising his voice. Continue? Tell me how to continue? Are you expecting me to just stand by and watch you get into your junior's BMW? Guan Yu, that's enough. Even if I still like you a lot, it's over between us. Guan Yu, flustered by Mu Changming's shout, explained. But I've never let him touch me, not even hold my hand. I even had your roommate call you down just now so I could see you. Mu Changming frowned. Guan Yu's words were indeed correct. Guan Yu's first time was his. In the system's character profile, Guan Yu was indeed only listed as himself. How? So you still want to keep talking to me and then expect him to spend money on you? How charming are you? Release. Don't bother me anymore. Without a shred of pity, Mu Changming dismissed Guan Yu, put his hands in his pockets, and headed upstairs. Guan Yu stood there somewhat unwillingly, looking at Mu Changming's resolute expression. Mu Changming, what right do you have to dump me? You are not qualified. Mu Changming was speechless. Did Guan Yu have a masochistic streak? Didn't she want to break up with me? Shouldn't she be happy that I broke up with her? Why are you bothering me again? Mu Changming shook his head, pushed open the door, and walked into the dormitory. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I was greeted by deafening gaming noise. When Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing saw Mu Changming return, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. The meaning in their eyes was quite clear. Could this guy have already met Guan Yu? Wu Aolin smirked and sent a message to Xing Yuqing on his phone. What good would it do to see it? Are we obligated to notify him? Xing Yuqing smiled when he saw the message. But the two were overthinking it. How could Mu Changming possibly pay any attention to these two clowns? Without saying anything, he walked towards his bed. My relationship with my roommates isn't very good. In fact, it could be described as bad. These people had already made friends when school started. Mu Changming was too lazy to squeeze and he had always been a loner. Dormitory head Chun-Yi glanced at Mu Changming. Oh, you're back just in time. Go sweep the floor. It's your turn. Upon hearing this, Mu Changming glanced at the ground. Milk tea and various kinds of trash were scattered everywhere. Most importantly, hadn't he just swept the floor a couple of days ago? There are 6 people in the dormitory. If I go back for another 2 or 3 days, it's impossible for it to be my turn. Mu Changming was too lazy to pay attention to the dormitory head, Chen-Yi. Relying on his connections with the school leaders, Chen-Yi acted like an older brother in the dormitory, giving orders at will. Most importantly, these people are all willing to run errands. If they're willing to be his lackeys, that's fine, but Mu Changming has no interest in being one. However, Chen-Yi treated these lackeys quite well, using his connections to arrange all their annual scholarships. Of course, this is on the premise that you flatter him well. If you don't, Chen-Yi will isolate and target you. Mu Changming is a typical example. Mu Changming, didn't you understand what I said? I told you to sweep the floor. Seeing that Mu Changming remained unmoved, Chen-Yi sat up from the bed and stared at Mu Changming with hostility. Wu Aolin, Xing Yuqing, Zhang Haozhou, and Chu Xing looked at Mu Changming with schadenfreude. Didn't I arrive a couple of days ago? Why is it my turn again? Mu Changming replied calmly. When I say it's your turn, it's your turn. Also, when did you scan this? A couple of days ago. It was Chu Xing and Zhang Haozhou who swept the place the day before yesterday. What does it have to do with you? Has your memory gotten worse from sleeping with your girlfriend too much? Chen-Yi felt a strong urge to speak of Guan Yu. What advantages does this loser have besides his barely passable appearance? If I had the right to contact her, I'd definitely try to steal that woman away. Mu Changming noticed the green light in Chen-Yi's eyes, slowly got off the bed, and walked towards Chen-Yi's bed. When Chen-Yi saw Mu Changming get out of bed, he thought Mu Changming was going to obediently sweep the floor. Get down! But to everyone's surprise, Mu Changming placed one hand on the bed and stared at Chen-Yi with a sinister gaze. Chen-Yi was startled by Mu Changming and immediately became furious. What are you doing? I told you to get down. Mu Changming's arm veins bulged, and his powerful force shook the entire bed. This startled Xing Yuqing, Wu Aolin, and the other 3. Mu Changming was the tallest in the dormitory. Chu Xing, the tallest in the dormitory, was only 1.8 meters tall, but in front of Mu Changming, he looked like a greenhorn. Chen Yi was startled when he saw Mu Changming's sinister gaze. If a fight really breaks out, Mu Changming could probably kill Chen Yi. If you have a bad memory, I can help you recall whether I swept the floor or not. Mu Changming, relying on his powerful arm span, grabbed Chen Yi by the collar and pulled him close to face him. Ah! Chen Yi was startled, his head pressed against the bed railing. Mu Changming's strength was so great that Chen Yi had no way to resist. Zhang Haozhou, being quite perceptive, quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. It's my turn to sweep. It's my turn to sweep today. Brother Chen got it wrong. Changming, you'd better let go of Brother Chen right now. Chen Yi looked at Mu Changming's murderous gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing. If Mu Changming exerted any more force, he would be pulled down by Mu Changming. If he fell, he would be half crippled, if not dead. Chen Yi quickly said. I remember now. It's Zhang Haozhou, I was mistaken. Mu Changming stared at Chen Yi in front of him, then released Chen Yi. This guy had some connections at school, and now was not the time to make a move against him. After all, he was still too young to be trusted. Chen Yi quickly sat down on the bed, afraid that Mu Changming would do it again. Mu Changming ignored them and returned to his bed. After this incident, Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing dared not continue playing the game, fearing they would get into trouble. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, watching Mu Changming's back as he lay on the bed. Damn it! How dare you mess with me? Just wait and see if I don't get my hands on you soon. Let you bloat for a few more days, and then we'll see if you can still be happy. Chapter 12, The Counselor's Popularity Skyrockets. A hotel near Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Damn it, why hasn't that bitch replied yet? Gao Juanhao looked at his new phone with displeasure. How much time had passed? Guan Yu, that bitch, had vanished as if she had disappeared. Brother Juanhao, is that the senior student? A beautiful woman nestled in Gao Juanhao's arms and spoke softly. Gao Juanhao nodded with a somewhat gloomy expression. I drive a BMW 7 Series now, I don't know what's so great about her poor boyfriend. Sooner or later, I'll make her a slave to money. A hint of envy flashed in Gao Ruoya's eyes as she nestled in Gao Juanhao's arms. Brother Juanhao, do you need my help? Gao Ruoya moved closer to Gao Juanhao and murmured softly. Help me? How can you help me? When Gao Juanhao heard that Gao Ruoya wanted to help him, he frowned slightly and stared at Gao Ruoya with interest. Gao Ruoya smiled slightly. If I help Juanhao win over that sophomore girl, then, a new handbag. If you can give me the password, I'll buy it for you right away. You said it yourself, Brother Juanhao. Brother Juanhao, the night is still long, look. Gao Ruoya winked at Gao Juanhao. Gao Juanhao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly made up an excuse. I have class tomorrow, so I should get some rest tonight. Hearing this, Gao Ruoya couldn't help but mentally complain, she's only 20 and already impotent. What a piece of trash. The next morning, around 7 a.m., several male students came in to check the dormitories. Chen Yi and the others had already woken up, but Mu Changming was still lying in bed. The student in dormitory 405 sleeps during one class period. What's his name? I admire longevity. Chen Yi smirked as he watched the people checking the dorm write Mu Changming's name in their notebooks. You brat, you were so arrogant yesterday. I'll make you pay these next few days. Let you catch up with your advisor first. Mu Changming woke up when he heard the noise, but the people checking the dormitories had already left. Mu Changming rubbed his eyes. Let him remember it won't cost him anything anyway. Mu Changming was worried about not having a chance to meet Luo Xuening. Mu Changming got out of bed, quickly washed up, and left the dormitory. After Mu Changming left, Chen Yi never saw a trace of anger on Mu Changming's face from beginning to end. Damn, what a fucking charlatan. Brother Chen, this kid just hugged the counselor in front of the whole class yesterday, and now she's been recorded for class hours during a dorm check. I doubt the counselor will let her off easily. Xing Yuqing said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll gradually make it impossible for him to stay in the dorm. Chen Yi sneered. By the way, does anyone have Guan Yu's contact information? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Forget it, I can't rely on any of you. Seeing everyone staring at each other blankly, Chen Yi waved his hand speechlessly. Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Wu Aolin looked at Chen Yi, who was getting out of bed, with some curiosity. What else can we do? Didn't you say yesterday that Guan Yu was looking for Mu Changming downstairs? These two must have had a falling out. This is the perfect time to take advantage of the situation. A smile flickered in Chun Yi's eyes as he squatted down and slowly put on the shoes. Upon hearing this, Wu Aolin's eyes filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to meet a woman as exceptional as Guan Yu? However, they lacked Mu Changming's good looks and Chen Yi's family's influence, so they could only watch helplessly. Mu Changming left the dormitory and had just finished drinking a cup of porridge in the cafeteria when he received a notification from Luo Xuening on his phone. Everyone who had their class hours recorded this morning, come to the office. Upon seeing the message, Mu Changming showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he wore a smile. Chen Yi, it's all thanks to your good intentions. Education Building, Counselor's Office. As soon as Mu Changming reached the office door, several people came out, muttering complaints. Damn it, I don't have classes in the morning, but they won't let me sleep in, and I have to write a self-criticism. I'm fucking impressed. Mu Changming pushed open the door and walked in. Today, Luo Xuening was dressed casually, looking clean and neat, with a few strands of hair hanging down in front of her temples. Did you sleep well in the morning? Luo Xuening looked up and asked, but when she saw that it was Mu Changming, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. After all, Luo Xuening still vividly remembered the day she confessed her feelings. Whenever she thought about it, Luo Xuening wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Why is it him again? Luo Xuening has absolutely no desire to see Mu Changming right now. It's embarrassing just thinking about it. Although Luo Xuening pretended to be calm, Mu Changming still keenly noticed the evasiveness in Luo Xuening's eyes. After the confession incident, Luo Xuening's favorability towards him rose to 42, which is already quite high. At least we can be friends now. It's alright. Didn't your roommate call you when they came to check? Luo Xuening wanted to resolve Mu Changming's matter as soon as possible and then get rid of him. Mu Changming shook his head. Didn't they call you? Then why were you the only one from your dorm who got caught? Teacher, I'm curious, is there really an inspection today? Mu Changming did not answer Luo Xuening's question, but instead asked with a curious expression. Luo Xuening was taken aback by Mu Changming's question. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Mu Changming shrugged and said. Whether or not there's an inspection, it's not your concern. If there's a next time, you know the consequences. Go back and write an 800-word self-criticism. Upon hearing the 800-word self-criticism, Mu Changming's face immediately fell, and he winked at Luo Xuening. 800 words? Advisor, could you please make it a little less for our relationship? Luo Xuening didn't expect Mu Changming to dare to bargain, and even dare to bring up their relationship. What is my relationship with him? It was just an accidental hug, and then I confessed my feelings. Thinking about it this way, the relationship does seem to be more than just a simple one. But the key point is that they were all unexpected. Thinking about this, Luo Xuening felt extremely ashamed and indignant. In addition, the school's confession wall was now full of posts about her, which had been causing Luo Xuening a lot of worry these past few days. Luo Xuening raised her voice, her tone trembling slightly. 1,000 words. As soon as Mu Changming heard the 1,000 words, Luo Xuening's favorability towards him increased from 42 to 44. Good, the effect is good. The goal has been achieved. Chapter 13 Attempt to steal a chicken backfires. As Luo Xuening watched Mu Changming's departing figure, a blush immediately crept onto her face. Luo Xuening gripped the pen tightly with her fingers, looking at the work in front of her, completely losing her motivation. This guy, does he really think I like him? It was just an accident. Ugh, this is so annoying. How could I have said something like that? Luo Xuening was extremely distressed. Mu Changming had actually dared to bargain with her just now. This was the first time Luo Xuening had encountered this. Should I find some time to explain this to him? If this misunderstanding continues, and Mu Changming were to spread the word someday, wouldn't I be finished? No. This must be explained clearly. Luo Xuening's eyes narrowed, and she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I can't let these emotions affect me anymore. When Luo Xuening went to sleep last night, all she could think about was that bastard Mu Changming. Teacher. At this moment, the students who had entered at some point stared in disbelief at Luo Xuening, who was slamming her hand on the table and standing up. Luo Xuening's eyes twitched slightly when she saw the students at the door. Didn't you knock before coming in? Teacher, we knocked, but you didn't answer. That's why we were about to open the door to see if you were here. the two students said with a wronged expression. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuaning's face immediately showed embarrassment. She seemed not to have heard him. That damn bastard, he's made a fool of himself again. Luo Xuaning coughed lightly, trying to appear calm, and waved her hand. It's because of what happened when I was taking notes this morning, right? I need to write an 800-word self-criticism when I get back. Oh, okay, got it. The student nodded quickly, then closed the door and left. Luo Xuaning rubbed her temples, her head aching, and suddenly remembered what Mu Changming had said earlier that day. Are there any checks today? Yes, you should receive a notification before the checkup. Why was there no news at all today, and they just went straight to the inspection? Luo Xuaning immediately sent a message to Teacher Lu, who was in charge of the inspection. As a result, Teacher Lu's reply to Luo Xuaning immediately made Luo Xuaning's face turn cold. Teacher Luo, there was no check today. No inspection? How come Mu Changming and the others had their class hours recorded? Luo Xuaning picked up her phone and saw a message from Deng Xinming, the student who had been inspecting her. Without saying a word, Luo Xuaning immediately made the call. At this moment, Deng Xinming was having breakfast in the cafeteria. Old Deng, is it a bit inappropriate for us to help Chenyi like this? If we get caught, wouldn't that be terrible? Deng Xinming ate a fried dough stick, took a sip of soy milk, and said with a faint smile. What are you afraid of? We've been in charge of the inspection for so long, how could Teacher Luo possibly suspect us? Besides, currying favor with Chenyi will be good for our future situation at school. Didn't you want to be recognized as an activist? I'll talk to Chenyi about it later. After Deng Xinming said that, his companions were relieved. But just as Deng Xinming finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. When Deng Xinming saw that it was Luo Xuaning calling, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Deng Xinming didn't dare to delay, quickly wiped his hands, and answered the phone. Teacher Luo. Deng Xinming, what happened during today's checkup? Teacher Lu didn't issue any notice today. Deng Xinming's face trembled, and he immediately panicked. Luo Xuaning usually doesn't care about these things, does she? Why the sudden investigation? Deng Xinming's behavior was tantamount to offending Luo Xuaning. Deng Xinming's Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly made up an excuse. Teacher Luo, we seem to have remembered the wrong thing Teacher Lu told us. We were just thinking of explaining it to you later. What Teacher Lu told you to do? Do you think teachers are idiots? Go wait in Teacher Lu's office. Luo Xuaning angrily hung up the phone. How dare they let personal matters interfere with public affairs? They really have a lot of nerve. If Mu Changming hadn't casually mentioned it, Luo Xuaning wouldn't have suspected anything. Deng Xinming in the cafeteria was numb. Staring at the disconnected phone, his face pale, he looked at his companion. Oh no! Teacher Luo has discovered it. Upon hearing this, his companion's face immediately turned ugly. Damn it, I told you, there are some things I can't help with. What do we do now? Call Chenyi right away. Deng Xinming quickly took out his phone, found Chenyi's number, and dialed it. Chenyi, Teacher Luo found out about your checkup today. What? Didn't you say it was foolproof? Chenyi's face was somewhat gloomy. Yes, Teacher Luo never asked about this kind of thing before, but I don't know why she did it today. Now, Teacher Luo tells us to go to Teacher Lu's office and wait. You'd better think of a solution quickly. Deng Xinming was extremely anxious. If this wasn't handled properly, he might be punished. TSK, a useless piece of trash. I understand. You guys go to Teacher Lu's office first. I'll call my dad in a bit. Chenyi hung up the phone impatiently. So many troubles. Deng Xinming usually seems quite smart, how come he acts like an idiot when it comes to doing things? Last night, this kid assured me on the phone that everything would be fine, but he got caught today. However, it's not advisable to abandon the operation, since it was Deng Xinming who secretly orchestrated it. If he were exposed, it wouldn't benefit him either. Chenyi found his father's phone number and prepared to ask for help. Chenyi's attempt to steal a chicken backfired, and Mu Changming was unaware of the consequences. Mu Changming also had no hope that he could get Chenyi punished with just a word. This is just the beginning. After leaving the education building, Mu Changming prepared to head towards the east campus of Tiannan University of Science and Technology. He seemed to have signed up for an event in the game Inception a few days ago, and today was the start date of the event. Mu Changming is already a sophomore, and his score is only 4 points. If he continues like this, he will have a hard time graduating. We need to get the event going quickly. You need to get 60 points as soon as possible. The East Campus of Tiannan University of Science and Technology houses the teaching buildings for the School of Fine Arts, Music, and Dance. Along the way, Mu Changming can see many beautifully dressed women. Comprehensive building. Third floor, A307. Mu Changming glanced at the event address and walked towards the main building in front. Mu Changming from the East Campus rarely came here. He took the elevator to the third floor and walked straight towards A307. The entrance to A307 was already crowded with people, and many student council members were there maintaining order. Chapter 14 Fate from Heaven. Mu Changming looked at the crowded entrance, which was packed with people. Come here to sign in and scan this QR code. A boy held up a QR code, gesturing for everyone to scan it to sign in. Mu Changming watched as people flocked past, deciding to wait a while longer before scanning the QR code to sign in. But just then, a voice came from behind. Why don't you scan mine? Mu Changming turned around in surprise when he heard someone speaking to him. It was a girl with long, flowing hair. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her delicate pear-shaped face was lightly made up, her bright, expressive eyes were lively, and the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, as if she was pleased to see Mu Changming. The girl also has a great figure, wearing black flared pants that perfectly accentuate her slender, long legs. She had a student council member badge hanging around her neck. Yutingting. Thanks. Mu Changming looked at Yutingting, who had offered to let him scan the QR code, with some surprise. However, Mu Changming felt that the woman's figure was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. After signing in, Mu Changming politely asked, Have we met somewhere before? I even asked you for your contact information. Yutingting saw that Mu Changming seemed to have thought of something, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Do you want my contact information? Mu Changming suddenly remembered the blonde girl from yesterday. You are that blonde girl's best friend. You got it right. Yutingting snapped her fingers and laughed. Can we exchange contact information now? I did help you, you know. Could you please scan the code again? Yutingting winked at Mu Changming and proactively revealed her QR code. Mu Changming smiled. It seemed that his worries yesterday were unnecessary. Mu Changming added Yutingting's contact information. What about the remarks? My name is Yutingting. Yu, the U of Ug, and Ting, the Ting of Tingting. As she spoke, Yutingting held up her student council name tag. I admire longevity. Mu Changming also exchanged his name with Yutingting. Mu Changming, Changming. Tingting, come here quickly, the minister needs to see you. Hearing that something was wrong, Yutingting waved her hand apologetically at Mu Changming. We've contacted each other by phone. After saying that, Yutingting walked over there. Mu Changming opened Yutingting's WeChat moments. It was mostly selfies and food photos. Mu Changming glanced at it briefly before turning off his phone. This is a female student. She's pretty, but compared to her, Mu Changming still prefers a more flamboyant senior. Tingting, where did you run off to? The minister called you several times just now. Yuan Jiai pulled Yutingting aside and asked, puzzled. Yutingting didn't say anything, she just smiled foolishly. Yuan Jiai, looking at Yutingting who was still grinning foolishly, slapped Yutingting across the face, completely bewildered, and asked. Tingting, what are you laughing at? So happy? Nothing. Yutingting quickly shook her head, indicating that it was nothing. Nonsense, are you hiding something from me? Tell me quickly? Yuan Jiai leaned closer to Yutingting and pressed her for an answer. Yutingting didn't intend to hide it from Yuan Jiai, and happily said. I've added that handsome guy's contact information from yesterday. When did you add me? How come I didn't know? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiai exclaimed in surprise. Just now. We're really lucky we didn't expect him to participate in our event. Yutingting said with a smile. Then you two are quite lucky. You met once at Tiannan Square yesterday, and you bumped into each other here today. So he's also a student at Tiannan University of Science and Technology? Yeah, that's why I said I'm pretty lucky. Yutingting smiled slightly. Mu Changming was a student just like her, which was of course the best thing. If it were any other identity, Yutingting would really have to think it over. He added you on social media and didn't reject your request, so he must be single. But, judging from his appearance, he doesn't seem like a freshman. And with someone so handsome, who knows if he was a seasoned womanizer before? Ting Ting, you'd better be careful. Don't just look at faces when it comes to relationships, the heart is the most important thing. Yuan Jiai explained with a smile. After hearing what Yuan Jiai said, Ting thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll be careful. Girls' dormitory building number 27. Gao Juanhao stood at the door holding a bouquet of roses and a fine gift box. Girls passing by couldn't help but turn their heads when they saw him. Wow, that looks like a Chanel bag. Hey, Guan Yu, isn't that your freshman junior? Guan Yu's best friend, Song Yu, looked on with a smile as Gao Juanhao stood at the door holding a bouquet of flowers. Guan Yu noticed Gao Juanhao and the Chanel gift bag he was carrying. Although she didn't know what it contained, since it was Chanel, it certainly couldn't be cheap. Song Yu, standing to the side, looked at Guan Yu with some envy. Guan Yu, I really envy you for finding a freshman who was so willing to spend money on you. Why can't I find one? After Song Yu said that, Guan Yu's vanity was piqued. Guan Yu rolled her eyes at Song Yu, you don't lack men either. Gao Juanhao saw Guan Yu and Song Yu standing there and walked towards them with a smile. Senior. TSK, listen to how sweetly this senior sister calls out. Gao Juanhao jogged up to Guan Yu, and his eyes lit up when he saw Song Yu next to Guan Yu. Song Yu is quite pretty too. Song Yu was very tall, even taller than Guan Yu, probably over 1.7 meters, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Although her face is slightly less striking than Guan Yu's, her looks are still top-notch. Well, Guan Yu has that innate allure, while Song Yu gives off a feeling of being born a mistress. Gao Juanhao's knowledge is limited, and he can't think of a better word to describe Song Yu in front of him. However, Gao Juanhao was more interested in Guan Yu and immediately began to shower him with concern. Senior, why did you leave without saying a word yesterday? I've sent you so many messages, and you still haven't replied. Did your junior do something to upset you? Gao Juanhao portrayed himself as very innocent. Song Yu patted Guan Yu on the shoulder and smiled. I won't bother you any longer. I'm leaving now. Junior, I have high hopes for you. Before leaving, Song Yu gave Gao Juanhao a charming smile. It almost took Gao Juanhao's spirit away. Chapter 15, Guan Yu buying a mobile phone. As expected, the girls who hang out with a beauty like Guan Yu are bound to be pretty good too. Gao Juanhao thought to himself that he must find a time to win over Song Yu as well. Is it pretty? Seeing Gao Juanhao looking completely lost, Guan Yu raised an eyebrow and asked. Gao Juanhao immediately woke up and quickly handed the Chanel gift box in his hand to Guan Yu. Senior, take a look, do you like it? Gao Juanhao was extremely panicked. Luckily, he had brought a gift in advance, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. Guan Yu looked at the things Gao Juanhao handed over and took them without hesitation. However, Guan Yu refused the roses in Gao Juanhao's hand. Don't send me such tacky things next time, I don't like them. Gao Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Guan Yu was not angry. However, what Guan Yu said made Gao Juanhao somewhat unhappy. Did he not like it? You don't like what I carefully prepared for you? Damn, what a gold digger, and she's pretending to be so virtuous in front of me. Of course, Gao Juanhao only dared to think these things in his heart. Senior, why did you leave without saying a word yesterday? I waited for you in the restaurant for hours. I'm in a bad mood. Guan Yu made up a reason on the spot. Guan Yu's mind was completely occupied with Mu Changming, and she had no time to pay attention to Gao Juanhao. Senior, if you're feeling down, tell me. I know a place where, if you come with me, it will definitely make you happy. As Gao Juanhao was speaking, he reached out to grab Guan Yu, but Guan Yu skillfully dodged him. Not today, I have things to take care of. Let's talk about it in a few days. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Guan Yu waved to Gao Juanhao, then turned and left. Holding the roses, Gao Juanhao watched Guan Yu's departing figure, feeling a surge of anger. I spent thousands of dollars to buy you a Chanel lipstick, and in the end, I didn't even get to touch your hand. And, how did this slut manage to take the things without even blushing? Damn it, do you think I need your meal? Suddenly, Gao Juanhao's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. Gao Juanhao took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Guan Yu. If you stare at my best friend again, you're finished. So you were jealous. As expected, women are all petty creatures. Gao Juanhao felt much better after seeing Guan Yu's message. But speaking of Song Yu, she is indeed quite good looking. Forget it, the most important thing right now is to take down Guan Yu. After that, we can consider Song Yu. Next time you meet Guan Yu, you should be more careful. On the other side, Guan Yu took the gift Gao Juanhao gave her and sold it. The things this guy gave me are quite valuable. Guan Yu looked at the 7,000 yuan that had arrived in her account, then her gaze fell on the mobile phone chain store next door. She thought of Mu Changming's old, worn-out phone. It seemed like Mu Changming hadn't changed his phone in a long time. Guan Yu walked into the mobile phone store and headed straight for the iPhone counter. The male salesman's eyes lit up when he saw Guan Yu. What a beautiful college student. He's definitely a stamkin. Looks like we'll be able to sell another one today. The male salesman also walked up to Guan Yu with a smile. Hey beautiful, looking to get a new phone? Are you planning to trade in your old car for a new one? The male salesperson noticed the iPhone 16 Pro Max in Guan Yu's hand and assumed that Guan Yu wanted to trade in her old one for a new one. After all, trading in an old item for a new one is much cheaper. Guan Yu shook her head. No, I want to buy one for my boyfriend. What? It wasn't changed for myself. Buy one for your boyfriend? The male salesperson looked utterly astonished. Guan Yu is so beautiful and dressed so fashionably. She's definitely a stylish girl. Shouldn't a boyfriend work hard to save up money to buy things for a girl like her, just to please her? The male salesman said that if Guan Yu wanted it, he would be willing to spend a night with her, even if it meant he had to pay a hefty price. After all, Guan Yu is just too captivating. But now, a girl like Guan Yu actually wants to buy her boyfriend the latest iPhone 17 Pro Max? Could it be that I misjudged him? Is this girl a good girl? Beautiful lady, I bet you're still a student. The iPhone 17 just came out, and the Pro Max 256G is currently priced at $99.99, with no discounts whatsoever. 256 gigabytes? Guan Yu's iPhone 16 Pro Max is also 256 gigabytes, which should be enough as long as he doesn't play games. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that Mu Changming doesn't play games. Okay, get me one, the silver one. Guan Yu smiled at the male salesman. Upon hearing this, the male salesman felt a pang of envy. Damn, which bastard managed to get such a great girlfriend? Not only is she beautiful, but she's also willing to spend 10,000 yuan to buy a phone for her? 10,000 yuan is not a small amount for an average college student. Miss, are you paying in full or in installments? Full payment. Guan Yu shook her head. With the Chanel gift from Gao Juanhao, Guan Yu had the money to buy the phone without needing to pay in installments. After paying the bill, Guan Yu picked up her phone and walked out of the store. The male salesman watched Guan Yu's departing figure and murmured, I've started to believe in love again. Heavens above, can't I have a whole bunch of beauties like that? I also want my girlfriend to buy me an iPhone. Hey, what's wrong with you here? The male employee, who had just returned from the restroom, heard a grumbling as soon as he entered the room. You think you can get a woman to buy you a new iPhone? I bet you'd be the one to deliver your kidney to her. The male salesman was even more hurt and heartbroken after hearing his friend's sarcastic remarks. I just personally sold an iPhone filled with love. What's wrong with you? It's like he's having a seizure. You can check the surveillance footage yourself. The male salesman didn't want to talk about it anymore. All he could say was that his chest was full of envy. After watching the surveillance footage, the male employee's expression immediately turned strange. Really? Did this beautiful woman buy it for her boyfriend? You didn't change it yourself? It's absolutely true, I sold it myself. Depend on. Is it already 2020? How can there still be such a good girl? Why can't I meet one? The male employees immediately became envious. Chapter 16 Yun Shiren's Shyness. Guan Yu held her iPhone, intending to contact Mu Changming, but realized she didn't seem to have his contact information. That damn bastard. Don't you miss me at all? Guan Yu looked at the chat history on her phone and gently bit her red lips. In the school cafeteria. Mu Changming is also a little worried now, because he has too few opportunities to meet with Luo Xuening. Luo Xuening spends all her time in the office, making it difficult for Mu Changming to create opportunities for them to meet. Seeing that Luo Xuening's favorability rating was stable at 45, she was only 35 points away from reaching 80. Hey, what are you thinking about? Looks all worried? Yun Shiren walked up behind Mu Changming and slapped him. When Mu Changming saw that it was Yun Shiren, he shook his head. Nothing. Yun Shiren couldn't help with this, so she couldn't very well tell Yun Shiren that she was going to try and win over the counselor. Hey, you got a new phone? Yun Shiren's eyes lit up when she saw the new iPhone in Mu Changming's hand. You only realized that today? Mu Changming thought Yun Shiren had noticed it yesterday. I told you, as long as you break up with that money-grubbing Guan Yu, you'll definitely live a very comfortable life. You weren't thinking about Guan Yu just now, were you? Yun Shiren winked at Mu Changming and raised an eyebrow to ask. No. Don't mention her. What are you eating today? 5 grains fish noodles. Okay, I'll go buy it. Oh, no thanks. I'll treat you since you saved me a seat. Yun Shiren smiled, pressed Mu Changming down, and then walked towards the stall selling 5-grain fish noodles with a cheerful smile. Mu Changming put his phone on the table and then walked towards Wugu Yufan. Looking at the 2 bowls of fish noodles in front of her, Yun Shiren felt like she couldn't possibly hold them all at once. Just as Yun Shiren was about to take 1 bowl at a time, Mu Changming appeared behind her without her noticing and picked up both bowls. Okay, won't you tell me? Looking at the tall Mu Changming behind her, Yun Shiren's heart suddenly started racing for some reason. Yun Shiren had long been used to this kind of behavior when she was with Mu Changming, but after being separated for so long because of Guan Yu, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed to do the same thing again. What are you standing there for? Get the chopsticks. Seeing Yun Shiren standing there in a daze, Mu Changming raised an eyebrow and reminded her. Oh, okay. Yun Shiren quickly grabbed 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks. What happened to me just now? My heart is beating so fast. After what just happened, Yun Shiren wanted to sit opposite Mu Changming, but Mu Changming was somewhat reluctant. Why are you sitting across from me? Is that not allowed? Mu Changming put down his chopsticks and scrutinized Yun Shiren with his gaze. Are you hiding something from me? What am I hiding from you? Mu Changming looked suspicious. Yun Shiren was acting strangely today. Something seems off. The 2 were enjoying their meal when Yun Shiren suddenly cried out and a look of pain appeared on her face. What's wrong? He bit his tongue. Yun Shiren covered her mouth and said with a wronged expression. Mu Changming sighed, no one's going to take it from you. Why are you eating so fast? Wait here, I'll go buy you a bottle of water, you can rinse your mouth in a bit. Yun Shiren watched Mu Changming's retreating figure as he bought water, and looked at the 5-grain fish noodles in front of her, still steaming. What exactly happened today? Why are you so distracted? When Mu Changming returned from buying water, he thoughtfully opened the tap for Yun Shiren. Yun Shiren picked it up and took a sip. But after drinking it, Yun Shiren didn't know where to vomit. Yun Shiren was already beautiful, but when she was with Mu Changming, she acted like a man. Now that he's suddenly puffing out his cheeks, it has a unique charm. Absolutely adorable. A slight smile appeared on Mu Changming's lips as he pointed to the wash basin over there. There. Soon, Yun Shiren returned after rinsing her mouth. Does it still hurt? How can it not hurt? It hurts so much. Let me see how deep the bite is. If it really comes down to it, I'll go with you to the hospital to get some anti-inflammatory medication, just in case you get an infection. Mu Changming asked softly. You want to see it? When Yun Shiren heard that Mu Changming wanted to see it, her expression immediately became hesitant. That's a bit inappropriate. There are so many people here. You need to stick your tongue out yourself. Sit down. Dragging and dawdling. Mu Changming pulled Yun Shiren down directly, and then said very solemnly. Open your mouth. Looking at Mu Changming, who had suddenly become assertive, Yun Shiren closed her eyes shyly and then slowly opened her mouth. Yun Shiren gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, her palms were sweaty and sticky. Even her eyelashes, as delicate as a fan, couldn't help but tremble. Yun Shiren, what's wrong with you? You shouldn't have felt embarrassed about this kind of thing before. Seeing that the wound on the tip of her tongue wasn't very deep, Mu Changming was about to speak when he noticed that Yun Shiren's body was trembling slightly. And this woman, why did she close her eyes? And her face was also a little flushed. Mu Changming wasn't naive when it came to relationships. Yun Shiren's situation was clearly, she was shy. But why would Yun Shiren feel shy about herself? Is it all done? Yun Shiren was on the verge of losing her composure. She was extremely nervous. It's been fine for a long time. It's been fine for a long time, why didn't you tell me? When Yoon Shiren heard that it was already over, her face immediately turned somewhat angry. Is this guy trying to make a fool of himself on purpose? I told you to stick out your tongue, but I didn't tell you to close your eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were going to kiss me. Mu Changming decided to test his good friend Yoon Shiren first. I'm just not used to it yet. Upon hearing this, Yoon Shiren's eyes darted around, and she looked extremely flustered, starting to make excuses. You didn't know that before. Before Mu Changming could finish speaking, Yoon Shiren quickly picked up her school bag and interrupted her with an excuse. Time's up, I still have homework to finish. I'm off now. You can take the bowl now. After saying that, Yoon Shiren fled in panic. Mu Changming watched the fleeing figure, a smile flashing in his eyes. Yoon Shiren. So you can be shy too. Your weakness seems to have been found by me. Chapter 17 Song Yu's Invitation. Yoon Shiren fled in panic, walked to the outside of the cafeteria, covered her chest with her hands, and glanced back at the cafeteria. Why is my heart beating so fast? I never felt this way when I was with him before. Could it be? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Yoon Shiren quickly shook her head. How could this be? Impossible. But the more I thought about it, the stronger the idea in my mind became. Yoon Shiren left the cafeteria, and Mu Changming took his bowl and also turned and left. Having just finished eating, Mu Changming planned to take a walk on the playground to carefully consider how to approach Luo Xuening. The playground was unusually lively tonight, with eye-catching lights flashing across it. A lot of boys were gathered there, as if there were beautiful girls walking the runway. Mu Changming also looked over there. In the distance, there were many girls wearing high heels. Their already tall figures, combined with the high heels, made their long, exposed legs extremely eye-catching. The models who can walk the runway here are probably not bad at all. Although she can't compare to the stunning beauty of Luo Xuening or Yin Shiren, she is still quite a beauty. However, just as Mu Changming was pondering whether he should invite a female senior to go out and have some fun. After all, he had broken up with Guan Yu, and Mu Changming was single. The last time he went to a hotel with Guan Yu was several months ago. Just as Mu Changming was having an idea, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Mu Changming? Mu Changming heard someone call his name and turned around. It was a tall woman he recognized. Guan Yu's best friend, Song Yu. Song Yu? Song Yu was also a little surprised, not expecting to meet Guan Yu's boyfriend, Mu Changming, here. But, he's so pitiful. Guan Yu already has a junior in elementary school, and he still doesn't know. Guan Yu broke up with Song Yu, but Song Yu didn't know, because Guan Yu hadn't told Song Yu either. Looking at the tall Mu Changming in front of her, Song Yu felt that he was more handsome and had more charisma than before, especially his eyes. They no longer had the deep affection he had when looking at Guan Yu, but instead had a more sentimental look. I'm sorry to tell you something that will make you sad, but Guan Yu didn't come to the playground. Song Yu smiled at Mu Changming. I thought Mu Changming would be sad, but to my surprise, Mu Changming simply hummed in response. What does this have to do with me? Mu Changming's attitude left Song Yu somewhat confused. Wasn't Mu Changming very fond of Guan Yu? Why are you adopting such a cold attitude now? Could it be that the two of them had a fight? Did you have a fight with Guan Yu? Looking at Song Yu's surprised expression, Mu Changming said with great interest. As her best friend, didn't she tell you that we broke up? What? You two broke up? Song Yu was immediately shocked. Guan Yu really hadn't told her that she and Mu Changming had broken up. If Song Yu hadn't met Mu Changming today, she probably would still be in the dark. Guan Yu, are you afraid that I think you're materialistic? Looking at Mu Changming in front of her, Song Yu's mind suddenly started to wander. Song Yu had seen every bit of how good Mu Changming was to Guan Yu. Such a good man, I never expected Guan Yu to not cherish him. Song Yu leaned closer to Mu Changming and smiled. You already know about Guan Yu's relationship with the freshman? Mu Changming ignored Song Yu. Seeing that Mu Changming didn't speak, Song Yu smiled and brushed her hair behind her ear, only to find that Mu Changming's gaze was fixed on the models walking the runway. I felt a little angry. Was I not as good looking as them? I just didn't dress as extravagantly as them today. Senior, you've exposed yourself. Just then, the first beautiful woman to walk the runway was blown by an evening breeze, her skirt billowing up, instantly igniting a surge of excitement. Damn, I didn't see it clearly just now. I missed out on a fortune. Song Yu looked at the men, each with a lecherous, wolf-like appearance. Did they ever think that their childhood dream was to become a great scientist? Gynecology is also a department. Mu Changming glanced at Song Yu and said casually. Song Yu was immediately amused by Mu Changming. This guy was truly humorous. Guan Yu. Your ex-boyfriend was really attractive. Song Yu suddenly moved closer to Mu Changming. Seeing Song Yu so close to him, Mu Changming raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid that your best friend will see this? Best friend? You haven't heard that female best friend relationships are the most unreliable. And didn't she abandon you for a freshman? You're single now, and so am I. Don't you want to provoke Guan Yu a bit? Let her experience what it feels like to be betrayed. Song Yu leaned close to Mu Changming's ear and blew a breath of hot air into his ear. After she finished speaking, Song Yu's body trembled slightly, as if she was feeling excited. But the thought of Guan Yu knowing that she and Mu Changming were together made Song Yu feel excited. Ding, name, Song Yu. Appearance, 91. Age, 20. Hobby, stealing other people's things. Hobby, the pleasure derived from stimulating others. Number of charging cycles, 0. Favorability, 58. When Mu Changming saw Song Yu's character panel, he thought, this woman looks so serious, but I didn't expect her to be a pervert. There's a saying that's true. Beautiful women always have a few quirks. I just didn't expect her to like me so much. Is it because of the language? Looking at Song Yu, who had offered herself up so readily, how could Mu Changming refuse? Guan Yu really made a good best friend. Just as the two were getting angry, a mature female voice came from inside. Song Yu, what are you doing over there? Upon hearing the sound, Mu Changming and Song Yu turned their heads to look at each other. She wore a white pleated skirt on the bottom and a stylish tight-fitting top on the top, which perfectly accentuated her slender and tall figure. Her figure deserves full marks. I forgot to tell you. I'm also walking the runway today. Don't go. Song Yueyu slid her hand off Mu Changming's neck, then swayed her hips as she walked toward the woman who had called her name. The woman saw Mu Changming standing there. He was tall and handsome, quite outstanding. Your new boyfriend? How about it? Is he handsome? Song Yu smiled at the woman, her expression one of smugness. After all, it would be quite prestigious to take Mu Changming out. The woman pursed her lips and remained silent. Mu Changming was tall and handsome, naturally so. However, out of jealousy, the woman remained silent. However, he is mine. Song Yu smiled, finished speaking, and headed towards the fitting room below the stage to change her clothes. The woman glanced at Mu Changming, pursed her lips, and turned to leave. Chapter 18. Winning at the lottery shop. Song Yu participated in the fashion show, and Mu Changming walked over with a smile. It has to be said that there are many beautiful girls in the dance and music departments. These girls are all dressed very fashionably and in very cool clothes. As they walked the runway, each one more skilled than the last, eliciting screams from the surrounding boys. Soon it was Song Yu's turn. Song Yu changed into a black one-piece dress, which looked extremely fashionable. In addition, Song Yu's height did not need to be highlighted by high heels, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. Holy crap, this is gorgeous. Those legs are longer than my life. It has to be said that Song Yu is also very good at dancing, especially her slender waist, which is so beautiful that it could kill any boy. Song Yu spotted Mu Changming below at a glance and blew him a kiss without hesitation. The boy standing next to Mu Changming immediately became excited. Holy crap! The goddess blew me a kiss. Will my goddess like me? Does it have anything to do with you? Don't you even look at who's standing behind you? One of the boys couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but offer a reminder. The boy standing next to Mu Changming turned around and saw that Mu Changming was more than a head taller than him. His smile immediately froze. Depend on. How can this guy be so tall? Being tall is one thing, but why is this face also so eye-catching? Song Yu walked around once, and then walked with today's models. Walking side by side, those legs are killing me. Everyone was swallowing hard. For fashion shows. I still need to watch my seniors' videos. After Song Yu finished walking with them, she immediately headed towards Mu Changming, which made many people extremely envious. How about it? I think I did pretty well. Song Yu looked like she was taking credit for something. Are you trying to provoke me? Mu Changming glanced at the murderous glares directed at him and couldn't help but ask.
Song Yu smiled, took Mu Changming's hand, placed it on her waist, and looked at Mu Changming with a rather provocative gaze.
How about this?
Oh. With a forceful pull, Mu Changming pressed Song Yu tightly against his body, then lowered his head to Song Yu's face, seemingly about to kiss her. Song Yu was also stunned, not expecting Mu Changming to suddenly become so proactive. Song Yu thought everything was under her control, but now it seems she underestimated Mu Changming.
When it came to actually kissing, Song Yu was still a little flustered.
This scene has made many people so envious they're practically spitting blood.
My goddess. My heart is broken. Damn, I want to hug my senior too.
Song Yu tried to struggle, but Mu Changming wouldn't give her a chance. Song Yu had started the fire, and Mu Changming was just offering himself up.
Depend on. They kissed. Ah. I'm going crazy.
A sound of heartbreak filled the air. Even the models who knew Song Yu couldn't help but ask when they saw this.
Song Yu, isn't she single? Who is this handsome guy?
After a long while, their lips parted, and a blush crept onto Song Yu's delicate face, like a ripe red apple.
How? Don't you like excitement? Could it be that was your first kiss? Song Yu was extremely embarrassed and pushed Mu Changming away. Asshole. I'm going to change my clothes. Mu Changming watched Song Yu flee in panic. This woman, she was quite bold. Did she really think she could grab him and strangle him?
Song Yu returned to the fitting room, touched her still slightly damp lips, and the scene from earlier flashed through her mind. Song Yu only wanted to tease Mu Changming, and never expected that Mu Changming would actually kiss her. However, Song Yu was not disgusted, on the contrary, she was a little excited. He got off too easily. Mu Changming waited outside for a while before Song Yu changed her clothes and came out.
Mu Changming raised an eyebrow when he noticed that Song Yu's necklace had suddenly disappeared. Why did you take off your necklace?
Song Yu rolled her eyes at Mu Changming. That's not mine. That necklace cost several $1,000s, I can't afford to buy it.
Oh, by the way, what time is it? 21:30.
Song Yu took out a lottery ticket from her pocket and then took out her phone to search for tonight's lottery results.
02, 03, 04, 16, 21, 06, 12.
Song Yu looked at the lottery results, then glanced down at my own number.
05, 08, 16, 17, 28, 06, 12. Wow, I won. Mu Changming raised an eyebrow. Could this thing really win a prize? Do you have time? Come with me to redeem a prize, and I'll treat you to ice cream.
Song Yu waved the lottery ticket in front of Mu Changming.
Mu Changming was naturally more than happy to agree.
Once he left the school gates, whether he could come back or not was entirely up to him. Mu Changming and Song Yu walked out of the gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology and traveled eastward for hundreds of years until they arrived at a rather large lottery shop.
Boss, I want to claim my prize.
Song Yu looked at the shop owner who was sitting there playing on his phone and handed him the lottery ticket. The shopkeeper glanced at it, then took out 15 yuan in cash and handed it to Song Yu. After Song Yu took the money, she was about to leave, but she saw Mu Changming staring at the scratch-off lottery tickets.
Song Yu leaned closer. You're not going to play this, are you? Certainly. Mu Changming has X-ray vision. The scratch-off lottery ticket looks transparent to him. Stop playing. It's too much of a loss if you're unlucky with this. The cheapest one is 10 yuan. Song Yu shook her head, not really wanting to play. But I think you're lucky today. Ah? I'm lucky?
Mu Changming smiled slightly and continued.
Moreover, I've heard that men and women holding hands have a higher chance of winning the lottery.
After Mu Changming finished speaking, he extended his hand.
Song Yu laughed. This guy is really interesting. Boss, could you please show me the ticket?
The boss, seeing that work had come in today, smiled and said,
Sure.
The shopkeeper promptly took out the scratch-off lottery ticket for Mu Changming.
Mu Changming directly selected a 7 and placed it in front of Song Yu. You shave. Mu Changming swept the money over first.
Song Yu tried to let go, but Mu Changming held her hand tightly.
It won't work if you let go. I'll press it for you. Song Yu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Mu Changming's teasing gaze.
Then she slowly scraped it off, and after she finished, Song Yu was stunned. A long string of numbers starting with 7 appeared in front of me.
It exploded? Chapter 19, Buying a Necklace. Songyu originally just wanted to have some fun, but she never expected that the first card would be a hit. How much is it? The boss was extremely envious the very first one sold out. 1,000. Songyu held the scratch-off lottery ticket in disbelief.
20 yuan, and she actually scratched out a 1,000 yuan prize.
This guy's luck is just too good. You too, want to continue playing?
Songyu was about to refuse. After all, it was time to cut her losses, but Mu Changming took out another bill and, without waiting for Songyu to speak, swiped the money over.
Play, of course I'll play. Scratch this one. Hey, we've already earned 980. If we keep scraping, we'll lose money. Songyu said softly. This one also has a surprise.
If we lose money, we're done playing.
Seeing Mu Changming's confident gaze, Songyu had no choice but to nod. Oh well.
I've told you so many times, let go, and your luck will be gone.
Mu Changming frowned when he saw that Songyu was about to let go again.
Songyu's face flushed slightly, and she muttered softly.
Your hands are too hot. They're all sweating.
After Songyu finished speaking, she scratched off the scratch-off lottery ticket in front of her. But when Songyu saw the number 7 again, she was completely dumbfounded.
800 this time.
Mu Changming smiled when he saw the winning amount on the screen. The boss was also shocked.
Damn, these two guys are so lucky? Two casually placed bills can easily cost 800 or even 1,000?
Why is there nothing when I shave myself?
You won again?
Songyu was also somewhat stunned.
She had won twice in a row? And they're all big prizes?
Mu Changming glanced at the big 7 lottery ticket, which no longer had a grand prize, and then turned his attention to the 50 yuan scratch-off ticket. There's actually a 10,000 here. When Mu Changming saw one, his eyes lit up immediately.
Boss, give me this one.
Mu Changming took the 10,000 yuan note and then scanned the 50 yuan note.
Still playing? Songyu couldn't help but say. Certainly. Our luck has always been on our side. Shave.
Songyu obediently scratched off the 50 yuan note.
What comes into view is a string of double happiness symbols.
10 double happiness symbols, each with 1,000 or 10,000 below it.
10,000? You won again?
The boss was immediately flustered.
Had these two guys won again? 1,800, and now another 10,000? This luck is just unbelievable. Did we win 10,000? Songyu's hands were trembling as she held the scratch-off lottery ticket. This is nothing.
Mu Changming smiled slightly. There were quite a few small prizes among them.
Continue. 100. 300. 200. After paying the taxes, the total came to 11,800. Gentlemen, I'm transferring the money to you.
The boss, feeling sorry for Mu Changming, transferred 11,800 yuan to him. Mu Changming, holding Songyu's hand, looked at the 11,800 yuan that had arrived in his account and smiled.
Let's go.
As Songyu walked out of the lottery shop, she was still somewhat incredulous. In such a short time, they had actually earned 11,800 yuan. Every single one Mu Changming picked was a perfect match.
Did you, Che 8? Songyu couldn't help but look at Mu Changming and ask. What does this have to do with cheating? We were just lucky. Mu Changming pulled Songyu's hand and raised it up.
The neon light shone on Mu Changming's handsome face, and with a carefree smile playing on his lips, a few stray hairs brushing against his sword-like eyebrows, he was incredibly dashing.
Songyu's initial impression of Mu Changming was his kindness towards Guan Yu.
Songyu's closeness to Mu Changming was mostly related to her own quirks.
But what about now?
Songyu found the man in front of her to be incredibly charming. It exudes a fatal attraction at all times.
Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Mu Changming pulled Songyu forward.
After the customer left, the lottery shop owner, looking at the huge pile of lottery tickets in front of him, couldn't resist scratching them.
That kid didn't have a single blank card. That's ridiculous. But the boss scratched it. Null. 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 3 consecutive losses made the boss's face turn pale. I refuse to believe it. Null. 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 Another 3 consecutive losses have left the boss numb.
The boss sat listlessly in his chair.
What happened? Why does he hit the bullseye every time he scrapes? I scraped myself and missed 6 times in a row? Is it because we weren't holding hands? Do we have to hold hands to win the lottery?
The boss quickly got up and called his wife, who was watching TV inside, out of the room.
What are you doing? Hold my hand. What are you doing? You've started scratching lottery tickets again?
When his wife saw this, she got really angry. The boss, however, paid no attention to what his wife said and only believed in metaphysics. But the result was disastrous.
Null. 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 Another 3 consecutive short positions.
The boss was desperate.
Why was it okay for him to hold hands? Why can't I hold hands with myself? My wife got angry.
The shopkeeper scratched 350 yuan bills, so she lost 150 yuan in one go.
She was furious. You bastard, I told you to sell lottery tickets, not to buy them. Get out of here.
If you don't earn back that 150 yuan by tonight, don't come back to sleep. The shop owner was punched and kicked out of the lottery shop by his wife.
The boss looked at the closed door, then at the bustling street outside. Damn it, it's definitely not my fault, it must be because my wife isn't pretty enough.
Mu Changming had no idea that his boss had been kicked out of the house because of him.
Why did you bring me to Tiannan Square? Song Yu looked at Mu Changming with some confusion.
Mu Changming didn't say anything, but simply pulled Song Yu and walked straight towards the gold store in front.
Song Yu had a bad feeling. Why did this guy bring her to the jewelry store? Look, is there anything you like? Mu Changming pulled Song Yu to the necklace area and asked her a question. Are you going to buy me a necklace? The current price of gold is over 900 yuan per gram.
Song Yu never expected that Mu Changming would take her to buy a gold necklace.
I want to see you wearing a necklace. Eye-catching.
Mu Changming immediately took a liking to the women's gold necklace and smiled.
Take this out. The saleswoman smiled slightly and took out the gold necklace. Gentlemen.
Mu Changming took the necklace and looked directly at Song Yu in front of him.
Pull your hair up.
Song Yu stared blankly at Mu Changming, stiffly raised her hand, and brushed her hair back.
Chapter 20 We need to eat. Mu Changming leaned closer to Song Yu and put the necklace around her neck.
Song Yu was already beautiful, and with the addition of the gold necklace, she was even more dazzling. Song Yu felt a cool touch on her neck, and the shop assistant, being very perceptive, brought out a mirror.
Beautiful lady, you look really good in it.
Looking at herself in the mirror, Song Yu felt a touch of nobility reflected in the golden light.
Do you like it?
Song Yu admired herself in the mirror and nodded subconsciously.
How much? Sir, this gold necklace is currently priced at 11,800. Mu Changming paid the money without hesitation.
The female shop assistant was also surprised by Mu Changming's efficiency. The two of them clearly looked like college students, and 10,000 yuan was no small sum for college students.
Song Yu stared at Mu Changming, almost in a daze. You bought it? If you like it, why not buy it? Mu Changming raised an eyebrow and asked. Song Yu fell silent.
He had actually bought himself a gold necklace for 11,800 yuan without saying a word.
But, didn't Guan Yu say that Mu Changming was very poor? How could I possibly come up with 11,800? No. I'm poor. How could someone so poor possibly use the latest iPhone 17 Pro Max? Song Yu was already a little confused. Buying a gold necklace without batting an eye, does that have anything to do with being poor? The female shop assistant looked at Song Yu with envy. Beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so good to you. This is a gift box for the two of you. Mu Changming took the gift box and led Song Yu out of the jewelry store. Song Yu is still somewhat confused. I bought a necklace worth 10,000 yuan without hesitation. Just because I think the necklace looks good on me? Song Yu looked up at Mu Changming beside her. His handsome profile, humorous words, and especially the way he paid the bill earlier had left a deep impression on her. Indelible. Is a gold necklace worth it now? Gold prices are currently falling. Song Yu couldn't help but ask. Even if its value drops rapidly, if you carry it with you, it will only appreciate in value. Song Yu blushed deeply after being teased by Mu Changming. How could someone like Mu Changming possibly be dumped by a woman? Is Guan Yu out of his mind? Mu Changming pulled Song Yu along as they slowly walked towards the school, and the two strolled along the street. Time is slowly passing by.
The two tacitly avoided mentioning anything else, and the quiet time slipped away unnoticed.
Mu Changming timed things very well. By the time the two arrived at the gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology, the gate was already locked. Oh no! The door is locked. Mu Changming looked at the closed school gate.
Song Yu looked at the closed school gate, a slight smile playing on her lips.
How? You're walking so slowly, isn't it because you wanted to lock the door? Mu Changming did not deny it. Where are we going?
Song Yu's voice trembled slightly.
Tiannan Century Hotel. Tiannan Century Hotel. Mu Changming pulled Song Yu into the hotel. Tiannan Century Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Tiannan City, with an extremely luxurious architectural style. Give me a luxury suite. Sir, here is your room key. The room is 603 on the 6th floor. Just turn left at the elevator. Mu Changming took the room key from the front desk and pulled Song Yu toward his mouth. Song Yu, standing beside Mu Changming, appeared less composed than before.
This was Song Yu's first time staying out all night with a man, staying in a hotel instead.
Mu Changming pulled Song Yu into the elevator and took her to the 6th floor.
They slowly walked towards room 603.
With each step, Song Yu's heart pounded. Is it developing that fast?
Although Song Yu wanted to spark a romance with Mu Changming.
But, isn't it too fast for the two of them to check into a hotel in just one day? Upon entering the hotel, Song Yu quickly released Mu Changming's hand.
I'll take a shower first.
Mu Changming watched Song Yu rush into the hotel with a slight smile on his lips.
He unscrewed the bottle of red wine on the table and poured himself a glass.
Mu Changming, holding a wineglass, went to the window. From here, he could see the entire night view of Tiannan City.
Looking out, Mu Changming seemed to see his past self running around on some street. At this moment, Song Yu leaned against the cold bathroom wall, her heart pounding.
This guy actually brought me to stay in a 5-star hotel.
Even if he bought the gold necklace with lottery winnings, then, surely the hotel room that cost several $1,000s a night should belong to him.
Long life is desired. What you said seems completely different from what Guan Yu said.
Song Yu dried her hair, tied a towel around her neck, and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as Song Yu came out, she saw Mu Changming standing on the windowsill holding a glass of red wine.
Song Yu slowly walked to Mu Changming's side.
It's your turn to wash. Mu Changming looked at Song Yu, who had just finished showering, and smiled as he handed her a wineglass.
Take it.
Song Yu thought that Mu Changming handed her the wineglass because he was going to take a bath.
But the next second, Song Yu exclaimed, "Ah!
I have something more important to do now than take a shower." Song Yu spilled red wine all over herself. Looking at Mu Changming, who had picked her up, her face flushed red, and her gaze darted away.
Will you take responsibility? Didn't Guan Yu tell you what kind of man I am? Mu Changming carried Song Yu toward the bed.
Just as Song Yu was placed on the bed, her phone suddenly rang.
Mu Changming's eyes immediately darkened. Song Yu smiled and took the phone.
It's your ex-girlfriend calling.
Should I answer it? Why won't you answer?
Mu Changming immediately smiled and connected the phone for Song Yu.
Guan Yu's voice came through the phone immediately. Song Yu, it's already 11 o'clock, why aren't you back yet?
Before Song Yu could speak, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise.
Ah! Guan Yu, who was in the dormitory, heard Song Yu's exclamation. Song Yu, what's wrong? Guan Yu. I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle suddenly. Ouch, that hurts. Guan Yu didn't suspect anything, how could you be so careless? Didn't you go to participate in a fashion show? Why haven't they come back yet?
After they finished their show, they dragged me to a bar, and then we went too far.
Song Yu, what's wrong with you? Stuttering when you speak? Guan Yu was completely confused, feeling that Song Yu was acting very strangely today. Guan Yu, I'm not talking to you anymore. I have something to do. I'll talk to you when I get to school tomorrow. I'm hanging up now. Chapter 21 Women's Jealousy.
Guan Yu was completely bewildered when he heard the beeping sound from his phone.
What is Song Yu doing? Why is tonight so strange?
Guan Yu put down her phone and suddenly felt an emptiness in her chest, as if something had been taken away from her.
This feeling was faint, yet real, leaving Guan Yu feeling unsettled. Hotel. No one is bothering us now.
Song Yu wrapped her arms around Mu Changming's neck, a captivating smile blooming on her face. Nothing happened that night, and those on the 6th floor couldn't hear the sounds of traffic below. The next morning, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight shone on Song Yu and Mu Changming.
Song Yu lazily covered her head with the blanket. Mu Changming wasn't as tired as Song Yu, on the contrary, he felt refreshed. Mu Changming picked up his phone from the bedside table. It was already past 9 o'clock.
Don't you have class today? Song Yu remained silent in bed, then pulled down the covers and looked at Mu Changming with a resentful expression.
I'm in so much pain, how am I supposed to go to class? Song Yu was almost numb. Wasn't it said that men couldn't beat women? How can Mu Changming be such a pervert? Song Yu hadn't heard Guan Yu say that Mu Changming was that strong.
But he stole her best friend's man.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Then rest here for a while, I'll renew your subscription later.
I have a question.
You're clearly so rich, why did you hide it from Guan Yu?
Is this a test for her?
Song Yu had already realized that Mu Changming was not the poor guy Guan Yu described at all. After breaking up with Guan Yu, he was using a new mobile phone and staying in high-end hotels. How could a poor guy afford that? And this guy, he's so good at flirting.
How? Are you afraid? Are you no match for her?
Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Mu Changming's lips curled into a smile.
Upon hearing this, Song Yu immediately smiled.
I've slept with her man, and she even cuckolded him. Even if she lost, it was still her loss. Mu Changming smiled, then his eyes suddenly shifted slightly.
Shouldn't you take a shower?
When Song Yu saw the look in Mu Changming's eyes, she was immediately afraid.
You go ahead and wash.
I want to lie down for a while longer.
I'm so tired. Mu Changming didn't insist and turned to walk towards the bathroom.
Mu Changming and Song Yu stayed at the Tiannan Century Hotel until 2 p.m., then had a meal together before returning to school one after another.
Song Yu dragged her tired body back to the dormitory.
As soon as Song Yu returned to her dormitory, a bunch of eyes were fixed on her.
Guan Yu frowned slightly when he saw Song Yu return. Why, are you only coming back now?
Song Yu looked at Guan Yu lying on the bed and smiled inwardly, thinking, I've already stolen your man.
Hey, yeah, when did you buy this gold necklace? It's so pretty. The other roommates were immediately drawn to the gold necklace around Song Yu's neck.
Upon hearing this, Guan Yu also noticed the gold necklace around Guan Yu's neck.
Yeah, you didn't come home last night. Were you dating someone behind our backs? My roommates immediately started gossiping.
Song Yu glanced at Guan Yu out of the corner of her eye, a slight smile playing on her lips.
Yes, I'm in love. And he's a handsome guy too.
Yeah, are you really in a relationship? My roommate just guessed casually, but Song Yu actually admitted it.
He bought this necklace for me too.
Song Yu picked up the gold necklace around her neck, intending to show it off to Guan Yu.
Oh my god. Yeah, you didn't find a rich and handsome guy, did you? How many days have they been talking? Do you have any photos?
Song Yu's roommate smiled calmly and said, It's a secret for now, but I'll show it to everyone when I have the chance.
Guan Yu was a little unhappy. She hadn't even known that Song Yu was in a relationship. She was perfectly normal just 2 days ago, how come she's suddenly in a relationship today?
She treated her like a best friend, but she never told me about her relationship.
Guan Yu didn't mind. She could introduce them to each other another time. He calls him handsome?
They must have found a Mediterranean man, but now they're too embarrassed to bring him out.
Yeah, how many grams does your gold necklace weigh? It's so beautiful.
Yes, where did you buy it? I've been thinking of buying a pair of gold rings with my partner recently, but the price of gold is too high right now. Guan Yu felt extremely annoyed seeing her roommate's envious expressions.
It's just a gold necklace. What's so strange about that? Guan Yu got out of bed, somewhat agitated. Seeing Guan Yu preparing to leave, Song Yu smiled and said, Going out again? Is it a freshman looking for you? Xiao Yu, that freshman has been fawning over you for so many days, you're not really going to be with him, are you?
My roommate heard that the whole dorm knew about the freshman who was licking Guan Yu's boots. Guan Yu felt much better after hearing her roommate's words.
Let's take another look. I'm so envious.
Yesterday I saw that freshman giving Guan Yu a huge bouquet of roses.
And Yaya also found a boyfriend today. Where did you all find your boyfriends? How come you're all so rich? Guan Yu and Song Yu looked on with envy. I wish I were half as good looking as Yeye and Xiao Yu. While flattering the two, Guan Yu felt a little impatient.
Previously, everyone envied me.
Now there's another one, Song Yu. Women are all petty creatures. I'm leaving now. Song Yu watched Guan Yu leave, a smile playing on her lips. Guan Yu, when you see Mu Changming appear beside me one day, holding my hand, I wonder what your expression will be. Thinking about this made Song Yu a little excited.
Song Yu returned to her dormitory, while Mu Changming rushed to his last class of the morning and afternoon. As soon as Mu Changming entered the classroom, he felt a cold gaze directed at him. Mu Changming sensed hostile gazes and, following his intuition, saw Chen Yi sitting there, with Xing Yuqing, Wu Aolin, and others beside him.
Mu Changming casually found a seat and sat down. Chen Yi was furious when he saw Mu Changming acting so confidently. Brother Chen, how do you plan to deal with this arrogant brat? Wu Aolin looked at Mu Changming sitting there, radiating an undeniable handsomeness.
He then took out his phone and looked at his own face, feeling that he was far inferior to Mu Changming. Wu Aolin is an extremely narcissistic person and hates it when other people are better looking than him.
I've already gotten Guan Yu's contact information from someone. What do you think I should do to him? Chapter 22 Meeting with Guan Yu.
Chen Yi leaned back in his chair with a slight smile on his face, as if he could already imagine Guan Yu being with him. Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but feel envious when they heard Chen Yi's words.
As expected of Brother Chen.
Wu Aolin reluctantly gave Chen Yi a thumbs up.
You can just wait here for good news. And I also found out that Guan Yu and Mu Changming have probably broken up.
They haven't seen each other for several days. Chen Yi became more and more excited as he thought about it. This was the perfect moment to take advantage of the situation.
Beauty. She's not from our education department, is she? Absolutely not. Besides Luo Shuayun, where else in our education department can we find such a beautiful woman? Just then, Song Yu suddenly appeared at the classroom door.
As the discussion was in full swing, Chen Yi and the others immediately sat up straight.
Wu Aolin even fiddled with his hair, seemingly trying to accentuate his handsomeness.
Song Yu glanced around the classroom and soon spotted Mu Changming sitting there. A bright, beautiful smile appeared on Song Yu's lips as she slowly walked towards Mu Changming. A faint fragrance lingered where Song Yu walked, and the boy sitting in the front row couldn't help but turn around and stare intently at Song Yu's long legs.
Holy crap, those legs are longer than my life.
When Mu Changming saw Song Yu suddenly appear, he frowned.
Why was Song Yu here? Didn't she go back to her dorm?
Song Yu walked to Mu Changming's side, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and saw Mu Changming's slightly furrowed brows.
How? You didn't want me to come? No, not really. I was just curious, weren't you going back to rest? Mu Changming stood up and let Song Yu sit inside.
Song Yu went inside and sat down, then smiled slightly at Mu Changming.
A day apart feels like 3 autumns, I miss you so much. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Mu Changming sat down and looked at Song Yu with amusement. Song Yu blushed and glared fiercely at Mu Changming. Snort! I was just bored in my dorm and wanted to keep you company. Grass. Why did she sit next to that idiot Mu Changming?
Wu Aolin became displeased when he saw Song Yu sitting next to Mu Changming.
Chen Yi and Xing Yuqing also looked rather grim. Could it be that this guy has found a new girlfriend? Xing Yuqing watched the two chatting and laughing and couldn't help but feel envious. Damn, how come every girlfriend of this guy is so high quality? And why are all these beautiful women willing to hang out with a poor guy like him? Are they blind? Besides being handsome, what else does he have? Hey, who are those guys? They seem to be looking at me with hostility. Feeling the gazes of Chen Yi and the others, Song Yu couldn't help but ask.
Other classmates were at most a little envious, but Chen Yi and his friends looked at Mu Changming as if they wanted to tear him to pieces.
Oh, a roommate I don't get along with. We don't get along.
Seeing that Chen Yi and the others were staring intently at them, Song Yu leaned close to Mu Changming's face and kissed him. Wu Aolin, Chen Yi, and Xing Yuqing, who were watching from the other side, were furious.
Damn it, why? Wu Aolin was utterly numb. Why couldn't he meet such a perfect woman? It was all that damned bastard Mu Changming who got into trouble. Chen Yi took a deep breath. Mu Changming was so intimate with this woman, it seemed his breakup with Guan Yu was indeed true. Once I've taken down Guan Yu, Mu Changming, let's see how you laugh then. With Guan Yu being so beautiful, how could Mu Changming bear to break up with her? It's highly likely that Mu Changming got dumped. Do you know? When I got back to the dorm today, you have no idea how interesting Guan Yu's expression was.
Song Yu ignored Chen Yi's gaze and started talking to Mu Changming about her return to the dormitory that day.
Did you tell her about you and me? It can't be that fast.
This is something so interesting, of course we should take our time.
Listen to me. Keep your hands to yourself and listen to me.
As Song Yu spoke, Mu Changming placed his hand on her leg.
Song Yu held Mu Changming's large hand tightly and said angrily.
With Song Yu by my side, this class wasn't boring at all.
Mu Changming glanced at Luo Shuiyun sitting in the front row. Why was this woman's favorability rating still 100?
So many days have passed, how can you hold such a grudge?
With the bell ringing, the last class was finally over. Do you have evening self-study sessions? No. Let's go out for dinner together. I know a place that's really good.
Okay. Mu Changming looked at Song Yu in front of him and did not refuse, since he had nothing to do that night anyway. Yun Shiren didn't send her any messages either. Chen watched as Mu Changming and Song Yu walked out together, then picked up his phone and prepared to leave as well.
Brother Chen, aren't you going to eat with us? Wu Aolin couldn't help but ask.
I have important business to do tonight.
What are you going to eat? Shen snorted coldly.
Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin exchanged a glance.
He must have gone to find Guan Yu. Should we follow him? Of course we're going.
Even though we can't participate in such an exciting event, we still want to see it for ourselves.
Wu Aolin immediately lost his appetite. Let's go, don't lose them later. Outside the 7th canteen of Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
Tonight, Chen Yi went back and changed into a designer outfit, put some hairspray on his head, and styled his hair to meet Guan Yu. Soon, a beautiful figure came into Chen Yi's view.
Chen Yi watched Guan Yu walk towards him, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily.
She wore black leggings that perfectly accentuated her slender, shapely long legs, and her outstanding appearance was captivating. Her hair, flowing in the wind, added to her beauty.
Damn it! I wonder what kind of filth that dog Mu Changming eats all day. Guan Yu looks so handsome.
Chen Yi had seen Guan Yu once or twice before and knew he was authentic, but he didn't expect him to be this authentic up close.
They're here.
Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin hid not far away, watching this scene intently.
Do you think Chen Yi can do it?
Xing Yuqing looked at Chen Yi standing there and couldn't help but ask Wu Aolin, who was standing to the side.
How would I know? I've never even spent any time with her. How could anyone possibly know what kind of woman Guan Yu is? Chapter 23 Chen Yi's harsh rejection. But she probably isn't a good woman either. Besides being poor, Mu Changming is nothing special.
Guan Yu broke up with him because he couldn't satisfy her vanity. I think we still have a chance as long as Chen Yi reveals his identity.
Xing Yucheng guessed.
Guan Yu also saw Chen Yi, and her beautiful eyes scanned him from head to toe.
You're Chen Yi, the one the class monitor asked me to meet?
Chen Yi looked at the beauty before him, a smile that he thought was very handsome spreading across his face.
Yes, that's me. Guan Yu had absolutely no interest in Chen Yi in front of her.
When Guan Yu stood up next to him, they were almost the same height.
He's just average looking. What do you want from me? Ahem, shall we go inside and talk? Then, please introduce yourself? Seeing that Guan Yu had gotten straight to the point, Chen Yi couldn't help but say something. I have no idea what your interests are.
Hurry up, I have other things to do later.
Guan Yu could tell that Chen Yi was trying to flirt with her.
However, those who are oddly shaped or deformed don't have any advantages.
Guan Yu's eyes are not blind.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face immediately turned embarrassed.
Damn it, why is this bitch acting so arrogant and looking down on me?
You can speak to a loser like Mu Changming in a gentle and polite manner, so why can't I?
Ha, you probably don't know much about me. The dean of the management school is my father.
After Chen Yi finished speaking, he instantly became firm, as if he could already see Guan Yu's surprised expression.
But Chen Yi was disappointed. Guan Yu's gaze remained as cold as ever. Oh, what does this have to do with me? Ah? Chen Yi's smile froze instantly. No. I've already introduced myself, shouldn't you show surprise and admiration? Why do you still look so indifferent? Chen Yi's father is the dean. What's his connection to Guan Yu?
Since Guan Yu will no longer be working here, Chen Yi's presence will at most make things a little easier for him at the school.
But compared to that, what's more useful than getting the money directly into your own hands? Is there anything else? Guan Yu glanced at the time on her phone, seemingly preparing to leave. Etc. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? As long as you stay with me, you'll get all the perks you want at the academy. This is completely different from the script I expected. Guan Yu laughed, a very sarcastic laugh. I'm sorry. I have absolutely no interest in you. Holy crap, Chen Yi actually got rejected? Could it be that Guan Yu is a good woman? Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin were completely bewildered. Chen Yi had such good qualities, yet he was still rejected? Chen Yi couldn't hold back any longer. He was furious as he watched Guan Yu prepare to leave. Why should someone like Mu Changming, a loser, be allowed to do it? Why was I rejected when I was so much better than Mu Changming? Wait a moment. Why should that good-for-nothing Mu Changming be with you? In terms of status, am I not 100 times better than that good-for-nothing? Chen Yi's words immediately made Guan Yu stop in her tracks. Guan Yu slowly turned around and looked at Chen Yi standing there. How do you know Mu Changming? I'm also in the education department, and Mu Changming is my roommate. You broke up with him simply because you looked down on him. After all, he's just a poor wretch. But I'm different. I can give you everything you want. Upon hearing Chen Yi's repeated denigration of Mu Changming, Guan Yu's eyes flashed with coldness as she gradually walked towards Chen Yi. When Chen Yi saw Guan Yu walk over again, a smug smile appeared on his face. I knew it, this woman was playing hard to get with me. What woman could resist him? But the next second, Chen Yi was dumbfounded. Because Guan Yu slapped Chen Yi across the face. Smack! Who do you think you are, to even be compared to him? What followed was Guan Yu's cold rebuke. Chen Yi was stunned by the slap. How dare that bitch slap me? Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin were also completely dumbfounded. Chen Yi was actually slapped by Guan Yu. Holy crap, this woman is too fierce. Chen Yi covered his cheek, staring at Guan Yu with disbelief. Guan Yu's gaze was cold. Didn't you look in the mirror before you came? Does he really think he's superior just because he has slicked back hair? You? Is he even comparable? In my eyes, you are not even worth a single hair on his head. After saying that, Guan Yu left without looking back. Only Chen Yi remained, looking completely dazed. This bitch actually said she's incomparable to Mu Changming? What right does that poor bastard Mu Changming have to compare himself to me? He still dares to slap himself? Damn it, you don't want to stay in school anymore, do you? This was the first time in Chen Yi's life that he had ever been slapped in the face. Should we go over there? Xing Yuqing looked at Chen Yi standing there and couldn't help but say something. Go to hell. Chen Yi already got slapped, aren't you just going to be a punching bag? Let's go, let's get going. Guan Yu is too fierce, isn't she? She already broke up with Mu Changming, didn't she? Why are you still defending him? Wu Aolin said, completely bewildered. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. If things go smoothly, Chen Yi and Guan Yu will be together, and then Chen Yi will drag Guan Yu to humiliate Mu Changming. What do you know? Maybe Guan Yu has someone else in mind. Chen Yi has already exposed his background, and Guan Yu still dares to make a move. Xing Yuqing rolled his eyes at Wu Aolin. What does that have to do with Guan Yu standing up for Mu Changming? Wu Aolin said, puzzled. It's probably because of guilt. After all, Mu Changming had been licking it for a long time before. Xing Yuqing said hesitantly. Alright, let's go out and play some games tonight. If we go back to the dorm, we'll probably have to deal with Chen Yi's attitude. Let's hide for the night first. Okay, no problem. On the other side, Guan Yu also walked out from the east gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology. At this moment, Gao Juanhao was standing next to the BMW 7 Series waiting for Guan Yu. Gao Juanhao noticed that Guan Yu's expression seemed rather unpleasant as she approached, and couldn't help but ask. Senior, what's wrong? Who upset you? Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao in front of her, and a sudden glint of inspiration flashed in her eyes. Are you truly sincere? Gao Juanhao was taken aback. Did Guan Yu mean to take the initiative to get closer to him? Gao Juanhao quickly patted his chest and assured him. Senior, my feelings for you are as clear as day and night. Chapter 24 Yu Tingting. Okay, then help me deal with a guy named Chen Yi. I might consider it. Seeing Gao Juanhao's reaction, Guan Yu smiled. Chen Yi? Who is he? Did I offend you, senior? Gao Juanhao didn't know Chen Yi, since Gao Juanhao was a freshman and Chen Yi was a sophomore. It's more than just offending him. He confessed his feelings to me today. Guan Yu told Gao Juanhao about what Chen Yi had just said without any expression. It's just that Mu Changming wasn't mentioned, and of course, Guan Yu also kept Chen Yi's identity somewhat hidden. Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao became somewhat annoyed. Damn it, Mu Changming just left, and now Chen Yi has appeared to steal my woman. Do you think it's easy for me to pursue a beautiful senior? Why are there so many unexpected obstacles? But, logically speaking, given Guan Yu's personality, she shouldn't have told me this. Could something be amiss? Senior, which department is Chen Yi from? From the Department of Education. Guan Yu said calmly. Education department? Senior, aren't you, from the School of Humanities? Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao with some impatience. What are you trying to say? Seeing that Guan Yu was getting impatient, Gao Juanhao quickly spoke up to comfort her. It's not that I'm a senior, I just want to learn more about him before I figure out how to deal with him. How could I possibly let him keep bothering you, senior? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's expression softened slightly. Then you'd better hurry. I feel extremely irritated whenever I think about him. Don't worry, senior. I'll go back and immediately have someone investigate Chen Yi and give him a warning. Gao Juanhao didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, since Guan Yu had finally taken the initiative to get closer to him. Meanwhile, after having dinner with Song Yu, Mu Changming took her back to school. Meanwhile, Mu Changming received a call from Yu Tingting. As soon as Mu Changming answered the phone, Yu Tingting's resentful voice came from the other end. Senior, why aren't you replying to my messages? Upon hearing this, Mu Changming raised his hand and touched the bridge of his nose. He had been spending so much time with Song Yu that he had completely forgotten about Yu Tingting. Song Yu's favorability rating has reached 70. It will just take time to break through the 80 mark. No, I've been busy these past few days, so I haven't been looking at my phone much. Humph, is senior spending time with other older sisters? Mu Changming's heart skipped a beat. This woman had such a keen sense of smell, but how could Mu Changming admit it? Isn't this what I'm doing, keeping you company? Upon hearing this, Yu Tingting blushed. Senior, where are you right now? I happen to be free tonight, how about we meet up? Of course, I'll wait for you at the south gate, or I'll pick you up downstairs at your dormitory. Senior, just wait for me at the south gate, I'll be there soon. Yu Tingting hung up the phone, holding her phone with a slightly happy expression, and then decided to dress up nicely. Yuan Jiai saw Yu Tingting suddenly get out of bed. Tingting, are you going out so late? Going out to meet someone. Is it to see my senior? Yuan Jiai looked at Yu Tingting with great interest. Yu Tingting smiled mischievously, then put on a JK uniform and asked Yuan Jiai. Jiai, what do you think of my outfit? Yuan Jiai looked Yu Tingting up and down. She was pretty, very innocent. Tingting, don't you have a bodycon skirt? I think, why don't you wear that? Ah? Wearing a bodycon skirt? Yu Tingting felt that her outfit was fine. That's right, men all like bigger ones, and you have such a great figure. Wearing a bodycon skirt will definitely make a deep impression on your senior. Yuan Jiai lay on the bed and said with a smile. Really? Yu Tingting asked hesitantly. Oh, just believe me. Besides, there's no such thing as love at first sight. It just so happened that you were wearing a bodycon skirt that day. Your impression of your senior is that he looks very much like your ideal type, isn't it? So, you have to cater to your senior's aesthetic taste too. Yuan Jiai, acting like a strategist, gave the instructions. Alright then, I'll wear it. Trust me, today your senior will be completely captivated by you. At this moment, Mu Changming was waiting at the south gate, holding an ice cream in his hand. A soft call came from behind. Senior. Hearing the voice, Mu Changming turned around and saw that Yu Tingting, who had long flowing hair and an ethereal aura yesterday, was dressed with great charm today. A black bodycon dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, and with her 1.68-meter height and slightly platform shoes, she looked absolutely stunning. Yu Tingting noticed that Mu Changming was staring at her, and she secretly chuckled to herself. She hadn't expected that Yuan Jiai's words made a lot of sense. Senior. What's wrong with you?
Yu Tingting waved in front of Mu Changming with a sweet smile on her face. Mu Changming readily admitted this and praised Yu Tingting, saying, "Very beautiful."
Wei. Thank you for the compliment, senior. When Yu Tingting smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her face.
Mu Changming handed the ice cream in his hand to Yu Tingting.
Here, I bought this for you. It's a bit hot tonight.
Yu Tingting looked at the ice cream that was handed to her, reached out and took it. To be honest, wearing a bodycon skirt in the middle of summer, even though it wasn't very thick, Yu Tingting was still a bit hot. This ice cream that was suddenly handed to her was definitely a timely help.
Thank you, senior.
Yu Tingting reached out and took it.
By the way, senior, which department are you from?
What year of college?
Education department, sophomore. And you? What a coincidence. I'm also in the education department, but I'm a freshman. Yu Tingting was surprised to find that Mu Changming was also in the education department.
If I ever run into any trouble in the education department in the future, you'll have to help me, senior.
Yu Tingting winked at Mu Changming, looking playful and cute. Certainly. Mu Changming smiled.
This Yu Tingting was like a ray of sunshine. Being with her always made him feel infected by her smile.
Yu Tingting has a sweet and lovely smile.
But it doesn't clash with her mature style, because of her stunning figure.
Mu Changming and Yu Tingting strolled through the campus, getting to know each other better. Their relationship is also getting closer and gradually warming up. Chapter 25: The Battle Between Simps.
However, just as Mu Changming and Yu Tingting were laughing and joking, Yu Tingting's phone suddenly rang.
Senior, I need to take this call first.
Yu Tingting took out her phone, and when she saw that it was the minister calling, she reluctantly answered the call.
Hello? Minister. Tingting, I have a form here.
Go back and organize it, then send it to me at 11 p.m. tonight.
11 p.m. tonight? I'm still outside.
Yu Tingting looked slightly embarrassed.
You're out there. It's okay, you can give it to me tomorrow morning.
Xiaohan and the others have gone out to play, so you're the only one left here.
Thank you for your help, Tingting.
Yu Tingting had no choice but to nod, feeling somewhat helpless.
Good.
Mu Changming looked at Yu Tingting, who seemed rather sullen.
What's wrong?
Looking at Mu Changming in front of her, Yu Tingting said with some reluctance.
Senior, I'm really sorry.
I might have to go back a little earlier. The student council has given me a task.
There must be more than one member in a department, right? They've all gone out to play.
As a minister, he certainly wouldn't want to do this kind of thing, so I'll have to take it on. Yu Tingting said with a hint of helplessness. Every time there's work to be done, she does the most.
Mu Changming didn't say anything.
He had only just started getting to know Yu Tingting, and interfering too much in her affairs would only backfire.
Okay, feel free to contact me if you encounter any difficulties. Okay, senior, I'll head back now. Yu Tingting waved to Mu Changming and then turned and left. Meanwhile, at a restaurant outside the school. Having this working slave makes things much easier for us.
Minister Shurun smiled slightly. Sitting next to Shurun was a girl of average looks, leaning against him. She was Xiaohan, whom Shurun had mentioned going out to play.
Run's GE, about the student council nomination for vice minister. Shurun smiled slightly, put his arm around Xiaohan's waist, and said with a smile. Don't worry, this deputy minister's bag is yours. Then thank you, Run's GE.
Looking at Xiaohan, Shurun thought of Yu Tingting's appearance, which was far superior to Xiaohan's. If Yu Tingting were willing to dedicate herself, there would be no need for Xiaohan.
Yu Tingting, I used to be very nice to you, but you didn't appreciate it.
Don't blame your brother for being too harsh on you.
Male dormitory building, 405. After Yu Tingting left, Mu Changming, having nothing else to do, returned to his dormitory. As soon as I arrived at the dormitory, a bunch of people were blocking the entrance. Mu Changming raised an eyebrow. Did Chen Yi send someone to deal with him?
There were many onlookers, but they were all just observing.
Which of you is named Chen Yi? The tall man at the head of the group looked to be over 1.9 meters tall. Standing at the door, he was almost as tall as the door itself. The tall man standing there was incredibly imposing. Upon hearing this, Mu Changming raised an eyebrow. Was he not here to see him? Chen Yi was also a little confused.
Looking at the group of people who suddenly pushed the door open, he frowned and said,
I am Chen Yi, who are you?
Lin Junhang looked at Chen Yi sitting on the bed, walked over, and beckoned to Chen Yi.
Get down. There were only 3 people in the dormitory.
Wu Aolin and Xing Yucheng had gone out to play games, leaving only Zhang Haozhou and Chu Xing. Zhang Haozhou and Chu Xing are typical bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Lin Junhang looked menacing, while Zhang Haozhou and Chu Xing stood far away.
Chen Yi was rejected by Guan Yu today and even slapped hard.
Chen Yi was furious, and now someone still dared to come to his door to cause trouble.
Chen Yi was immediately furious. Who are you? What's your major? What year of college? Damn it, I told you to get down.
Seeing that Chen Yi was still barking at him like a dog, Lin Junhang kicked the bed, startling Chen Yi so much that his face turned pale. Zhang Haozhou and Chu Xing were so frightened that they kept swallowing.
Mu Changming also looked at Lin Junhang with great interest. What was going on? Did Chen Yi offend someone? Why did someone come knocking on my door? I never expected to see something so interesting today. That's really interesting. Chen Yi was terrified, fearing that Lin Junhang would be like Mu Changming and pull him down. Chen Yi climbed down from the upper bunk and looked up at Lin Junhang. What exactly do you want? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you can't stay in school anymore.
Lin Junhang smirked coldly, grabbed Chen Yi by the collar, and lifted him up.
Oh? You're making it impossible for me to survive? If you dare say that even once, I'll beat you up every time I see you.
I'd like to see if your skin is tougher or my fists are tougher. Lin Junhang stared at Chen Yi with a menacing look, and Chen Yi turned pale with fright.
Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed.
This kind of madman was not to be trifled with. If he made a move, he would be the one who suffered the pain.
Don't do it. Brother. I don't think I've offended you. You haven't offended me, but there are still some people who can covet what you want. You dare to steal the woman that Brother Gao has his eye on? Brother Gao? What Brother Gao? Chen Yi was completely confused. When did he steal Brother Gao's woman? He only wanted to steal Mu Changming's woman today. What does that have to do with this Brother Gao? No, bro, when did I steal your Brother Gao's woman?
Lin Junhang was about to speak in the Guan language, but remembering Gao Juanhao's instructions, he quickly shut his mouth and said coldly,
Come with me and you'll find out.
Lin Junhang grabbed Chen Yi and pulled him outside.
Chen Yi was utterly powerless to resist. Mu Changming watched Chen Yi being dragged out, and Brother Gao. It seems that the freshman's surname is Gao. Mu Changming's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Chen Yi knew that after breaking up with Guan Yu, he took the initiative to try to get back together with her, and that the freshman found out? TSK. I never expected to see dogs fighting each other. It's really interesting. However, the fact that no fight broke out made Mu Changming somewhat dissatisfied. At this point, I had to take action. Stop. Mu Changming suddenly appeared and stopped Lin Junhang and the others.
Lin Junhang frowned as he looked at Mu Changming, who had suddenly appeared.
Question mark.
When Chen Yi saw Mu Changming suddenly appear, he had a bad feeling.
Why did this brat suddenly appear?
Mu Changming smiled slightly, looking at Chen Yi who was being carried, and said,
Brother Chen, you told me to call for help, but you didn't give me a phone number. How am I supposed to contact my teacher without a phone number? Chapter 26 Mu Changming, I'm your sworn enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Juanhong's face immediately darkened.
I advise you to let go of Brother Chen immediately, because Brother Chen has someone who is a leader at the school. If you dare to touch him, Brother Chen will make sure you regret it.
Not only you, but the people behind you won't escape either. Mu Changming immediately added fuel to the fire.
Lin Juanhong's eyes were icy as he stared coldly at Chen Yi.
You actually dared to call someone? Chen Yi quickly denied it and launched into a tirade against Mu Changming. Mu Changming, stop talking nonsense. When did I tell you to make a phone call? Chen Yi didn't want to get beaten up.
Although calling my dad over could solve the problem, I'd still get a good beating.
Brother Chen, don't be afraid. If they dare to hit you, Uncle Chen will definitely make them regret it. It's nothing more than a beating. Give me the phone right now. Lin Juanhong's face was extremely gloomy. If the school was involved, and Gao Juanhao was unhappy, wouldn't his reward be ruined? And you big idiot, do you dare to touch Brother Chen? With your fierce-looking face, do you really have the guts to hit someone? Lin Junhang was immediately enraged by Mu Changming. Kid, what did you say? What did I say? Look at your burly build, you only dare to scare Brother Chen, do you dare to actually do it? Mu Changming gave a disdainful snort. Why wouldn't I dare?
Lin Junhang delivered a powerful knee strike, slamming it into Chen Yi's stomach.
Ah! Mu Changming thoroughly enjoyed watching this, and chuckled. All show and no substance. Look at my brother Chen, he doesn't even flinch. Go ahead and use your strength if you dare.
Chen Yi was nearly driven mad, roaring at Mu Changming.
Go to hell.
Before Chen Yi could finish speaking, Lin Junhang punched him in the stomach again. Chen Yi's face immediately turned red, and the pain made the veins on his forehead bulge.
Ah! Lin Junhang stared coldly at Mu Changming. You really think I'm joking with you?
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yi, who was clutching his stomach and groaning in pain, but had not yet spoken. Lin Junhang kicked Chen Yi in the stomach again.
Kid, you try making a phone call if you dare.
After saying that, Lin Junhang kicked him again.
Chen Yi was almost in despair.
You son of a bitch, he said that, so why are you hitting me instead of him?
Say one word and you'll kick me? Hey, what are you doing? At this moment, a furious shout rang out.
Lin Junhang, upon hearing the voice, was slightly startled. Looking at Chen Yi lying on the ground, he kicked Chen Yi hard again.
This time, I'll give you a warning first.
After saying that, Lin Junhang and his men quickly left room 405.
The onlookers quickly dispersed.
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yi, who was lying on the ground clutching his stomach and groaning, and squatted down with a smile.
Brother Chen, what's wrong? Looking at Mu Changming's smiling face, Chen Yi wished he could tear Mu Changming to pieces. Mu Changming, you son of a bitch. Ah, Brother Chen, what do you mean by that? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm just worried you'll get bullied, aren't I?
Look at Zhang Haozhou and Xu Xing, they're standing there, not daring to say a word, but I'm the only one who dares to stand up for you.
Mu Changming said in a very serious tone. Chen Yi was furious. You're doing this for my own good? If you're doing this for my own good, why don't you go up and fight him? Let him beat me up? Fuck you. When did I ever need your help?
Mu Changming immediately smiled, then looked up at Zhang Haozhou and Xu Xing.
What are you two standing there for? Aren't you going to help your dorm leader to see a doctor? What should I do if I faint?
Zhang Haozhou and Xu Xing exchanged a glance, then quickly went to Chen Yi's side and helped him up.
Chen Yi glared at Mu Changming with venomous eyes. Mu Changming, you son of a bitch, just you wait. Sigh, Brother Chen, I'm doing this for your own good, how can you be so clueless about romance? Mu Changming feigned helplessness. Chen Yi was furious with Mu Changming, that bastard. Damn it, when I get out of the hospital, I'm not going to let you get away with this.
On the other side, Lin Junhang arrived at a BMW 7 Series.
Brother Gao. How about it? Gao Juanhao rolled down the car window and asked.
That kid was beaten senseless by me, he should be able to behave himself for a while. Lin Junhang smiled.
Gao Juanhao nodded slightly, took out a wad of cash, and tossed it to Lin Junhang. There is 10,000 yuan in here.
Lin Junhang held a thick wad of cash, his face filled with joy.
10,000 yuan is an amount that an ordinary person might not be able to earn even after working for 2 months. Thank you, Brother Gao. But Brother Gao, this Chen Yi seems to have connections at school.
Lin Junhang said with some lingering fear.
Background? What's your background? Gao Juanhao narrowed his eyes.
I don't know his background, but he should be a leader.
Lin Junhang shook his head and said. Don't worry, with me here, your studies won't be affected. What can a leader do? Sending a few gifts will give us leverage, go and find out. Gao Juanhao seemed indifferent. Yes, Brother Gao. Oh, by the way, go check on this person's movements. Gao Juanhao suddenly took out his phone and showed Lin Junhang a photo of Mu Changming.
Lin Juanhan's eyes widened slightly when he saw Mu Changming.
Isn't that kid from earlier? Gao Juanhao heard Lin Juanhan's words. What's the meaning? Brother Gao, this guy was there when I was beating up Chen Yi. Lin Junhang couldn't help but say that although Mu Changming in the photo wasn't as handsome as the kid from before, Lin Junhang could still tell that it was the same person. Oh? Mu Changming is Guan Yu's ex-boyfriend.
Although they have broken up, Lin Junhang has no intention of letting Mu Changming off easily. When the time is right, Gao Juanhao will humiliate Mu Changming properly. However, Gao Juanhao needed to find a way to get closer to Mu Changming. Otherwise, Gao Juanhao would not have had the chance to humiliate Mu Changming.
Go and investigate this guy's friends. Let me know when the time comes. Brother Gao, what are you going to do? Lin Junhang asked with some curiosity. What are you doing? Of course, it's about making friends. You'll get your share of the benefits once it's done. Hearing about the benefits, Lin Juanhan's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Don't worry, Brother Gao, I will definitely investigate his interpersonal relationships thoroughly. Gao Juanhao smiled and drove away. Chapter 27. The counselor couldn't hold back any longer.
The next day, after Xing Yuqing and Wu Aolin returned to their dormitory, they were shocked to learn from Zhang Haozhou and Chu Xing that Chen Yi had been beaten. You should know that Chen Yi's father held a fairly high-ranking position at the school.
Someone actually dared to hit Chen Yi.
Mu Changming had no interest in these topics, so he washed up and went to class early.
However, Mu Changming also needs to seize the opportunity to improve his relationship with his advisor. He was far inferior to Chen Yi in terms of background and influence. Not to mention Gao Juanhao, whose background is unknown. If someone can afford a BMW 7 Series, their family background must be quite impressive.
Previously, Mu Changming had no interest in attending classes. Generally speaking, if he skipped a class, the teacher wouldn't fail him.
Occasionally, I can successfully check in on the learning platform, which can be considered as successfully attending the class. But today is different because a teaching assistant is covering the class. Mu Changming must attend Luo Xuening's classes.
Mu Changming used to hate the 8 a.m. classes, but now, he loves them. Mu Changming headed towards Duxing Building early in the morning, and bought 2 steamed buns from the cafeteria for breakfast.
Luo Xuening also prepared to arrive at the classroom early.
As luck would have it, the two bumped into each other.
Luo Xuening's face immediately turned embarrassed. What time is it?
It's only 7:30, why is this kid here for class so early?
Good morning, teacher.
Mu Changming never expected to be so lucky as to run into Luo Xuening.
Good morning.
Luo Xuening glanced down at Mu Changming and noticed that this time Mu Changming had taken a book and a copy of it. For a moment, Luo Xuening had no reason to criticize Mu Changming. Luo Xuening wanted to go upstairs quickly, but Mu Changming wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by.
Teacher, you've arrived way too early.
Luo Xuening forced herself to remain calm and chuckled.
This is the first time you've been so enthusiastic in class. Hurry up and get to the classroom. Luo Xuening, fearing that Mu Changming would ask other questions, quickly walked towards the 3rd floor. Mu Changming followed behind, a smile in his eyes.
The two walked into the classroom together, but unfortunately, since it was 8 a.m. and still early, there was no one in the classroom. I bet quite a few students are still sleeping in their dorms. It was empty except for Mu Changming and Luo Xuening.
Luo Xuening was extremely embarrassed. Why were there only the two of them in the classroom?
Luo Xuening vowed that she would never come to class so early again.
Why is this little rascal staring at me? Luo Xuening held her phone, trying to distract herself from Mu Changming, but that bastard Mu Changming kept staring at her, making Luo Xuening's heart pound. Can you please lower your head and stop looking at me? Luo Xuening's fingers trembled slightly.
Mu Changming stood up, took out one of the steamed buns he had bought, and then slowly walked towards Luo Xuening.
Teacher, you didn't have breakfast, did you?
Luo Xuening looked at the steamed buns being handed to her, her expression trembling slightly.
Arriving so early, how could Luo Xuening possibly have time to buy breakfast? Moreover, Luo Xuening usually doesn't eat breakfast, only occasionally once or twice. Luo Xuening looked at Mu Changming in front of her. This kid actually dared to bring her food? What does he mean? Did he think that because he said those things, he could be so close to him? But upon closer reflection, the things I said are simply unbearable to recall. You eat it. Luo Xuening wanted to refuse, but Mu Changming lingered there, acting as if he wouldn't leave until she ate him. It's okay, teacher. I bought 2, 1 for each of you.
Besides, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Luo Xuening looked at the steamed buns being handed to her, hesitating greatly. Just then, they heard the sound of someone coming upstairs. If they didn't answer the phone now, and the kid didn't go back, and someone saw them, they would be really in trouble. Luo Xuening hurriedly grabbed the steamed bun and said, "You should go back right away." Mu Changming smiled slightly, but just as he turned around, Luo Xuening suddenly called out to him.
Wait a minute, class is about to end. Wait for me at the door for a moment. Good. Mu Changming nodded and returned to his seat.
After Mu Changming returned to his seat, the students slowly walked into the classroom.
Luo Xuening was no longer so embarrassed. After everyone arrived, Luo Xuening immediately took attendance and then began today's lecture. As Luo Xuening lectured, her gaze would occasionally and unintentionally drift towards Mu Changming. Mu Changming, on the other hand, was focused on the blackboard.
Whenever Luo Xuening looked at Mu Changming, he would immediately meet her gaze. Then, Mu Changming would flash a warm smile, which, combined with his handsome face, was incredibly captivating.
Click. The chalk suddenly broke, and Luo Xuening's voice became stammering. Sitting in the first row, Luo Xueyan keenly noticed that something was wrong with Luo Xuening, because Luo Xuening kept glancing to the left while lecturing. Following Luo Xuening's gaze, Luo Xueyan immediately noticed Mu Changming sitting there, his body ramrod straight and his eyes fixed intently on the podium. It's him again. Luo Xueyan's eyes immediately turned cold, radiating a chilling aura.
Mu Changming also felt a chill and his body couldn't help but shiver. Only then did Mu Changming look over and find that Luo Xueyan was staring at him with icy eyes.
That look was completely devoid of emotion. Damn, how could I forget about this woman? You can't believe that such a beautiful, aloof school beauty would like an older sister.
No, I must find a chance to straighten her out later.
Otherwise, what will you do if it gets stuck in your kidney later? Luo Xueyan's eyes were full of warning, and she was not at all weak when she met Mu Changming's gaze. Is this woman insane? Why are you staring at me?
As the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, a commotion arose in the classroom, and the somewhat tired students quickly left. Those without classes planned to go back and catch up on sleep, while those with classes headed to the next classroom.
Mu Changming also quickly left the classroom, afraid that Luo Xueyan would block his way.
Luo Xuening tidied up the table briefly, then looked at the steamed buns on the paper.
She was a little hungry after teaching a class. Luo Xuening slowly picked it up. It was already completely cold. For some reason, Luo Xuening took a bite without even realizing it. It's cool, but it's the height of summer now, and the weather is very hot, so it doesn't affect the taste at all. It's actually quite delicious. After saying that, Luo Xuening's pretty face immediately turned red. Chapter 28, Going to the Counselor's House.
Mu Changming had been waiting outside for a long time, but Luo Xuening still hadn't come out. He was a little curious at first, but when he saw Luo Xuening eating a steamed bun, Mu Changming immediately smiled. The buns weren't big, and Luo Xuening was still a little hungry after finishing them. Luo Xuening was about to pick up a piece of paper to wipe her hands when she caught a glimpse of Mu Changming leaning against the wall.
Luo Xuening's movements immediately froze. When did he appear here? Mu Changming smiled slightly at Luo Xuening.
Teacher, if you still want to eat, the cafeteria should still have some left.
It's only a little past 9 o'clock. Mu Changming's words immediately made Luo Xuening's pretty face turn bright red. Damn it, didn't I tell you to wait for me outside? Who let you in? Luo Xuening was almost going crazy. Could Mu Changming have just watched her finish the little bun? If that's the case,
Luo Xuening wished she could lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. I waited outside for a long time, but you didn't come out, so I thought I'd come in and check.
Mu Changming smiled inwardly as he watched Luo Xuening's favorability rating instantly soar to 50.
The more shy the counselor is, the deeper the impression she will have on her. Luo Xuening bit her red lips lightly and picked up the textbook on the table.
Walk. Mu Changming smiled and followed. Luo Xuening walked ahead, feeling extremely distressed, wondering what was going on with her. Why would I embarrass myself so much in front of Mu Changming?
Luo Xuening felt that she had lost more face in the past few days than she had in her entire 20-plus years of life. Luo Xuening originally wanted to take Mu Changming to his office to explain what had happened in the past few days, and then explain that what she said that day was just a slip of the tongue and she was talking nonsense. But a sudden phone call interrupted Luo Xuening's plans.
Okay. Dean Zhu, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Luo Xuening hung up the phone, looked at Mu Changming behind her, and sighed. You don't have classes, right? No. Mu Changming shook his head. What about in the afternoon? No, not at all. Mu Changming shook his head again. I have some things to do right now. How about this, I'll call you at noon, and you can come find me then. Okay, teacher. Mu Changming watched Luo Xuening leave, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Mu Changming was almost impatient, hoping it would be noon soon.
I managed to increase my advisor's favorability by 5% this morning, which is pretty good progress. Mu Changming also understood that Luo Xuening was looking for him because of what had happened in the past 2 days, and she probably wanted to explain things to him properly. Want to distance yourself from yourself? Well, that depends on whether you're willing to cooperate.
Around 11:30 a.m. Mu Changming had just changed his clothes when he received a call from Luo Xuening. Where are you? I'm in the dormitory, teacher. I'm at the south gate now.
Come to the south gate, I'll be waiting for you here.
Okay, I understand, teacher. Mu Changming hung up the phone and immediately left the dormitory. South gate, aren't we going to the office? South gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
This was right when students were getting out of class, and the entrance was extremely crowded. All sorts of takeout food were laid out at the school gate, making it exceptionally difficult to even leave the school. Mu Changming walked out of the south gate and looked around, but he did not find Luo Xuening.
Just then, my phone suddenly chimed. Upon seeing the message posted by Luo Xuening. In front of?
Mu Changming soon spotted a white Mercedes-Benz C260L.
Mu Changming slowly walked to the Mercedes-Benz.
As he approached, Luo Xuening slowly lowered the car window and looked at Mu Changming outside.
Get in the car. Mu Changming opened the car door and got in.
Without a doubt, he would sit in the front passenger seat, even a dog wouldn't sit in the back.
Luo Xuening didn't say anything about Mu Changming sitting in the passenger seat and simply said, "Have you got a meal yet?" No. Mu Changming shook his head.
The cafeteria is too crowded at this time, it's too much trouble to buy food, I haven't eaten yet.
Fasten your seatbelt first. Luo Xuening said calmly. Good.
After seeing that Mu Changming had tied the knot, Luo Xuening drove away from the south gate.
Luo Xuening didn't drive for long before arriving at a residential area near Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
Mu Changming looked around at the surrounding residential area, her eyes flickering slightly.
Could it be that her advisor was going to take her to her home?
Mu Changming thought Luo Xuening was going to take him to a restaurant, but he never expected that they would go to Luo Xuening's house.
This was somewhat unexpected by Mu Changming. Get off the bus.
Luo Xuening originally wanted to take Mu Changming to a place for a meal, but then she thought about how the two of them had been the talk of the school, and if someone with ulterior motives found out, it would cause unnecessary trouble. So Luo Xuening decided to bring Mu Changming home for a meal.
First, the location is secluded enough. Second, it gives you peace of mind. Mu Changming followed Luo Xuening to the 5th floor in the elevator. Luo Xuening opened the door and led Mu Changming into the room.
The house is quite large, probably around 150 square meters.
Please find a place to sit down. If you're thirsty, there's something to drink in the fridge. Luo Xuening packed her things and said calmly to Mu Changming. Good. Mu Changming sat on the sofa.
Luo Xuening's house was very clean and stylishly decorated, with a dark-colored sofa.
To be honest, this was the first time Luo Xuening had brought a boy to her home. I was a little nervous inside, but I maintained a calm demeanor on the surface.
Compared to this tension, Luo Xuening still wanted to end this ill-fated relationship as soon as possible.
This was Luo Xuening's main purpose in inviting Mu Changming to her home.
Luo Xuening went to the kitchen, but Mu Changming seemed very bored. He sat on the sofa, watching TV, but he found it all very boring. At this moment, Luo Xuening suddenly walked out of the kitchen, looked at Mu Changming sitting there, and hesitated to speak.
Seeing Luo Xuening walk out of the kitchen, Mu Changming asked in confusion. What's wrong? It seems we're out of salt. Could you go downstairs and buy me a bag of salt?
There's a small shopping mall not far downstairs.
Okay. Mu Changming smiled slightly and got up to leave. This is troublesome. Luo Xuening felt a little embarrassed. Why was everything going so badly today?
Even a packet of salt can be unavailable in a critical moment.
It's no trouble at all.
Being able to eat the teacher's cooking makes me really look forward to living a long life.
Mu Changming smiled slightly and opened the door.
Seeing how eloquent Mu Changming was, Luo Xuening couldn't help but roll her eyes at him.
Go quickly and come back soon. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. Chapter 29 Fire. Mu Changming arrived at the bottom of the apartment building and walked towards the nearby convenience store.
Boss, a bag of salt, please. As soon as Mu Changming finished buying the salt and stepped out of the shop, a cold voice came from behind him.
What are you doing here?
The voice was unfamiliar, but the coldness in it made Mu Changming guess who it was.
Luo Shuayun is Luo Xuaning's younger sister. Mu Changming slowly turned around and saw Luo Shuayun standing there with a cold expression on her face. Hello?
Luo Shuayun directly interrupted Mu Changming's attempt to make amends, her gaze fixed intently on him.
I asked you what you're doing here? This is the entrance to my own residential compound. How did this guy end up here? And he was holding a bag of salt in his hand? Could it be that he lives here? Impossible. If I lived here, I would know.
The only possibility is because of Luo Xuaning.
My advisor sent me here. Mu Changming looked at Luo Shuayin in front of him, shrugged, and chose to tell the truth.
This young woman has a rather strong possessive streak.
Impossible. Why would she ask you to come to the neighborhood alone? Luo Shuayun's expression was somewhat cold, as if she did not believe Mu Changming's explanation. Luo Xuaning has never brought a man home before, so how could she possibly bring this guy home? But, if that's not the case, why is he here? Could it be that Luo Xuaning really sent her?
Thinking of this, Luo Shuayun's gaze toward Mu Changming grew even colder.
This woman, does she have to be so hostile?
Just as the two were facing off, a low growl suddenly came from afar.
Call the police immediately.
There's a fire on the 5th floor. The fire on the 5th floor startled Luo Shuayun and Mu Changming.
Mu Changming turned around and saw thick smoke billowing from the 5th floor. Mu Changming's face immediately darkened. What happened? How could there be a fire on the 5th floor?
Luo Shuayun was also stunned, because her home was on the 5th floor.
No, Luo Xuaning's favorability rating has finally reached 50, it can't be ruined. Mu Changming didn't have time to continue confronting Luo Shuayun here, so he took off running towards the residential area.
Luo Shuayun also realized what was happening, a hint of panic appearing on her cold face, and followed after them. Because of the fire on the 5th floor, many people in the community rushed downstairs, blocking the elevator completely.
TSK.
Mu Changming watched as people desperately squeezed out of the crowd, then looked at the stairs beside him and ran up them as fast as he could. Luo Shuayun saw that her sister Luo Xuaning was not among the people coming out of the elevator, and without thinking too much, just then the elevator was about to go up. Fortunately, there was a physique-enhancing potion, and Mu Changming didn't feel very tired even after rushing to the 5th floor. Mu Changming hurriedly opened the door, and thick smoke billowed out, causing him to cough violently.
Cough, cough.
Mu Changming quickly covered his nose, looking at the mess inside the room with sparks flying everywhere.
What the hell is going on?
Everything was fine when I left. How could a fire break out while I was just buying a bag of salt?
Mu Changming looked at the fire inside the house. Fortunately, it hadn't completely ignited yet. Counselor. Teacher.
Mu Changming called out twice, but there was no response from inside the house.
Elder sister.
At that moment, Luo Shuayun's anxious voice came from behind.
Luo Shuayun almost didn't hesitate and immediately tried to rush in.
But as soon as he reached the door, he was choked by the thick smoke and coughed. Seeing that this woman had also come to cause trouble, Mu Changming quickly reached out and pulled Luo Shuayun back.
What are you doing? Let me go. I need to go in and find someone. Shut up. Going in there is just suicide. Open. Luo Shuayun, however, didn't care about any of that.
Seeing Luo Shuayun's stubbornness, Mu Changming knew he couldn't waste any more time and pulled her out directly.
You stay here and don't move, I'm going in to rescue them.
The smoke inside is too thick, you won't be of much use going in.
Wait for me here. Mu Changming didn't care about anything else and rushed in before Luo Shuayun could speak.
Fortunately, he had X-ray vision, otherwise, in this smoke-filled room, Mu Changming would have had no way of knowing where he was going. Luo Shuayun was stunned, looking at Mu Changming, who rushed into the house.
This guy was actually willing to risk his life to save someone? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Luo Shuayun coughed violently. With his X-ray vision, Mu Changming passed through the wall and quickly found Luo Shuayun in the kitchen. However, at this moment, Luo Shuayun was trapped in a corner by the flames.
Mu Changming kicked the door open, and a burst of flames immediately rushed out, lunging at Mu Changming like a ferocious beast. Mu Changming quickly dodged to the side and immediately saw the pressure cooker that had been flung away, while flames continued to erupt from the stove.
Why are you back? Get out of here. Danger. Luo Xuanning frowned, looking at Mu Changming with fear. The teacher went to all that trouble to cook, and I haven't even had a meal yet, how could I possibly leave? You. Looking at the constantly spewing sparks, Mu Changming knew that if they delayed any longer, the fire would spread to Luo Xuanning, which would be troublesome. Without thinking twice, Mu Changming charged straight over the flames. Mu Changming was very fast, but even so, the flames still ignited the hem of his clothes. Mu Changming quickly took off his clothes, threw them on the ground, and stomped them out with his foot. Luo Xuanning looked at Mu Changming, who was rushing towards her recklessly. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Mu Changming smiled slightly. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, I haven't taken the teacher with me yet. You. Luo Xuanning looked at Mu Changming, who was smiling, and her eyelashes, which had been carrying a hint of anger, suddenly trembled. Before he could even process his emotions, Mu Changming saw the water tank over there, which was blocked by the fire, but the doorway was blocked by raging flames. If there was no water, rushing out would definitely result in burns. Mu Changming picked up the clothes from the ground and headed towards the water tap. Luo Xuanning covered her mouth and nose and quickly grabbed Mu Changming. What are you doing? Teacher, there's no time. Mu Changming's expression was solemn. He shook off Luo Xuanning's hand, looked at the raging fire, endured the choking sensation, wrapped his arms with his clothes, stepped over the flames, and then turned on the tap with lightning speed. The clothes on my arms burst into flames instantly, but the water had already been turned on. Mu Changming turned the faucet, and the water flowed towards him instantly, extinguishing the flames that had been lit. Upon seeing this, Mu Changming's face lit up with joy. But then a burning pain shot through his left arm, causing Mu Changming to frown. Chapter 30 The Feeling of Being Moved. Ignoring his own pain, Mu Changming quickly reached out and pulled Luo Xuanning up. This was the first time Luo Xuanning had encountered something like this. She had been squatting there for so long that her legs were starting to go numb. Teacher. I'm sorry for the offense. As soon as Mu Changming finished speaking to Luo Xuanning, the water instantly soaked Luo Xuanning. Ah! Luo Xuanning knew that this was for her own good. Summer clothes were already thin, and the water had soaked Luo Xuanning's clothes, revealing her figure to Mu Changming. Purple. Mu Changming was surprised that Luo Xuanning was wearing purple underwear. It seemed a bit out of place with her teacher persona. Luo Xuanning was also very shy. Without taking a second look, Mu Changming quickly washed himself. Is it okay now? Luo Xuanning hesitated for a moment, looked down at her numb legs, and gently bit her red lips. We can't waste any more time. With a cry of awe, Mu Changming picked Luo Xuanning up in his arms. Luo Xuanning also subconsciously wrapped her arms around Mu Changming's neck. You. Teacher, it'll be faster if I carry you. Mu Changming took a deep breath and charged out directly into the flames. Luo Xuanning closed her eyes, her forehead pressed tightly against Mu Changming's chest. Mu Changming wasn't wearing a shirt, and Luo Xuanning could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Even though she was soaked, she felt warm in his arms. At this moment, Luo Xuanyun stood anxiously at the door, pacing back and forth in a panic. Luo Xuanyun wanted to rush in many times, but she gritted her teeth and looked into the room. Hurry up and come out. If an explosion occurs, the circuitry will be completely destroyed. Cough cough. At this moment, a clear cough was heard. Luo Xuanyun's eyes lit up with joy as she saw Mu Changming, shirtless, carrying the soaking wet Luo Xuanning as he walked out. Luo Xuanyun's beautiful eyes trembled upon seeing this scene. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get out of here. Mu Changming looked at Luo Xuanyun, who was standing there dumbfounded smoking, and shouted in a low voice. Luo Xuanyun also realized what was happening and quickly followed Mu Changming downstairs. Luo Xuanning held Mu Changming in her arms, looking at Mu Changming's resolute expression and sharp jawline, a soft look involuntarily flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mu Changming carried Luo Xuanning to the corner of the stairs on the second floor, where the thick smoke could no longer be felt. Mu Changming put Luo Xuanning down. Luo Xuanning had calmed down a lot, but the situation between the two of them was a bit awkward. Luo Xuanning looked at Mu Changming's strong upper body, with his well-defined 8-pack abs, which was quite eye-catching. She has such a great figure. At this moment, Luo Xuanyun also caught up. Seeing the two people standing in the corner, she quickly squeezed over and asked with a worried expression. Sister, are you all right? Luo Xuanning looked at Luo Xuanyun in front of her and smiled slightly. It's all right, thanks to. Longevity.
As she spoke, Luo Xuening looked up at Mu Changming, her eyes filled with a complex expression.
This incident left a very deep impression on Luo Xuening. Luo Xueyin turned to look at Mu Changming, noticing his muscular upper body.
Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly avoided looking at his body.
Thank you for today.
A smile appeared on Mu Changming's lips as he noticed that his favorability towards the two women had increased. Especially Luo Xueyun, her favorability rating actually went from 100 to 0. Although the favorability rating didn't increase, at least I don't have to worry about being pinched in the kidneys by Luo Xueyun anymore.
Luo Xuening's favorability rating didn't rise that quickly, it steadily increased over time. Luo Xuening's gaze fell on Mu Changming's swollen arm.
There were red spots on other parts of his body, but the burns on this arm were particularly eye-catching. Mu Changming was burned because he was trying to save her, and Luo Xuening felt a pang of guilt. Luo Xuening slowly approached Mu Changming, gazing at the burned areas on his body, a tender look flashing in her eyes.
Does it hurt? It's all right.
If you don't touch it, it doesn't hurt too much.
Mu Changming smiled. Luo Xuening didn't believe Mu Changming's nonsense. How could it not hurt when it was burned like this? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Wait a moment. Mu Changming quickly grabbed Luo Xuening, then turned to look at Luo Xueyun.
Take off your clothes. Luo Xuening and Luo Xueyun were instantly dumbfounded by the question.
This bastard wants me to take off my clothes in front of my sister?
Seeing the shame and anger in Luo Xueyun's eyes, Mu Changming immediately realized that this woman had misunderstood.
No.
I mean, take off your coat.
A teacher going out like this? Mu Changming glanced at Luo Xuening's upper body and couldn't help but say something.
These springtime scenes are best enjoyed by oneself, they should not be shared. Upon hearing this, Luo Xuening blushed and covered her chest. Considering this guy saved my sister and even burned his arm, I'll let bygones be bygones for today's events.
Luo Xueyin took off her coat and handed it to Luo Xuening. Luo Xuening and Luo Xueyun were about the same size, and their clothes fit them perfectly. Xueyin, I'm taking Chongqing to the hospital first.
You'll be in charge of things at home from now on.
Okay, sis. Luo Xueyin nodded, then gave Mu Changming a warning look. Mu Changming chose to ignore Luo Xueyun's gaze.
Heaven had given him such a good opportunity today, and he had to make the most of it to improve Luo Xuening's favorability.
On the way to Tiannan City First Hospital,
Luo Xuening had already changed into a new outfit and returned to the car carrying an elegant bag. Luo Xuening took the clothes out of the bag. It was a short-sleeved shirt.
Put your clothes on first. I bought you the largest size.
Luo Xuening avoided eye contact, too embarrassed to look directly at Mu Changming's perfect figure. Luo Xuening felt her face burning hot. Mu Changming took the clothes Luo Xuening handed him and was about to put them on when a sharp pain shot through his left arm, causing him to frown.
Luo Xuening also noticed the pain on Mu Changming's face. Does it hurt a lot? It's a bit, it wasn't this serious just now. Mu Changming looked at his left arm, his lips slightly pursed. Let me help you get dressed.
Luo Xuening took the short-sleeved shirt from Mu Changming's hand and spoke gently to him.
Mu Changming looked at Luo Xuening, who was approaching.
Mu Changming was already tall, and the space inside the car seemed a bit cramped. Therefore, Mu Changming would need to bring his head closer to Luo Xuening's side.
Chapter 31 Rapidly Rising Favorability. The two were very close, and Luo Xuening could clearly hear Mu Changming's slightly heavy breathing.
Luo Xuening looked at Mu Changming, who was right in front of her.
Upon closer inspection, she could see every pore on his face clearly. His features were strong and his appearance was extremely aggressive up close. Luo Xuening felt extremely shy, and her heart was pounding.
Luo Xuening suppressed her inner turmoil and pressed her body close to Mu Changming.
Slow down.
Luo Xuening helped to slowly lift Mu Changming's left arm, her voice trembling slightly.
The two were very close together, and Mu Changming could clearly smell Luo Xuening's body fragrance. Thank you, teacher. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Mu Changming whispered something in Luo Xuening's ear. Luo Xuening reacted as if she'd been electrocuted, quickly sitting up straight and then trying to appear calm as she fiddled with her hair. No. It's nothing. Let's go to the hospital right away.
Mu Changming looked at the shy Luo Xuening and a smile appeared on his lips.
Luo Xuening gripped the steering wheel with both hands, trying to calm herself down, but the more she tried, the more panicked she became.
My mind is still filled with the scene from just now, and my ears are still a little hot. Why is my heart beating so fast? He's my student, after all.
Tiannan City First Hospital. Luo Xuening took Mu Changming directly to the emergency room. Luo Xuening quickly paid the registration fee and took Mu Changming to see the chief surgeon.
The burn was quite severe, it might leave a scar later.
Dr. Dong looked at Mu Changming's left arm and couldn't help but say something. What? Scarring? Luo Xuening's expression trembled.
That's right, the fever is very high, and the surrounding area is already swollen.
If you had come any later, it might have started to fester.
What caused your burns?
So careless?
Dr. Dong frowned and asked, this is clearly not hot water.
Years of experience have taught me that this is a blatant burn.
Luo Xuening felt a pang of guilt, looking at Mu Changming's swollen left arm, her heart filled with remorse.
Our house caught fire today. He did it to save me. Upon hearing this, Dr. Dong looked at Mu Changming with admiration, then smiled at Luo Xuening. Child, you found a good man. Ah? We are not. Before Luo Xuening could finish speaking, Dr. Dong shook his head and sighed.
In this day and age, there aren't many men who would save you in such a dangerous situation.
Luo Xuening opened her mouth, but didn't continue to refute.
Thinking of Mu Changming's figure passing by in the flames, and seeing his scorched left arm now,
Luo Xuening felt extremely guilty.
Dr. Dong has done me a great favor, Mu Changming said to Luo Xuening with a reassuring smile.
Teacher, I'm fine. It's just a scar, it's not like it's on my face. It won't have any impact.
Come with me, I'll help you take care of it. Dr. Dong also stood up, ready to treat Mu Changming's left arm. The more Mu Changming said this, the deeper Luo Xuening's guilt became.
Luo Xuening watched the tall figure leaving with Dr. Dong.
She was clearly his teacher, but at the crucial moment, she, as the teacher, needed her student to save her.
Dr. Dong's words also left a deep impression on Luo Xuening.
There aren't many men who could save you in such a dangerous situation.
Dr. Dong quickly led Mu Changming back to the consultation room, and then they sat down. I'll prescribe some more ointment for you. Remember to apply it on time when you get back. And for the next few days, don't take a bath. Thanks. You're welcome.
You should thank your boyfriend instead. Dr. Dong smiled and handed the prescription to Luo Xuening.
Luo Xuening blushed as she accepted the prescription from Dr. Dong.
Luo Xuening held the prescription, looked at her bandaged left arm, and asked with concern.
Does it still hurt? Much better. Mu Changming smiled easily. Mu Changming looked at Luo Xuening's favorability rating, which had reached 70.
He didn't expect that the favorability rating would increase so much while he was just getting her bandaged. However, it seems like the affection level has gotten stuck here, without any further fluctuations.
Never mind, let's wait a bit longer. Haste makes waste.
At least now, his relationship with Luo Xuening is not something Luo Xuening can easily shake off.
Luo Xuening went to get medicine for Mu Changming and quickly came back with the ointment.
She then carefully explained to Mu Changming how to apply it.
Gurgle. As soon as Luo Xuening brought Mu Changming back to the car, Mu Changming's stomach started rumbling. Well, I think I'm a little hungry.
Mu Changming scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed.
Luo Xuening laughed when she heard Mu Changming's stomach growl. The atmosphere inside the car immediately relaxed. Come on, let me take you to eat. To be honest, Luo Xuening was also a little hungry. She had only eaten one steamed bun in the morning and hadn't eaten lunch yet. Speaking of eating steamed buns, Luo Xuening thought of the embarrassing incident that happened today. Luo Xuening led Mu Changming to a decent restaurant, and the two of them each ordered some food. Mu Changming, holding chopsticks, smiled at Luo Xuening. Teacher, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something today? What's wrong? Luo Xuening was taken aback.
Right, she had originally intended to completely sever her relationship with Mu Changming today and return to the way things were before. Now that she had the chance, Luo Xuening didn't know how to start the conversation. Looking at Mu Changming in front of her, Luo Xuening wondered how she could possibly remain uninvolved after so many things had happened. Luo Xuening will never forget the fact that Mu Changming risked his life to rush in and save her today.
Some trivial things. I've already forgotten. I'll tell you when I remember.
Luo Xuening held her chopsticks, her eyes slightly evasive.
Mu Changming smiled, looking at Luo Xuening, who was eating with her head down.
Their relationship was already difficult to sever.
Luo Xuening didn't have a large appetite.
After finishing her meal, she wiped her mouth with a tissue. Looking at the bandage on Mu Changming's arm, Luo Xuening still couldn't ignore it.
Are you really not bothered by a scar on your arm? It's all right.
It's just a scar, it's not on my face, it won't affect anything.
And it might not be a bad thing. When I see this scar in the future, I'll remember you, teacher.
Luo Xuening trembled, a strange feeling rising in her heart.
Looking at Mu Changming before her, she continued to ask.
So what will you say if your girlfriend asks about it later?
Chapter 32 Approaching Gao Juanhao. Just tell the truth. Teacher, you're not my girlfriend, what's there to hide? Could it be that you, teacher?
Before Mu Changming could finish speaking, Luo Xuening hurriedly stood up shyly, her voice slightly rushed.
No. I was just asking. Just asking. Luo Xuening felt extremely embarrassed. Yes, she was Mu Changming's teacher, so what was there that she couldn't say? By asking that question, I've made it seem like my relationship with Mu Changming is ambiguous. So embarrassing. Mu Changming smiled slightly, took a sip of the yogurt on the table, and said with a smile. Teacher, I finished eating too, let's go. Tiannan University of Science and Technology, Longfu Restaurant.
Brother Wu, Brother Xing, it's my treat today, so please eat without worry.
Brother Gao, you're too kind.
Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing looked at the table full of expensive dishes with greedy expressions.
Gao Juanhao looked at Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing with a smile. Brother Wu, what is your relationship with Mu Changming?
Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing's expressions tightened slightly upon hearing the name Mu Changming.
Why is it him again?
Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing exchanged a glance, and Wu Aolin looked at Gao Juanhao with a smile.
Brother Gao, what is your relationship with Mu Changming?
I have a slight grudge against him. Gao Juanhao took a sip of the red wine in his glass and smiled. Upon hearing that there had been a conflict, Wu Aolin immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
You startled me.
I thought Brother Gao had a close relationship with Mu Changming.
Our relationship with him is just so-so. Yes, we're not that close.
Xing Yuqing echoed this. Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao's eyes narrowed slightly.
Brother Gao, you must have asked us to come here today because you have something to ask of us. Wu Aolin wasn't stupid.
Gao Juanhao suddenly taking him and Xing Yuqing out for such a nice meal meant he must have something to ask of them. Gao Juanhao didn't speak immediately, but instead took out 2 red envelopes, placed them on the table, and slowly pushed them toward Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing.
It's nothing much.
I just wanted Brother Wu and Brother Xing to invite him out for a meal. Wu Aolin looked at the red envelopes on the table, reached out and took them, then opened them and carefully counted them, 15.
1,500 yuan is equivalent to his monthly living expenses. Xing Yuqing also earned 1,500 yuan. He could earn 1,500 yuan just by going out for a meal. This guy is way too rich. 1,500 yuan? Why not make some money?
It just so happens that Chenny isn't in the dorm these days, he's still in the hospital, so I'm not worried about him finding out.
Don't worry, Brother Gao, leave this matter to us. I wonder what Brother Gao plans to do. Wu Aolin looked at Mu Changming with curiosity. Brother Wu, you only need to invite the person out. You'll know how to do it when the time comes. Gao Juanhao did not explain in detail to Wu Aolin.
After finishing their meal, Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing watched Gao Juanhao drive away in his BMW 7 Series.
I want to drive a BMW 7 Series too.
Wu Aolin said with envy, with a BMW 7 Series, how could you not have girls? Come on, this car costs nearly $1 million, it's not something a family like ours can afford.
The amniotic fluid is the dividing line between us. If we do our job well, we might be able to make some extra money in the future.
Xing Yuqing patted Wu Aolin on the shoulder.
But speaking of which, this guy also has a conflict with Mu Changming. Does Mu Changming really want to live longer by making enemies everywhere? Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Let's go back and talk to Chu Xing and the others. We'll invite Mu Changming to join us for a meal.
On the other side, inside a BMW 7 Series driving on the highway,
Gao Ruoya was applying lipstick in front of the makeup mirror. Are these 2 oddballs you found any good? Gao Juanhao drove with one hand and laughed. As long as we can get Mu Changming to come out, that's fine. Then it'll be up to you. Gao Ruoya closed the makeup mirror and looked at Gao Juanhao beside her. That guy probably didn't offend you, did he? Was it necessary to be so drastic? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. You'll get your share of the benefits once it's done. Gao Juanhao gave Gao Ruoya a cold look. Gao Ruoya shrugged helplessly. Oh well, he's just unlucky. What can I do? I love money. Dormitory 405.
As soon as Mu Changming returned to the dormitory, Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing immediately took off their headphones. The two exchanged a glance, and Wu Aolin spoke first.
Old Mu, you're back?
When Mu Changming saw Wu Aolin taking the initiative to greet him, he raised an eyebrow slightly.
Why did this guy suddenly take the initiative to greet him? Offering unsolicited favors is either a sign of malice or theft. Wu Aolin, when did you become so familiar with me? Mu Changming looked at Wu Aolin with a forced smile.
Xing Yuqing said with a smile. Old Mu, we're all roommates, and we'd like to improve our relationship with you.
Mu Changming sneered inwardly. Improve their relationship? Mu Changming wanted to see what tricks these two were planning to play. Oh? How can we improve this? Let's find a place to get together and talk things out. Chen Yi, you know your family has some influence, so it's okay for you to be a little arrogant. Let's go out and have some fun while Chen Yi is away today, and ease up our tensions. When Chen Yi comes back, we'll put in a good word for you so as not to make the atmosphere in the dorm too tense. Xing Yuqing is quite good at speaking.
Mu Changming grasped the key point in Xing Yuqing's words.
How about we get together? Is he trying to screw himself over, or does he have other ideas? Okay, then you can suggest a time. Just give me a call when the time comes.
At this moment, Wu Aolin noticed the iPhone 17 Pro Max in Mu Changming's hand and was slightly taken aback.
You changed your phone. Is it the latest model?
Upon hearing this, Xing Yuqing immediately noticed where this kid got the money.
What's so special about a cell phone?
Have Chen Yi help you get more poverty relief scholarships over a few years. That'll be enough for one machine. Mu Changming's smile carried a hint of sarcasm. Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing suppressed their anger.
You really have a nerve.
You managed to install something on a crappy phone.
Let's see how you put on an act when we eat. Old Mu is as humorous as ever. I don't have class tomorrow night, so let's do it tomorrow. We'll choose the location and send it to you later. Chapter 33. Even the rich don't have it easy to spend their money.
Mu Changming wasn't interested in what Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing were worried about. He only needed to focus on his classes and spend his free time getting closer to Yutingting on his phone.
And of course, there's Song Yu.
Although he had physical intimacy with Song Yu's favorability rating remained at 70, never reaching the 80 threshold. According to the system's favorability rating system, as long as the favorability rating reaches 80, it will not decrease. However, compared to Song Yu, Luo Xuaning's favorability rating has unknowingly reached 72, just 8 points away from reaching 80%.
Mu Changming also knew very well that Luo Xuaning's 8% was very difficult. At the very least, it will be difficult to improve in the short term. At noon, Mu Changming left Tiannan University of Science and Technology, intending to find a roadside stall for a simple meal. Mu Changming has eaten at many of the stalls and shops around the school. Before they knew it, Mu Changming had already gone quite far. Suddenly, a noodle shop came into Mu Changming's view. To be precise, it's not the noodle shop, but the female server here. The waitress was dressed in very simple clothes, with 2 braids and some messy bangs in front of her forehead. In the sunlight, her hair had a light golden hue. The girl is very cute, with a delicate nose and cherry lips that give her a Jiangnan southern China feel. Li Zhixia seemed to sense that someone was watching her, so she stood up and followed the gaze, immediately seeing Mu Changming standing there. Li Zhixia smiled radiantly at Mu Changming. Mu Changming slowly walked over. Li Zhixia smiled as she saw Mu Changming approaching. Would you like noodles? Okay. What flavor do you want? Give me a recommendation. Mu Changming looked at the pure and lovely Li Zhixia in front of him and smiled. Li Zhixia was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Is this your first time here? Then I'll take care of your lunch today. Mu Changming watched Li Zhixia turn and walk into the house, never expecting that there would be such a charming girl here. Li Zhixia quickly carried a steaming bowl of noodles to Mu Changming. Your noodles are ready. If you don't like the taste, I can make you another one. Li Zhixia's eyes seemed to be smiling. Mu Changming took a bite, found it quite delicious, and smiled at Li Zixia. No need, it suits my taste perfectly. That's good. You can call me if you need anything. Li Zixia smiled slightly, turned around, and went back into the house. After finishing his noodles, Mu Changming smiled at the busy Li Zixia and asked, "How much?" 9 pieces. Li Zixia turned around and smiled. Upon hearing that it was 9 yuan, Mu Changming transferred the money. Mu Changming didn't linger after paying the bill. It continued until 6 p.m. Mu Changming received a message from Wu Aolin, which contained a location. Wandering KTV?
Wu Aolin, I'm very curious, what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves for tonight?
Inside room 3 of the Wandering KTV.
Wu Aolin, Xing Yuqing, Zhang Haozhou, and Chu Xing sat there.
Brother Gao, I never imagined you to be so unassuming.
Wu Aolin looked at Guan Yu sitting there and couldn't help but say something.
No wonder Chen Yi couldn't win Guan Yu's heart. It turns out Guan Yu had already found someone else.
Gao Juanhao drives a luxury car worth millions, and in terms of resources, he is indeed much better off than Chen Yi. The moment Wu Aolin saw Guan Yu, he immediately understood Gao Juanhao's idea, to take this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Mu Changming. Wu Aolin looked at Guan Yu sitting there. Her long legs were incredibly alluring, but unfortunately, he couldn't have them. Gao Juanhao glanced at Guan Yu, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant, and smiled. "Senior, what's wrong?" His expression was rather unpleasant from the moment he entered the room. "Do you know Brother Wu and the others?" Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao beside her, a hint of anger flashing through her heart.
What was Gao Juanhao trying to do? Why are you suddenly so close to Mu Changming's roommate?
Now they even gather at karaoke bars and chat happily.
Guan Yu had a vague sense of unease.
Gao Juanhao organized today's gathering not only to bully Mu Changming, but also, more importantly, to make Guan Yu completely sever ties with Mu Changming and cut off Guan Yu's feelings for him.
Gao Juanhao, what do you want to do? Guan Yu suppressed his inner anger. Senior, I've already taught that person a lesson for you. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? I just want my senior to only have me in her heart. It's that simple. Gao Juanhao stopped pretending and smiled at Guan Yu. Wu Aolin also chimed in. Yeah, Guan Yu, what's so great about that Mu Changming guy? If you follow Brother Gao, you'll have everything you want, living the high life. He's not as good as that poor wretch Mu Changming. Xing Yuqing and the others echoed his sentiments, saying that Mu Changming was wrong in every way. Guan Yu's face was extremely ugly. These guys were so supportive of Gao Juanhao. She must have received quite a few gifts from Gao Juanhao. Senior, you know how I feel about you.
Heaven and earth bear witness. Don't worry, I just want you to break up with him cleanly.
I have no other ideas.
As long as you cooperate well, I will definitely not have any disputes with you in the future.
Gao Juanhao's smile clearly conveyed his unspoken meaning. Mu Changming is just an ordinary person. If I wanted to mess with him, it would be as easy as messing with an ant.
Guan Yuxiu clenched her fists tightly. That bastard Gao Juanhao actually tried to use her to humiliate Mu Changming.
Guan Yu was well aware of Mu Changming's family background compared to Gao Juanhao. It was like heaven and earth. Even if someone were to beat up Chen Yi, Gao Juanhao could handle it. Even Chen Yi couldn't do it, let alone Mu Changming. Once Mu Changming offends Gao Juanhao, he will definitely find it difficult to move an inch at school.
Sitting to the side, Gao Ruoya saw the struggle in Guan Yu's eyes and sneered inwardly.
Guan Yu, do you really think all rich people are fools? Will he obediently become your lapdog and do whatever you say?
You haven't completely broken things off with your ex-boyfriend, and you still dare to mess with Gao Juanhao.
Seriously, once you're on a pirate ship, you know it's hard to get off. Gao Juanhao's money is not so easy to spend. Just then, a knock came from outside.
A slight smile appeared on Gao Juanhao's lips as he glanced at Wu Aolin.
Brother Wu, our last friend for tonight has arrived. Aren't you going to open the door right now?
Wu Aolin quickly stood up, tightened his clothes, and smiled.
I'll go right away. Chapter 34 First Encounter.
Wu Aolin opened the door and saw Mu Changming standing there. A smile immediately appeared on his face.
You finally arrived. We've been waiting for this for so long. Mu Changming placed his hand on Wu Aolin's shoulder, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You've practically knelt down and begged me, how could I refuse to come and see you? You.
Wu Aolin was so angry at Mu Changming that he was speechless.
What a damned bastard. Okay, I'll let you laugh a little longer.
Once you see who's sitting inside, you'll immediately stop laughing.
Now, everyone's here. Come in.
Wu Aolin shifted his position, and Mu Changming was able to see the people in the KTV clearly at that moment. Besides his roommates, there was also his ex-girlfriend.
There are also Gao Juanhao and Gao Ruoya.
When Guan Yu saw Mu Changming outside the door, she seemed unsure how to meet his gaze and kept her head down. Mu Changming looked at Guan Yu with a cold gaze, then slowly turned his gaze to Gao Juanhao.
Wu Aolin also took the initiative to act as the introducer. I don't need to introduce this person. You probably know him better than we do.
Wu Aolin was about to introduce Gao Juanhao, but Gao Juanhao stood up and interrupted him.
Let me introduce them myself. Freshman, Gao Juanhao. Senior Mu, I've long admired your name. Gao Juanhao stretched out his hand and gave Mu Changming a mocking smile.
Mu Changming looked down at Gao Juanhao, thinking that the gathering was hosted by Chen Yi, but it turned out to be this reckless kid.
Is he trying to humiliate himself by using Guan Yu?
Gao Juanhao, seeing that Mu Changming did not shake his hand, did not feel embarrassed, but continued to smile. Brother Mu is indeed as cold-hearted as senior sister Guan said. Wu Aolin, Xing Yuqing, and the others stood there, all looking at Mu Changming with mockery.
Especially Wu Aolin. Weren't you very arrogant when you came in? Why aren't you smiling now? You can't laugh anymore, can you? No one would be happy if their ex-girlfriend was stolen by someone else. Oh? Gao Juanhao. He's pretty average looking.
No wonder he's been chasing her for so long and still hasn't managed to hold Guan Yu's hand.
Wu Aolin laughed immediately after hearing this. Mu Changming, don't joke around. How could Brother Gao have never even touched Guan Yu's hand? You poor wretch, are you daydreaming too much? Do you really think Brother Gao is like you, needing to split the bill when eating out? Mu Changming ignored Wu Aolin and instead looked down at Gao Juanhao. He's dressed in a suit and tie. I never expected him to be such a useless piece of trash. With so much money in my pocket, how come I still can't steal Guan Yu's heart from me? I've already dumped her. How come you're still so useless? No, Mu Changming, are you just putting on an act because you have no other choice? They even started using Guan language? Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning for showing off? Wu Aolin was furious when he saw Mu Changming showing off. He's the one who dumped me. However, Guan Yu's words almost caused Wu Aolin to stumble and fall to the ground. Wu Aolin stared at Guan Yu in shock. No, this loser dumped you? Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, Gao Juanhao's face darkened considerably. Brother Mu is certainly eloquent. Don't call me brother, I'm a freshman, you have to call me senior, understand? Don't these kids have any manners these days? Mu Changming reached out and patted Gao Juanhao on the shoulder, giving him a lecture. Gao Juanhao was speechless after being cornered by Mu Changming. Sai, since you're so eager to learn Guan Yu, I'll show you the way. Back in the day, I used to hold hands every day, kiss every 3 days, touch legs every 5 days, and grope breasts every 7 days. Before Gao Juanhao could finish listening, his face turned green. Guan Yu, sitting there, didn't deny it, which was as if he had tacitly agreed, making Gao Juanhao so angry that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. I admire longevity. It can't be that fast. Guan Yu looked at the smiling Mu Changming and gave a low shout. That damn bastard, who does he think he is? Guan Yu's words, ironically, indirectly proved the truth of Mu Changming's words. It may not be that fast, but it has definitely happened. Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing listened with envy. However, Gao Juanhao felt a sense of humiliation. He had been pursuing Guan Yu for at least a month, but Guan Yu had never let him touch her. In the past month, Gao Juanhao had also given Guan Yu many expensive gifts. And what about longevity? He didn't give anything. They gave nothing, yet received everything. Gao Juanhao's anger towards Mu Changming reached its peak. He had originally intended to use Guan Yu to humiliate Mu Changming, but the result was the opposite. Not only did he fail to humiliate her, but he was also severely humiliated by that bastard Mu Changming. Brother Mu, you don't need to joke around. Since I've chosen Senior Guan, I won't care about her past. Gao Juanhao's lips were trembling as he finished speaking. He didn't seem to care, but Gao Juanhao cared deeply inside. But we haven't caught up with Guan Yu yet, so we can't afford to mess things up. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Mu Changming looked at Gao Juanhao's slightly disheveled face and immediately smiled. Junior, you have a great mind. I have high hopes for you. Don't worry, Senior. I'll take good care of Senior Guan for you. I ordered so many drinks for you today, Senior, you must drink until you're completely drunk. Gao Juanhao sat down, pointed to the wine on the table, and said to Mu Changming. Of course. I wouldn't let my junior's painstaking efforts go to waste. Mu Changming sat down opposite Gao Juanhao with a smile. Guan Yu looked at Mu Changming, who still dared to sit down. How could he still dare to stay here? Ruoya. Open the wine for the senior. Gao Juanhao glanced at Gao Ruoya over there, a cruel smile flashing in his eyes. Mu Changming, I originally felt somewhat guilty towards you. Since you're so reckless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gao Ruoya stood up with a smile. Gao Ruoya was also very good looking and dressed very fashionably, especially her upper body. When she bent over, a little bit of spring scenery was revealed. Seeing this, Wu Aolin and Xing Yuqing, who were sitting opposite, wished they could be giraffes. Gao Ruoya skillfully opened the beer bottle cap, then winked her beautiful eyes at Mu Changming, exuding charm. Senior, let's get acquainted. My name is Gao Ruoya. She is Juanhao's cousin. After saying that, Gao Ruoya handed the wine bottle to Mu Changming. Chapter 35. Who do you think you are? Ding, name, Gao Ruoya. Age, 20. Appearance, 80. Fetish, M. Favorability, 50. Identity, Gao Juanhao's cousin. Other, honey trap. Mu Changming looked at Gao Ruoya's character panel in front of him, and then looked up at Gao Juanhao. So it turns out she was planning to set herself up in a honey trap. However, Gao Juanhao's relationship with this cousin was clearly not simple. Since Gao Juanhao had offered her up, how could Mu Changming refuse? Mu Changming took the wineglass from Gao Ruoya and scratched her palm with his finger. Gao Ruoya flinched as if she had been electrocuted. Ruoya. Truly, her name reflects her character. Her elegance surpasses even the snow. Gao Ruoya was much more handsome than Gao Juanhao. His aggressive smile and enthusiastic praise made Gao Ruoya's pretty face blush slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Gao Juanhao was amazed at how convincingly Gao Ruoya was putting on her act. He couldn't tell if she was faking it or if she had been seduced by Mu Changming. This jerk can't even walk past a handsome guy? Ruoya, let's drink to our senior. As she spoke, Gao Ruoya was about to offer a toast to longevity. Mu Changming suddenly grabbed Gao Ruoya's arm, a smile playing on his lips. Sigh, drinking like this is so pointless. Ah. Senior, how would you like to drink it? Gao Ruoya looked at Mu Changming with a puzzled expression. Mu Changming smiled slightly, slowly stood up, then helped Gao Ruoya up, and looked down at her. Open your mouth. When Gao Ruoya saw Mu Changming's gaze, her eyes trembled, and she inexplicably opened her mouth. Mu Changming immediately poured a bottle of wine into Gao Ruoya's mouth. Ah, Senior. This scene left Gao Juanhao, Wu Aolin, Guan Yu, and others dumbfounded. As Gao Juanhao's lover, Gao Ruoya has never been treated like this by Gao Juanhao. Grass. That bastard. Gao Juanhao looked at Mu Changming's wicked smile and felt a chill run down his spine. Gao Juanhao has no time to pay attention to Guan Yu now. His whole heart is on Mu Changming. Mu Changming's humiliation of his woman left Gao Juanhao speechless with rage. Cough cough. Gao Ruoya was covered in alcohol and drank it in large gulps. She also supported Mu Changming as he coughed violently. Gao Ruoya clung weakly to Mu Changming's chest, her face flushed. Senior. Gao Ruoya grabbed Mu Changming's clothes. Although being forced to drink was unpleasant, for some reason, Gao Ruoya wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, I found it somewhat fun, even enjoyable. Guan Yu felt a surge of displeasure upon seeing this scene. That damned bitch, how could she get so close to Mu Changming? And, my premonition was right. Mu Changming seems to have changed a lot since that day. Gao Juanhao was furious. Damn it, Gao Ruoya, I made you act, not take it too seriously. Are you fucking trying to cheat on me? Gao Juanhao had never seen Gao Ruoya show this kind of expression when she was with him. Mu Changming looked at Gao Juanhao, whose eyes were practically spitting fire, and smiled at Gao Ruoya in his arms. Is it fun? Good. Before Gao Ruoya could finish speaking, Gao Juanhao coughed lightly. Cough cough. As if reminding Gao Ruoya seemed to realize what had happened and then realized how out of control she had been. What happened? What just happened?
Gao Ruoya hurriedly tried to push Mu Changming away, but Mu Changming deliberately sat back, and Gao Ruoya followed the force and fell into Mu Changming's arms in a half-kneeling position.
Ruoya, have you had enough lying down? If you keep lying down, your cousin will get a little angry.
Gao Ruoya was like a frightened rabbit. This bastard was definitely a master.
Gao Ruoya quickly stood up and straightened her clothes. Mu Changming held up a bottle of wine and waved it at Gao Juanhao. Junior, where is your cousin from?
She has a really slim waist. Gao Juanhao gripped the wine bottle tightly. Mu Changming.
I'm your sworn enemy.
Before Mu Changming could even take a sip of wine, his phone suddenly rang.
Mu Changming realized it was Yu Tingting calling. Why would Yu Tingting suddenly call him at this time? Mu Changming put down his wine cup. Thank you for your hospitality. I've had enough fun, and I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now.
After Mu Changming left, the entire karaoke bar became extremely quiet.
Gao Juanhao sat there, veins bulging on his forehead.
He stared intently in the direction Mu Changming had left. Wu Aolin, Xing Yuqing, and the others were also startled by Gao Juanhao's expression, and quickly said awkwardly,
Brother Gao, we won't bother you any longer.
After saying that, Wu Aolin and the others immediately slipped out. Now, only Guan Yu, Gao Juanhao, and Gao Ruoya remained in the entire KTV.
Guan Yu slowly stood up. Gao Juanhao suppressed his voice and looked at Guan Yu. Where are you going? Guan Yu ignored Gao Juanhao and quietly walked up to Gao Ruoya.
Gao Ruoya's expression changed slightly as she saw Guan Yu approaching.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Guan Yu raised her hand and slapped Gao Ruoya across the face. Gao Ruoya was instantly stunned by the slap. My man, do you enjoy being on your stomach like this?
Gao Ruoya was stunned by the slap and covered her face with her small hands.
You dare slap me? Why wouldn't I dare to slap you? Guan Yu, what do you mean? Gao Juanhao's expression changed immediately upon hearing Guan Yu's words. Guan Yu glanced back at Gao Juanhao. Don't think I don't know about your relationship. Cousin, you guys are really open-minded. Gao Juanhao, you keep saying that heaven and earth are my witnesses, but what have you done?
Behind my back, she arranged to meet Mu Changming's roommate.
Having already suffered enough embarrassment after what happened today, don't you think? After saying this, Wan walked towards the door. Gao Juanhao panicked.
He had been pursuing Guan Yu for so long, hoping to use Mu Changming to advance his position today, but the opposite had happened, and he had been severely humiliated by Mu Changming.
Senior, please let me explain. Gao Juanhao also hurriedly chased after him. Gao Ruoya quickly pulled Gao Juanhao back. Cousin, I've been beaten up. It hurts so much.
Gao Juanhao, seeing Gao Ruoya in his way, shook her off without a second thought.
Let go. You're more trouble than you're worth. I can't count on you for anything.
After shaking off Gao Ruoya, Gao Juanhao quickly chased after her.
Senior, wait for me. Let me explain. In an instant, Gao Ruoya was the only one left in the entire KTV. Gao Ruoya covered her face, standing there blankly, staring at the doorway Gao Juanhao rushed out of.
Guan Yu may torment him 1,000 times, but he still loves her.
And what did I get in return for being so obedient to him? Chapter 36 Angry Words. Gao Juanhao.
I've been completely subservient to you, yet you're so supportive of a lowly woman who's only been around for a few days.
The bag I've been asking for ages only took one sentence from that bitch Guan Yu.
Gao Ruoya's eyes flashed coldly, and her delicate fists clenched tightly. At this moment, the waiter walked in, looked at Gao Ruoya in the room, and smiled slightly.
Excuse me, miss, could you please settle the bill? Gao Ruoya's face froze instantly as she stared at the waiter in front of her. Didn't Gao Juanhao pay the bill?
Miss, he only paid for the private room, he hasn't paid for the drinks yet.
Gao Ruoya's face immediately darkened.
But he was the only one left in the private room, and if he didn't pay the bill, they probably wouldn't let him leave.
Gao Ruoya's face turned ashen with anger. Wait a minute, I'm going to make a phone call. Gao Ruoya didn't want to pay the bill, but the call she made went unanswered. Asshole. This is a loss I can only suffer in silence.
On the other hand, Gao Juanhao had no time to pay attention to Gao Ruoya. His mind was entirely focused on Guan Yu.
Guan Yu was the person Gao Juanhao took a liking to at first sight after entering university.
Whether it was her looks, figure, or anything else, she was Guan Yu's dream girl.
No matter the cost, we must not lose Guan Yu.
Having finally managed to get Guan Yu and Mu Changming to break up, she absolutely couldn't give up halfway.
Senior, wait for me.
Gao Juanhao, panting heavily, caught up with Guan Yu, who had come out.
Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao, who was panting heavily.
How could he be so tired after running just a few steps?
Is he really that useless?
Why did you chase after me?
Shouldn't you comfort your little lover?
Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light.
Gao Juanhao took a deep breath and quickly tried to argue.
Senior, listen to me, Ruoya is my cousin, and our relationship is absolutely clear. I just spoil her a little on a regular basis.
Spoiling? Pampering in bed, is that it? Guan Yu gave a cold laugh. Do you dare let me see your chat history? Gao Juanhao was immediately stumped by Guan Yu's question. Look. How can I show it to you? Guan Yu absolutely must not see Gao Juanhao and Gao Ruoya's chat history, otherwise Gao Juanhao will be unable to clear his name no matter what. Senior, you have to believe me.
I, Gao Juanhao, swear that I only love you.
Compared to you, Gao Ruoya isn't even qualified to carry your shoes.
Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao, who was so sincere, and her heart stirred, but her voice remained indifferent.
Then how do you explain what happened today? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? It's fine if Mu Changming is alone, but why did you call his roommate over? Do I want his roommates to know that I'm the kind of vain woman? Tell me, is this the guarantee you so swore?
When Gao Juanhao heard Guan Yu's rebuttal, a million wild horses galloped through his mind.
How could this woman have such a clear mind?
Gao Juanhao originally only wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Mu Changming, but his plan backfired and he ended up getting himself into trouble. Now, Guan Yu, this woman, has seized the opportunity.
Senior, this was just an accident. Don't worry, those guys would never dare to say anything against you. Guan Yu immediately sneered. Accident? Criticism? Whether they're discussing it behind your back or not, how would you know?
Gao Juanhao, let me tell you, if word gets out about what happened today, you won't be able to escape unscathed. Looking at the aggressive Guan Yu, Gao Juanhao quickly thought of a way to deal with her, and suddenly remembered the bag he had prepared for Gao Ruoya.
Senior, please wait a moment.
Gao Juanhao quickly ran to his car, took the exquisite gift box out of the car, and then quickly returned.
Senior, look, this is the LV bag I prepared for you today. Gao Juanhao handed the LV bag to Guan Yu. Guan Yu looked at the LV bag in front of him and raised an eyebrow. What do you mean?
Senior, I originally wanted to take this opportunity to give you a surprise today, to make Mu Changming realize the gap between me and him.
But I didn't expect things to turn out this way.
But, Senior, you have to believe me, my feelings for you are absolutely genuine, without the slightest bit of falsehood. This LV bag was originally intended for Gao Ruoya, but now that Gao Ruoya has messed things up, how could Gao Juanhao possibly give it to her?
Guan Yu is angry with me right now, so I'll use this to coax her.
Senior, please give me another chance, and I'll definitely impress you. Guan Yu looked at Gao Juanhao's sincere face, remained silent for a moment, and then took the LV bag from Gao Juanhao's hand. Gao Juanhao's face lit up with joy when he saw that Guan Yu had accepted the offer.
Senior, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Gao Juanhao. Just because I accepted the gifts you gave me doesn't mean I've forgiven you. Guan Yu snorted coldly, which immediately made Gao Juanhao's face turn bitter. You should reflect on what you did today. Gao Juanhao took a deep breath.
Well, since Guan Yu accepted his LV bag, it proved that he still had a chance.
Today's events could be considered a breakthrough.
It's impossible for Guan Yu to accept his things and then turn his back on him.
Senior, let me take you back. It's quite far from school.
Besides, taking a taxi at this time, especially since you're so beautiful, what if you encounter someone with ill intentions?
Gao Juanhao also wanted to curry favor.
Taking a taxi would cost several yuan, that's really a waste.
Then what are you still standing there for?
Guan Yu glanced coldly at Gao Juanhao, who was staring at her expectantly.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly prepared to drive.
On the other side, Mu Changming answered Yu Tingting's call. Tingting, what's wrong? Senior, could you come to Rose Bar?
Yu Tingting's voice was very soft on the other end of the phone.
Rose Bar? Why did you go there? Our department is having a get-together today. We were planning to celebrate at the Rose Bar, but
Before Yu Tingting could finish speaking, a voice called out from the other end of the phone.
Tingting, are you done yet? Ah. Xiaohan, I'll be right out. Hurry up, Tingting, everyone's waiting for you. Don't spoil the fun for everyone. At the same time, Yu Tingting also hung up the phone. Chapter 37 Indecent Assault.
Looking at the phone that had just ended, Mu Changming first hailed a taxi to go to the Rose Bar. Then I messaged Yu Tingting to ask for her exact location.
Second floor, 5 private rooms.
Rose Bar, in a private room.
Come on, everyone, drink up. It's my treat today.
Runs picked up his wine glass and laughed heartily. Runs is a little over 1.7 meters tall. The most distinctive feature of his face is his small eyes and somewhat flat nose. His appearance is very average, but he is very eloquent. There were only 6 people in the private room, 1 minister and 5 members. Yu Tingting sat there with a wine glass in her hand, looking somewhat uneasy because Run's gaze towards her was rather lewd.
Tingting, why aren't you drinking? How many drinks have we all had? How come yours is still so much?
Lu Shichuan, who was hanging out with Runs, noticed that Yu Tingting hadn't touched the wine in her glass and immediately asked her about it.
Senior Lu, I don't drink.
Before Yu Tingting could finish speaking, Lu Shichuan frowned and said unhappily.
Tingting, it's not easy to get together like this.
Look, Xiaohan, Joey and the others aren't as disappointing as you.
Besides, this liquor isn't very strong, it'll be fine.
Yan Zhaoi, who was less attractive than Yu Tingting, also uttered that sarcastic tone upon seeing how well Yu Tingting was putting on an act. Yeah, Tingting, we finally get to go out, and the minister is treating us, you can't just spoil the fun like this.
If you're not going to drink, you might as well not have come at all. And once you start working, how can you not drink at any gatherings? Since I'll be drinking it anyway, I might as well learn how now. Besides, no one here is trying to harm you. Yan Zhaoi's few words immediately drew everyone's attention to Yu Tingting.
Yu Tingting was also a little overwhelmed by the gazes of so many people, and her hands trembled slightly. Yu Tingting looked at the wine glass in her hand, and then glanced at Runs, who was smiling at her but remained silent.
Tingting, try it, it'll be okay. Zhao is right. Lu Shichuan chimed in from the side.
Unable to withstand the pressure, Yu Tingting picked up her wine glass and took a sip. It's very spicy when it goes down.
Cough cough.
Seeing this, Runs immediately brought a glass of water and placed it in front of Yu Tingting, smiling as he said.
Tingting, you can take your time. It's like this the first time you drink it.
Yu Tingting glanced at Runs somewhat evasively.
Good.
Runs looked at Yu Tingting, who had her head down, her rosy cheeks were truly captivating.
And that slender figure, the student council hasn't seen a beauty like that in a long time.
He had mixed some baijiu, a type of Chinese liquor, into Yu Tingting's drink. Given Yu Tingting's alcohol tolerance, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long.
Then I'll be able to.
As Runs thought about it, he became a little excited. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on Yu Tingting, Suhan felt a pang of envy.
So what if she's a little prettier? Why is everyone revolving around her? Come on, Tingting, keep drinking. Take your time, it'll be ready soon.
Lu Shichuan was also egging her on from the sidelines, trying to get Yu Tingting drunk as soon as possible. Yu Tingting also noticed some discomfort, because after only a few sips, she felt dizzy.
If she continued to drink, she would definitely lose consciousness. I can't drink anymore. Yu Tingting waved her hand in refusal, saying that she only hoped Mu Changming could come quickly.
However, Yu Tingting was still a little nervous. After all, she had only met Mu Changming a few times.
Hey Tingting, you've only had a few drinks. Come on, keep drinking, don't spoil the fun. Since we've already started learning, let's learn it all at once. Here, fill Tingting's cup. Runs was extremely satisfied with Lu Shichuan's competence.
At this moment, Mu Changming had already arrived at the Rose Bar.
This bar is quite large. The first floor has regular booths, which is the main area for dancing.
In the center of the dance floor, many young people were letting loose and releasing the stress of the day. Of course, there are also those who come here to fish and pick up corpses, i.e., scavenge corpses. The second floor houses private meeting rooms.
Mu Changming did not linger on the first floor, but instead went to the second floor. Room number 5. Mu Changming found room number 5 and knocked on the door.
Inside the private room, everyone was dancing to their heart's content. Lu Shichuan had turned the music up to the maximum, seemingly trying to numb Yu Tingting's senses with the music. Come on, Ting Ting, have another drink.
Lu Shichuan had unknowingly sat down next to Yu Tingting.
Lu Shichuan looked at Yu Tingting beside him. Her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was exceptionally good. If Lu Shichuan hadn't promised sure runs to get Yu Tingting drunk, he would have already taken advantage of her. Damn, it's such a waste that sure runs got such a beauty.
Well, it'll be good to have some oil and fat then. Sure runs is a minister.
If he doesn't listen to orders, not only will he lose his position as vice minister, but he will also be targeted in the future. In that case, it will be very difficult for me to stay in the ministry.
Don't want. The people inside couldn't hear the knocking at the door.
Mu Changming's expression hardened. Through his X-ray vision, he instantly saw the situation inside the room. That bastard Lu Shichuan was frantically drinking alcohol. Yan Zhaoi was sitting next to Yu Tingting, helping her pour drinks.
Tingting, don't spoil the fun. Come on, keep drinking. Drink more.
Yan Zhaoi looked at Yu Tingting, who had drunk a lot of alcohol, with a smug look in his eyes.
Yu Tingting, aren't you supposed to be very virtuous? Pretending to be innocent and hardworking, I want to see if you can still laugh after tonight. No, I don't want it anymore. Zhaoi, I can't drink anymore.
Yu Tingting's consciousness was already somewhat unclear at this moment, and even her vision was a little blurry.
This is nothing, Tingting, keep drinking.
A hint of coldness flashed in Mu Changming's eyes, and he took a few steps back.
Mu Changming gathered all his strength in his leg and kicked the door. The loud crash startled the people inside.
Sure runs, Yan Zhaoi, and Lu Shichuan were momentarily stunned, their smiling faces froze.
What's going on? It sounds like someone is kicking the door. Lu Shichuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but speak. How could someone have kicked the door down?
Before Sure Runs could finish speaking, there was another loud bang, a roar that startled the people inside.
With a final bang,
the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Mu Changming's tall figure appeared at the door, his handsome face filled with a sinister look.
Did I say I wouldn't compensate you in chapter 38? Mu Changming's sharp gaze was like a blade piercing Sure Runs and Lu Shichuan.
Sure Runs frowned as he looked at Mu Changming, who had suddenly barged in.
Who are you?
Mu Changming ignored Sure Runs and slowly walked to Yu Tingting's side. Seeing that Yu Tingting was already somewhat unconscious, Mu Changming directly pulled away Yan Zhaoi, who was sitting outside. Yan Zhaoi, a woman, could not withstand Mu Changming's strength and was pulled up straight, almost crashing into a pillar.
What do you want to do? Lu Shichuan was startled. Who was this guy? They actually managed to kick open the locked door? Are you kidding me?
Mu Changming squatted down, looked at the dazed Yu Tingting, and reached out to brush a strand of hair behind her ear.
Tingting.
Yu Tingting seemed to hear a familiar voice, shook her head, and regained some consciousness.
Senior Mu. I feel so dizzy. Mu Changming stroked Yu Tingting's hair and said softly. It's all right. Tingting, you should get some sleep. Leave the rest to me. Mu Changming looked at Lu Shichuan sitting in the corner. Lu Shichuan met Mu Changming's terrifying gaze and reflexively stood up. Brother. I can get up myself.
Mu Changming slowly put Yu Tingting down, then stood up and looked at Lu Shichuan, who dared not meet his gaze, and reached out to pull Lu Shichuan over. Then, with a shout of awe, Mu Changming punched Lu Shichuan hard in the face, sending Lu Shichuan sprawling to the ground.
This scene startled everyone. After being punched, Lu Shichuan vomited violently.
Sure Runs was also startled.
He could give orders at school, but outside, he was just a coward. Moreover, when had Sure Runs ever seen such a fierce fighting style?
He not only kicked the door open, but also punched Lu Shichuan until he bled.
You must be that minister. Mu Changming looked down at Sure Runs, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. Sure Runs' Adam's apple bobbed slightly. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't do anything reckless.
I'll call the police. Before Sure Runs could finish speaking, Mu Changming picked up the bottle of baijiu that Lu Shichuan had hidden, a chill creeping across his lips.
Judging from your appearance, you must be a good drinker.
Sure Runs turned pale with fright when he saw the liquor in Mu Changming's hand.
What do you want to do? What are you doing? Of course, it's about doing things you don't want to do. Mu Changming grabbed Sure Runs by the neck. Before Sure Runs could even scream, Mu Changming gulped down the liquor into his mouth. Ah!
Lu Shichuan, who was lying on the ground, had just regained consciousness when he saw Sure Runs being forced to drink alcohol by Mu Changming.
His Adam's apple bobbed.
Damn, drinking so much, I hope I don't drink myself to death. Where did this fierce general come from? I'll just continue playing dead after all, it was all Shirun's doing. It has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Yan Zhaoi and Su-han had never seen such a scene before, and they were so frightened that they stood frozen in place. Call the police. Call the police immediately. Su-han looked at Shirun's, who was struggling, and regained some consciousness. Upon hearing Su-han's words, Mu Changming stopped pouring the wine down his throat. At that moment, Shirun's was coughing violently. Mu Changming's cold gaze fell on Su-han, startling her. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Su-han immediately realized what she had just said and quickly shook her head. I didn't say anything. I never hit women. But unfortunately, apart from your long hair, you don't look like a woman. Looking at Su-han's flat chest, Mu Changming slapped her across the face. Shirun's had no time to struggle at this moment. He clutched his stomach and howled in agony on the ground. My stomach hurts so much. Although Shirun sprayed out most of the large amount of liquor he drank in one go, it was still more than he could handle. Yan Zhaoi was terrified. He stood trembling in the corner. Brother, this was all Shirun's order. He told us to get Tingting drunk on Baijiu. If we don't do it, it'll be a huge problem at school. Please spare me. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside. Manager Wang of Rose Bar walked in with several bodyguards. Manager Wang glanced at the chaotic state of the room and then at the kicked-open door, a look of surprise flashing across his eyes. Is there something wrong with the door? This guy looks like he's only a college student, how could he have such strength? Friend, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to sabotage our business like this. After Manager Wang finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards behind him to capture Mu Changming. Let's put everything else aside for now and get this person under control first. After all, Manager Wang didn't know if these guys had called the police. Mu Changming possesses god-level fighting skills. The bodyguards who came in all looked tall and strong, but their combat ability was only average. The bodyguards rushed forward to seize Mu Changming, but Mu Changming trembled and dodged, then knocked the bodyguards back with a knee strike. The bodyguards were slightly taken aback, then realized that Mu Changming was no ordinary person, and immediately attacked together. However, in Mu Changming's eyes, these people were moving incredibly slowly. Mu Changming's punches were fierce and whistling, each punch followed by a scream. Each bodyguard couldn't even withstand a single punch from Mu Changming. The bodyguard who was about to capture Mu Changming was lying on the ground, clutching his body and groaning in agony. When Yan Zhaoi saw this scene, he thought, what kind of godlike man is this? One person took down 6 bodyguards so quickly? Yan Zhaoi looked at the domineering Mu Changming, and her heart pounded with fear, her legs trembling involuntarily. Manager Wang was also stunned by Mu Changming's terrifying fighting power. These people were all selected from the military, yet they couldn't even withstand a single move from this young man? That's absolutely ridiculous. Mu Changming slowly walked towards Manager Wang, whose Adam's apple bobbed. Friend, you broke the rules by kicking the door. I need compensation from you, is that alright? Did I say I wouldn't compensate you? Mu Changming frowned slightly as he stared at Manager Wang. Chapter 39 Sister Fei. Manager Wang looked at the imposing Mu Changming and was afraid that Mu Changming would make a move against him. Mu Changming didn't touch Manager Wang. He shook his wrist, then slowly walked towards Yu Tingting, who was lying on the sofa, and gently picked her up. Upon seeing this, Manager Wang immediately understood what had happened. However, Mu Changming has caused such a huge disaster. Do you really think you can leave unscathed? Mu Changming had no intention of leaving, and glanced at Manager Wang. Give me a quiet room. My people need rest. Manager Wang glanced at Yu Tingting in Mu Changming's arms, then told Mu Changming to have someone watch over the room. Come with me. Mu Changming carried Yu Tingting and walked forward. Manager Wang turned around and called to a bodyguard. Go and inform Sister Fei, and explain what's going on here. Yes, Manager Wang. Yu Tingting clung tightly to Mu Changming's collar the whole way, seemingly very attached to his scent. Mu Changming gently placed it on the bed and then tenderly covered it with the quilt. When Mu Changming stepped outside again, the person he saw was no longer Manager Wang, but a beautiful woman in a green cheongsam. The cheongsam perfectly accentuated the woman's figure, and a smile played on her lips, exuding charm and allure. Her long, snow-white legs, partially exposed beneath the cheongsam, were faintly visible. The woman's long, narrow, almond-shaped eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Mu Changming.
I heard it was you who kicked down my door.
Consort Zhuang parted her red lips slightly, exuding a powerful and mature aura.
We can talk about this somewhere else.
Before Mu Changming could finish speaking, Consort Zhuang stepped forward and walked up to Mu Changming. A refreshing scent filled her nostrils.
He's a considerate child.
But don't worry, little brother, your sister's room is very soundproof.
Ding, name, Consort Zhuang. Age, 29. Appearance, 97. Personality, charming appearance, strong-willed, unwilling to submit to others. Hobby, supreme power. Favorability, 30. Mu Changming looked at Consort Zhuang before him and smiled knowingly. The older sister doesn't seem to be much older than the younger brother. Besides, how does the older sister know that the younger brother is small if she hasn't tried it herself? Consort Zhuang was immediately amused by Mu Changming and her body trembled with laughter. She really is competitive. But I have some bad news for you. You broke the rules and hit someone. You're in trouble today.
Seeing that Mu Changming remained silent, Consort Zhuang waved her hand.
Come with me. Mu Changming followed behind Consort Zhuang and quickly returned to the private room they had just been in.
The bodyguards inside had already left, leaving only Yan Zhaoi, Su Han, Lu Zhichuan, Shi Runz, and others. These people were being watched by bodyguards as they squatted against the wall.
Consort Zhuang smiled and sat down on the sofa, staring at Mu Changming with great interest. That door cost 70,000.
The people who hit me, each person's medical expenses will be calculated at 3,000, for a total of 30,000. Only after a total of 100,000 will the feud between the younger brother and older sister be over. Seeing that Mu Changming was unmoved, Consort Zhuang smiled slightly. Mu Changming looked like just a college student, so how could he possibly take out 100,000 yuan?
Just as Consort Zhuang was about to extend an olive branch. However, my sister is not heartless. Mu Changming suddenly said. Swipe your card. If I scan the code, the limit isn't enough. Consort Zhuang's smile froze instantly. How could he possibly come up with 100,000? Manager Wang was also slightly taken aback.
This guy's clothes were very ordinary, and he didn't look like a rich person at all. Aside from his exceptional fighting skills and good looks, he's no different from an ordinary college student. Consort Zhuang glanced at Manager Wang and waved her hand. Manager Wang took out his phone, and Mu Changming scanned the code and transferred 100,000 yuan directly.
Fortunately, I was rewarded with 500,000 yuan back then, otherwise I would really be in trouble today. This Consort Zhuang is clearly not simple.
Mu Changming doesn't want to get too entangled with this kind of woman and inevitably get dragged into some unnecessary turmoil. I'm still developing my skills, so some things need to wait a bit longer.
Mu Changming knew very well.
Fate simply won't favor a country boy like Mu Changming, who has no social connections.
If it weren't for the system, Mu Changming might not be here today.
Manager Wang glanced at the incoming payment notification and nodded to Consort Zhuang. Consort Zhuang glanced at Mu Changming with considerable surprise, then her gaze swept over to Shi Runz and the others.
I never expected my younger brother to be so secretive. But my little brother got into quite a mess today. You might as well take a look at them. Mu Changming glanced at Shi Runz and the others over there.
Although these people had improper thoughts about Yu Tingting, it was also a fact that he had hit them. Once these guys call the police, Mu Changming will be in big trouble.
Do you want your older sister to help you solve this?
Consort Zhuang smiled slightly at Mu Changming and blinked her peach blossom eyes, as if she wanted to lure Mu Changming into her.
Consort Zhuang seemed to have Mu Changming completely under her thumb.
Although Mu Changming could come up with 100,000, it would be quite troublesome for him to settle things completely today. However, just as Consort Zhuang was certain of her victory, Yu Tingting's voice came from behind Mu Changming. Senior Mu, don't agree to her request. Mu Changming turned his head and saw that Yu Tingting had run out at some point.
Tingting, why, are you up?
Yu Tingting didn't know what was going on, but she sobered up a lot as soon as she thought of Mu Changming.
Senior Mu. I'm much better. Yu Tingting gave Mu Changming a reassuring look, then gazed intently at Consort Zhuang.
Don't worry about today's matter, we'll handle it ourselves. After Yu Tingting finished speaking, she glanced at Shi Runz and the others over there, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Consort Zhuang looked at Yu Tingting before her, a cold glint flashing in her narrow eyes.
Little sister, what your senior did today isn't something you can just talk about and resolve.
Yu Tingting's eyes were rather cold. I told you, whether it can be resolved or not is none of your concern.
Senior Mu, let's go.
Yu Tingting grabbed Mu Changming and tried to leave.
Consort Zhuang looked directly at Mu Changming.
Little brother, your girlfriend is drunk. You should think carefully before leaving.
Once you leave this door, there will be no one to help you with what happened today.
Mu Changming glanced at Yu Tingting, then smiled at Consort Zhuang.
Why shouldn't I trust my girlfriend? Chapter 40 Eating Dog Food. As Consort Zhuang watched Mu Changming and Yu Tingting leave, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Manager Wang and his bodyguard didn't dare to breathe loudly.
Manager Wang had to admire Mu Changming. He actually managed to get President Zhuang to eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Consort Zhuang glanced at Shi Runz and the others with a cold, distant look. Her voice held no warmth towards Mu Changming, but was instead filled with icy indifference and majesty.
What was that woman's name? Is he mute? President Zhuang is asking you a question.
Seeing that they remained silent, Manager Wang gave a cold shout.
Yan Zhaohui looked at the tall and burly bodyguards. Mu Changming could beat them, but they couldn't. Her name is Yu Tingting. Yu Tingting? You.
Consort Zhuang's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard the name Yu Tingting.
I see, no wonder you were so confident. Let's go. Consort Zhuang waved her hand, preparing to leave. Mr. Zhuang, what about them?
Manager Wang glanced at Shi Runz and the others.
They won't be able to keep up this momentum for much longer. Consort Zhuang left the room with a cold look in her eyes.
Manager Wang glanced at the mess in the room, then looked at Shi Runz with hostility.
When you came in, the room was like this.
When you leave, it would be best to restore it to its original state.
Do you understand?
Manager Wang put his hand on Shi Runz's shoulder. Shi Runz looked at Manager Wang, who was smiling coldly, and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice.
We'll pack up right away, we'll pack up right away. Watch them. After giving his instructions, Manager Wang left.
Shi Runz, Lu Shichuan, Yan Zhaohui, Su Han and others quickly started cleaning.
Su Han, didn't you say Yu Tingting didn't have a boyfriend? Who was that menacing demon who stormed in?
After everyone had left, the group began to complain.
Lu Shichuan put pressure on Su Han first.
After all, Lu Shichuan was almost beaten to death by Mu Changming today.
Lu Shichuan, what do you mean? Wasn't I hit? Yu Tingting didn't have a boyfriend before, how would I know anything about that guy? Su Han felt wrong just thinking about it, and her face still hurts. Shut up, all of you. Once I get out of here, I'm going to make that bastard stay in here for a few days. Shi Runz retaliated, and he ended up suffering the most. When has Shi Runz ever been so humiliated?
Not only did Yu Tingting not get to sleep with him, she also got a severe scolding.
Now they've even been reduced to cleaning here. Shut up. It was your bad idea that led to this. You even dared to call the police. You tried to get Yu Tingting drunk by mixing liquor with alcohol. If you get caught, you won't be any better off, and the rest of us will suffer too.
Upon hearing Shi Runz's words, Lu Shichuan's face immediately turned angry. Lu Shichuan now has absolutely no respect for Shi Runz.
I almost lost my life today. Damn it, Lu Shichuan, how the hell do you talk to me like that?
Shi Runz was already furious, and when he heard Lu Shichuan dare to talk back to him, he became even angrier.
Damn it, you surname Shi, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're a minister? You look just like Shi, and you also want to sleep with Yu Tingting? Don't you even know your own worth? I've been wanting to get back at you for a long time. You're just a student council president and you're already giving orders like that? Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the city lord of Tianan City. You made me get beaten up like this today, and I haven't made you pay for your medical expenses, which is already showing you enough respect. Are you still barking at me like a dog? Just because you called me minister at school, you really think you're someone important? Enraged by Lu Shichuan's rebuke, Shi Runz grabbed a broom and lashed it at Lu Shichuan. Damn it, Shi Runz, you're asking for it. Lu Shichuan didn't hesitate either, stepping on the table and delivering a flying kick. The two immediately started fighting.
Yan Zhaohui and Su Han watched as the two started fighting again, and both looked at the bodyguards at the door, seemingly hoping they would intervene. The bodyguard on the left tried to intervene, but was stopped by the one on the right. What are you doing? It's all because of these few scumbags that I got beaten up today and my stomach still hurts.
Let them fight if they want to, it's not like you'll be the one paying the compensation later. Or did you not get beaten up today?
Upon hearing this, the bodyguard on the left stopped moving, and seeing the two men fighting, immediately began to give orders.
Hey, there's a bottle over there, grab it and drink it. Lu Shichuan was at a disadvantage.
After being reminded by the bodyguard on his left, he picked up a wine bottle and smashed it.
Yan Zhoui and Su Han quickly stood far away.
The bodyguards didn't stop them, and there was nothing they could do.
Yes, left hook, punch him in the left cheek.
The bodyguard on the right looked at his colleague, who was giving orders with great confidence, and his lips twitched violently.
For a moment, he even regretted speaking so late.
As Yan Zhoui watched the two fighting, the image of Mu Changming's domineering presence involuntarily flashed through her mind, and her face flushed red, as if she were conjuring up some scene.
Meanwhile, outside the Rose Bar,
Mu Changming stood by the roadside waiting for Yu Tingting, while Yu Tingting was making a phone call not far away.
Mom! Tingting, it's so late, why are you suddenly calling Mom? Mom, I think I've run into a little trouble.
At this moment, inside a villa, when Yu's mother heard that Yu Tingting was in trouble, the gentleness on her face instantly turned cold. Looking at her husband, who was still fast asleep beside her, Yu's mother kicked him off the bed.
Ouch! Yu's father was thrown heavily to the ground, letting out a scream.
Mr. Yu rubbed his eyes groggily, looking at Mrs. Yu with a resentful expression.
I was sleeping soundly, why did you kick me?
Yu's mother looked coldly at Yu's father.
Your daughter is in trouble, and you're still sleeping so soundly here?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu immediately stood up agitated, his face turning grim.
Something happened to Tingting? Which fool dares to mess with my daughter? Mom, what's wrong with Dad?
I think I heard Dad scream. Upon hearing her father's screams on the other end of the phone, Yu Tingting couldn't help but speak.
Hey, Tingting, Dad's okay, he just fell off the bed. Mr. Yu took the phone from Mrs. Yu and replied. Hey Dad, how old are you? Still falling off the bed?
Mr. Yu glanced at Mrs. Yu, but dared not speak, and coughed lightly.
Cough cough. Tingting, Dad has always loved falling out of bed since he was little. Okay, what did you just say? Is someone bullying you at school? Chapter 41 Holding Hands. I suffered a minor injustice.
Yu Tingting turned around and glanced at Mu Changming, then whispered.
Which bastard dares to let my daughter suffer any injustice? Upon hearing this, Yu's father's face turned terrifyingly gloomy. Tingting, tell your dad, does the guy who bullied you have billions in his family? Their family seems to be poor. Ha? No money? Could it be a high-ranking official?
No, not exactly.
Mr. Yu was immediately puzzled. Ha? Neither?
Dad, he's a minister in the student council, named Runs.
Yu Tingting told the truth. Student council minister?
Upon hearing this, Mr. Yu's eyes twitched violently.
Tingting, don't worry, leave this to your father.
After Mr. Yu hung up the phone, Mrs. Yu looked at her father, whose lips were twitching.
What did Tingting say? It's nothing serious, just a student council minister. I'll have someone take care of it.
These days, even those old fogies don't dare touch my daughter, but a student council minister is pissing on a princess' head. Yu Tingting hung up the phone, put it in her pocket, and then slowly walked towards Mu Changming.
Senior Mu, I've already taken care of it. Ah? So fast?
Mu Changming looked at Yu Tingting, his eyes flickering slightly. Yu Tingting's identity seemed to be much more complicated than he had thought.
Yu Tingting clearly didn't want to linger on this topic.
She looked up at Mu Changming, a hint of gratitude in her bright eyes.
Senior Mu, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I had no idea.
As Yu Tingting spoke, she felt a lingering fear.
Yu Tingting was simple-minded and never imagined that Runs and his group had such despicable thoughts. Fortunately, Mu Changming was notified in advance, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
A soft glow from the neon lights illuminated Yu Tingting's pretty face, making her look radiant and charming.
It's good that you're all right. Let's go, I'll take you back to school. Mu Changming smiled slightly.
Mu Changming took 2 steps forward, but found that Yu Tingting was still standing in the same place.
Mu Changming turned around in confusion and looked at Yu Tingting, who was still standing there. Why aren't you leaving?
Yu Tingting gently brushed aside a stray strand of hair from her ear, slowly extending her hand towards Mu Changming. Her lips parted slightly, and a faint blush crept onto her face.
Doesn't Senior Mu know that it's dangerous to let a girl walk alone in the middle of the night?
Mu Changming was slightly taken aback, as he could clearly see Yu Tingting's favorability rating soaring.
How?
Senior Mu, in the Rose Bar, he said, I'm your woman. Yu Tingting suppressed her shyness and tried her best to be bolder. Mu Changming smiled knowingly and reached out to take Yu Tingting's small hand.
Let's go.
Yu Tingting smiled slightly, and could clearly feel the warmth of Mu Changming's palm, which was warm and exceptionally comfortable. Enveloped in Mu Changming's large hand, Yu Tingting felt much more at ease.
East Gate of Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
We've wasted so much time at the Rose Bar, the school gates are already locked.
Is the door locked?
Yu Tingting's expression changed as she looked at the closed school gate. The door is locked, but that won't stop us from going in.
Mu Changming pulled Yu Tingting toward the locked door. Look, didn't the security guard leave us a way out?
Mu Changming looked at the gate that wasn't completely closed and chuckled.
It really is.
Yu Tingting, being slender, passed by quite easily.
Mu Changming followed behind and easily went inside.
Let's go, I'll take you back to your dorm.
Good. Mu Changming took Yu Tingting's hand again and walked towards Yu Tingting's dormitory building. Time flies.
The dormitory that seemed so far away before now felt unusually close to Yu Tingting. It was as if she had arrived in just a few steps.
Can you come in? It's okay. I'll just tell Auntie. Yu Tingting shook her head. That's fine then. Mu Changming nodded slightly. A cool night breeze blew, ruffling their hair.
The two gazed at each other quietly, the surroundings unusually still. Yu Tingting could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Yu Tingting nervously clasped her small hands behind her back, constantly fidgeting with them.
Then I'll head back now.
Mu Changming was also at a loss for words, and turned to leave.
Senior Mu, wait.
Mu Changming stopped in his tracks, not having fully turned around, when he felt a warm, wet sensation on his face.
Before Mu Changming could say anything more, Yu Tingting had already turned around and run into the dormitory building. Senior Mu, I'm going back now. Mu Changming touched his cheek, a slight smile playing on his lips.
This girl. Yu Tingting hurriedly returned to her dormitory on the 4th floor.
Tingting, why are you back so late?
Just then, her roommates in the dormitory hadn't gone to bed yet. When they saw Yu Tingting return, they all looked at her curiously. Yu Tingting's face was flushed and her heart was pounding. After all, she had just kissed Mu Changming.
Will Senior Mu think I'm being too forward? Tingting, why is your face so red?
Yuan Jiai looked at Yu Tingting standing at the door, her face flushed, and couldn't help but say something.
Ah, no way. Maybe it's because I was drinking with them today.
Yu Tingting quickly shook her head and explained. How could Yu Tingting possibly tell them that she had just kissed Mu Changming?
Oh, Tingting, you've been drinking. Do you want some hot water? I still have some in my teapot. No need, Jai.
Yu Tingting shook her head and politely declined. Yu Tingting sat in the chair, took out her phone, and sent a message to Mu Changming.
Have you arrived at the dorm yet? No. Look downstairs.
Yu Tingting walked into the restroom with a puzzled look in her eyes. Through the restroom window, she could see Mu Changming holding a cell phone, turning on the flashlight, and waving at her.
Yu Tingting was surprised to find Mu Changming still waiting for her downstairs. She took out her phone and asked curiously. Why, haven't you left yet? Didn't you say girls are more likely to encounter danger? Of course I won't feel at ease until I see you go back with my own eyes.
Yu Tingting looked at the message sent by Mu Changming, and shyly bit her red lips.
Hurry back, it's getting late.
Yu Ting also turned on her flashlight and waved to Mu Changming downstairs.
Mu Changming smiled slightly and sent a message. Good. Chapter 42 The Betraying Woman. The next morning, Mu Changming left his dormitory early. After exchanging good morning greetings with Yu Tingting, Mu Changming went to the cafeteria for lunch. However, during the meal, an uninvited guest arrived. May I sit here?
The voice was familiar. Mu Changming stopped drinking his porridge, looked up, and found that it was Gao Ruoya from last night.
Mu Changming raised an eyebrow. What was this woman doing here? Gao Ruoya dressed very fashionably today. Although her looks can't compare to Yu Tingting, Guan Yu, and other girls, she is still a pretty girl. What are you doing here? Mu Changming frowned as he looked at Gao Ruoya.
Gao Ruoya slowly sat down in front of Mu Changming, propping her head up as she looked at him.
I thought about you all night last night, do you believe me?
Mu Changming was immediately speechless at Gao Ruoya's words.
Ill. Gao Ruoya was not lying, she couldn't sleep yesterday because of Mu Changming's torment. My mind was filled with images of Mu Changming. Gao Ruoya especially wanted to experience that feeling again. You brazenly come to the cafeteria to find me. Aren't you afraid your lover will find out? Mu Changming finished the last mouthful of porridge, then wiped his mouth and asked. Gao Ruoya looked Mu Changming up close.
He was very handsome, more than 10 times more handsome than Gao Juanhao.
Gao Juanhao stole your ex-girlfriend. Don't you want to punish him a little?
Gao Ruoya propped her head up and winked at Mu Changming. Mu Changming frowned, looking at Gao Ruoya in front of him.
What are you trying to say? Or are you and Gao Juanhao up to some kind of trick again? How? You're unhappy that Gao Juanhao didn't personally deliver you to my bed, aren't you? Mu Changming did not believe that Gao Ruoya in front of him was simple-minded. No. Gao Juanhao didn't know I came to see you today. Gao Ruoya shook her head.
Gao Juanhao's behavior yesterday had broken her heart.
Mu Changming smiled and remained silent. Do you think you're a 3-year-old? Gao Ruoya knew that Mu Changming wouldn't believe her easily, so she opened her phone and showed him a video.
The video was extremely obscene, but also incredibly short, lasting less than 30 seconds. It's not that the film couldn't be long enough, but rather that the protagonist, Gao Juanhao, wasn't compelling enough.
Mu Changming narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that?
Gao Ruoya put away her phone and smiled at Mu Changming.
I've shown you so much sincerity, don't you believe me? This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go somewhere quiet.
Gao Ruoya smiled slightly, picked up her bag, and stood up.
Mu Changming remained silent for a moment, then watched Gao Ruoya walk outside and followed her. Mu Changming wanted to see what Gao Ruoya was up to.
However, Mu Changming did not expect that Gao Ruoya would actually take him to a hotel room.
The quiet place you mentioned, you mean the hotel? Can you find a quieter place than a hotel? Gao Ruoya winked at Mu Changming.
Mu Changming pursed his lips.
Don't worry, there's no honey trap in the hotel you're thinking of. Hotel. Mu Changming sat on the sofa and observed through his X-ray vision that there were indeed no pinhole cameras in the hotel.
Gao Ruoya sat on the bed, looking at Mu Changming sitting far away from her, and patted the bed next to her.
Why won't you stay by my side? Am I really that scary looking? Mu Changming was too lazy to pay attention to this woman who had suddenly fallen ill. You've already wasted a lot of time. Seeing Mu Changming's impatient expression, Gao Ruoya sighed.
Sigh, you were more captivating yesterday. After Gao Ruoya sighed, her eyes instantly turned cold. I need you to get rid of Gao Juanhao for me. Looking at Gao Ruoya's solemn expression, Mu Changming realized that she didn't seem to be lying. However, this woman's relationship with Gao Juanhao was clearly not something that had just started recently, so how could it have changed so drastically overnight?
Give me a reason.
Gao Ruoya slowly stood up, looked directly at Mu Changming, and when she mentioned Gao Juanhao, her eyes held a hint of resentment. I did everything I could for him, but he was utterly heartless towards me.
I did everything I could to do, but what I wanted was easily obtained by a bastard who had only been around for less than a month, without having to do anything at all, just by moving his hand and asking. So, I'm going to make him regret it. Looking at the resentful woman in front of him, Mu Changming's eyelids twitched. No wonder women are fickle creatures.
Yesterday, Gao Ruoya was completely obedient to Gao Juanhao, but today, she wants to get rid of him.
The video you have isn't enough to get rid of him. Of course I know, that's why I came to you. Gao Ruoya walked to Mu Changming's side and slowly sat down.
Gao Ruoya sat down, and Mu Changming stood up.
What are you doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Looking at Gao Ruoya, who was throwing herself at him, Mu Changming asked in return. Gao Ruoya smiled. What else could I have done with you at the hotel? Let's finish what we didn't complete last night.
After Gao Ruoya said that, her popularity soared. I instantly broke the 80 mark, but unfortunately, there was no gift pack.
It's obvious that he's not pretty enough. Once this woman's fetish was discovered, it was like a runaway train. Let's deal with Gao Juanhao first.
After Mu Changming finished speaking, he was about to leave. But Gao Ruoya stopped her.
Don't go. I want to relive yesterday's feeling, please.
Mu Changming looked at Gao Ruoya, who was pleading with him, and his lips twitched wildly.
I've prepared all the props for you. Gao Ruoya pointed to the black bag over there. Mu Changming's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This woman is completely insane. At noon, Mu Changming left the hotel that Gao Ruoya had booked. As soon as Mu Changming left the hotel, the first thing he did was call Song Yu. Gao Ruoya and Mu Changming had absolutely no interest in each other. But this woman is indeed the best weapon to bring down Gao Juanhao. However, she still needs to delete all of Gao Juanhao's chat history and his spending records. Otherwise, after a thorough investigation, loopholes are bound to be discovered. Gao Juanhao, you probably never imagined this until you die. The woman closest to you will likely deliver the final, cruel blow. I'm really looking forward to your next expression. Chapter 43 Gao Juanhao, who knows nothing. After Gao Juanhao settled down with Guan Yu, he also thought of Gao Ruoya. BMW 7 Series. Gao Juanhao, seeing that Gao Ruoya hadn't answered her phone all night, couldn't help but curse. That bitch, how dare she not answer the phone? Damn, this is so troublesome. After appeasing this one, I have to appease that one too. However, Gao Ruoya was extremely loyal to him, so Gao Juanhao naturally couldn't give her up easily. Gao Juanhao made another phone call to Gao Ruoya. It's working now. Gao Juanhao took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He realized that it was indeed wrong of him to abandon Gao Ruoya and chase after Guan Yu yesterday. Ruoya, where are you? Why are you asking me? Where I am is none of your business. The voice on the other end of the phone was indifferent. It seems she wants to distance herself from Gao Juanhao. Ruoya, please don't be like this. I was so angry last night that I lost my mind. You know, the feelings between us are far beyond what Guan Yu can compare to. My feelings for Guan Yu were merely lust for her beauty. You are still my favorite. Where are you now? I'll take you to buy your favorite bag, okay? Gao Juanhao knew Gao Ruoya very well. She was just a gold digger who would do anything for money. But Gao Juanhao could never have imagined that Gao Ruoya's interest in money was now far less than her interest in Mu Changming. Gao Ruoya sent Gao Juanhao a hotel location. What's this woman doing at the hotel? Gao Juanhao looked at the location information with some doubt, but still drove over. Gao Juanhao quickly spotted Gao Ruoya standing by the roadside. He parked his car next to her, got out, and looked at her, asking in confusion. Ruoya, what are you doing here? Gao Ruoya looked at Gao Juanhao, who came out, and she had already prepared an excuse. What time was it last night? You left me alone at the karaoke bar. It was impossible to get a taxi at that hour. By the time I got back, the school was already closed. Where was I supposed to stay? Gao Ruoya said with a wronged expression. Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and offered words of comfort. Ruoya, I admit I didn't think things through last night, mainly because of you and Mu Changming. Gao Ruoya was immediately furious upon hearing this. Do you even have the right to talk to me like that? Didn't you tell me to get close to him? And don't you know how I feel about you? And then what happened? I suffered so much injustice yesterday, and instead of comforting me, you scolded me. I actively approached other men for your sake. I've already disregarded my innocence, and you still doubt me. Gao Ruoya was about to cry as she spoke, which startled Gao Juanhao. Gao Juanhao now realizes that he did something inhumane yesterday, but he can't let Guan Yu get away with it. Ruoya, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Don't cry. Shall I take you to buy a new bag? Gao Ruoya remained unmoved upon hearing this and continued to sob. Gao Juanhao panicked when he saw Gao Ruoya acting this way. If Gao Ruoya left, he might never find such a loyal woman again. Ruoya, don't cry, can I buy you too? Really? Real. I'll take you to buy it now. Gao Juanhao quickly replied. It's just a few tens of thousands of yuan. Gao Juanhao doesn't lack this money. Good. Gao Ruoya followed Gao Juanhao into the BMW 7 Series. Just as Gao Juanhao got into the car, Gao Ruoya suddenly said, I'm thirsty, go buy me a bottle of water. Ah? Gao Juanhao was taken aback and was about to refuse, but seeing how pitiful Gao Ruoya looked, he still took his phone and prepared to get out of the car. Okay. There are some cash here. How long has it been sitting there? Gao Ruoya handed Gao Juanhao the few dollars in cash that had been sitting in the car for a long time. Gao Juanhao paused for a moment, then subconsciously put down his phone.
Gao Ruoya was right, it was better to spend the cash than not. Since there was no point in leaving it there anyway, Gao Juanhao took the cash and got out of the car. After Gao Juanhao got out of the car, Gao Ruoya took his phone, skillfully unlocked the password, and quickly deleted their chat history, as well as all of Gao Juanhao's payment records. Gao Ruoya checked the rest again and found that there were no problems at all before putting the phone back in its original place. At this moment, Gao Juanhao returned after buying the water and handed it to Gao Ruoya. "Drink it." Suddenly, Gao Juanhao noticed the red marks on Gao Ruoya's legs and was slightly taken aback. "Ruoya, what happened to your leg?" Gao Ruoya's gaze shifted downwards, and she immediately noticed the marks left by the rope. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly recovered and said in a pitiful tone, "I don't know either, I guess I tripped and fell on the road last night." Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao dared not ask any more questions. If he did, it would probably take 3 bags to resolve the issue. Although he was wealthy, Gao Juanhao's monthly living expenses were limited. "This month, I've spent tens of thousands on guanyu. Now we need to buy Gao Ruoya 2 more bags costing 10 or 20,000 yuan each, and our previous savings and living expenses are almost gone." Meanwhile, Song Yu, who was in class, received a message from Mu Changming. "I'm in class. What's wrong? Let's go get a hotel room." Mu Changming got straight to the point, and Song Yu couldn't help but blush when she saw the message Mu Changming sent. Who would say something like booking a hotel room so openly? "That's not a good idea, it's only noon, let's talk about evening." Song Yu did not doubt Mu Changming's fighting ability, he was indeed very strong. Anyway, Song Yu couldn't handle it. "No." When Song Yu saw the message from Mu Changming, she tightened her grip on her phone. This guy, she just couldn't stand him anymore. Song Yu was about to get up and leave when she said that. Guan Yu, who was standing to the side, looked at Song Yu, who had gotten up, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Song Yu winked at Guan Yu and smiled. "Of course I'm going on a date." "Aren't you going to class?" Guan Yu frowned. Seeing Song Yu like this, Guan Yu couldn't help but think of Mu Changming. "What's more important than my boyfriend when it comes to class? If they take attendance next class, remember to help me out. I'm leaving now." Song Yu smiled sweetly. Guan Yu watched Song Yu slip away, her red lips slightly pursed. She used to skip classes with Mu Changming in the same way. But now. Chapter 44, asking Song Yu to help deliver the phone. Mu Changming and Song Yu stayed at the hotel until evening before leaving. As soon as Song Yu left the hotel, she received a call from Guan Yu. The language of Guan. "Take it." Mu Changming nodded slightly, not having many thoughts on Guan Yu at the moment. "Song Yu, where are you? Are you back? I need your help with something. I just arrived at the school gate." "What's wrong? Do you need my help? Where are you? I'll come find you." Song Yu did not answer, but looked at Mu Changming. Mu Changming nodded, and Song Yu finally agreed. "Okay, I'll send you the location." After sending her location, Song Yu hung up the phone. "Guan Yu is coming to see me. And you. What else can we do? Let's go back to the dorm first." Mu Changming shrugged and said, "Hey, no, why don't you wait for me here? I have a feeling that Guan Yu came to see me today because of you." Song Yu suddenly grabbed Mu Changming's wrist as he was about to leave. "For me?" "That's right, a woman's sixth sense. Guan Yu usually doesn't ask me for help, except for small things, but today, judging from her tone, something felt off." Song Yu said very seriously. "Don't go any further. Go hide over there." Seeing Mu Changming's reluctant expression, Song Yu pushed him towards that direction. "Oh dear, hurry up and go, Guan Yu will see us soon." Mu Changming shrugged helplessly and had no choice but to stand there obediently. Song Yu waited there for a while, and Guan Yu soon came over carrying an iPhone box. "Guan Yu, this way." When Song Yu saw Guan Yu, she immediately waved. Guan Yu quickened his pace upon seeing Song Yu. Seeing the iPhone gift box in Guan Yu's hand, Song Yu said in surprise, "Did a freshman buy you this new model?" Guan Yu shook his head and said something that shocked Song Yu. "No. I bought this for Mu Changming." Didn't you two break up?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu's eyes immediately turned strange. As expected, Guan Yu still harbored feelings for Mu Changming. Guan Yu is a woman who only wants Gao Juanhao's money, but she can't bear to part with Mu Changming's kindness to her.
It's just a pity that your ex-boyfriend is now my man. You don't expect me to give him my phone, do you? Song Yu couldn't help but say. Guan Yu nodded, that's right. Guan Yu, are you out of your mind? You two broke up, and you're giving him a phone? They're even giving away something so expensive? You don't need to worry about all that. This is my business. Guan Yu shoved the iPhone gift box into Song Yu's hands. Song Yu looked at the exquisite gift box in her hand, pursed her lips, and thought, Guan Yu, don't you understand the principle that you can't have your cake and eat it too? Why didn't you deliver it yourself? If you deliver it yourself, you might still have a chance to reignite the relationship. No, he won't see me now. Guan Yu shook her head, and besides, Gao Juanhao was still useful to her. Oh well. But are you sure he'll accept it? If he doesn't accept it, just throw it on the ground. He can't bear to part with it. Guan Yu seemed to know Mu Changming very well. Okay, then. Then I'll call him now. Song Yu took out her phone and said with a smile. Okay. Then I'll be going now. Guan Yu saw Song Yu making a phone call and was about to turn and leave. Hey, don't go, why don't you wait over there? Don't you want to see it with your own eyes? Song Yu pulled Guan Yu aside and said with a smile in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu was immediately tempted. Okay. Song Yu watched Guan Yu walk in that direction, a smile playing on her lips, before calling Mu Changming. Stay there for 2 more minutes, then come out and see me. No, what did Guan Yu say to you? Oh dear, I told you to wait, so just wait there. I'll text you in a bit, then you'll come out. After saying that, Song Yu hung up the phone. After waiting for a few minutes, Song Yu sent a message to Mu Changming, who then came out from the other side. Mu Changming frowned when he saw Song Yu standing there in the iPhone gift box she was carrying. You? Song Yu waved the exquisite gift box in front of Mu Changming. Here, your ex-girlfriend gave this to you. She asked me to give this to you. Mu Changming looked at the iPhone gift box in Song Yu's hand. Where did she get the money? It must have been obtained from a freshman. But judging from this, it seems Guan Yu still has feelings for you. I still have you in my heart. She's spying on us over there right now. Song Yu leaned closer to Mu Changming and said with a smile. Mu Changming, through his X-ray vision, also saw Guan Yu hiding over there. Is this woman out of her mind? After breaking up, she keeps tormenting herself. And when did this favorability rating rise to 70 again? Do you want to? She said if you don't want it, just throw it here. Song Yu said with a smile. Mu Changming hesitated for a moment before accepting the iPhone gift box from Song Yu. They then immediately opened it up on the spot, and inside lay the new iPhone 17 Pro Max. I think your phone number is 14, right? How about I give it to you? Mu Changming smiled slightly. Song Yu was initially a little angry, but upon hearing Mu Changming's words, she paused slightly in surprise. This isn't a good idea. She's still there watching. What's wrong with it? Why not take it if it's free? Anyway, I'm already using an iPhone 17 Pro Max, so having another one wouldn't be of any use to me. Mu Changming shook his head and said. The two then changed their perspective. Mu Changming turned his back to Guan Yu, blocking Song Yu's view, and then handed the iPhone 17 Pro Max to Song Yu. Since it's a gift from my boyfriend, I'll accept it without hesitation. Song Yu held the brand new phone and smiled slightly at Mu Changming. Then I'll reward you with a kiss. Song Yu tiptoed and kissed Mu Changming. Guan Yu, who was hiding in the distance and watching, couldn't see what was happening between the two of them at all, because Mu Changming was too tall and blocked their view completely. What are those two doing? However, Guan Yu was still somewhat pleased that Mu Changming had put his phone away. Once Mu Changming accepts his gifts, things will be easier to talk to him in the future. Mu Changming, you can't escape my grasp. Chapter 45 Cunning Scheme. Let's go back. Song Yu smiled at Mu Changming, then watched him leave. After Mu Changming left, Song Yu slowly walked towards Guan Yu. Guan Yu, stop hiding, everyone's gone. Guan Yu slowly walked out from that side. He took the phone. Guan Yu also showed a satisfied smile, then took Song Yu's hand. You are truly my best friend. Let's go back to the dorm. Guan Yu pulled Song Yu toward the dormitory building. The next morning, next to the BMW 7 Series. Ruoya, please help me this last time. Just this once.
If you can win over Mu Changming, I'll give you a Vacheron Constantin watch that you've always liked.
Gao Juanhao was really going all out at this point. Gao Ruoya's eyes lit up when she heard Vacheron Constantin, but she hid it well. Gao Juanhao, have you gone mad? You want me to seduce Mu Changming and sleep with him? What do you take me for? Ruoya, no, it's not like that. You just need to be with Mu Changming.
You saw it yourself the other day, he was quite interested in you. If he takes advantage of the situation and invites you out to a hotel, just call the police immediately.
Gao Juanhao quickly shook his head and explained. Does it make a difference? What should we do if something unexpected happens? And you said the same thing last time, and what happened? I'm the only one suffering. No, I don't want to. Gao Ruoya shook her head, indicating her refusal.
Ruoya, trust me, nothing unexpected will happen.
How could I possibly let that bastard Mu Changming touch you? Ever since that day he was so rude to you, I've held a grudge against him. I asked you to seduce him, also, to get revenge on him and to stand up for you. Gao Ruoya almost laughed out loud. Did Gao Juanhao really think she was a fool? Should I seduce him, or should you stand up for me? Why don't you let Guan Yu seduce her?
To put it bluntly, they just want to get the key information quickly so they can get rid of themselves.
Gao Ruoya was right. Gao Juanhao did indeed think that way.
There are plenty of women with Gao Ruoya's look. She's not hard to find.
It's gone, it's gone. As long as you have money, you can find another one.
Gao Juanhao wanted to get that bastard Mu Changming in so he could brag about getting Guan Yu in front of him.
Then all my sacrifices will be worthwhile. Losing Gao Ruoya is insignificant. Ruoya, please help me. Besides, Mu Changming was so rude to you that day, don't you want to get revenge? Gao Juanhao explained patiently. But Gao Juanhao had no idea that Gao Ruoya was completely swayed by Mu Changming's tactics. Gao Ruoya thought to herself, I wish he would be a little rougher to me.
However, this is a good opportunity, and a Vacheron Constantin watch is quite valuable.
Gao Ruoya struggled for a moment, then looked weakly at Gao Juanhao. Is the Vacheron Constantin you're talking about real? Gao Juanhao's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this woman was a complete gold digger. It's impossible to resist money. Of course it's true.
As soon as Gao Juanhao finished speaking, Gao Ruoya said,
I want it now. Gao Juanhao's smile froze instantly. Ha! I want it now. Gao Ruoya frowned when she saw Gao Juanhao hesitate. How? Are you going to lie to me again and make empty promises? Gao Juanhao's face fell.
It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it for Gao Ruoya, but that he didn't have enough living expenses. I just bought 2 bags for Gao Ruoya yesterday, and now Gao Juanhao has less than 10,000 yuan on him.
Where would we get the money to buy Gao Ruoya a Vacheron Constantin?
Gao Ruoya had learned her lesson and gave a soft snort.
You're just lying to me, trying to get something for nothing. No, Ruoya. Gao Juanhao quickly pulled Gao Ruoya back. Never mind, let's change the car to a BMW 5 Series first. When we have more money, we can change it back later. Regardless, Mu Changming must be dealt with. How dare they humiliate me like that day? I'll take you to buy it right now. Gao Ruoya smiled inwardly. Gao Juanhao, you've been blinded by anger. Do you really think they'll still stand by your side? Gao Ruoya didn't expect that Gao Juanhao would actually trade in his newly bought BMW 7 Series for a BMW 5 Series. It seems Gao Juanhao truly hates Mu Changming to the core. Gao Juanhao and Gao Ruoya came out of the Vacheron Constantin store.
Gao Juanhao looked pained. He had spent 100,000 yuan on a watch, and he was heartbroken.
Gao Ruoya looked at the expensive watch on her wrist, her face beaming with joy. This watch is really beautiful. Looking at the happy Gao Ruoya, Gao Juanhao cursed inwardly, you gold-digging bitch, I'll take everything back from you sooner or later. Do you really think I'm a fool and want to kill me? If you weren't useful now, I would have dumped you long ago. Ruoya, is it ready now? Gao Juanhao walked to Gao Ruoya's side, a forced smile on his face. Juanhao is the best to me. I trust Juanhao. But Juanhao, you must keep your word. I don't want Mu Changming to bully me. The only person I love most is Juanhao. Gao Ruoya said with a frightened expression. Don't worry, with me here, that Mu Changming can't touch you. Gao Juanhao patted his chest and assured him. Oh, right, Ruoya, this is for you.
Gao Juanhao seemed to have thought of something, and took out a delicate little box from his pocket and handed it to Gao Ruoya.
What's this? Gao Ruoya looked at the small box that Gao Juanhao handed over with a puzzled expression.
When Mu Changming tries to harm you, I will call the police for you.
All you need to do then is drink this. You don't need to worry about anything else.
A cold glint flashed in Gao Ruoya's eyes. This Gao Juanhao was really trying to kill Mu Changming.
This is essentially evolving the crime of rape into the crime of date rape.
Gao Ruoya carefully took the box from Gao Juanhao's hand.
Brother Juanhao, do you really have to go this far?
Ha!
Of course, no one can afford the price of going against me. Ruoya, it's up to you then. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Gao Juanhao looked at Gao Ruoya with a serious expression. Gao Ruoya put the box away, then nodded to Gao Juanhao.
Don't worry, Juanhao, I will do my best to make Mu Changming fall at my feet.
I'm relieved to hear that. I look forward to your good news. Chapter 46. Have your standards become this low? Downstairs in the Jiyu building, Mu Changming had just stepped out of the classroom when he saw Gao Ruoya standing at the door, waiting patiently. When Gao Ruoya saw Mu Changming, she seemed to remember what happened yesterday, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush.
Then she quickly ran to Mu Changming.
Look what this is.
Gao Ruoya raised her wrist, revealing an exquisite and luxurious watch on her wrist.
This watch is obviously very valuable, and Mu Changming immediately thought of Gao Juanhao. Gao Juanhao gave it to you? What else does he want you to do to me?
Seeing Gao Ruoya's high favorability rating of 85, Mu Changming knew she would never betray him, so he spoke directly and to the point to Gao Ruoya.
The main problem is that this woman is a bit abnormal.
After dealing with her, Mu Changming still has to go find Songyu, which is too troublesome.
Gao Ruoya admired the watch on her wrist.
This Vacheron Constantin was a gift from him when he sold me the car.
He wants me to get close to you.
Then when you invite me to a hotel room, I'll drink this, you know what the rest is. Gao Ruoya took out a small bag and waved it at Mu Changming.
Mu Changming was no fool.
Looking at the small bag in Gao Ruoya's hand, he figured it was probably containing sleeping pills. A cold glint flashed in Mu Changming's eyes. Gao Juanhao really went all out, even selling his car to get Gao Ruoya closer to him.
Gao Juanhao never imagined that Gao Ruoya had already betrayed him. They really went all out. Then how can we let him down? Mu Changming smiled.
Since Gao Juanhao was in such a hurry, Mu Changming would grant his request. Upon hearing this, Gao Ruoya's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly grabbed Mu Changming's arm.
So, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?
Mu Changming looked at Gao Ruoya's expectant face, his eye twitched, and he remained silent.
Let's go. Now we should be able to experience what it's like to be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Otherwise, Gao Juanhao will become suspicious.
Gao Ruoya said in a serious tone.
Gao Ruoya already had a lot of goodwill towards Mu Changming, so she didn't need to act at all. It was practically a case of fake acting becoming real. Gao Ruoya pulled Mu Changming towards the outside of Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps Gao Juanhao did it on purpose. Mu Changming and Gao Ruoya were spotted together by Gao Juanhao and Guan Yu. The four of them met like this.
The four of them stopped in perfect unison. Guan Yu, who was standing next to Gao Juanhao, saw Gao Ruoya intimately linking arms with Mu Changming, and her eyes immediately turned cold.
Gao Juanhao is indeed very satisfied with the current situation. Guan Yu, you see now. Your ex-boyfriend is already with another woman. Only I truly love you.
Looking at Gao Juanhao, whose eyes were filled with smugness, Mu Changming did not believe that today's encounter was a coincidence.
Gao Juanhao looked at Mu Changming and Gao Ruoya, and immediately laughed. TSK tisk. We've only known each other for a few days, Mu Changming, and you've already won over my cousin? You're really something. Before Mu Changming could speak, Gao Juanhao said to Guan Yu. Senior, do you now believe that I have absolutely no relationship with Gao Ruoya? Guan Yu remained silent, her face cold. Gao Juanhao walked up to Mu Changming with a smile. What a coincidence. You have deep feelings for my cousin, and I am devoted to my senior. Well then, since you're now my cousin's boyfriend, I'll let bygones be bygones for Ruoya's sake. Thank you, brother Juanhao.
Gao Ruoya embraced Mu Changming, revealing a bright and charming smile.
Gao Juanhao was stunned. Why was this woman laughing so happily? It doesn't seem like acting at all. How come I never realized Gao Ruoya was such a good actress before?
As for the idea that Gao Ruoya has fallen in love with Mu Changming, Gao Juanhao would never believe it, not even if you beat him to death.
Any woman would be angry at Mu Changming's behavior towards Gao Ruoya that day. This must be an act.
Brother Mu, for my sake, please make up with Brother Juanhao. If anything happens in the future, Brother Juanhao will be able to lend us a helping hand.
Is it okay?
Gao Ruoya pulled Mu Changming by the shoulder and shook him.
The gatekeeper's tone turned dark. Yes, that's what they call no fight, no friendship. Could it be that Changming is so narrow-minded? Gao Juanhao smiled slightly at Mu Changming.
Mu Changming smiled, feigning seriousness, and looked rather troubled.
All right then. For Ruoya's sake, I'll let bygones be bygones. Gao Juanhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately flashed his car keys, clearly showing off.
Let's go, it's my treat today, let's properly celebrate your relationship.
Gao Juanhao and Guan Yu walked in front.
Gao Ruoya winked at Mu Changming, playfully stuck out her tongue, and whispered.
Won't he suspect that I'm acting too well? Judging from this, there probably isn't any. Mu Changming smiled. Guan Yu happened to see the two whispering to each other.
Guan Yuxiu clenched her fists tightly.
When did his standards become so low? They even pick up trash like Gao Ruoya?
Gao Juanhao led Mu Changming, Guan Yu, and Gao Ruoya to a rather expensive restaurant and even booked a private room.
What would you four like to eat?
The waitress walked in with a tablet in her hand, smiling. Gao Juanhao, acting like a regular customer, ordered several signature dishes, then smiled at Mu Changming and said,
Let him order the rest. Gentlemen.
The waitress handed the tablet to Mu Changming.
Seeing Mu Changming's hesitant expression, Gao Juanhao assumed that Mu Changming was scared off by the high price. He then smiled and said, It's my treat today, order whatever you like.
I know you rarely come to such high-end places. As long as you treat Ruoya well in the future, I can bring you here to eat often. Gao Juanhao's words were eloquent, but they revealed a disparaging view of Mu Changming. Mu Changming smiled, then immediately clicked on price sorting and started frantically selecting items.
Gao Ruoya, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but pat Mu Changming's thigh, thinking that this was too much. Mu Changming didn't care about all that. This was something Gao Juanhao had offered, and Mu Changming naturally couldn't refuse it. Okay, that's all for now. Mu Changming returned the tablet to the waitress. The waitress was slightly taken aback when she saw the food Mu Changming had ordered. When Gao Juanhao saw the waitress looking stunned, he assumed that Mu Changming had ordered something too cheap. Let's just order what he ordered. It's his first time here. There are many things he has never seen before. Ah, okay.
The waitress left the private room with the tablet in her arms.
Chapter 47. When did your standards become so low? How's the environment here? It's much better than the places you used to eat, isn't it? My senior classmates often eat here. As soon as the waitress left, Gao Juanhao boasted to Mu Changming. Gao Juanhao's actions were undoubtedly intended to make Mu Changming realize the gap between the two of them.
Looking at Gao Juanhao's smug face, Mu Changming wondered if the guy would still be smiling so brightly in a moment.
Soon, the waiter brought up plates of food. Mu Changming put on disposable gloves as soon as the lobsters were served.
When Gao Juanhao saw this, the sarcasm in his eyes became even more obvious.
What a loser.
Gao Juanhao, on the other hand, was much more gentlemanly and said to the waiter,
Give me a bottle of red wine. Yes, sir. Gao Juanhao thought Mu Changming was going to eat it himself, but Mu Changming peeled a shrimp for Gao Ruoya first. Be careful of the heat. Mu Changming looked at Gao Ruoya with a doting expression. Gao Ruoya was surprised that Mu Changming would suddenly become so gentle. Looking at the shrimp on the plate, she was flattered and nodded with a blush. Good.
Guan Yu watched as Mu Changming peeled shrimp for Gao Ruoya, her delicate fists clenched tightly under the table.
Mu Changming, who told you to peel shrimp for her? Guan Yu was seething with anger. Why does that bitch Gao Ruoya deserve to enjoy Mu Changming's tenderness?
Gao Juanhao and Guan Yu saw things differently.
Gao Ruoya was quite something, managing to train Mu Changming to be so obedient.
That 100,000 yuan was well spent.
I need to use the restroom. After a while, Mu Changming got up to go to the toilet.
When Gao Juanhao saw Mu Changming leave, he wanted to say a few words to Gao Ruoya, but when he realized that Guan Yu was still there, he quickly shut up. Guan Yu picked up her wine glass and deliberately spilled some on her skirt.
Ah!
Upon seeing this, Gao Juanhao quickly brought over the tissue box.
Senior, are you alright?
Guan Yu pulled out a tissue and wiped her skirt, then stood up somewhat irritably. I need to go to the restroom to wash up.
Senior, I'll go with you.
Upon seeing this, Gao Juanhao was about to stand up and accompany Guan Yu.
No need, you can stay here. Guan Yu glanced at Gao Juanhao.
Gao Juanhao noticed Gao Ruoya sitting there and suddenly remembered that he still had something to ask her.
Guan Yu's departure at this time gave him the perfect opportunity. Alright then. Senior. Guan Yu left the private room alone.
After Guan Yu left, only Gao Ruoya and Gao Juanhao remained in the private room.
Well done. Of course, that guy Mu Changming simply can't resist my temptation.
Gao Ruoya brushed her hair behind her ear and cooperated with Gao Juanhao in their acting.
How about it? Is he interested in booking a hotel room with you right now? Gao Juanhao's question made Gao Ruoya frown. Isn't this a bit too early? What if it arouses his suspicion?
These things need to be done step by step. Gao Ruoya wanted to be Mu Changming's couple for a few more days and didn't want it to end so soon. After hearing what Gao Ruoya said, Gao Juanhao thought about it and realized that it made sense. Haste makes waste.
Then let's do as you say. When the time is right, I'll make him crawl on the ground and beg me.
Brother Juanhao, don't worry, you'll see that day soon.
Gao Ruoya smiled slyly.
Meanwhile, the restroom. When Mu Changming came out of the bathroom, he saw Guan Yu leaning against the wall waiting for him.
Mu Changming glanced at it briefly before turning to leave.
Suddenly, Guan Yu reached out and grabbed Mu Changming. Mu Changming stopped, turned his head slightly, and spoke in an icy tone.
Release. If your boyfriend sees this, you'll lose your ATM. Mu Changming, what exactly do you want?
You know perfectly well that with your power, you are no match for Gao Juanhao, so why do you still insist on going against him?
And when did your standards become so low? You actually have your eye on someone as shabby as Gao Ruoya? Don't you know why Gao Ruoya approached you?
You have no right to control how I am now.
Who I want to be with is none of your business. Release.
As Mu Changming spoke, he was about to shake off Guan Yu's hand.
Guan's tone became impatient. Why is this guy so stubborn? Didn't he realize that she cared about him? She stayed by Gao Juanhao's side to prevent Gao Juanhao from retaliating against Mu Changming.
However, seeing Mu Changming and Gao Ruoya being so intimate today, Guan Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Guan Yu forcefully pressed Mu Changming against the wall, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him.
Mu Changming's pupils contracted slightly. Before Mu Changming could say anything, Guan Yu dragged Mu Changming into the restroom. Are you crazy? Take me into the women's restroom?
Guan Yu pressed down on Mu Changming, her eyes filled with annoyance.
I'm just crazy.
How dare you peel shrimp for that bitch Gao Ruoya right in front of me?
Mu Changming, let me tell you, I haven't agreed to your breakup yet. You are still my personal property. Mu Changming was so angry he laughed. Guan Yu, who do you think you are, some kind of icy female CEO? Suit yourself. You're mine now. If you're so capable, shout it out right now, and I guarantee you'll be reporting to the police today. This is the women's restroom.
A smug smile tugged at the corner of Guan Yu's mouth.
You. Time passed second by second.
Gao Ruoya and Gao Juanhao waited for quite some time inside the private room.
What's going on? They haven't come back yet? Gao Juanhao was getting impatient. It had been almost half an hour. Gao Ruoya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that these two had rekindled their romance?
After all, Guan Yu's gaze towards him was hostile. Brother Mu seems to have diarrhea.
Gao Ruoya gave Mu Changming an excuse. Have loose bowels? Ha, as expected, wild dogs can't eat fine chaff.
Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao immediately let out a cold laugh. After Gao Juanhao finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave. I'll go see what my senior is doing. Upon hearing this, Gao Ruoya's eyes widened in surprise.
Guan Yu is in the women's restroom. May I go in? Besides, wouldn't it be better if they stayed longer? It's a good opportunity for my senior to give him a good humiliation. What, you still don't have confidence in your senior? Upon seeing Gao Ruoya's doubts, Gao Juanhao immediately denied them. How is that possible? You're already standing with that guy Mu Changming. Senior is so proud, how could she possibly choose that poor bastard Mu Changming? Chapter 48. My boyfriend gave me this.
Another 10 minutes or so passed before Mu Changming walked in. When Gao Ruoya saw the red marks on Mu Changming's neck, she immediately realized something, and a sense of envy welled up in her heart.
Squatting on the toilet is a bad habit you can easily fall in.
When Gao Juanhao saw Mu Changming return, he gave a forced smile.
Mu Changming raised an eyebrow and glanced at Gao Juanhao. There's nothing I can do, I just take a long time to go to the toilet, I can't finish in a few seconds. And there were quite a few mosquitoes in the toilet, they bit me a lot.
A short while later, Guan Yu also walked in, her face flushed. When Gao Juanhao saw Guan Yu, who was already beautiful, her rosy cheeks made him feel a sudden itch in his heart.
Senior, why are you so late coming back? Oh, I asked the waiter for a few wet wipes.
Guan Yu had already prepared her reason and replied calmly.
Senior, where are your stockings?
Gao Juanhao suddenly noticed that Guan Yu's stockings had disappeared, and his expression changed. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu not only showed no panic, but instead looked at Gao Juanhao with a cold expression.
When did I wear stockings today? Ah. Gao Juanhao stared at Guan Yu in utter confusion.
He clearly remembered that Guan Yu was wearing black stockings today.
Guan Yu's smile grew even colder when she saw Gao Ruoya sitting next to Mu Changming. You don't even know what I'm wearing today?
Seeing Gao Juanhao's dumbfounded expression, Gao Ruoya helped Guan Yu out.
Brother Juanhao, I'm the only one wearing stockings today. Senior didn't. Upon hearing this, Gao Juanhao could clearly feel Guan Yu's icy gaze. Damn. Gao Juanhao, how could you get this wrong? Senior, I might have remembered it wrong. Guan Yu didn't bother with Gao Juanhao and just snorted coldly.
Then he glanced at Gao Ruoya with a veiled look, as if to say, do you think that just because you helped me today, I'll treat you differently?
Mu Changming didn't say anything, he just kept eating.
The dishes on the table were devoured in an instant by Mu Changming.
Gao Juanhao hadn't even eaten yet when all the food on the table was gone, leaving only bones. Damn, this kid can eat so much?
Soon, the waiter came in carrying plates of dishes. Sir, this is the second batch.
Okay, put it here. Please clear the plates off the table. Mu Changming gave the instructions. Good.
The waitress nodded, then had the plates cleared away and new dishes placed on top.
Gao Juanhao was starting to lose his composure.
There were already 8 or 9 dishes served earlier, and now another 8 or 9 were being served.
When did I order so much? Gao Juanhao was also a little hungry. He looked at the fresh beef leg over there and was about to pick it up, but Mu Changming beat him to it and took it directly. Gao Juanhao's face immediately darkened as he stared intently at Mu Changming, who was gnawing on a beef leg. Do you want some? Mu Changming looked at the fresh beef leg in his hand and then at Gao Juanhao with curiosity.
Gao Juanhao suppressed his anger, shook his head, and then prepared to pick up other items.
Although the beef leg was small, Mu Changming ate it incredibly fast. Before Gao Juanhao could even pick up the next one, Mu Changming snatched it away first. Gao Juanhao's face immediately stiffened. Gao Juanhao had no choice but to change his target again, only to be beaten to it by Mu Changming once more. Grass. I'm not eating anymore. You're such a poor loser, haven't you ever eaten before? Gao Juanhao angrily put his chopsticks on the table and then prepared to pour himself a glass of red wine to vent his anger. We can't afford to lose our temper today, or all our previous efforts will be in vain. Ruoya, bring the wine over. Oh, okay. Before Gao Juanhao could even touch the wine glass, Gao Ruoya had already placed the red wine next to Mu Changming. Mu Changming picked up the wine glass and started chugging it down. Cool. Gao Juanhao's Adam's apple bobbed, and his hand holding the wine glass froze in mid-air. Gao Juanhao couldn't hold back any longer, he completely lost control. Just as Gao Juanhao was about to lose his temper, Guan Yu suddenly picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of bright green vegetable on Gao Juanhao's plate. Eat? Gao Juanhao was taken aback. Looking at Guan Yu, who was serving him food, Gao Juanhao's anger vanished instantly. The senior student actually served me food. The senior student finally saw the results of her efforts. This is a positive development. Senior. Gao Juanhao picked up his chopsticks again, picked up a bright green vegetable, and put it in his mouth. Aren't you going to eat? Guan Yu frowned when she saw that Mu Changming wasn't eating the plate of vegetables. Mu Changming paused for a moment, then shook his head. Guan Yu smiled and pulled the plate of vegetables over, placing it in front of Gao Juanhao. Eat. Green vegetables are rich in vitamins, so eat more of them, they're good for your health. Gao Juanhao was surprised that Guan Yu was so proactive today,
and he immediately felt that all his efforts over the past few days had been worthwhile. I knew my senior was the best to me. Guan Yu saw Gao Juanhao eating a plate of vegetables with relish and barely managed to suppress a laugh. After finishing his vegetables, Gao Juanhao was still somewhat unsatisfied, and then looked at Mu Changming with a rather boastful expression.
I love eating green vegetables the most. It's delicious.
After enjoying his meal for a while, Gao Juanhao looked at the nearly finished food and then prepared to pay the bill. But the next second, another group of waiters came in carrying food.
Gao Juanhao's expression immediately changed. What was going on?
Sir, this is the third batch.
Okay, put these plates away. Mu Changming nodded and gave instructions. The waitress nodded, signaling for someone to clear the plates away. I couldn't help but admire them. Are all college students these days so rich? Are you treating this place like a buffet?
Forget it, only a fool wouldn't make money if he could.
No, wait. Gao Juanhao was stunned when he saw so many dishes arrive again. Wait, when did we order so much food?
The waitress looked at Gao Juanhao with a serious expression. Sir, we served you the food you ordered.
No, we didn't order that many.
You've already served more than 20 dishes.
Gao Juanhao said with a puzzled look.
Ah, this gentleman ordered 3 batches in total, sir.
Didn't you say to serve according to his order?
The waitress looked at Gao Juanhao with a puzzled expression. When Gao Juanhao heard that Mu Changming had made the order, he almost stumbled and fell off his chair.
Were all these ordered by Mu Changming? That bastard, why did he order so much? The plates that were taken away were stacked up and almost taller than me.
By the way, this gentleman likes to eat green vegetables, so please put some in front of him.
Oh, okay.
The waiter placed a plate of green vegetables in front of Gao Juanhao.
Please enjoy your meal, sir.
Our vegetables are all freshly cooked, vibrant green and natural.
Chapter 49 Bankruptcy. Enjoy your meal.
Gao Juanhao looked at the lush green vegetables in front of him, his face turning an ashen green. Gao Juanhao looked at Mu Changming, who was still devouring food like a whirlwind.
Was this bastard an idiot? Can you eat that much? One person showed off dozens of dishes?
Gao Juanhao watched Mu Changming devour the meat, his heart bleeding.
Belch. I've finished eating, it was delicious. After Mu Changming's physique improved, his appetite increased significantly.
In addition, although the food at this restaurant was delicious, the portions were small, so eating more wouldn't be a problem.
Here, have some water. Gao Ruoya very considerately handed Mu Changming a glass of water. Mu Changming smiled and took a sip. Brother Gao's choice of restaurant is indeed excellent. I just finished using the restroom and I'm a little hungry. Gao Juanhao swallowed hard. You fucking have to go to the toilet to empty your stomach before you even eat? You're addicted to it now, aren't you?
Brother Gao, I have class soon, so I won't stay any longer.
I'll be going now.
Without giving Gao Juanhao time to react, Mu Changming pulled Gao Ruoya away. As soon as Mu Changming left, the waitress came out with a POS machine.
The female server walked up to Gao Juanhao with a smile and said, Sir, your total bill for today is 43,670 yuan. After rounding down, the total is 43,600 yuan. Would you like to pay by scanning a QR code or by card? Upon hearing the waiter's words, Gao Juanhao almost jumped up in excitement. 43,600 yuan? So expensive?
The waitress patiently explained. Sir, the gentleman who just left ordered all of our restaurant's signature dishes, which are all priced over 1,000 yuan. And the bottle of red wine you ordered, sir, is also quite expensive. Given your noble status, we were afraid that a cheaper option wouldn't be worthy of your wealth, so we chose one that cost 13,000 yuan.
Gao Juanhao couldn't hold back anymore. Of the 43,000 yuan worth of food, he only ate 2 plates of vegetables? He only took a sip of the red wine, and Mu Changming drank the rest like soda? 43,000 yuan. He traded in his BMW 7 Series for a BMW 5 Series, and spent another 100,000 yuan to buy Gao Ruoya of Acheron Constantine. If he spends all that money on this meal, he'll be bankrupt again. But now, only he and Guan Yu are left in the entire room. That bastard Mu Changming ran away faster than anyone else. What are you standing there for? Payment, please. Guan Yu urged.
Gao Juanhao swallowed hard, his trembling hand picking up the phone on the table and forcing himself to pay the bill.
Payment successful.
The waitress smiled slightly, then brought over a luxury bag and placed it in front of Gao Juanhao. "Sir, this is a gift from our store for you."
Gao Juanhao opened the bag and found 2 bright green lettuce leaves inside.
Gao Juanhao had seen people give him snacks before, but he had never seen anyone give him vegetables.
"Sir, you like to eat green vegetables? The lettuce in our store is all fresh and organic. You can take it home. Enjoy your meal, sir."
The waitress smiled slightly, turned around, and left the private room.
Gao Juanhao was going crazy. He had spent 43,000 yuan on 2 lush green vegetables? Just then, Gao Juanhao's phone suddenly chimed.
Gao Juanhao saw that it was a voice message sent by Gao Ruoya. I subconsciously clicked play, and the voice of Mu Changming came through.
"Brother Gao, the taxi fare is 9.8 yuan. Could you transfer the money to me?" Gao Juanhao was so angry at Mu Changming that he almost vomited blood. "You swindled me out of 43,000 yuan, and now you want me to reimburse you for a taxi ride? Mu Changming, you son of a bitch." Tiannan University of Science and Technology, Southgate.
Gao Juanhao is probably going to be so angry he'll jump up and down. Gao Ruoya was surprised that Mu Changming was so mean, and she covered her mouth and laughed.
"He dragged me there, but I didn't let him take me back. Shouldn't he reimburse me for the taxi fare?" Mu Changming said in a very serious tone. Gao Ruoya was stunned by Mu Changming's serious expression. "You're so shameless. But I like it very much. You owe me a favor today."
Gao Ruoya suddenly changed her expression and looked at Mu Changming in a strange tone.
Before Mu Changming could speak, Gao Ruoya pointed her finger at his neck.
"These weren't mosquito bites, were they? It must have been done by Senior Guan Yu."
"You can fool that idiot Gao Juanhao, but you can't fool me, because the moment you walked in, you smelled like Senior Guan Yu.
Without my cover, no matter how fancy your tricks are, you'll still be discovered."
Mu Changming narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Gao Ruoya beside him. "What do you want to do? What do you think?" Gao Ruoya looked at Mu Changming with great interest. "I don't have time to hit you today, let's do it in a couple of days. I'm going to class now." Mu Changming understood immediately, patted Gao Ruoya on the shoulder, and walked towards the classroom. "Don't forget." Gao Ruoya called out to Mu Changming. Mu Changming's lips twitched. This era is truly a golden age, with all sorts of flowers blooming. Some people even enjoy being slapped. Weird. Girls' dormitory building, Guan Yu's dormitory.
Guan Yu felt a little smug as she recalled everything that had happened with Mu Changming today.
Now, he probably can't forget himself even more.
Guan Yu had no idea that Mu Changming had become so strong.
And those 8-pack abs, those shark muscles, Mu Changming clearly didn't have them before. When did this guy start going to the gym? Guan Yu was filled with doubts about Mu Changming.
How could he have changed so much in such a short time?
In addition, Guan Yu confirmed one thing: Mu Changming was using the phone she had bought for him.
I knew it, he was just saying one thing and meaning another, and he even said he didn't care about me. Guan Yu gave a light hum and, quite pleased, pushed open the door and went inside. Song Yu was idly playing on her phone when she saw Guan Yu walk in with a smile on her face. She was slightly taken aback, because Guan Yu hadn't shown such a smile in a long time since breaking up with Mu Changming.
"What happens? So happy?"
Upon hearing this, Guan Yu quickly suppressed her smile, then noticed the new phone in Song Yu's hand, which was exactly the same as Mu Changming's, causing Guan Yu to pause slightly in surprise.
"You changed your phone?"
"Oh, my boyfriend gave it to me.
We're using matching phones now."
Song Yu gave a sly smile and waved at Guan Yu. Before Guan Yu could even speak, her other roommates were already filled with envy.
Yeah, what kind of boyfriend did you date? He just gave you a 10,000 yuan phone and a gold necklace like that?
My boyfriend isn't that rich, he just loves me a lot and is willing to do anything for me."
Don't be discouraged, you'll meet someone like that too. Chapter 50: Boiling Sheep.
When Mu Changming returned to the classroom, there were so many people that he couldn't find a seat at all.
Suddenly, Mu Changming noticed Luo Shuayun over there.
A smile appeared on Mu Changming's lips as he slowly walked towards Luo Shuayun.
"Is anyone here?"
Mu Changming smiled at Luo Shuayun.
Luo Shuayun hadn't expected that this guy would suddenly want to sit next to her. However, before Luo Shuayun could speak, the boy sitting in front of her immediately became somewhat displeased. "You can't sit here." Mu Changming's face immediately darkened slightly.
Looking at the boy in front of him who was wearing glasses and was about 1.78 meters tall, and whose appearance was acceptable, Mu Changming had some impression of this guy. He was Zhao Tianhua, the class monitor of Class 1.
Whether I sit here or not is none of your business. Mu Changming frowned. Luo Shuiyun hadn't even spoken yet, so why was Zhao Tianhua interrupting? Zhao Tianhua didn't expect that Mu Changming would dare to talk back to him. He was the class monitor, and apart from Chun Yi, who would dare to be so disrespectful to him? Hey, you little rascal!
Zhao Tianhua's temper flared up immediately, and he stood up, ready to put some pressure on Mu Changming. Mu Changming immediately laughed, straightened his body, and looked at Zhao Tianhua with cold eyes.
How? What do you want to do?
Zhao Tianhua is 1.78 meters tall, which is no match for Mu Changming's 1.9 meters. Zhao Tianhua felt a strong sense of pressure from Mu Changming and couldn't help but feel a little scared.
How could this guy be so tall? Zhao Tianhua instinctively took 2 steps back, then said righteously. Don't you know Xu Weiyan doesn't like people sitting next to her? No sooner had Zhao Tianhua finished speaking than Luo Shuiyan suddenly spoke up. Sit down, there's no one here. Did you hear me? Xu Weiyun makes you. Zhao Tianhua hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. Wait, what did Xu Weiyun just say? Should Mu Changming sit down? Wait a minute, doesn't Luo Shuiyan dislike having people sit next to her? Why would they let Mu Changming sit down? Thank you, school beauty.
Mu Changming smiled slightly and sat down next to Luo Shuiyan. After Mu Changming sat down, he immediately looked at Zhao Tianhua with the same gaze one would give a clown.
Did you hear me? The school beauty asked me to sit next to her.
Seeing Mu Changming's smug expression, Zhao Tianhua's face turned as black as charcoal.
How so?
The others were filled with envy when they saw Mu Changming sitting down next to Luo Shuiyan. Damn, this guy actually sat down next to Luo Shuiyan.
Doesn't Luo Shuiyan dislike having others sit next to him? How could that guy sit next to her? I know this guy. Wasn't he the one who hugged the counselor that day? Holy crap, this guy has reached the pinnacle of his life. Xu Weiyun, it's not that you don't like it. Before Zhao Tianhua could finish speaking, Luo Shuiyan interrupted him. Squad leader, thank you. But from now on, you shouldn't interfere in my affairs. Also, don't call me Xu Weiyun. Also, when did I ever say that I don't like people sitting next to me?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhua's face immediately turned awkward.
Mu Changming suppressed a laugh as he looked at Zhao Tianhua, whose face alternated between pale and flushed. Is that you, boiling sheep? You?
Zhao Tianhua looked at Mu Changming with a face full of shame and anger.
But the people behind couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
The squad leader has really lost face. I suddenly remembered a saying, school beauty Luo doesn't dislike people sitting next to her, she dislikes the class monitor sitting next to her.
Ha, this is too clownish. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?
Hey, keep your voice down, or Zhao Tianhua will be watching you, and it'll be troublesome if something happens in class. Zhao Tianhua suppressed his anger and turned to sit down.
Mu Changming, you bastard. They actually made me lose face so badly in front of Luo Shuiyan. I will not let you get away with this. And Luo Shuiyan, I've given you my heart and soul, guarding you every day like the Monkey King. I've never even sat next to you, yet you let some bastard who suddenly appeared sit down. Luo Shuiyan looked at Mu Changming, who was smiling beside her. I only spoke up for you because you saved your sister. Also, I'm warning you, stay away from my sister. She's not someone you can afford to worry about. Mu Changming completely disregarded Luo Shuiyan's words. Just then, the teacher, who had just walked in to prepare for class, spotted Luo Shuiyan talking and immediately called on her. Luo Shuiyan. Luo Shuiyan was slightly taken aback and had no choice but to look away and stand up. The teacher looked at Luo Shuiyan and said with a smile, please answer the question I just asked. Luo Shuiyan's beautiful face showed some embarrassment. Her attention had been completely focused on Mu Changming, and she had no idea what question the teacher had asked. As for Mu Changming, even if he knew about the problem, he probably wouldn't. Hey bro, page 32, line 2. At this moment, a sycophant offered Luo Shuiyan the answer. Out of consideration for Luo Shuiyan's earlier help, Mu Changming took the book from in front of Luo Shuiyan, turned to page 32, and handed it to her. Luo Shuiyan also took it casually, and was about to read it aloud. Su Muan slammed Lu Yushi against the wall. After reading just 2 lines, Mu Changming sensed something was amiss. What is Luo Shuiyun reciting? Mu Changming couldn't help but glance at Luo Shuiyun, and suddenly froze when he saw the book in Luo Shuiyun's hand. Holy crap, it's a lesbian novel? Luo Shuiyun's face immediately darkened. Wasn't this the novel she was supposed to read today? That bastard Mu Changming, what is he planning to do? They actually handed me a novel?
Upon hearing this, the teacher on the stage said with a hint of helplessness.
Alright, stop reading.
I know beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you two are just starting out and very passionate about each other, but you also need to be mindful of the occasion.
This is class, so don't talk next time. You two stay after class. Sit down.
Upon hearing the teacher's words, the male students below immediately became agitated.
Holy crap! Luo, the school beauty, is in a relationship? What are you talking about?
It's obvious the teacher has misunderstood. That guy just didn't have a seat, so he sat next to school beauty Luo.
Didn't you see what happened just now? Damn, whether they talk or not, that guy's secretly thrilled. Chapter 51 Luo Shuiyun's Shyness. When will I be able to sit next to school beauty Luo and get misunderstood by the teacher? Let me secretly enjoy this moment too.
Come on, that guy at least has a face and is tall.
You have nothing. Stop daydreaming.
A rare hint of shyness appeared on Luo Shuiyun's usually cold face. As soon as she sat down, her gaze was fixed on Mu Changming. Mu Changming's lips twitched as he looked at the novel in Luo Shuiyun's hand and explained.
I didn't expect your first book to be a novel. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiyun glanced down at her novel.
Mu Changming was doing this for her own good, but no one else knew that she was reading novels.
Luo Shuiyun took a deep breath, just trying not to be angry with Mu Changming, but Mu Changming's next words made Luo Shuiyun panic. Is this a lesbian novel? So you like this type of guy?
Mu Changming leaned close to Luo Shuiyun and whispered.
A flicker of panic crossed Luo Shuiyun's eyes as she glared fiercely at Mu Changming. None of your business.
Mu Changming keenly noticed Luo Shuiyun's shyness, and Luo Shuiyun's favorability actually increased from 0 to 5, proving that it was effective.
Oh. I was just asking.
Luo Shuiyun felt a pang of regret. She should have known better than to let this guy sit next to her.
Now he knows my secret about reading lesbian novels. Luo Shuiyun couldn't help but glance at Mu Changming out of the corner of her eye, wondering what if he was overthinking things. Does he think he is that kind of person? If he doesn't keep his mouth shut and the news gets out, won't his reputation be ruined?
Luo Shuiyun was lost in thought for a while and had no mood to go to class.
Luo Shuiyun looked at Mu Changming, who was listening attentively to the lesson, and then couldn't help but explain to herself.
I just recently became interested in novels, so I just picked one up randomly.
Ah. I didn't ask you. You don't need to explain to me.
Upon hearing Luo Shuiyun's explanation, a smile flashed across Mu Changming's eyes, followed by a puzzled look as he stared at Luo Shuiyun.
Luo Shuiyun's lips twitched, and she clenched her fists tightly. That bastard, was he doing this on purpose?
I tried to explain things to him with good intentions, but he actually thought I was just being presumptuous.
Luo Shuiyun felt extremely embarrassed at that moment. Luo Shuiyun, when are you going to explain to an outsider what you're doing? She was even mistaken by others for being delusional. This class was absolutely agonizing for Luo Shuiyun. She vowed that if she ever let Mu Changming sit next to her again, she would be a complete bastard. After this incident, Luo Shuiyun lost all interest in reading the novel. Time passed, and the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. A commotion erupted in the classroom as students rushed to leave. Let's go, the teacher is waiting for us. Mu Changming smiled at Luo Shuiyun. Luo Shuiyun tidied up the table with a bit of helplessness, then picked up her books and walked with Mu Changming to the podium. The teacher watched Mu Changming and Luo Shuiyun walking together, and they could be considered a handsome couple, with the woman being beautiful and the man being dashing. The two walked up to the teacher, but before they could speak, the teacher spoke first. Shuiyun, you used to listen attentively and take careful notes every time you were in class. I know you're at a young age, in the prime of your youth, and as someone who's been through it, it's understandable that you're curious about relationships. Dating is fine, but it shouldn't interfere with class or affect your own life. Look at yourself. You've been whispering to him the whole class, never looked up, and didn't he even look at the blackboard? Before Luo Shuiyun could refute, Mu Changming explained first. Teacher, she and I are just ordinary friends, we're not dating.
Upon hearing Mu Changming's words, the teacher immediately smiled.
Do you think teachers are 3-year-olds? Shueyun's cheeks are rosy when she's in class, and I don't need to wear glasses. Alright, don't worry, I'm not blaming you. Just be more careful next time.
The teacher shook her head, packed her things, and left with her bag. After the teacher left, only Mu Changming and Luo Shueyun remained in the classroom.
It seems the teacher has misunderstood.
Mu Changming looked at Luo Shueyun beside him and shrugged helplessly. Luo Shueyun hummed in agreement and left with the book in her arms.
Mu Changming watched the accomplice leave with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
Luo Shueyun's favorability rating had actually reached 10. There is a chance to correct her. As Luo Shueyun walked out of the classroom, her heart pounded, and the teacher's words kept replaying in her mind.
I actually blushed during class.
It was still in front of that bastard.
Downstairs in the education building.
As soon as Luo Shuening came out of the office, she saw the teacher who had taught Mu Changming and Luo Shueyin today, and greeted her with a smile.
Teacher Lu. When Teacher Lu saw Luo Shuening, a smile appeared on her face. Teacher Luo.
Just as Luo Shuening finished greeting everyone and was about to leave, a sentence from Teacher Lu made her stop in her tracks.
Teacher Luo, do you know that Shueyun is in a relationship?
Luo Shuening's expression changed, and she looked at Teacher Lu in surprise.
Shueyun is in a relationship? Seeing Luo Shuening's puzzled expression, Teacher Lu couldn't help but say. Teacher Luo, don't you know? Today, Shueyun was sitting next to a handsome boy in class.
The two were whispering to each other during class, and Shueyun's face was flushed, which was a clear sign of being in love.
Don't you know? Upon hearing what Teacher Lu said, Luo Shuening was slightly taken aback. Shueyun was actually in a relationship? Something's not right.
Luo Shueyun has always had a cold face towards all men since she was little. When she heard that her younger sister blushed when she saw a boy, Luo Shuening couldn't believe it.
Teacher Lu, who is that boy? Luo Shuening asked with some curiosity. Luo Shueyun is now an adult, so it's normal for her to be curious about love.
However, as the older sister, Luo Shuening is still very curious about who the boy is that could make her icy younger sister fall in love.
At the same time, Luo Shuening also needs to give Luo Shueyun a little popular science lesson. We must not let Luo Shueyun be deceived.
I don't know his name, but he's quite handsome and very tall.
He's probably the most handsome guy in the education department. Teacher Lu didn't know Mu Changming's name. After all, there were so many people in the class, how could Teacher Lu possibly remember everyone's name? Besides, Mu Changming wasn't that outstanding before. Chapter 52 Sister Chen-yi. The most handsome one? Luo Shuening immediately thought of Mu Changming. Could it really be him? Thank you, Ms. Lu. I understand. Teacher Luo, you must help Shueyun. I think Shueyun is in a very deep situation. Teacher Lu smiled. Night, inside Luo Shuening's apartment.
The house has been renovated since the last fire. Luo Shuening sat in the hall, quietly staring at the television. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the door behind them. Luo Shueyun had returned.
Luo Shueyun glanced at Luo Shuening on the sofa.
After what happened today, Luo Shueyun also wanted to rush into the house.
Snow clouds.
However, Luo Shuening was sitting here precisely to wait for Luo Shueyun and ask her what Teacher Lu had said today.
Ah. Sister?
When Luo Shueyun heard Luo Shuening call her back, her expression became slightly hurried.
Luo Shuening keenly sensed Luo Shueyun's mental state. In the past, Luo Shueyun would hug her the moment she returned home, but now she took the initiative to go back to the house. Could it be that what Teacher Lu said is true? Don't you have anything to say to me? Luo Shuening frowned slightly, staring at Luo Shueyun standing in front of her. Luo Shueyun shook her head. Seeing Luo Shueyun's reaction, Luo Shuening became more and more convinced of what Teacher Lu had said. Could this girl actually be in a relationship? Come over. Luo Shuening's voice suddenly became much sterner. This was the first time Luo Shueyun had seen Luo Shuening so solemn, so she carefully walked to Luo Shuening's side. Sister, what's wrong with you today? You're asking me what's wrong. Shouldn't I ask you that? What did you do in Teacher Lu's class today? Luo Shuening asked with a questioning look.
When Luo Shuening asked her that question, Luo Shueyun immediately thought of what had happened with Mu Changming that day.
Tell me, who is he? You're dating someone and you didn't even tell me? Seeing that Luo Shuayun remained silent, Luo Shuening pressed her for an answer. Ah, I'm not in a relationship, sister. Luo Shuayun was stunned by Luo Shuening's question. You're not in a relationship, but teacher Lu told me today that you were whispering to a boy during class, and your face was flushed, like you'd fallen in love. Luo Shuening raised an eyebrow and asked. Luo Shuayun quickly grabbed Luo Shuening's hand and explained. Sister, teacher Lu has misunderstood. Mu Changming just didn't have a seat today, so I let him sit next to me. How could I possibly date him? Luo Shuening heard Mu Changming's name, and sure enough, it was him. Thinking of Mu Changming, Luo Shuening couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Moreover, upon hearing that it was Mu Changming, Luo Shuening was eager to know what had happened between Mu Changming and Luo Shuayun that day. And what about blushing? Well, Luo Shuayun was unsure how to explain, but seeing Luo Shuening's stern gaze, she chose to tell the truth. It's just that they replaced lesbian novels with romance novels. Real? Really, sister? Don't you know what I'm like? Luo Shuening didn't think Luo Shuayun was lying, judging from her appearance. That's true, my younger sister has always been indifferent to boys. Moreover, she didn't have much interaction with Mu Changming, except for today. Perhaps teacher Lu has misunderstood. Ziqiang Building, Tiannan University of Science and Technology. Mu Changming walked out of the classroom, bored after finishing his evening self-study session. At a corner, Mu Changming suddenly bumped into a girl. With a crash, the things the girl was holding scattered on the ground. Mu Changming wasn't paying attention while walking, and perhaps he used too much force, causing the girl to start to fall backward. Mu Changming quickly grabbed the girl's hand. The girl also came to her senses and met Mu Changming's gaze. It must be said that after his physique improved, Mu Changming's face became truly eye-catching. After Mu Changming helped the girl regain her footing, he also squatted down and began to pick up the documents on the ground. The girl looked at Mu Changming, who was bending down to pick up her documents, when suddenly Mu Changming looked up and their eyes met. Sorry, I didn't notice that just now. Mu Changming picked up the last piece of paper, stood up, and handed it to the girl in front of him. Okay, it's okay. The girl's voice was crisp and clear, and her Mandarin was extremely standard, somewhat like those broadcasters. The girl reached out and took it. Mu Changming also began to scrutinize the girl in front of him. She's good looking, especially in terms of her demeanor, which gives off a decisive and efficient vibe. Her almond-shaped eyes add a touch of authority, and her black jumpsuit accentuates her graceful figure, making her both imposing and beautiful. Ding, name, Chen Yan. Age, 22. Appearance, 92. Personality, desire for control. Identity, student council president, Chen Yi's older sister. Favorability, 25. Charge cycles, 0. Upon looking at Mu Changming's character panel, his previously apologetic gaze suddenly turned strange. Mu Changming automatically ignored his status as the student council president. His gaze was fixed on the subtitles for Chen Yi's older sister. This woman is actually Chen Yi's older sister. TSK, Chen Yi, it seems that heaven has been kind to you. Considering you have such an outstanding older sister, your sister can make you pay for what you did to me before. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Mu Changming winked at Chen Yan in front of him and asked with a smile. Upon being asked this question by Mu Changming, Chen Yan's pretty face immediately flushed red, and she quickly looked away. No. Just then, the sound of a girl's hurried footsteps came from behind. A female student ran up and said to Chen Yan, Sister Yan, it seems like the people from the organization department forgot about the things inside, no one's tidying them up. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's expression immediately turned cold. Then why don't you call them and tell them to come and clean up right away? Sister Yan, I called and also sent a message in the group, but it seems the minister of the organization department isn't here, he's at school. Besides, if we don't give them advance notice, they have many excuses. How much stuff is left? There aren't many things inside, but there are some large items that we probably can't move. The female student thought about it carefully and then said. Chen Yan glanced down at her watch. It was already 9:30. Calling someone at this hour would definitely not get anyone to come. It's either a date, or they've already taken their clothes off, or they're out having fun. Chapter 53 Chen Yan. Need my help? Mu Changming suddenly smiled and said to Chen Yan in front of him.
I was just worried about not having a chance to get close to Chen Yan, and now the opportunity has come.
Mu Changming wouldn't let this opportunity slip by easily. The student girl then noticed Mu Changming.
She looked up slightly, but couldn't see his head at all, so she raised her head even higher.
Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? He's so tall. Chen Yan was also slightly taken aback.
Looking at the tall Mu Changming in front of her, she had to admit that if Mu Changming were there, everything would seem to become much simpler.
Isn't that a bad idea? Chen Yan couldn't help but hesitate. The female student was slightly taken aback when she saw Chen Yan like this. Was this still the chairperson?
It's worth noting that Chen Yan has always been incredibly resourceful in her use of people, making the most of everything without any hesitation. Especially for men, they do all the heavy and dirty work together.
Why are you hesitating today? Is it because he's handsome? Or perhaps you've done something wrong? You seem to need some help. I happen to be free right now. Mu Changming gave Chen Yan a warm and gentle smile. Well, thank you. Chen Yan didn't dare to waste any time.
The college secretary needed to use this classroom tomorrow, and if things weren't handled properly, Chen Yan would definitely get a scolding. Chen Yan led Mu Changming into a rather messy classroom.
Mu Changming followed him in.
The room was filled with boxes and messy tables and chairs, but fortunately there weren't too many things.
Let's get started, Chen Yan said calmly. The female student was slightly taken aback. Should they attack together? Are you kidding me? So, Chen Yan, the chairperson, has started doing the work too? Is this still chairwoman Chen Yan?
The three of them quickly got to work. However, Chen Yan wanted to lift a box, but the box was very heavy, and Chen Yan, with her delicate skin, could not lift it.
I'll do it. This is a bit heavy. Mu Changming suddenly appeared behind Chen Yan.
Chen Yan sensed the shadow behind her and couldn't help but turn around, only to see Mu Changming smiling.
Good. Chen Yan's pretty face flushed slightly, and the female students in the distance saw this scene.
Damn, the chairman actually blushed when he saw a man.
Could he be the chairman's boyfriend? Mu Changming was very strong and easily lifted the box and put it down. Chen Yan and the student girl simply stacked the tables and chairs side by side. Hiss.
Just then, Chen Yan suddenly exclaimed, a look of pain suddenly appearing on her face.
President.
The student in Mu Changming quickly came over, only to see that Chen Yan had a large cut on her finger, from which blood was gushing out. Leave this to me, you take her to the pharmacy to get some treatment first,
Mu Changming said to the female student.
The student was quite perceptive. She glanced around the room and saw that everything was almost tidied up, requiring only a simple cleaning.
You go. I'll clean up the mess. Mu Changming smiled slightly at the female student. That's okay. No need, it's just a small cut. Chen Yan shook her head.
Although it hurt a lot, there was no need to be so delicate.
The things here are very dirty. We should clean them up. We might get infected, and that would be a real problem.
Yes, Chairman, all that's left is sweeping the floor. I can do it all by myself.
The schoolgirl echoed this sentiment.
Seeing the two of them say this, Chen Yan nodded to Mu Changming.
This is troublesome. There's a tram here. That pink car by the door is mine.
At this moment, the female student seemed to have thought of something and handed her tram keys to Mu Changming.
Thank you.
Mu Changming took the tram keys and then walked out of the classroom with Chen Yan.
This female student has a good eye. Ziqian Building. Mu Changming got on his electric scooter and then said to Chen Yan, who was standing there, "Get in the car."
Chen Yan's gaze darted away before she sat down on the back seat of the tram.
Mu Changming also started the tram and headed towards the school's clinic. After arriving at the school clinic, Mu Changming led Chen Yan inside. The doctor paused slightly after seeing the cut on Chen Yan's finger. What made that cut so deep?
Chen Yan shook her head. I don't know either. It was while I was moving things that I felt a sharp pain. Upon hearing this, the doctor immediately began to reprimand Mu Changming. How can you, as her boyfriend, let a girl like her carry things? Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Chen Yan's face immediately flushed red.
They just met.
The doctor didn't give Mu Changming and Chen Yan a chance to refute before immediately saying,
"The cut is so deep, it's easy to get infected. Let me disinfect it for you first.
It hurts a little, just bear with it." The doctor immediately went to prepare disinfection supplies.
Chen Yan watched the doctor's departing figure, then looked up at Mu Changming standing to the side. Excuse me. It's alright, the doctor just doesn't know. Moreover, I do bear some responsibility. No.
It was my own carelessness.
I'm already very grateful that you could help me. Chen Yan shook her head, indicating that Mu Changming had no responsibility.
The doctor quickly came over with his tools, gave Chen Yan's finger a quick treatment, and then bandaged it with gauze.
Don't get it wet for the next couple of days. Thanks. The doctor nodded, then looked at Mu Changming and instructed him.
You found such a great girlfriend, so put some effort into it.
I'll be more careful next time. Mu Changming did not refute, but agreed with the doctor.
Chen Yan felt a little embarrassed he hadn't actually refuted the doctor's words.
Is this the default setting? My heart is beating so fast. Mu Changming led Chen Yan out of the clinic and to the electric scooter. Looking at Chen Yan's bandaged fingers, Mu Changming spoke gently. Does it still hurt?
Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming, who was showing concern, a few stray hairs brushing against his sword-like eyebrows, and his deep pupils seemed to be filled with tenderness.
It doesn't hurt as much as it did before.
Chen Yan lowered her head slightly, her voice becoming very soft and quiet. If the two hadn't been so close, Mu Changming wouldn't have been able to hear her at all.
You don't have a boyfriend, right?
Mu Changming suddenly said something that made Chen Yan stammer, her face turning as red as a ripe apple.
Ah. Boyfriend? Chen Yan was extremely nervous. What did he mean by suddenly asking her if she had a boyfriend? He wouldn't want to. That's too fast. They just met today. Chapter 54. Thanks. On the second day. For a moment, Chen Yan panicked.
This was the first time she had ever felt this way.
Should I agree or not?
Chen Yan glanced at Mu Changming out of the corner of her eye. His sharply defined profile and deep eyes were quite handsome.
Mu Changming smiled inwardly as he looked at Chen Yan, who was hesitant to speak. No. No. Chen Yan's palms were already sweating and sticky. No? Mu Changming asked, feigning surprise. Seeing Mu Changming's surprised expression, Chen Yan couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just think it's a bit surprising that a beautiful and outstanding woman like you doesn't have a boyfriend. Mu Changming smiled easily. Where is it outstanding? Isn't the student council president excellent enough? Mu Changming asked a question in return, leaving Chen Yan at a loss for words. I was just lucky.
Since you don't have a boyfriend, please introduce yourself.
Class of 2023, Department of Education, Mu Changming.
Chen Yan looked at the outstretched hand and realized it wasn't a confession, it was just to avoid suspicion. Chen Yan felt a little disappointed when she didn't hear what she wanted to hear. Oh wait, we've only known each other for a few hours, and I'm already expecting him to confess his feelings to me. Chen Yan was extremely embarrassed, but fortunately, as the student council president, she had good self-control.
Chen Yan, Class of 2022, School of Science.
Chen Yan reached out and shook hands with Mu Changming.
Senior, get in the car. I'll take you home. Mu Changming released Chen Yan's soft, boneless hand and glanced at the back seat of the tram. Good.
Chen Yan sat in the back seat, and Mu Changming smiled and said,
Could you please give me directions, senior?
It's the girls' dormitory in the College of Science, but I don't know which building it is.
Good. Under Chen Yan's direction, Mu Changming quickly drove Chen Yan to her dormitory building. After stopping the tram, Mu Changming returned the keys to Chen Yan. Senior, here's the key. Chen Yan reached out and took the key, looking at Mu Changming in front of her, and couldn't help but ask. Are you going back? Does the senior have something else to tell you?
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yan in front of him, feigning a puzzled expression.
Chen Yan took a deep breath.
If she left like this, Mu Changming wasn't even in the School of Science yet, and she didn't know if she would ever have the chance to meet him again. You've helped me so much today.
Let's exchange contact information, and I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Otherwise, I would feel a little guilty. Good.
Mu Changming smiled inwardly as he watched Chen Yan's growing favorability towards him. He had her contact information.
Chen Yi, when you return to school and see your sister nestled in my arms, I wonder what your expression will be.
Mu Changming and Chen Yan exchanged contact information, and then Mu Changming waved to Chen Yan.
See you tomorrow, senior. See you tomorrow. Chen Yan waved to Mu Changming and watched him disappear from sight. Mu Changming.
Chen Yan gripped her phone tightly, looking at the new chat window in her hand, a little smug in her heart.
Dormitory 405. As soon as Mu Changming returned, he heard Wu Aolin boasting in the dormitory. Envious, aren't you? My spring has finally arrived. You, a dance major, confess your feelings to me. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. And now you've finally found a boyfriend. Xing Yuqing looked at Wu Aolin standing there and said with envy. It's more than just finding a partner, we just met today, and I already touched her hand. With my charm, it won't be long before I find a chance to go out and have fun, and I'll be able to get some food, huh? Wu Aolin said excitedly. Come on, we still need to eat. Don't let yourself be treated like an ATM. Xing Yuqing rolled his eyes at Wu Aolin and said. Tisk, you're just as sour grapes. Okay, I'm going to chat now. I'm not playing games with you today. Wu Aolin fell in love as soon as he picked up the phone. Mu Changming, who was outside the door, also heard Wu Aolin's boastful voice. A strange smile appeared on his lips before he pushed the door open and walked in. When Xing Yuqing saw Mu Changming, his eyes darted away, and he dared not meet his gaze. Wu Aolin glanced back at Mu Changming, then looked away and continued typing furiously on the screen. Mu Changming didn't disturb them and returned to his bed. From Mu Changming's angle, he could just see Wu Aolin's fingers rapidly tapping on his phone. The clicking and clacking sound made it seem like someone was writing an essay on their phone. Wu Aolin remained silent, and Mu Changming finally had some peace and quiet. At that moment, Mu Changming's phone also rang. Mu Changming glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Chen Yan. Do you have time tomorrow at noon? Mu Changming glanced at Chen Yi's empty bed out of the corner of his eye and typed a reply. Have. That's great. However, I have an event meeting to attend tomorrow in the English building, and lunchtime may be after midnight. It's okay, I can wait for my senior. Good. Finally, we'll end with a meme of Chen Yan. After chatting with Chen Yan, Mu Changming put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. There was number 8 a.m. Mu Changming slept until 9:30 a.m. He looked at Xing Yuqing and the others who were still sleeping in the dormitory. When his gaze fell on Wu Aolin's bed, he found that the guy was still chatting there. I wonder if he really is a Casanova. Still staying up all night as a simp. Mu Changming got out of bed, preparing to go find Chen Yan to keep their appointment. Mu Changming quickly washed up in his dormitory and headed towards the English building around 10 a.m. At this time, downstairs in the English building, there were many temporary tents set up in advance by students. At this moment, Chen Yan was coldly reprimanding a group of people. Hu Haodong, what happened in the Ziqiang building classroom last night? Didn't anyone notify you? What did you arrange? You're not at school? Is there no one in your organization department? Hu Haodong is quite chubby, but also quite tall, standing at 1.8 meters. He has many red acne scars and marks on his face. Go back and write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Write it by hand and hand it in to me tomorrow. Hu Haodong's expression changed when he heard about the 10,000-word self-criticism. How? Don't want to write? Seeing the slight change in Hu Haodong's expression, Chen Yan asked coldly. No. No. Next up is your broadcasting department. Before Chen Yan could criticize, she suddenly noticed Mu Changming standing over there out of the corner of her eye. Chapter 55. I feel like this is an opportunity given by heaven. Their eyes met, causing Chen Yan to pause in her commentary. When Mu Changming saw Chen Yan, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he waved to Chen Yan. When Chen Yan saw Mu Changming, a faint smile appeared on her face. He actually arrived so early. The head of the broadcasting department was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen Yan suddenly laughing. What's wrong, Chairman? Aren't we supposed to criticize them? Why did you suddenly start laughing? Chen Yan suddenly noticed the expressions on the faces of the broadcasting department staff out of the corner of her eye, and quickly suppressed her smile, intending to end today's meeting as soon as possible. Tong Mingshan, Du Shuiwei, the rest of the work is your responsibility. Make proper arrangements for them. If any loopholes arise and Dean Wei becomes dissatisfied, the two of you should take responsibility. Yes, Sister Yan. Chen Yan took a deep breath. It was finally over. Chen Yan took out her phone and found that it was only 11:30, earlier than she had expected. Chen Yan wanted to find Mu Changming, but discovered that Mu Changming had disappeared. Where did he go? Chen Yan stood beside the erected tent, a hint of doubt on her face.
Suddenly, the erected shed began to loosen. A girl who was tidying up her things in the distance saw the shed about to collapse and exclaimed in alarm.
Sister Yen, watch out for the shed.
Reminded by this, Chen Yan immediately noticed the shed that was falling towards her. Chen Yan wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She instinctively closed her eyes.
Oh no! At this critical moment, a strong arm braced against the collapsing shed.
The next second, the figure they had been searching for appeared in front of them. At the same time, a voice carrying a hint of concern rang out.
Are you all right?
The temporary tent set up by the student council wasn't very heavy, but for a girl caught off guard, being hit by it would likely be quite bad. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Yan slowly opened her eyes. The tall, familiar figure and the caring gaze made Chen Yan's heart pound.
Chen Yan looked up at Mu Changming, her gaze lingering on him.
Seeing that Chen Yan stood there unmoved, Mu Changming reached out and pulled her into his arms, then let go. The shed instantly collapsed to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust.
Chen Yan nestled obediently against Mu Changming's chest.
The surrounding student council members stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Chen Yan was actually held in a boy's arms. You should know that Chen Yan is no different from a tigress in normal times. Men don't dare to get close to Chen Yan at all, for fear that Chen Yan will ask for troublesome tasks as soon as she opens her mouth.
Now, someone has actually taken Chen Yan, this tigress, into their arms. The girl saw that Mu Changming was tall and handsome, with a straight posture and an extremely handsome face.
Chen Yan's height reached just to Mu Changming's neck, making her appear petite and adorable in his arms.
Oh my god, could this be Sister Yan's boyfriend? So handsome. Hearing the envious voices around her, Chen Yan was immediately jolted awake.
She quickly got off Mu Changming's chest and took a step or two away from him. The others quickly gathered around, each looking at Chen Yan with concern.
Sister Yan, are you all right?
Chen Yan glanced at Mu Changming out of the corner of her eye, then shook her head.
Fine.
Then Chen Yan realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly looked at Mu Changming with concern.
Are you all right?
Before Mu Changming could answer, Chen Yan grabbed his arm and, seeing the red marks on his hand, felt a pang of heartache.
Does it hurt?
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yan, who was concerned about him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Pain is nothing compared to my senior.
Wow.
As soon as Mu Changming finished speaking, a commotion broke out around him.
It's so numb. I can't take it anymore. This dog food is so disgusting, I can't eat lunch today. This junior is really good.
From now on, if anyone says my younger brother isn't good enough, I'll give them a piece of my mind. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, making Chen Yan blush deeply. It has to be said that Mu Changming's words were extremely damaging, and coupled with the atmosphere around them, they made Chen Yan's heart pound.
Everyone, please stop talking. Sister Yan is getting shy. Alright, everyone disperse, let's give the chairman some space. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Chen Yan looked up at Mu Changming before her. Weren't you scared just now? Fear? I can't bear to see my senior get hurt. Besides, don't you think this is a chance given to me by God to get closer to you, senior? Mu Changming winked at Chen Yan. You?
Even the usually eloquent Chen Yan stammered and her mind went blank when faced with Mu Changming's onslaught.
Outside Tiannan City Hospital.
Shen Yi walked out of the hospital, phone in hand, face dark, rubbing his stomach, his eyes filled with resentment.
Longevity is my wish. You've kept me in the hospital for so long, just wait till I get back and I'll teach you a lesson.
Just then, Shen Yi's phone suddenly chimed, and he instantly saw a message from his advisor, Luo Xuaning. Students who haven't scored 60 points or higher on Inception, hurry up.
TSK.
How could I forget, there's this part too.
Mu Changming, even the counselor isn't on your side. Shen Yan, my older sister, is the student council president.
Shen Yan has a strong voice when it comes to the points awarded for various activities.
Shen Yi has a million ways to prevent Mu Changming from earning points. Mu Changming, from today onwards, I will make sure you don't earn a single activity point. If Mu Changming can't earn any points, then Mu Changming won't be able to graduate.
At that time, Mu Changming will have no choice but to come to him crying and begging. Thinking of this, Shen Yi couldn't wait to make a phone call to his older sister, Shen Yan. At this time, Mu Changming and Shen Yan had already left the school. Mu Changming naturally received the message sent by Luo Xuaning. My Inception game score is currently less than 20 points, and I don't know how many activities I need to do to get to 60 points, which is extremely troublesome.
Shen Yan also noticed Mu Changming's message, and seeing the slight change in Mu Changming's expression, she couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Don't you have enough points? It is indeed quite far from 60 points. This was the first time Chen Yan had ever seen Mu Changming look troubled, and she burst out laughing. Have you forgotten who's standing next to you? Chapter 56 Holding Hands. Chen Yan winked at Mu Changming.
I'm the student council president, so I might not be very capable outside of work, but when it comes to getting extra points,
I can do whatever I want. Mu Changming's eyes lit up immediately.
Then I'll have to trouble you, senior.
It's finally my turn to help you this time.
Chen Yan put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly at Mu Changming.
Before Mu Changming could speak, Chen Yan's phone suddenly rang.
Chen Yan took out her phone in confusion and found that it was Chen Yi calling.
Mu Changming noticed the phone's contact name, Silly Little Brother, out of the corner of his eye. It must be that little brat Chen Yi.
When Chen Yan saw that it was Chen Yi, she frowned slightly, but still answered the phone.
Hey kid, what's up? Sis, where are you now? I have something to tell you. Chen Yan looked up at Mu Changming. She was having dinner with Mu Changming today, so she didn't have time to see Chen Yi. What's wrong? Can't we talk on the phone? Mu Changming frowned. Talking over the phone was pointless.
Before Chen Yi could speak, Mu Changming suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Yan's hand.
Chen Yan blushed at Mu Changming's sudden action. Why, did he suddenly take her hand? You.
Mu Changming held Chen Yan's small hand, his voice low, just enough for Chen Yi on the other end of the phone to hear.
Senior, if we wait any longer, it'll be lunchtime, and then it'll be very crowded. Sis, did you hear what I said?
Chen Yan also noticed the students pouring out of the school gate at this moment, but she didn't hear a word of what Chen Yi said.
Hey kid, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. Chen Yi, standing outside the hospital, saw the phone call that had been disconnected and his lips twitched. Damn it, they hung up on me. What could be more important than your own brother?
Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. Since Chen Yan was busy, he could only try to contact her later that night. Also, the voice that came from the other end of the phone just now sounded a bit smug, didn't it? It feels somewhat familiar. Chen Yi thought for a long time, but still couldn't remember who it was. Chen Yi was unaware that his older sister was currently cuddling up to Mu Changming. On the other side, Chen Yan led Mu Changming into a shrimp restaurant.
Chen Yan and Mu Changming chose a seat on the left and sat down.
The shrimp here is especially delicious. I often come here to eat.
Then I'll have to try it.
Mu Changming sat opposite Chen Yan, propping his head up with his hand and smiling. His handsome face, coupled with his impeccable smile, made Chen Yan's heart pound.
Why is he staring at me like that? Soon the waiter brought over a pot of shrimp. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen. It's ready, try it.
As Chen Yan was about to take off the disposable gloves in front of her, Mu Changming pressed her wrist down.
Chen Yan was slightly taken aback and looked at Mu Changming with a puzzled expression. Senior, your finger isn't healed yet. Leave the task of peeling shrimp to me. Ah. Chen Yan was surprised by Mu Changming's thoughtfulness. Senior, may I sit next to you?
Mu Changming pressed his advantage and asked. It was indeed a bit inconvenient for Mu Changming to sit opposite her and peel shrimp for her, so Chen Yan nodded with a blush.
Can.
Mu Changming put a disposable glove on his left hand, and reached out his right hand to Chen Yan.
Thank you for your help, senior.
Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming, whose eyes were clear, and her fingers trembled slightly as she helped Mu Changming put on a disposable glove for his right hand. Mu Changming smiled slightly and began peeling shrimp for Chen Yan, pinching off the heads and peeling the shells in one go. Mu Changming held the shrimp meat to Chen Yan's lips and smiled.
It's a bit hot, senior, you can blow on it.
Chen Yan blushed and blew on the shrimp, then parted her red lips and ate the shrimp that Mu Changming had peeled.
It's delicious, better than anything I've ever eaten before. You should try some too, it's especially delicious today. Good.
Mu Changming peeled one for himself, and as soon as he put it in his mouth, he had to admit that it tasted really good. The spiciness was just right, and the shrimp was very fresh. Looking at the large plate of peeled shrimp in front of her, Chen Yan was experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time.
In the past, Chen Yan always did everything herself.
Now, however, there is a boy who makes Chen Yan's heart flutter, peeling shrimp for her.
Ah, open your mouth. Chen Yan was already used to it.
She subconsciously opened her red lips, but her gaze remained fixed on the handsome face in front of her.
This is the last one.
Seeing Chen Yan eat it, Mu Changming slowly took off his disposable gloves.
Just then, Chen Yan suddenly took out a tissue and gently wiped Mu Changming's mouth. Thank you, senior. Mu Changming looked at the gentle and considerate Chen Yan and smiled. Are you full? It seems like I ate all the shrimp in this pot.
Chen Yan asked with some concern. Most of the shrimp that Mu Changming peeled ended up in his own stomach.
Chen Yan didn't seem to see how Mu Changming ate. That's about enough. I've eaten quite a bit too. Ah, you're not lying to me, are you? Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming with some suspicion. Certainly. Okay then, I'll go pay the bill. After paying the bill, Chen Yan left the shrimp restaurant with Mu Changming. Mu Changming and Chen Yan tacitly avoided mentioning returning to school and instead slowly walked towards Tiannan Square.
The two strolled side by side down the street. Mu Changming was very close, their hands were very close, and Mu Changming's fingers touched Chen Yan.
Chen Yan's delicate body trembled, but she did not move. Mu Changming smiled inwardly and boldly took Chen Yan's small hand in his. Soft and boneless, very tender.
Chen Yan blushed, did not resist, and chose to acquiesce.
The two walked into Tiannan Square.
When they passed a clothing store, a set of couple t-shirts caught Chen Yan's eye.
Mu Changming followed Chen Yan's gaze and saw a black and a white t-shirt with a pink heart design on the chest, simple and understated. Mu Changming smiled knowingly. Senior, would you like to give it a try? Try what? Chen Yan quickly looked away. Clothes, of course. Mu Changming pulled Chen Yan into the clothing store and said to the sales assistant. Can we take these two bodysuits off? Sure.
The waiter very kindly took the body massager down and handed it to Mu Changming and Chen Yan. Chen Yan held the white bodysuit in her hand, feeling a little shy.
These were matching couple outfits, after all. Wearing them would mean the two of them are dating.
The waiter was also very perceptive. Seeing Chen Yan's slight hesitation, he smiled and offered his assistance.
Hey beautiful, don't keep your boyfriend waiting. Chapter 57 Brother-in-law?
Mu Changming and Chen Yan walked out of the fitting room together.
Mu Changming's gaze fell on Chen Yan, while Chen Yan's gaze also fell on Mu Changming.
The waiter looked at the handsome and beautiful Mu Changming and Chen Yan, and praised them with a smile.
These two outfits are practically tailor-made for you too.
Mu Changming and Chen Yan bought the clothes, and the two of them tacitly agreed not to change.
The two spent the afternoon at Tiannan Square, and it was already past 7 p.m. when they returned to school. Mu Changming and Chen Yan walked hand in hand slowly toward Chen Yan's dormitory.
They remained silent the entire way, Chen Yan keeping her head down, but her pounding heart and flushed cheeks proved that she was not at peace inside.
Mu Changming, holding Chen Yan's small hand, suddenly noticed a figure in the girls' dormitory building. Mu Changming recognized the figure immediately. It was Chen Yi.
A meaningful smile flashed across Mu Changming's eyes.
At this moment, Chen Yi was extremely annoyed.
He called Chen Yan, but she didn't answer any of his calls.
TSK. I'm really impressed. What on earth is going on that makes you so busy? He doesn't even return a single phone call.
Chen Yi stared at his phone in frustration.
He couldn't wait a second longer. He had to deal with that bastard Mu Changming as soon as possible. Every day Mu Changming smiled, Chen Yi felt unhappy. Mu Changming pulled Chen Yan a few more steps before suddenly stopping.
Chen Yan saw Mu Changming suddenly stop and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Why have you stopped?
Mu Changming stared at Chen Yan in front of him.
To be honest, he was a little lucky today and didn't run into you Tingting. Otherwise, things probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly today. If we keep going, my senior will have to go back. Mu Changming's question stumped Chen Yan.
The dormitory is just ahead. Walk a couple more steps and you'll reach the entrance. Chen Yan didn't dare to look Mu Changming in the eye at all, her eyes darting around. Mu Changming suddenly moved closer to Chen Yan, and Chen Yan's heart started beating even faster. Chen Yan clenched her fists tightly together.
What was he going to do? Could it be that?
As Chen Yi looked around in the distance, he suddenly spotted Chen Yan over there.
Sister? But who is that man in front of Chen Yan? Mu Changming had his back to Chen Yi, so Chen Yi couldn't see him very clearly.
Chen Yi rubbed his eyes and realized it was his own sister, Chen Yan.
Chen Yi's expression changed. How come his older sister is in a relationship? How could he not know?
Damn it, no wonder he didn't answer my calls all day. He was out on a date with that pretty boy.
However, Chen Yi was curious about who could tame his female Tyrannosaurus sister. But the next second, Chen Yi's smile vanished. Because Mu Changming and Chen Yan kissed.
Chen Yan is, after all, his older sister. As her younger brother, Chen Yi felt a pang of sadness watching his sister being seduced. But Chen Yan had her own things to do, and Chen Yi couldn't stop her.
Chen Yan hadn't expected Mu Changming to be so bold. Mu Changming's lips were very hot. Chen Yan couldn't resist either. Grass.
I'll see which bastard is it.
Chen Yi, as the younger brother, was extremely displeased to see this scene. Sister.
The word sister, coupled with the familiar voice, instantly brought Chen Yan back to her senses. Chen Yan quickly separated from Mu Changming and turned around to see Chen Yi suddenly appear.
Chen Yi, what are you doing here?
Chen Yi felt even more displeased when he saw Chen Yan's pretty face flushed red.
My older sister has never shown any shyness.
Chen Yan felt a little shy at this moment, because her younger brother Chen Yi had seen her kissing Mu Changming.
Chen Yan wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Sis, I should be asking you the same thing. I called you all night and you didn't answer. And, who is this guy? Why are we being so affectionate with each other? Chen Yi looked at Mu Changming with an unfriendly expression. Mu Changming suppressed a laugh and slowly turned his head. Of course I am, the senior's boyfriend. Mu Changming instantly pulled Chen Yan into his arms.
Chen Yan's strength was no match for Mu Changming's, and besides, Chen Yan hadn't expected Mu Changming to suddenly hug her.
Now, Chen Yan could only stupidly snuggle into Mu Changming's arms. Why does that voice sound so smug? Chen Yi glanced at Mu Changming's tall and straight figure and nodded secretly. His height was quite good.
But when Chen Yi saw Mu Changming's face, his expression froze.
How could it be him? How could Mu Changming be with his own sister?
Mu Changming held Chen Yan in his arms, looking down at Chen Yi with a strong sense of mockery in his eyes.
Mu Changming feigned a puzzled expression. Brother Chen. Why is it you?
Chen Yan was slightly taken aback by the tone in Mu Changming's words.
Do you know Chen Yi? Mu Changming nodded, suppressing a laugh. It's more than just knowing each other. Brother Chen and I are.
Before Mu Changming could finish speaking, Chen Yi's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Chen Yi originally wanted Chen Yan to deal with Mu Changming, but he never expected to witness such an explosive scene. His own sister was nestled in the arms of his enemy.
Chen Yi was utterly enraged, his expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. I admire longevity. You dare to touch my sister? Go to hell.
Chen Yi raised his fist, ready to swing it at Mu Changming. Mu Changming tilted his head slightly, just avoiding Chen Yi's fist.
But Mu Changming quickly put on an act, covering his face. Brother Chen, what are you doing?
Chen Yan didn't see clearly whether Chen Yi hit Mu Changming or not, but seeing Mu Changming's reaction, Chen Yan's first thought was naturally that he had hit him. Chen Yan currently has a very good impression of Mu Changming, and seeing her man being beaten, she felt sorry for him and asked with concern.
Changming, are you alright? Does it hurt?
A look of pain crossed Mu Changming's face. He clutched his jaw and shook his head at Chen Yan.
Senior, it's okay. Then, Mu Changming looked at Chen Yi with a puzzled expression. Brother Chen, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us?
Seeing this scene before him, and Chen Yan looking at Mu Changming with such worry, Chen Yi was almost bursting with anger. Chen Yi's whole body was trembling, his chest was filled with boundless rage, and his voice had become hoarse.
Mu Changming, I've misunderstood you. I'll kill you today.
Chen Yi was about to strike again, but Chen Yan, protective of her husband, saw the shirt about to hit him and slapped it across the face.
Enough. Chapter 58 solidifies his identity as brother-in-law. With a slap, Chen Yi was stunned by Chen Yan's blow. Chen Yi covered his face, looking at Chen Yan in disbelief. Sis, you actually hit me for him? Chen Yi, how old are you? You still hit people all the time. This slap is a warning to you. Chen Yan doesn't tolerate Chen Yi's behavior.
In Chen Yan's heart, Chen Yi is nowhere near as dear as Mu Changming is now. Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes flashed as he saw Mu Changming smiling.
This infuriated Chen Yi. That damn bastard.
He clearly dodged my punch just now, yet he acted so convincingly.
Damn it.
Instead, he was the one who got a solid slap from Chen Yan. No, I can't let Chen Yan be deceived by that bastard Mu Changming.
Sis, I didn't touch him at all. He's faking it all now.
This guy is a typical hypocrite, don't believe him.
Look, he's still laughing. Chen Yi pointed at Mu Changming and unleashed a barrage of attacks.
Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming, but she wasn't smiling. Instead, her lips were flushed red. Chen Yan had no idea that the red mark was pinched by Mu Changming himself.
Senior sister. Brother Chen also couldn't accept it for a while. Don't hurt him.
Chen Yan didn't expect Mu Changming to still not speak to Chen Yi at this moment, and felt a pang of heartache. She said softly, "Don't worry, I will get justice for you."
Chen Yi, do you think I'm blind?
You just threw a solid punch at me, and Changming's lip was all red.
You're telling me you didn't land a hit?
Chen Yan's barrage of questions left Chen Yi speechless. Even if you kill Changming, Changming will still speak for you.
No, sis, don't let him fool you. This guy is my roommate. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? Enough. I know more about longevity than you do.
Chen Yan, caught up in her love, couldn't possibly listen to anything Chen Yi said. Chen Yi looked at Chen Yan standing on Mu Changming's side, and a million wild horses galloped through his mind. Looking at Mu Changming, who was smiling at him, Chen Yi was furious.
This guy definitely did it on purpose.
He looked aggrieved at Chen Yan, but gave himself a mocking smile.
Mu Changming, are you even a man?
You're acting like a pure, innocent lotus flower.
Are you even human? Chen Yi pointed at Mu Changming and launched into a tirade of insults. Chen Yi, watch your mouth. If I hear you insulting Changming again, don't make me slap you.
As Chen Yan spoke, she raised her hand, her pretty face filled with authority and coldness.
Chen Yi was startled by Chen Yan's gaze.
Chen Yi had never been afraid of anyone since he was a child, except for Chen Yan. Looking at Chen Yi's fearful eyes, Mu Changming was surprised that Chen Yi was actually so afraid of Chen Yan.
TSK. Chen Yi was almost in despair, seeing Chen Yan so infatuated with Mu Changming. Damn it. I only went to the hospital for 2 days, and when I came back, my house had been robbed?
Chen Yi glared venomously at Mu Changming, then took a deep breath, suppressing his anger towards Mu Changming, and looked directly at Chen Yan.
Sis, come here, I have something to tell you.
Chen Yan, however, was completely unmoved and gave Chen Yi a cold look.
I don't have time for you right now. After saying that, Chen Yan took Mu Changming's hand away and looked at the corner of Mu Changming's mouth with heartache. Does it hurt? How about we get some ice to put on it? Senior, no need.
Upon seeing this, Chen Yi clenched his fists tightly, his face turning green.
Mu Changming, damn it. You're not a man. Chen Yi, I don't want to see you right now, get out of here. Chen Yan scoffed at Chen Yi, who was standing there.
Chen Yi knew that there was no point in staying here now, as his older sister had already been brainwashed by Mu Changming.
Damn it. I'll deal with you when we get back to the dorm. Chen Yi left in anger. After Chen Yi left, Chen Yan turned to Mu Changming and said, You and Chen Yi are roommates.
Senior, I never imagined that you and Chen Yi were siblings.
If I had known, I wouldn't have. Mu Changming looked innocent, as if he had done something wrong.
It's okay, you don't need to worry about my relationship with Chen Yi.
I know Chen Yi better than you do. He has probably bullied people a lot in the dorm. If he dares to bully you again, just call me.
He's most afraid of me.
Chen Yan said very gently. Mu Changming smiled inwardly. Chen Yi, do you like the gift I gave you? With Chen Yan around, Chen Yi is no longer a threat. Chen Yi's fear of Chen Yan didn't seem to be an act.
So, senior, what's our relationship?
Mu Changming looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated.
Chen Yan blushed, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Mu Changming.
Ding. Chen Yan's favorability rating has exceeded 80. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a gift pack. Ding, gift pack opened. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Pearl Hotel, a landmark building in Tiannan City, a 5-star hotel with an estimated value of approximately 9 billion.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine tag, Heavenly Voice. The sudden reward in his mind startled Mu Changming slightly. Chen Yan's favorability rating had actually broken through 80?
I don't think I've already booked a hotel room with her.
Our relationship is unaffected by Chen Yi.
Chen Yan looked at the stunned Mu Changming in front of her and said with a blush.
I'll be going now. If Chen Yi makes things difficult for you when you get back, just mention my name. After Chen Yan finished speaking, she was about to leave. Mu Changming stood there, never expecting that Chen Yan would be so indifferent to his relationship with Chen Yi.
Originally, Mu Changming thought that Chun Yan's favorability towards him would decrease after she found out about his relationship with Chun Yi.
But now it seems completely unnecessary. Seeing Chen Yan about to leave, and knowing that Chen Yan's favorability rating had already exceeded 80, how could Mu Changming let Chen Yan off so easily? Instead of doing that, let's give Chen Yi another surprise. He's now officially confirmed as the brother-in-law. Mu Changming suddenly pulled Chen Yan back and put his arm around Chen Yan's waist. Senior, I don't want you to go back tonight.
Ah. I want to stay with you forever. Hearing such cheesy words made Chen Yan blush and her heart race.
This isn't a good idea.
Since senior sister has been so supportive of Changming today, Changming also wants to repay her.
Chapter 59 Chen Yi, who spent the night squatting. After returning to his dormitory, Chen Yi moved a stool to the door and sat there.
Chen Yi's eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he were about to kill someone at any moment.
The people in the dormitory didn't dare to breathe. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Why does he act like he's going to kill someone as soon as he gets back to the dorm? Xing Yucheng asked cautiously.
Wu Aolin also shook his head with trepidation, looking at Chen Yi's murderous face, and shook his head again.
I don't know either. They're probably waiting for that guy, Mu Changming.
Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Brother Chen hear you.
Chen Yi sat there, glancing down at the time on his phone every now and then. It's already 10:30 p.m., why hasn't Mu Changming returned yet? In half an hour, the dormitory building will be locked. For a moment, Chen Yi had a bad feeling. Could it be that they went to? Impossible.
My sister and Mu Changming have only known each other for a few days at most.
How could they possibly go to a hotel room so quickly? Moreover, this happened today. Absolutely impossible. But time slipped away second by second, and Mu Changming still hadn't returned by 11 p.m. Chen Yi went numb, he didn't come back. Chen Yi's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly.
The thought of Mu Changming running a hotel with his sister made Chen Yi tremble uncontrollably.
Is Brother Chen going to be the doorman tonight?
It was already 1 in the morning, and Chen Yi was still sitting there motionless. This made Wu Aolin and Xing Yucheng afraid to sleep, fearing that Chen Yi might suddenly go crazy and kill them.
At this moment, Mu Changming would never know what was happening in the dormitory. Mu Changming was enjoying some alone time with Chun Yan.
Pearl Hotel. Mu Changming looked at Chun Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and smiled inwardly.
This confirms his status as brother-in-law.
Mu Changming simply put on his clothes and looked at the rewards the system had given him today. To be honest, the Pearl Hotel was somewhat beyond Mu Changming's expectations. Its value is approximately 9 billion.
Mu Changming is almost a billionaire CEO in the blink of an eye. And then there's the heavenly voice. Isn't that an essential tool for attracting girls? The system really understands me.
Mu Changming stretched, opened the door, and went out. Outside, a woman with a graceful figure stood. She was dressed in a black suit, had a cold expression, and was about 1.7 meters tall. With her high heels, she appeared extremely tall. It was Qin Shi, the general manager of Mingzhu Hotel.
This is the hotel's account card. Qin Shi handed Mu Changming a black gold card.
Mu Changming reached out and took it, examining it closely. It was indeed much more advanced than the bank card he was currently using.
Go down.
From now on, you will be in charge of all matters related to the Pearl Hotel.
Yes, Mr. Mu.
Upon hearing this, Qin Shi turned and left. To be honest, Qin Shi's legs were numb from standing.
This new CEO, Mr. Mu, was too strong.
He actually stayed in the room for 4 or 5 hours. Qin Shi couldn't help but rub her slightly sore calves, and suddenly the image of Mu Changming's firm chest muscles came to mind.
She seems to have a great figure. The following morning, a few rays of sunlight refracted in.
Chen Yan slowly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Mu Changming propping his head up with one hand and looking her over.
Woke up?
When Chen Yan saw Mu Changming, she immediately remembered what happened yesterday. Her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly burrowed into the quilt.
That's so embarrassing.
Mu Changming looked at the shy Chen Yan, took her phone, and, seeing the 99 missed calls on it, smiled.
It seems like someone is eager to find you. Chen Yan peeked out and took the phone.
Seeing it was Chun Yi calling, and so many times at that, she didn't bother to look further, simply turning off the phone and tossing it aside.
Ignore him. Mu Changming handed over the warm water that had been prepared in advance by the bedside.
Chen Yan was also a little thirsty, so she reached out and took it, taking a sip.
Turning your head reveals the entire landscape of Tiannan City.
This made Shen realize that the hotel Mu Changming had taken her to yesterday seemed to be the Pearl Hotel, the best hotel in Tiannan City.
Staying here tonight, it must be expensive. It's alright, it's only a few tens of thousands of yuan.
Mu Changming shrugged and said that the normal price was like this, but now that the hotel was his own, Mu Changming was staying there for free.
What? Tens of thousands? Chen Yan couldn't hold back any longer.
Although her family wasn't poor and could afford to buy a house in Tiannan City and drive an Audi A6, she still couldn't afford to spend tens of thousands of yuan in one night.
What does your family do?
Chen Yan only now realized that she seemed to know too little about Mu Changming.
All I know is Mu Changming's name, I know nothing else about him.
Then, without really understanding what was going on, I opened a hotel. From the countryside.
Mu Changming told the truth. Chen Yan looked incredulous. How could someone from the countryside spend tens of thousands of yuan a day? How is that possible?
However, everyone has their own secrets, and Shen Yan didn't pry too much.
As long as Mu Changming liked her, that was enough.
After spending some time together, Mu Changming and Shen Yan returned to school.
As the president of the student council, Chen Yan has many responsibilities. After sending Chen Yan back, Mu Changming returned to his dormitory.
As soon as I arrived at the dormitory entrance, I saw Chenyi sitting there with bloodshot eyes and dark circles under his eyes, indicating that he hadn't slept all night. Upon seeing Mu Changming, Chenyi's exhausted expression immediately snapped out of its daze. Chenyi suddenly stood up, and because he hadn't slept all night, he almost stumbled and fell. Chenyi quickly steadied himself by holding onto the wall, then shook his head, glaring venomously at Mu Changming.
Damn it, why are you only getting back now? Mu Changming looked at Chenyi with a smile. Looking at Brother Chen, it seems like you haven't slept all night. Wait here for me tonight?
When Chenyi saw Mu Changming's sly smile, completely devoid of the innocent, pure image he had displayed yesterday, it was clear that Mu Changming had only approached Chen Yan yesterday to spite him.
You bastard, I'm asking you where you went yesterday? Mu Changming shrugged and laughed.
Where else can you go if you're not going home at night besides a hotel?
Hotel.
Chenyi's face immediately turned pale, especially when he saw Mu Changming's mocking gaze.
Chenyi almost stumbled and fell to the ground. You and my sister went to a hotel? Okay, time to eat. Mu Changming's words made Chenyi tremble uncontrollably. We need to eat now? Chenyi naturally understood what this meant. Chenyi looked at Mu Changming in front of him, breathing heavily. Mu Changming, you fucking bastard.
How dare you lay a hand on my sister?
Chapter 60. Buying a car.
Chenyi clenched his fist, ready to punch Mu Changming, but Chenyi was no match for Mu Changming to begin with, not to mention that he hadn't slept all night and his energy was completely drained.
Mu Changming gripped Chenyi's wrist, the force causing Chenyi to show a pained expression. Ah! Mu Changming looked at the pained Chenyi, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm practically your brother-in-law, and I didn't hold a grudge against you yesterday since Yenner was here. How come you're being so ungrateful today?
Yenner, Chenyi's eyes were practically spitting fire.
Mu Changming, why should my sister be involved in our affairs? Are you even a man?
Upon hearing this, Mu Changming immediately smiled.
You still know this is our business? When you went to confess to Guan Yu, didn't you think of this as our business?
You're targeting Chen Yan because you want to use her position as student council president to prevent me from earning points.
But I never expected that Chen Yan would become my woman.
Chenyi felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the smile on Mu Changming's face. Don't think that just because my sister is with you, you can act recklessly in front of me.
Her consent doesn't mean the Chen family consents. Mu Changming looked at the impotently furious Chenyi and laughed. It doesn't matter if the Chen family doesn't agree? Chenyi, I forgot to tell you, it only took me 2 days to win over your sister.
In just 2 days, I managed to get her to obediently come to the hotel with me.
And Yenner loves me very much now.
If you show me even the slightest disrespect, don't blame me for calling her.
Mu Changming took out his phone and waved it in front of Chenyi. You. Chenyi was so angry that he couldn't speak. Mu Changming shook off Chenyi and straightened his clothes.
Don't blame me, I didn't expect Chen Yan to fall in love with me so easily.
Okay. I went back to the dorm just to see you. Also, you need to remember.
I am your brother-in-law now. If you show me the slightest disrespect, don't blame your sister for suffering. After saying that, Mu Changming put his hands in his pockets and left. Only Chen Yi, whose face was ashen, remained.
Damn it.
Veins bulged on Chen Yi's forehead. This guy had actually threatened him. After Mu Changming went downstairs, he realized what Chen Yi had said. Chen Yan's parents were, after all, prominent figures at Tiannan University of Science and Technology. It seems I need to meet Chen Yan's parents-in-law with her beforehand. As for saying anything bad about Chen Yan, Mu Changming was just trying to scare Chen Yi.
Mu Changming would naturally not implicate Chen Yan in his affair with Chen Yi. However, going empty-handed is definitely not an option. You must demonstrate some skill. Mu Changming was also planning to pick up a car as soon as possible. With billions in assets in his black gold card, she could easily buy a car for Mu Changming now. Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Mu Changming got out of the taxi and looked at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz 4S store in front of him. In the past, Mu Changming would never have stepped into this place. But things are different now. Mu Changming walked in with his hands in his pockets.
Aside from the sales staff, I didn't see many people buying cars in the store. The sales staff's eyes lit up when they saw someone come in, but their eyes dimmed when they saw that it was a child who hadn't even grown a beard yet. Although Mu Changming is good looking, he looks like he's just a student. How could he possibly afford a car?
However, proper hospitality should still be observed. I'll go. Hello, sister honey.
A saleswoman in her late 20s walked over to Mu Changming.
Sir, what kind of car would you like to see?
Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming in front of her and asked with a smile.
Looking at Jiang Mi in front of him, Mu Changming had to admit that the saleswoman was quite good.
Especially her curvaceous figure, which is simply irresistible.
Her pretty face, lightly made up, exuded the charm of a mature young woman. A two-tone Maybach S680.
Mu Changming also directly stated his needs.
Since the purpose of the trip was to meet Chen Yan's parents, a sports car would be too flashy and a Maybach would be more appropriate. Maybach is the ideal, sports cars are the dream.
After all, Maybach is a symbol of standing tall, something that Valencia has not been able to do for many years.
After dealing with Chen Yi, Mu Changming will find some time to pick up a supercar. Ah.
Jiang Mi was slightly taken aback when she heard Mu Changming want to see the Maybach S680.
What's wrong? No?
Mu Changming frowned as he looked at Jiang Mi's surprised expression.
Well. Yes, there are.
Sir, please come with me. Jiang Mi shook her head. Fine, for the sake of this handsome boy, she'll accompany him to test drive the car.
It's just a waste of time at most. The salesperson over there saw Jiang Mi taking Mu Changming to look at the Maybach S680 and said with a smile. Honey's going to have a tough time again. Sir, this is the new Haute Voiture limited edition, with only 150 units produced worldwide.
The car's paint is a two-tone combination of diamond white and desert gold.
What do you think?
Jiang Mi introduced with a smile. Looking at the Maybach in front of him, Mu Changming had to admit that it had a strong presence and suited his aesthetic taste perfectly.
How much is this one? The current price is 6.826 million. Jiang Mi smiled gently. Okay, this one will do. Swipe your card. Mu Changming took out his black card and handed it to Jiang Mi. Ah. Jiang Mi's expression froze slightly when she saw the black card Mu Changming handed her. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Mi's surprised expression, Mu Changming asked in confusion. Nothing's wrong.
Then what are you standing there for? Swipe your card.
Oh, okay.
Jiang Mi still couldn't quite believe it when she took the black card that was handed to her. Touching the black card in her hand, she felt that it was all a bit unreal. This is the first time I've ever seen someone stand there dumbfounded when business comes knocking on their door. Hearing Mu Changming say that, Jiang Mi's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Jiang Mi took the bank card and hurried towards the front desk. When the salesperson saw Jiang Mi return, he immediately smiled and said,
Honey, is that handsome young man another troublemaker trying to test drive the car?
I think it's not a test drive at all. It's obvious that he wants to spend more time with our sister Honey and take advantage of her a little bit.
Jiang Mi remained silent in the face of the other sales staff's jokes.
She simply walked to the POS machine and swiped the black card that Mu Changming had handed her.
Payment successful. Chapter 61 Black Card. The sudden successful payment silenced the group of joking salespeople. Everyone looked at Jiang Mi with shocked expressions. Was I just hallucinating? The payment was successful.
Even Jiang Mi was somewhat shocked that this young man, who looked to be only around 20 years old, could actually afford a Maybach. Could he be a rich kid? But, the children of the wealthy generally don't choose Maybach. Wouldn't it be better to spend over 6 million to buy a Ferrari to pick up girls? Jiang Mi, her hands trembling slightly, walked towards Mu Changming with the black card in her hand. Sir, your card. I'll draft the contract for you. Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi, who was bowing slightly, and a smile appeared on his lips. Let's put the contract drafting aside for now and take a test drive first. Jiang Mi looked at the handsome Mu Changming, slowly opened the car door, and got in. When Mu Changming sat in the Maybach, it has to be said that the interior of the Maybach gave people a feeling of extravagance. Mu Changming got his driver's license when he graduated from high school, so he was a licensed driver. Jiang Mi has a voluptuous figure and is wearing black stockings, making her a particularly pleasing sight in the passenger seat. Jiang Mi sat there without saying a word, appearing quite reserved. Looking at Jiang Mi's slender, long legs, Mu Changming suddenly placed his hand on Jiang Mi's leg. Jiang Mi's body trembled violently, and her pretty face flushed red as she looked out the car window. Jiang Mi felt Mu Changming's mischievous hand and quickly pressed it down, her face trembling slightly. Sir, I have a boyfriend. I'm getting married soon. Ding, name, Jiang Mi. Age, 28. Appearance, 95. Personality and hobbies, being a good wife and mother. Favorability, 40. Other, anxiety about getting engaged to my boyfriend soon, and the prospect of buying a house and a car. Mu Changming immediately smiled. Even after all he had done, Jiang Mi's favorability rating had not decreased but increased, which proved that this woman could be won over. Mu Changming parked the car by the roadside, leaned closer to Jiang Mi, and smiled. You've become boring because you don't have a boyfriend. Your boyfriend is the icing on the cake. Jiang Mi was shocked by Mu Changming's words, and her face turned bright red. Sir, I'm not that kind of person. Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi, who was still trying to maintain her pitiful pride, and immediately laughed. If you have a boyfriend, does marriage cost nothing? Don't you need money to buy a house or a car? You must have earned a considerable commission from this car. If you agree, you'll get a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing the number 100,000, Jiang Mi's pretty face immediately showed a hint of hesitation. It would take her several months, or even longer, to earn 100,000. Of course, that only means she earned it. It doesn't mean Jiang Mi could save it in such a short time, since spending in the city is the main expense. I'm not coercing you, the choice is yours. Mu Changming removed the object from Jiang Mi's lap and placed it back on the steering wheel. Jiang Mi clenched her fists tightly around the hem of her clothes. If she could earn 100,000 yuan, plus the commission from this car, and her previous savings, the down payment for the house, then there would be no problem. Moreover, he's quite handsome. He's not the kind of pot-bellied old man. Only one night? Mu Changming smiled when he heard Jiang Mi's words. Women like Jiang Mi, who are burdened by life's pressures and eager to start a family, are most likely to waver at times like this. Certainly. Mu Changming smiled knowingly. If there is one, then there will naturally be a second. As Mu Changming was about to drive to the hotel, Jiang Mi grabbed his wrist. Let's do it here, I don't want to waste time. Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi, whose face was flushed red. Jiang Mi noticed Mu Changming's gaze and her eyes showed a hint of panic. I don't want others to misunderstand. You really are a good woman. 3 hours later, outside the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Jiang Mi staggered out of the car, and Mu Changming rolled down the window and smiled at her. I've sent you the location. Send me all the car paperwork later. See you next time. Jiang Mi watched the Maybach drive away, picked up her phone and saw the 100,000 yuan deposited into her account. Jiang Mi bit her red lips, and unconsciously tightened her grip on her phone. After Mu Changming left, he immediately called Qin Shi at the Mingzhu Hotel. President Mu. Qin Shi, investigate a woman named Jiang Mi, a saleswoman at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. I need to know everything about her. Good. Mu Changming hung up the phone. Although he didn't have much affection for Jiang Mi, he had already had physical intimacy with her. Even if he kept her like a caged bird, he wouldn't let her leave. In a rented room in Tiannan City. Jiang Mi pushed open the door and walked in, carrying her bag. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting on the sofa. The man was wearing glasses, had very fair skin, and looked to be about the same age as Jiang Mi, about 1.8 meters tall, but a little overweight. It was Jiang Mi's boyfriend, Zhao Guangyuan. Upon seeing Jiang Mi, Zhao Guangyuan quickly got up from the sofa and walked towards her.
Nini, you're back?
Seeing Zhao Guanyuan's smiling face, Jiangmi felt a little guilty and avoided his gaze.
She handed the gift box she was carrying to Zhao Guanyuan.
Zhao Guanyuan was slightly taken aback when he saw the gift box Jiangmi handed him, which contained a coat he had previously taken a liking to.
Nini, you?
Jiangmi tossed her hair aside, walked past Zhao Guanyuan, tossed her bag onto the sofa, and smiled at him.
Didn't you really like this coat before? But it's very expensive. Zhao Guanyuan said with some heartache. It's nothing.
I sold a Mercedes C-Class today and earned some commission. Jiangmi made up an excuse and mentioned Maybach, fearing that Zhao Guanyuan would overthink it.
Honey, you're so good to me. Zhao Guanyuan took the clothes and sat down next to Jiangmi. If I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to?
Jiangmi smiled slightly, but for some reason, when she said those words, the image of Mu Changming suddenly appeared in her mind, which startled her.
Honey, what's wrong? Zhao Guanyuan noticed Jiangmi's unusual behavior and asked her in confusion. It's nothing, maybe I just didn't eat dinner tonight. By the way, Guanyuan, what did your uncle and aunt say?
Jiangmi quickly changed the subject, smiling as she looked at Zhao Guanyuan. Zhao Guanyuan looked at Jiangmi in front of him, and his eyes darted away when he heard those words. Jiangmi's heart skipped a beat when she saw Zhao Guanyuan's expression.
Honey, could we possibly skip the bride price? Chapter 62 Jiangmi's Collapse. Upon hearing this, Jiangmi's expression immediately turned sour. Zhao Guanyuan noticed Jiangmi's expression, took a deep breath, and prepared to blurt out his thoughts. Honey, we have a lot of money now.
Let us take this money, leave Tiannan City, buy a house in our hometown, and then buy a car.
Wouldn't our life be better than in Tiannan City? Why should I continue to work like a beast of burden in Tiannan City?
Besides, that bride price, it was originally prepared for us.
Zhao Guanyuan, what do you mean?
I lived in a rented house with you for your sake. The bride price started at 188,000 yuan, but I kept begging my parents to lower it to 66,000 yuan. I don't even want the gold bracelet, even though we agreed on this before.
Now you're telling me you don't even want to spend 66,000? You even want to go back to your hometown?
Jiangmi said in a slightly trembling voice. Zhao Guanyuan continued after hearing Jiangmi's words.
Honey, that's not what I meant. Think about it, doesn't the bride price eventually end up back in our hands?
If we use this money to buy a bigger house in the countryside and a car, we won't have to bear the pressure of a mortgage here.
Wouldn't that make life easier? What about my job?
Jiangmi felt a tightness in her chest.
The expenses in the countryside aren't high, we can easily support ourselves by finding any job.
Anyway, with your savings, the major costs of the house and car have been taken care of.
You can just take it slow on the rest. Zhao Guanyuan's thinking was very simple.
Jiangmi looked at Zhao Guanyuan in front of her, her eyes filled with endless disappointment, and resolutely shook her head.
I disagree with buying a house in the countryside.
Zhao Guanyuan was puzzled when he heard Jiangmi refuse.
I just don't understand, why are you so insistent on buying a house in Tiannan City?
With housing prices so high in Tiannan City now, even a simple apartment costs over 1,000,000 yuan.
Wouldn't it be better to go to the countryside? Hearing Zhao Guanyuan's rebuttal, Jiangmi smiled. Do you still remember what you promised me? Once we've earned enough money, we'll buy a house and settle down in Tiannan City.
Zhao Guanyuan's voice faltered, and his gaze darted away.
Isn't it because we don't have enough money right now?
We also need to get married, which will be a big expense.
Is it because I didn't try hard enough that I don't have enough money? I've risked everything for you, and what have you done for me? You're constantly unemployed. When we asked you to take the teacher qualification exam, you didn't care at all.
Now you've changed jobs, and not only is the salary low, but you also have several months without income.
Tell me, how can you possibly have a good life if you're so unambitious? Zhao Guanyuan was furious when Jiangmi accused him of being unambitious. How am I not ambitious? Every day I'm busy with work.
Not only do I have to work and face the scolding and criticism from my boss, but I also have to bear the pressure of getting married, buying a house, and buying a car. All of these are on my shoulders.
Is all the pressure on you? Tell me, how much of the money we've saved is yours? What kind of pressure are you under? All you do every day is nag me to lower the bride price. Fine. I agree. Now tell me you don't even want to pay 66,000. Is this the bride price? What I want is an attitude.
Jiang Mi became increasingly distraught as she spoke, and her heart was filled with immense pain.
Okay, you earn a lot. Then tell me, what kind of money do you earn?
You dress up so fancy every day, but who knows if you even spend time with your customers after you sell a car.
Jiao Guanyuan was also driven to desperation.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Mi trembled violently, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Jiao Guanyuan regretted his words and looked at Jiang Mi standing there, wanting to comfort her. But Jiang Mi suddenly raised her hand to stop Jiao Guanyuan from speaking.
Jiang Mi laughed, a very tragic laugh. So this is what you've always thought of me? No. Jiao Guanyuan panicked, but Jiang Mi didn't give him a chance.
She picked up her bag from the sofa, opened the door, and left. Jiao Guanyuan wanted to chase after him, but his phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Jiao Guanyuan hesitated for a moment when he saw that it was his mother calling, but then answered the phone.
Hey, Xiao Yuan, what did Nini say?
Did you tell her?
Mom, what kind of terrible ideas are you coming up with?
Now look what happened, we just had a huge argument.
Xiao Yuan, don't panic. Nini likes you so much. She'll understand after a while. All you have to do is brainwash her. Women are creatures that like to be coaxed. Take your time, don't rush. Besides, what's so great about living in the city?
It's nowhere near as comfortable as home.
You coax Mimi and slowly explain these principles to her.
If all else fails, we can just complain to each other.
Nini loves you so much, how could she possibly disagree?
Jiao Guanyuan nodded in agreement with his mother's words, realizing that he and his mother had the same idea. I don't know what's so great about Nancher today.
Okay, Mom. Jiang Mi had already rushed out of the rented room.
She walked down the street in high heels, her ankles already chafed, but at that moment, her heartache far outweighed her physical pain. Jiang Mi's eyes welled up with tears as she glanced back at herself, realizing how long she had been out.
He didn't even come out to chase after me.
Jiang Mi felt a sudden tightness in her chest, and clutched her chest with her hand, feeling intense pain and barely able to breathe. Especially Jiao Guanyuan's last words, which echoed in Jiang Mi's ears like a demonic chant, caused her heart to ache every time she recalled them. Jiang Mi walked aimlessly forward, leaving the rented room, not even knowing where she was going.
It's so cold.
Suddenly, the previously dim environment was illuminated by a burst of light. The lights were a bit too bright, so Jiang Mi instinctively shielded her forehead with her arm and turned to look. The car slowly pulled up beside Jiang Mi, and the door opened. Mu Changming stepped out of the car.
Jiang Mi's expression faltered slightly when she saw Mu Changming. Sir, is that you? What a coincidence.
Mu Changming leaned against the car, smiling as he looked at Jiang Mi.
However, our beauty seems to be in a not very good mood.
Upon hearing Mu Changming's words, Jiang Mi subconsciously bit her red lips, and the grievances in her heart surged up. Mu Changming slowly walked up to Jiang Mi, gently brushed the hair from her face with his large hand, and unleashed his heavenly voice, instantly becoming incredibly captivating.
Who made our beautiful Jiang feel so wronged? Chapter 63. The corner is easy to pry open. Domini.
Looking at the tall Mu Changming in front of her, Jiang Mi could no longer hold back. She suddenly hugged Mu Changming and buried her face in his chest, sobbing. Looking at the heartbroken Jiang Mi, Mu Changming raised his hand and gently stroked her hair.
This woman, how come she's so heartbroken after such a short time apart? Could it be that her boyfriend found out about her relationship and wants to break up? It doesn't seem like it.
If that were the case, Jiang Mi would want to slap herself if she saw her, she wouldn't be so dependent at all. Moreover, Jiang Mi's favorability rating did not decrease, it remained at 40. Jiang Mi cried for a long time, and Mu Changming could feel the dampness on her clothes.
How many tears have been shed?
As time passed, the sobbing in her arms gradually subsided.
All right?
Mu Changming looked down at Jiang Mi, who was nestled in his arms, and smiled slightly. Upon hearing Mu Changming's voice, Jiang Mi seemed to have just finished crying, and her grievances had subsided.
Jiang Mi quickly separated from Mu Changming.
Jiang Mi looked at the smiling Mu Changming, and thinking about her actions just now, she felt a little shy.
Thanks. I lost control of my emotions just now. Mu Changming looked at his soaked chest, took out a tissue from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang Mi. Wipe away your tears. Anyone who didn't know better would think I made you cry. If someone saw such a beautiful woman crying in the street, wouldn't I become a scumbag? Mu Changming's words immediately made Jiang Mi laugh, and she laughed through her tears.
A few lights shone on Jiang Mi's face, making her smile extremely beautiful, no exaggeration to say that it was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming.
Sir, are you any different from a scumbag? Jiang Mi couldn't help but say. Mu Changming's eye twitched, and he retorted illogically. No. I'm way too different from a scumbag. Scumbags 1T take responsibility, but I will.
So, I sensed your sadness, and that's why fate brought me here. Hearing Mu Changming's sweet words, Jiang Mi, despite being an experienced woman, still blushed slightly at such cheesy language.
Thank you for your comforting words, sir. Do you need me to take you home?
Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi in front of him and asked with a smile.
Go back.
When Jiang Mi heard the word go back, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. What use would it be for her to go back?
Should we continue listening to Zhao Guanyuan's brainwashing? And then insult yourself with your job? What's the point of going back to a home like this?
Jiang Mi had thought that through her own hard work, the two of them could build a home in Tianan City and gradually make progress. But now it seems that all of this was just Jiang Mi's fantasy. Zhao Guanyuan has never respected his own ideas. Jiang Mi originally felt guilty for giving in to Mu Changming for 100,000 yuan and for Zhao Guanyuan, but after what happened today, Jiang Mi not only felt no guilt, but also felt a sense of vengeful pleasure.
It feels like I've lost my home.
Jiang Mi brushed her hair aside, her voice filled with a sense of desolation. Seeing Jiang Mi like this, Mu Changming figured she must have had a fight with her boyfriend, but it seemed to have nothing to do with him.
Mu Changming smiled slightly and extended his hand to Jiang Mi. Who told you you don't have a home? Heaven sent me here, just so I could pick you up.
Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming's outstretched hand, and this time she did not hesitate and placed her hand on Mu Changming's large hand. But just as Jiang Mi was about to lift her leg, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her ankle.
Standing for long periods of time while wearing high heels made Jiang Mi's heels hurt unbearably. Mu Changming noticed Jiang Mi's condition, slowly walked to her side, and then squatted down. Take it off. Ah.
Jiang Mi was slightly taken aback when she saw Mu Changming squatting down, but she still inexplicably raised her foot and let Mu Changming take off her high heels. Before Jiang Mi could react, Mu Changming picked her up in his arms. Although Jiang Mi is tall, she only weighs a little over 100 pounds, which is not considered heavy for Mu Changming, whose physique is extraordinary. Mu Changming carried the high heels in both hands, held Jiang Mi in one arm, and then opened the passenger door, gently placing Jiang Mi in the passenger seat. Jiang Mi looked at the handsome Mu Changming in front of her, her heart pounding like a deer.
Jiang Mi couldn't resist any longer.
She reached out and grabbed Mu Changming's collar, then kissed him. Since it wasn't the first time, Jiang Mi didn't care about anything else.
Zhao Guanyuan also chased after them at this moment. Zhao Guanyuan looked around but couldn't find Jiang Mi anywhere. I'm speechless. Where did that woman go?
Zhao Guanyuan suddenly noticed the situation at the Maybach.
TSK. Rich people really know how to have fun.
Zhao Guanyuan muttered something enviously, then turned and left, intending to go look for it over there.
No, my feet hurt.
Seeing that Mu Changming wanted to take things further, Jiang Mi quickly stopped him.
Just kidding.
Jiang Mi rolled her eyes at Mu Changming. Mu Changming got into the car and drove Jiang Mi towards the Mingzhu Hotel. After Mu Changming brought Jiang Mi to the hotel, he did not do anything improper to her. Instead, they simply treated Jiang Mi's blistered heels and applied a band-aid. Jiang Mi never expected that Mu Changming, a wealthy second-generation heir, could be so gentle. Mu Changming looked at the beautiful jade foot in his hand and slowly put it down.
Replace it promptly.
Jiang Mi hummed in agreement, and Mu Changming slowly stood up, meeting Jiang Mi's shy gaze.
Just then, Jiang Mi's phone rang on her bed. Upon seeing the contact name Guanyuan, Mu Changming immediately switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode and tossed it onto the sofa beside him. Much quieter.
Meanwhile, Zhao Guanyuan made dozens of phone calls, but Jiang Mi seemed to have disappeared.
TSK. Is this woman crazy? Why aren't you answering the phone so late at night? Damn, it was just something I mentioned casually. Is it really necessary to be so angry? What's so great about Tiannan City? Who exactly lives in Tiannan City? Why do they insist on living there?
Zhao Guanyuan irritably put away his phone, looked at the dim sky, and decided to go home to rest first. Jiang Mi is a grown woman, she wouldn't lose her.
Once she's figured it out, she'll come back and discuss it with me.
The more Zhao Guanyuan acted this way, the more he desired a long life. When a woman is overwhelmed with grief and receives no comfort, the the probability of her having an affair is almost 99% if another man comes along.
Chapter 64. Don't you want to get revenge on him?
The next morning around 9 a.m., in Mu Changming's private suite at the Pearl Hotel. Mu Changming held Jiang Mi in his arms and listened quietly as she recounted what had happened the previous night.
Mu Changming couldn't help but twitch his eye after hearing this. Not even willing to pay a dowry of 66,000 yuan is indeed a bit excessive.
First of all, this dowry is not much, and it is even considered low in Tiannan City. Of course, the most important thing is not this matter. What hurt Jiang Mi the most was Zhao Guanyuan's insults to her.
He is not good enough for you.
Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi in his arms and said softly. Jiang Mi remained silent, and Mu Changming continued.
The only thing you should cherish about him is the time you spent together.
But it is precisely during this time that you have come to know his true character.
As you said, what's the point of love if there's no ambition and no trust? He can give you, so can I. What he can't give you, I can.
Mu Changming gazed at Jiang Mi in his arms. Jiang Mi gazed at Mu Changming before her, slowly raising her hand to stroke his handsome face. The young man before her was so much younger than her, yet he had vowed to take responsibility for her.
Are you trying to coax me like a little sister?
Mu Changming looked at Jiang Mi in his arms. Her favorability rating was only 70. Everything that happened yesterday only increased Jiang Mi's rating by 30, but for Mu Changming, that was enough. No, I was trying to coax her as if she were my wife. Mu Changming's words immediately made Jiang Mi blush deeply.
Is your statement credible?
Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming in front of her with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Even a relationship that lasts for years can fail, let alone this boy who has only been around for less than a day.
Follow me, and I won't let you lose. Mu Changming smiled confidently. Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming, who was beaming with confidence. Are you going to take me home today?
Mu Changming shook his head, causing Jiang Mi's heart to skip a beat, but his next words reassured her considerably.
He humiliated you so much, don't you want to get revenge? Or rather, don't you want him to regret it? Afternoon. Tiannan City, inside a rented room.
Jiang Mi pushed open the door and walked in. Zhao Guanyuan heard the noise and, seeing Jiang Mi enter, quickly put down the lunchbox he was holding and stood up.
You're back?
Jiang Mi's voice was somewhat cold, leaving Zhao Guanyuan at a loss.
However, Zhao Guanyuan remained confident, knowing that Jiang Mi would definitely come back after she finished being angry. Did you have meal? Shall I make you one?
Jiang Mi shook her head, looked at Zhao Guanyuan standing there, and said in a calm voice. What you said yesterday.
I've thought about it, and I agree.
No bride price needed, and no need to buy a house in Tiannan City.
Zhao Guanyuan was slightly taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Honey, really? You agreed? Jiang Mi nodded, seeing Zhao Guanyuan's excitement.
Zhao Guanyuan smiled and tried to hug Jiang Mi, but Jiang Mi dodged him.
Mimi, you. Zhao Guanyuan looked at Jiang Mi with a puzzled expression. Jiang Mi ignored Zhao Guanyuan's question and instead said calmly. You can decide on the dates.
I'd like to go home for a couple of days, and I've already taken leave from my work there. After Jiang Mi finished speaking, she started packing her things. Zhao Guanyuan watched Jiang Mi pack her things, a hint of guilt creeping into his eyes.
Honey, believe me. Come with me out of Tiannan City and back to our hometown. I promise I'll make you happy. You should go home and rest well these next couple of days. I'll call my family in a bit to arrange a date, and then we'll come to pick you up.
Jiang Mi nodded, packed her things, and then picked up her suitcase to leave.
Suddenly, Zhao Guanyuan noticed the red marks on Jiang Mi's neck. Honey, what happened to your neck? I got bitten by mosquitoes outside last night.
Jiang Mi spoke casually and then left.
A mosquito bite? Should we spray some floral water? No.
Zhao Guanyuan could see Jiang Mi's indifference, but since Jiang Mi had already given in, this was already the biggest surprise of the day. Jiang Mi's coldness will pass in a couple of days.
It's nothing to worry about.
Upon seeing Jiang Mi leave, Zhao Guanyuan immediately called his mother.
Mom, Mimi agreed she doesn't want the bride price anymore. She even agreed to come back to my hometown with me.
Upon hearing this, a burst of laughter came from the other end of the phone.
Ha, Xiao Yuan now knows that listening to Mom is the right thing to do. How much money will this save us?
No need to pay the bride price. Just get a gold-wrapped silver one for the 3 gold pieces.
Ah. Gold wrapped in silver, that doesn't seem right. Silly child, what do you know? You know how expensive gold is right now. Get a gold-plated silver for now, and you can buy a real one later when you have more money.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan immediately felt that it made a lot of sense.
Okay, I'll go get some gold-plated silver later.
Jiang Mi, who had forgotten to take something outside the door, heard the conversation inside and her expression turned unusually cold. If the bride price isn't paid, the 3 gold pieces gold jewelry should still be wrapped in silver.
Jiang Mi, how blind were you back then?
Jiang Mi immediately lost all interest in taking anything and turned to leave. Zhao Guanyuan, who was inside the house, was still unaware of what had happened and was celebrating with himself.
Yes, that's awesome.
Jiang Mi carried her luggage downstairs and saw Mu Changming standing next to the Maybach, smiling and waving at her. Seeing Mu Changming made Jiang Mi feel much better. Mu Changming reached out and took the suitcase from Jiang Mi's hand.
All done cleaning? Come on, I'll take you home. Mu Changming put Jiang Mi's suitcase into the trunk. Jiang Mi glanced back at the direction of the rented room.
She had wasted her youth here, and all her hard work had not been rewarded. Jiang Mi just wants to enjoy the present moment and, while she still has some beauty, enjoy her real life. Jiang Mi's home is not in Tiannan City, but it is quite close to Tiannan City, in the neighboring Tianbei County. It only takes about 10 minutes to drive there via the highway.
With Jiang Mi's constant reminders, Mu Changming drove to Jiang Mi's residential area. Mu Changming slowly stopped the car, then opened the door and got out.
Mu Changming went to the trunk, first took out the suitcase, and then took out a bunch of bags and packages.
Chapter 65 Winning over Jiang Mi. Why, did you buy so much stuff?
Jiang Mi was slightly taken aback when she saw the large and small bags that Mu Changming was carrying.
I've come to see Auntie and Uncle. I can't come empty-handed, can I? Mu Changming smiled at Jiang Mi.
Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming in front of her. When Zhao Guanyuan came to her house, he didn't even know he needed to buy anything if she hadn't reminded him. But, this boy, who is so much younger than me, does everything perfectly. Whether he was being insincere or genuine, at least he gave himself enough respect. He was willing to spend the money in his pocket on himself. Jiang Mi also walked to Mu Changming's side and reached out to take his arm.
Let's go. Jiang Mi lives on the 5th floor, and the two took the elevator to the 5th floor.
Jiang Mi went up and knocked on the door, and soon her mother's voice came from inside. They're here. Jiang Mi's mother, Huang Giju, opened the door and saw Jiang Mi and Mu Changming outside.
Honey, you're back? And who is this? Huang Giju looked at the handsome and tall Mu Changming with a puzzled expression. Why would a mistress bring a strange man to her home?
Huang Giju looked somewhat like Jiang Mi, and must have been a beauty when she was young.
Auntie, I am Xiaomi's boyfriend, Mu Changming. Mu Changming smiled. Boyfriend? Huang Giju was completely confused. Wasn't Xiaomi's boyfriend Zhao Guanyuan? Why the sudden change of personnel?
Seeing that Mu Changming was carrying so many things, Huang Giju didn't immediately invite him in.
Please come in first. Honey's dad, your daughter's back.
At this moment, a burly man came out of the house. He had a buzz cut, was quite tall, over 1.8 meters, but had a rather large belly. He was Jiang Mi's father, Jiang Qinghai. Jiang Qinghai came out of the house and saw Mu Changming standing there. Jiang Qinghai's first impression was that he was tall and handsome. Jiang Qinghai noticed that Jiang Mi was holding Mu Changming's arm and looked at Huang Giju with a puzzled expression.
What's going on? Huang Giju shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either.
Jiang Qinghai slowly walked to Jiang Mi and the other person and sat down.
Please sit down. Honey, what's going on? Where is Guanyuan?
Dad, Mom, let me explain slowly. Jiang Mi recounted her entire story with Zhao Guanyuan to Jiang Qinghai and Huang Giju, including the dowry, which she revealed was a gold-wrapped silver dowry. Jiang Qinghai and Huang Giju's faces turned ashen upon hearing this.
You bastard! That bastard Zhao Guanyuan, how dare he treat my daughter like this? Huang Giju also became sarcastic.
Zhao Guanyuan seems like an honest and simple man, but I never expected his family to be so stingy.
They don't even want to pay the 66,000 yuan bride price?
He even arranged for my daughter to wear a gold and silver ornament.
If he doesn't want to spend a single penny, what's the point of him getting married?
I might as well stay single for the rest of my life.
I never thought much of that kid back then.
He looked spineless and was unlikely to amount to anything.
Do you remember that day?
When we heard 188,000, our faces turned pale. We originally planned to give 188,000 as a bride price, and then provide the two young couples with a car. Now that the bride price has dropped to 66,000 yuan, they still treat my daughter like this. They're utter bastards.
Jiang Mi looked at the angry Jiang Qinghai and Huang Giju and said with a smile. I'm not with him anymore, am I?
After saying that, Jiang Mi tugged at Mu Changming.
Mu Changming understood and took out the gift he had prepared in advance.
Mu Changming took out a box and opened it towards Jiang Qinghai.
Uncle, this is a gift I prepared for you, a watch. Auntie, this gold bracelet is for you.
Mu Changming opened another box and slowly pushed it in front of Huang Giju.
Jiang Qinghai looked at the watch lying in the box. It was silver and obviously expensive.
Huang Giju looked at the gold bracelet lying in the box and couldn't help but exchange a glance with Jiang Qinghai. Jiang Mi was also slightly taken aback, not expecting that the things Mu Changming had prepared were so valuable. Jiang Qinghai still maintained his composure, looking at Mu Changming in front of him.
This is too expensive, we can't accept it. I will not sell my daughter. Mu Changming was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Uncle, you're joking. My mistress is priceless in my heart. How could any mundane thing compare to her? That's a nice way to put it. How long have you been together with your mistress? Don't think I don't know what you rich people are thinking.
You take advantage of me, then wipe your ass and leave.
Jiang Qinghai was not so easily fooled.
Faced with these generous gifts, he was not tempted and his heart was only set on Jiang Mi.
Jiang Mi does have a good father. Seeing Jiang Qinghai's expression, Jiang Mi couldn't help but smile wryly and say,
Dad, Mom, you've misunderstood Changming.
Changming isn't a rich kid. He built his business from scratch.
Jiang Qinghai and Huang Giju were slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
Starting from scratch? How old does this child look? He's at most in his early 20s. Moreover, he was very good to me, much better than Zhao Guangyuan. Jiang Mi said sincerely. If Mu Changming can give such nice things to his own parents, he certainly won't treat himself any badly.
Jiang Qinghai and Huang Giju exchanged a glance, and Jiang Qinghai sighed. Kid, I know you're rich, but if you dare to treat my daughter badly, I'll risk my life to make sure you rich people have a good time.
Take these things back and return them. If you're going to get married, you'll need a lot of money.
Looking at Jiang Qinghai before him, Mu Changming couldn't help but feel a sense of respect.
Uncle is joking. This was specially prepared for you and Auntie. How could we take back your longevity?
Also, Uncle, don't worry, my feelings for Xiaomi are genuine.
Dad, don't worry, your daughter won't be mistaken this time. Just accept it. Didn't you want to buy a watch a long time ago?
This gift from Changsheng is worth tens of thousands. Jiang Mi also began to speak up for Mu Changming. Jiang Qinghai looked at the watch on the table and had to admit that it was indeed very tempting.
Come on. Mom, let me put it on you.
Jiang Mi stood up, took out the gold necklace, walked behind Huang Giju, and put the gold necklace on Huang Giju's wrist.
Dad, you wouldn't want your daughter to put it on you too, would you?
Jiang Mi looked at Jiang Qingshan with a smile.
No, I'll do it myself. Chapter 66 Sister-in-Law. My parents seem to be quite satisfied with you.
Jiang Mi moved closer to Mu Changming.
Even if they are not satisfied, I will do my best to make them happy.
Mu Changming's face was beaming with a confident smile. At this moment, Huang Qiuju, who was inside the house, suddenly remembered something and ran out of the house in a panic. Seeing Huang Qiuju's eagerness, Jiang Mi asked in confusion.
Mom, what's wrong?
You and Changming came back so suddenly that I forgot it was your sister's day off today.
Hey, where are the car keys? Huang Qiuju searched anxiously, looking around. Mu Changming then stood up and said with a smile. Auntie, let me go with Xiaomi. Yes, Mom, anyway, Changming and I are fine.
Let us go pick up our little sister. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mi also stood up and echoed. Huang Qiuju looked around for a while, then realized it would be too late if she didn't go soon, and she couldn't even find her car keys.
Okay, then drive carefully. Don't worry, Mom. Mu Changming and Jiang Mi went downstairs and drove to Tianbei Middle School. Tianbei Middle School Gate.
It was during the high school holiday, and the parking lot at the entrance was already full of cars.
However, when Mu Changming's Maybach was parked there, many people quickly moved aside, leaving a very conspicuous open space. After all, if Mu Changming's car is even slightly scratched, it will probably cause him to go bankrupt. Mu Changming and Jiang Mi didn't have to wait long. Soon, as the school gates opened, a large group of students rushed out. Yeah, didn't your mother come to pick you up? A girl who looked somewhat similar to Jiang Mi circled around, but Huang Qiuju was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu shook her head at her best friend. They probably haven't arrived yet. I'll wait a bit longer. Just as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Jiang Mi's voice called out from afar. Xiao Ya, over here. The familiar voice made Jiang Yu turn her head and see Jiang Mi and the handsome Mu Changming walking towards her. Jiang Yu's best friend also noticed Jiang Mi quickly, but Jiang Yu's best friend's gaze was more focused on Mu Changming. After all, at their age, what they value most is appearance. With her looks, Mu Changming is more than qualified to be a star. My best friends were instantly swooning. Yeah, didn't you say you didn't have a brother? Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. Who was the man next to her older sister? Could it be that my older sister has changed boyfriends? Wait a minute, doesn't my older sister really like Zhao Guangyuan? Jiang Mi and Mu Changming walked up to Jiang Yu. Jiang Mi smiled and introduced her to Mu Changming. My younger sister, Jiang Yu. Mu Changming looked at Jiang Yu in front of him. She looked somewhat similar to Jiang Mi, the only difference being Jiang Yu's long, narrow, foxy eyes, which were very alluring. Jiang Yu wasn't as tall as Jiang Mi, but she was about the same height, probably around 1.68 meters. Even in a school uniform, Jiang Yu's good looks weren't affected. While Mu Changming was sizing up Jiang Yu was also sizing up Mu Changming. He was very handsome. He's infinitely more handsome than Zhao Guangyuan. Sister, who is he? Let me introduce you to Mu Changming, my sister's new boyfriend. Jiang Mi put her arm around Mu Changming's and laughed. Sis, you finally have a new boyfriend. I thought you were really going to marry that country bumpkin. Jiang Yu's gaze clearly showed considerable satisfaction upon seeing Mu Changming before her. Is this your friend? Jiang Mi saw the blushing girl next to Jiang Yu and asked with a smile. Jiang Yu pulled her best friend back and said with a smile. That's just how Xin is. She's a bit obsessed with looks and blushes when she sees a handsome guy. Xin, this is my sister and brother-in-law. Hello, Sister Jiang Mi. Hello. Xin blushed as she greeted Mu Changming and Jiang Mi. After greeting her, Xin quickly said to Jiang Yu. Yeah, I have to go now, my mom's waiting over there. After saying that, Xiao Xin took off running away from there. Your friend is very shy. Jiang Mi looked at Xiao Xin, who was fleeing in panic, and laughed. That only proves that your new brother-in-law has finally passed the test. Jiang Yu complained to Jiang Mi, glancing at Mu Changming from time to time, seemingly scrutinizing her new brother-in-law. Sis, you finally have good taste for once. Jiang Yu said sincerely. Jiang Mi was speechless upon hearing this, but she couldn't refute it. After all, what Jiang Yu said made a lot of sense. Compared to Mu Changming, Zhao Guangyuan, whom she had found, was indeed quite unbearable. Jiang Yu hugged Jiang Mi, looked at Mu Changming who hadn't said a word, and winked at him. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to say hello to me? If you don't get along with me, I won't agree to my sister being with you. Hey, you, little girl. Jiang Mi was surprised to see that her younger sister, Jiang Yu, who was so much younger than her, was now taking care of her. Mu Changming looked at his sister-in-law and smiled. The gift I prepared for you is in the car. You even prepared a gift for me? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up immediately when she heard about the gift. Mu Changming smiled slightly, turned around, and walked towards the Maybach. Although Jiang Yu has not yet entered the workforce, she still has some knowledge about luxury cars. Moreover, Maybach enjoys a high reputation online. Jiang Yu watched as Mu Changming walked towards the Maybach, her pace suddenly slowing down, and her eyes turning strange. Sis, why is brother-in-law heading towards the Maybach? Seeing Jiang Yu's surprised expression, Jiang Mi laughed. This is your brother-in-law's car. What? My brother-in-law drives a Maybach? Jiang Yu couldn't hold back any longer when she saw Mu Changming open the door of the Maybach. If you're not born into a top-tier luxury car like a Maybach, there's a 99% chance you'll never own one in your lifetime. Sis, you've married into a wealthy family? Jiang Yu stared at the two-tone Maybach, her shock lingering for a long time. To be honest, Jiang Mi didn't know what Mu Changming did, and she had only spent 3 days with him.
However, Jiang Mi naturally wouldn't tell Jiang Yu about these things.
Forget about being from a wealthy family, just get on the bus. Mom is still waiting for you at home.
Jiang Mi pulled Jiang Yu toward the Maybach. As soon as Jiang Yu got into the car, a feeling of extravagance washed over her.
The top-notch interior of the car captivated Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu now understands why the women in novels would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle.
Sitting in such a top-of-the-line luxury car feels completely different.
Chapter 67: The Sister-in-Law's Overtures. It can be summed up in one word: awesome.
Just like the double M emblem on a Maybach, Jiang Yu straightened her back unconsciously as she sat inside. At this moment, Mu Changming took out an iPhone 17 Pro Max phone box and handed it to Jiang Yu.
A gift I prepared for you.
Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback when she saw the iPhone 17 Pro Max box, and asked incredulously,
iPhone 17 Pro Max? Brother-in-law, is this for me? Mu Changming nodded, this is a gift for you.
Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Mi, who smiled and said,
haven't you always wanted to get a new phone?
Jiang Yu took the iPhone 17 Pro Max with trembling hands. The phone was heavy. Her brother-in-law was too kind, giving her a brand new phone worth tens of thousands of yuan right off the bat.
Brother-in-law, I love you to death.
Jiang Yu couldn't resist and suddenly jumped up from the back seat, kissing Mu Changming on the cheek. This shows just how much Jiang Yu likes this new phone.
Jiang Mi didn't think much of it. After all, if she were Jiang Yu, she would also be very excited to suddenly receive a new phone. Sister, you really found a good brother-in-law. I'm extremely satisfied with this, very satisfied.
Mu Changming touched his cheek and saw his happy sister-in-law through the rearview mirror.
Is this the power of money?
Mu Changming smiled and drove Jiang Yu and Jiang Mi towards home.
Entrance of the residential area. Brother-in-law, what do you do for a living? How come you're so rich?
As soon as Jiang Yu got out of the car, she put her arm around Mu Changming's shoulder and asked him with a friendly expression.
It's just a hotel I opened in Tiannan City. You own a hotel in Tiannan City? Then you're a boss? I guess so. Jiang Yu and Mu Changming were chatting and laughing, looking more like an intimate couple.
Jiang Mi, who was following behind, looked extremely distressed.
What's going on here? Who is the girlfriend, anyway? Mom, I'm home. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yu called out. Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qinghai came out of the kitchen. Huang Qiuju smiled at Jiang Yu and the others. I'm back. Please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon.
Jiang Mi quietly walked up to Mu Changming and said to him with a forced smile.
Whose man are you anyway?
Mu Changming felt the coldness from the side, and the smile on his face froze instantly.
Of course it's yours. Humph, so you still know you're the one I brought back. Brother-in-law, could you help me record an unboxing video? What if there's a problem with the phone after I take it apart?
Upon hearing that his savior had arrived, Mu Changming quickly said,
they're here. Mu Changming hurriedly walked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu winked at Jiang Mi and smiled. Sister, can I borrow your husband for a moment?
Jiang Mi had a smile on her face, but it was a cold smile.
Good.
Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qinghai were quick in no time. The table in the living room was filled with delicious dishes that looked and smelled wonderful.
Huang Qiuju saw Jiang Mi sitting on the sofa and asked in confusion. And longevity?
You and your youngest daughter are recording an unboxing video inside the house.
The vinegar flavor is very strong.
Upon hearing this, Huang Qiuju burst into laughter.
You're a grown man, why are you still jealous?
The more Jiang Mi acted this way, the more satisfied Huang Qiuju became, which proved that the two had feelings for each other and that it wasn't a monetary transaction. When Zhao Guangyuan came to the house before, Jiang Yu was disgusted and impatient, but now that Mu Changming has come, Jiang Yu has changed her attitude.
Shouldn't you be happy that Xiaoye is like this? What does this prove? It only shows that the man you found this time is fine. Your father, your sister, and I are all very satisfied. When that bastard Zhao Guangyuan came to our house before, didn't you know what your sister was like?
Upon hearing Huang Qiuju's words, Jiang Mi immediately felt that there was some truth to them.
Alright, go and call Xiaoye and Changming out for dinner.
Mu Changming, who was inside the house, had also recorded a video. The phone was purchased from a direct sale store, and he got off the car safely. Jiang Yu stared lovingly at the iPhone 17 Pro Max in her hand, then something occurred to her.
Brother-in-law, how did you and my sister meet? Did you pursue my sister, or did my sister pursue you? Before Mu Changming could speak, Jiangmi pushed open the door and walked in. That goes without saying, he was the one who pursued me. Jiang Yu saw Jiangmi leaning against the door and looked at Mu Changming with some disbelief. Brother-in-law, really? Really, I pursued your sister. Mu Changming nodded. Now you know how charming your sister is. Jiangmi seemed to be showing off to Jiang Yu. Alright, you two, hurry up and come out, wash your hands, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Mu Changming was about to turn and leave the bedroom, but Jiang Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed him, whispering, Brother-in-law, I have my exam in a few months. Mu Changming raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu's subtle glances. This little girl was quite cunning. Mu Changming reached out and stroked Jiang Yu's hair. Study hard on the exam, and the better you do, the bigger the reward will be. Let's go out to eat. Jiang Yu blushed slightly as Mu Changming patted her head. Seeing Mu Changming's gentle smile, Jiang Yu's pretty face turned slightly red. My brother-in-law doesn't seem to understand. Here, brother-in-law, try this. My mom's braised pork is the best. And these fried mushrooms are especially delicious. You should try some too. The entire dinner table became Jiang Yu's personal showcase, as she kept putting food on Mu Changming's plate. Jiang Xinghai and Huang Qiuju exchanged a glance, not thinking much of it, simply assuming that Jiang Yu was exceptionally satisfied with Mu Changming. Mu Changming picked up his chopsticks, looked at the food Jiang Yu had put in his bowl, and at Jiangmi sitting to the side with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Mu Changming then picked up a piece of lean meat and placed it in Jiangmi's bowl. Jiangmi's expression softened considerably when she saw Mu Changming serving her food, and she gave Mu Changming a satisfied look. Jiang Yu noticed this and softened her actions considerably, no longer serving food to Mu Changming. Mu Changming lowered his head and chose to eat in silence. This sister-in-law, Jiang Yu, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Changming, where are you working now? Huang Qiuju was also very curious about Mu Changming and started asking him questions. But before Mu Changming could speak, Jiang Yu answered first. My brother-in-law owns a hotel in Tiannan City. How did you know? Jiangmi looked at Jiang Yu with a puzzled expression. She had no idea what Mu Changming had done. My brother-in-law told me. Jiang Yu said in a very serious tone. Chapter 68 Jiang Yu's sprained ankle. Sister, you don't know what your brother-in-law does, do you? Jiang Yu asked back with a puzzled look. When Jiangmi was asked this question, she noticed the expressions on Huang Qiuju and Jiang Xinghai's faces, and her eyes immediately filled with panic. How could this be? Of course I know. Mu Changming suddenly felt a pain in his toe. When he looked up, he saw Jiangmi's smiling eyes. Mu Changming now only hopes that Jiang Yu will say less. This meal was an ordeal for Mu Changming. Let's go for a walk. It's a good opportunity to get some exercise. Yes, long life. Go out for a walk with your mistress. There's a park across from the neighborhood, and lots of people go for walks there in the evening. Huang Qiuju cleared away the dishes and smiled at Mu Changming. I want to go too. Jiang Yu stood up abruptly, indicating that she wanted to go too. What are you going there for? Huang Qiuju frowned. Mom, do I not need to digest after eating? Jiang Yu retorted with a question, leaving Huang Qiuju speechless. This girl, she really doesn't know anything. She had specifically created a private space for Jiangmi and Mu Changming, but Jiang Yu insisted on squeezing in. And so, what was supposed to be a sweet stroll for two turned into an agonizing three-person walk. Mu Changming was involved in many things this time, and he was very close to Jiangmi. Jiang Yu glanced at the two who were deliberately walking ahead of her, creating distance between them, and let out a soft snort. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Yu's eyes darted around, and she suddenly exclaimed ah. This immediately caused Mu Changming and Jiangmi, who were in front, to stop in their tracks and turn around to look at Jiang Yu. Jiangmi frowned as she looked at Jiang Yu, who was crouching down clutching her ankle, her face contorted in pain. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Jiang Yu pouted, looking aggrieved, and said. I sprained my ankle, it hurts so much. You managed to twist your ankle on such a flat road? Let me see. Jiangmi disregarded everything else and became worried, squatting down to check Jiang Yu's ankle. Seeing Jiangmi squat down, Jiang Yu said to Mu Changming with a wronged expression. Sister, brother-in-law, I think I can't go for walks anymore. Seeing Jiang Yu's aggrieved expression, Mu Changming felt that this girl was doing it on purpose. Jiangmi looked at Jiang Yu's ankle, which was quickly swelling and turning red, and scolded her. Let's see if you'll be more careful when you walk next time. Come on, let me help you back.
Jiang Mi was about to take Jiang Yu's arm when Jiang Yu suddenly said, "No, sis, it hurts, and my leg is weak too." Jiang Mi was immediately speechless, looking at Jiang Yu in front of her.
Then what should we do? I don't know, it hurts so much.
Jiang Yu looked at her ankle, her delicate face filled with pain.
Mu Changming shook his head helplessly and walked up to Jiang Yu. Let me carry you back.
Jiang Yu stole a glance at Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi was speechless, but Jiang Yu was, after all, her younger sister, and she couldn't bear to leave Jiang Yu alone there.
Let your brother-in-law carry you.
Good. Jiang Yu looked at Mu Changming, who had squatted down, and then slowly climbed onto Mu Changming's back, being carried by him.
Jiang Mi sighed. We can't go any further now, let's go back.
Jiang Mi walked in front, while Mu Changming carried Jiang Yu on his back and walked behind.
Brother-in-law, am I heavy?
Jiang Yu was afraid of tiring Mu Changming, but Jiang Yu's weight of less than 100 pounds was very light for Mu Changming, whose physique had been greatly improved.
It won't sink.
Mu Changming shook his head, then glanced at Jiang Mi walking ahead.
Not paying attention to the two of them, Mu Changming spoke up, exposing Jiang Yu's behavior. Did you do this on purpose?
Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat guilty.
No. No. A slight smile played on Mu Changming's lips.
Whether you are or not, your most important task now is to study hard and then make a name for yourself in 2 months.
I won't stop you from doing whatever you want when the time comes. Mu Changming carried Jiang Yu back home.
When Huang Qiuju saw Jiang Yu sprain her ankle, she immediately began to scold her.
See? I told you not to go out, and now look what happened, you twisted your ankle. Huang Qiuju looked at Jiang Yu's swollen ankle with heartache. I didn't do it on purpose.
Jiang Yu pursed her lips, but couldn't help but steal a glance at Mu Changming standing there.
You sit here and rest. I'll go get you some ointment for your sprain. You're better off staying at home.
Sister, I'm already crooked, and you're still making sarcastic remarks about me.
Jiang Yu's face was full of grievances. By the way, brother-in-law, are you staying at our house tonight? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something. It was so late, and it was completely dark outside, yet Mu Changming showed no signs of leaving.
Huang Qiuju came out at this moment and glared at Jiang Yu.
Don't worry about adult matters, you little kid. I'm not young anymore, I'm an adult, okay?
Jiang Yu quickly shut her mouth when she saw Huang Qiuju's unfriendly gaze.
Changming, there are only 3 bedrooms in the house, so you'll have to sleep with your mistress tonight. Jiang Yu's reminder made Huang Qiuju suddenly remember Mu Changming's accommodation for the night. Oh, Mom, I can sleep in the same room as Xiaoye.
Jiang Mi said somewhat shyly.
No, I want to sleep in the same room as your sister. Your dad snores every night now, and I can't sleep because of it.
Huang Qiuju's eyes flickered, and she said with a smile.
It's getting late, you and Changming should get some rest.
Jiang Mi wanted to say something, but Mu Changming pulled her into the house.
Jiang Mi looked at Mu Changming with some fear. Don't do anything reckless, my house isn't very soundproof. Let's talk about it later tonight.
After giving Jiang Yu a quick treatment, Huang Qiuju helped her back into the house. Jiang Yu watched Huang Qiuju walk out again and asked in confusion.
Mom, weren't you going to sleep in the same room as me? When did I ever say that? Don't stay up late, you should get some rest.
After Huang Qiuju finished speaking, she closed the door directly for Jiang Yu. After Huang Qiuju came out, Jiang Qinghai also slipped out of the house.
Do Changming and his mistress live in the same room?
Huang Qiuju nodded, and then Jiang Qinghai walked to Huang Qiuju's side.
Is it really appropriate to let Xiaomi and Changming sleep in the same room so early? What do you know? How old is Xiaomi? How much time has she been held back by that bastard Zhao Guangyuan?
She's almost 30.
If we don't have sex soon, when will I be able to conceive a grandson?
And only if the mistress gets pregnant early can she live a long life.
Besides, haven't you always wanted to have a grandson? Chapter 69. Who are you picking up for the wedding? Is it possible for me to get pregnant? The times are changing so fast now, it's completely different from our era. There are so many contraceptive methods now.
Jiang Qinghai said with some doubt. Don't worry, I tidied up Xiaomi's room while she and the others were out for a walk. A triumphant smile appeared on Huang Qiuju's lips. Jiang Qinghai's eyes lit up, and he gave Huang Qiuju a thumbs up.
If we're counting on you, when will our daughter be able to get married? Early the next morning.
Mu Changming and Jiang Mi got up very early to avoid the awkwardness of coming out of the house together. But Jiang Mi never expected that Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qinghai would get up so early. As soon as Jiang Mi came out, her eyes met Huang Qiuju's.
Jiang Mi's face immediately filled with embarrassment. Mom, you're up so early? Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qingshan didn't look so good. Huang Qiuju stared at Jiang Mi. Xiaomi, Changming, are you two hiding something from me? Jiang Mi and Mu Changming exchanged a glance, both realizing that something was wrong. Mom, did something happen?
Jiang Mi and Mu Changming walked to the table and asked. Huang Qiuju pointed at her phone and said calmly.
You haven't broken up with Zhao Guanyuan, have you?
Last night, Zhao Guanyuan's family called your dad and said they'd drive over today to pick you up so you can go to their place for a wedding ceremony. Jiang Mi and Mu Changming were slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then they both smiled knowingly.
Oh, so that's what it was about.
Seeing that Mu Changming and Jiang Mi were still laughing, Huang Qiuju couldn't help but say.
How can you still be in the mood to laugh?
Hearing Huang Qiuju's words, he quickly suppressed his smile and then revealed an angry expression. Mom, I made it very clear when we broke up it was him who kept harassing me.
Now I'd like to come directly to your door to pick you up. How could he be so shameless? Mu Changming never expected Jiang Mi to act so well.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghai's face immediately turned furious. You little brat, after treating my daughter like this, you still dare to keep bothering me.
If I don't teach him a lesson today, do you really think my daughter, Jiang Qinghai's daughter, is easy to bully? Huang Qiuju's complexion was also not good.
They'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Go downstairs and wait.
I want to see how this bastard tries to harass my daughter. Mu Changming and Jiang Mi exchanged a glance and followed him down.
Wait for me.
At this moment, Jiang Yu limped out of the house and quickly spoke up when she saw Mu Changming and Jiang Mi preparing to leave.
Jiang Mi turned around and looked at Jiang Yu, who was walking out while leaning against the wall, and frowned. Your feet are so swollen, and you're still making things worse? What trouble?
I've been fed up with Zhao Guanyuan for a long time.
The way he looked at me before was so lewd. Now that I finally have a chance, I'm going to humiliate him properly.
Jiang Yu said with a displeased expression.
At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class heading towards Jiang Mi's house was rented by Zhao Guanyuan.
Zhao Guanyuan was driving a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, with the gifts he had bought inside.
Zhao Guanyuan looked at the messages on his phone. Since he went back, he had been sending messages to Jiang Mi all day yesterday, but Jiang Mi hadn't replied to him. Is Mimi too excited?
Zhao Guanyuan had no idea that Jiang Mi had already fallen in love with someone else.
This Mercedes is so fun to drive. I definitely want to buy one when I have the money. Zhao Guanyuan stepped on the gas, eager to see Jiang Mi. Downstairs in the residential area,
Zhao Guanyuan slowly brought his Mercedes-Benz E-Class to a stop.
As he sat in the car, he saw Huang Qiuju, Jiang Qinghai, and Jiang Yu standing there waiting for him.
Not bad, it seems my in-laws are quite satisfied with me.
Wait, why is there a two-tone Maybach parked in this neighborhood? Whose family is this? They're so rich. Never mind, it has nothing to do with me.
If only this Maybach belonged to Jiang Mi's family, and she could give it to me when we get married.
Zhao Guanyuan shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic idea. Today, Zhao Guanyuan drove his Mercedes-Benz E-Class with great confidence.
He opened the car door, took out the gifts he had bought, and walked towards Huang Qiuju and the others with his back straight.
Uncle, Auntie. I am coming.
Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Guanyuan walking towards her, a smug smile on her face. Jiang Yu felt a surge of displeasure and spoke directly. You're decorating a rented car like this, anyone would think it's yours.
Jiang Yu's words immediately made Zhao Guanyuan lose face, but what Jiang Yu said was also true.
After I marry Jiang Mi, I'll definitely find a chance to teach this sister-in-law a lesson. He hadn't offended her, yet she was always so dissatisfied with him. Well, today is a joyous day, I can't let it spoil my good mood. Zhao Guanyuan was carrying large bags and small packages, while Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qinghai stood there with cold faces, showing no intention of inviting him in, which made Zhao Guanyuan feel a little embarrassed. Zhao Guanyuan took a deep breath and, forcing himself to speak, asked.
Auntie, where's Mimi? Huang Qiuju looked at Zhao Guanyuan in front of her, her tone icy. You bastard, who gave you permission to come to our house? Huang Qiuju's words instantly stunned Zhao Guanyuan. Auntie, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree on this yesterday? Are we here to pick up Mimi today and go through the wedding ceremony? We'll be officially getting married in a couple of days.
Zhao Guanyuan said with a puzzled look.
Jiang Qinghai was furious.
Not only did he not give a bride price, but he also planned to give his daughter gold and silver. With this attitude, he still wanted to marry his daughter.
He was really daydreaming. Marriage? Who will marry you? Utterly ridiculous. You think you, a pathetic loser, can marry my daughter?
Jiang Qinghai's words made Zhao Guanyuan's face turn extremely ugly.
What exactly was going on? Didn't Jiangmi say she had everything arranged?
Uncle, aunt, I know you have a problem with me, but all I want to do right now is see Mimi.
Zhao Guanyuan took a deep breath.
Jiang Qinghai and the others were Jiangmi's elders, and Zhao Guanyuan didn't want to argue with them.
He would wait until Jiangmi came out before making any decisions.
Jiang Yu smiled when she saw that Zhao Guanyuan still wanted to see her sister.
You think you can see my sister?
To tell you the truth, my sister already has a new boyfriend.
As for you, go cool off wherever you want. Chapter 70. I drive a Maybach. What do you drive? What?
Zhao Guanyuan's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Jiang Yu's words.
Jiang Yu actually said that Jiangmi has a boyfriend. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Nini would never leave me. You just don't want me to be with Nini. Zhao Guanyuan looked incredulous.
Jiangmi had been so tolerant of him, how could she possibly betray him?
They're right, I already have a new boyfriend.
Just then, a familiar voice came from inside. Zhao Guanyuan looked over stiffly and saw Jiangmi walking out with her arm around a handsome man.
Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Guanyuan's face darkened, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Nini, who is he? Who else could it be? Of course, he's my new brother-in-law. Didn't you see how close my brother-in-law and sister were?
Tell me about yourself, you can't compete in looks, and you're far inferior in wealth.
So what use are you anyway? You're still bothering my sister like this. I'm ashamed of you. Jiang Yu was now belittling Zhao Guanyuan to the extreme.
Zhao Guanyuan was furious and reached out to slap Jiang Yu.
You little bitch, shut up. I didn't ask you anything.
Jiang Yu was startled, but Mu Changming reacted quickly and pressed down on Zhao Guanyuan's raised hand.
How? Is he wrong? Mu Changming looked down at Zhao Guanyuan with a cold gaze.
Jiang Yu felt a strong sense of security as she looked at Mu Changming, who had suddenly appeared in front of her.
As expected of my brother-in-law.
Zhao Guanyuan looked at the tall Mu Changming with extremely venomous eyes.
Damn it, who told you to be with Mimi?
Before Zhao Guanyuan could finish speaking, Jiangmi stepped forward and slapped him across the face.
With a loud smack, Zhao Guanyuan was completely stunned. Zhao Guanyuan. I thought you were just a mama's boy, but I never expected you would even dare to lay a hand on my sister. I don't know what I was thinking, I actually fell for a bastard like you.
Zhao Guanyuan, after being slapped by Jiangmi, stared stiffly at the family before him, then his gaze settled on Jiangmi.
Nini, what exactly do you mean? We haven't broken up yet. Didn't you say that I would come pick you up, and then we would get married? Marry?
At this moment, Jiangmi was extremely disappointed in Zhao Guanyuan.
Zhao Guanyuan. Look at yourself, do you look like a man? He has neither ability nor skill. What have you ever contributed to me? A meal? If I marry you, we can't afford a house, we can't afford a car, and you don't even want to pay the 66,000 yuan dowry. How dare you even mention marriage to me? How could I possibly marry a piece of trash like you?
Jiangmi looked at Zhao Guanyuan and vented all the anger that had been building up in her chest.
Zhao Guanyuan turned pale after hearing Jiangmi's words. Jiangmi, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Haven't you figured it out yet?
I have a new man, and you've already been dumped. After saying that, Jiangmi kissed Mu Changming right in front of Zhao Guanyuan.
This scene infuriated Zhao Guanyuan, turning his face ashen. I don't agree, let's break up.
Zhao Guanyuan knew very well that once he left Jiangmi, he would never be able to find a beautiful woman like her in his life.
Is it up to you whether or not you agree to break up? Mu Changming approached Zhao Guanyuan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Asshole. You stole my woman.
Zhao Guanyuan looked at Mu Changming, who still dared to be arrogant in front of him, and raised his fist to attack. However, Mu Changming grabbed Zhao Guanyuan by the neck with one hand, and Mu Changming moved closer to him.
Did you think you could just rent a car and take Nini away? Zhao Guanyuan felt a sudden tightness in his chest and quickly grabbed Mu Changming's wrist. And what do you have? Mu Changming immediately smiled. Jiang Yu sneered from behind. Do you see that Maybach over there? It's my brother-in-law's. You rented a beat-up E-Class car, not even a double M-Class one. What right do you have to marry my sister? Zhao Guanyuan's face trembled. What, you own the Maybach? Otherwise what? Mu Changming shoved Zhao Guanyuan away abruptly, causing Zhao Guanyuan to cough dryly. Zhao Guanyuan clutched his neck, his face grim as he looked at Jiang Mi. Jiang Mi. We've been together for so long, I thought you were a good woman, I never imagined you were such a complete slut. For money, you've ruined our years of relationship. Jiang Mi looked at Zhao Guanyuan expressionlessly upon hearing his attempt at moral blackmail. Say what you want. I, Jiang Mi, am now in love with Changming, and I love his Maybach. You. Zhao Guanyuan was so angry with Jiang Mi that he couldn't catch his breath. These guys were all in cahoots, and he couldn't do anything about it by himself. Jiang Mi, let me tell you, this guy is so rich, he just wants to play with you, he'll never be with you in the end. You'll regret this. I'm willing, so what? Jiang Mi said indifferently. Zhao Guanyuan never expected Jiang Mi to be so heartless. Where did he go wrong? Isn't it just that they don't want to buy a house in Tiannan City? However, compared to this, Zhao Guanyuan is more afraid of losing Jiang Mi. I should have known better than to listen to my mom's nonsense. Zhao Guanyuan looked at Jiang Mi's unfamiliar and indifferent eyes. Honey, it was my fault. Tell me, this is the actor you found. Just tell me, and I'll immediately agree to buy you a little home in Tiannan City that belongs to us. I'll work hard, and I'll pay the bride price. Yes, I'll pay the bride price too. Tell me, all of this is fake. Jiang Mi looked at Zhao Guanyuan in front of her and felt a wave of disappointment. What was the point of saying these things after he had lost her? Even on anniversaries, Jiang Mi never asked Zhao Guanyuan for a gift when they were together at most, she would just go out for a meal. Jiang Mi did this so that she could save Zhao Guanyuan some money for their wedding. But Jiang Mi now realizes that her idea was completely wrong. Zhao Guanyuan never considered things from his own perspective, blindly following his family's wishes without any independent thought. They are utterly useless. You can't make a good impression on someone who's already rotten. Zhang Qinghai, Huang Qiuju, and Jiang Yu looked at Zhao Guanyuan without a trace of pity. Belated affection is worth less than grass. Now you realize how important Jiang Mi is, why didn't you go earlier? Such a person does not deserve pity. Chapter 71 Zhao Guanyuan's Regret. Mu Changming looked at the regretful Zhao Guanyuan before him, a smile playing on his lips. He slowly approached Zhao Guanyuan and lowered his voice. I'll tell you a secret, Mimi didn't come home that night. Guess where she went? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan's expression trembled slightly, and his face, filled with regret, turned ashen. There was no need for Mu Changming to say anything more. Zhao Guanyuan would fill in the blanks in his own mind. You bastard, you son of a bitch. Ignoring Zhao Guanyuan's angry curses, Mu Changming slowly retreated to Jiang Mi's side, and Jiang Mi cooperated by taking Mu Changming's arm. Jiang Mi looked at Zhao Guanyuan before her, her eyes devoid of their usual expression, only filled with indifference. Don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Mu Changming and Jiang Mi turned and entered the residential area. Mimi, wait a minute. Zhao Guanyuan wanted to step forward, but Jiang Qinghai stopped him. His daughter had finally found a good man, and this bastard was going to ruin it. Jiang Qinghai was the first to object. Take your things and leave. You are not welcome at the Jiang family's door. Uncle, please give me another chance. I'll pay the bride price, and I'll buy a house in Tiannan City too. Huang Qiuju looked at Zhao Guanyuan, who was now filled with regret, and sneered. Forget it, we can't afford your family's dowry. If my daughter hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that she was having such a hard time with you. Get out of here in your rented car. After saying that, Huang Qiuju and Jiang Qinghai turned and left. Only a dejected Zhao Guanyuan remained. Why is this happening? Why did things turn out this way? Zhao Guanyuan's hometown. At this moment, Zhao's mother proudly boasted to her relatives. My Guanyuan didn't have to pay a single penny for his wife's dowry. Mimi from Tiannan City is head over heels in love with my Guanyuan. Zhao Guanyuan's eldest aunt smiled and chimed in. Guanyuan is really lucky he saved over 100,000 yuan.
Zhao's mother laughed even harder when suddenly she saw a Mercedes E300 slowly approaching from the other side.
My son brought his girlfriend home.
As the Mercedes-Benz E300 slowly came to a stop, Zhao's mother and the others immediately came forward to greet it. Soon, Zhao Guanyuan stepped out of the car, looking utterly dejected. When Zhao's mother saw Zhao Guanyuan get out of the car alone and realized there was no one else around, her smile became somewhat stiff.
Guanyuan, where's Mimi? Why didn't you bring her back?
Zhao Guanyuan looked around at the group of relatives who were all looking at him expectantly, and his Adam's apple bobbed.
Mom, the wedding can't go on.
Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother's expression immediately changed.
Guanyuan, what do you mean by this? Didn't I contact Mimi's parents last night? Why can't we get married? Has something happened?
Zhao Guanyuan looked at his mother, who knew nothing, and could no longer contain his anger.
What happened? Don't you know?
You wouldn't even pay the 66,000 yuan dowry, and you wouldn't let me buy a house in Tiannan City.
Now look what's happened, Mimi has broken up with me. Your son is single again, are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother's face turned deathly pale. No. Guanyuan, didn't you say? Mimi agreed? How so? Zhao Guanyuan was immediately enraged. You're asking me? How would I know?
Zhao's mother was somewhat at a loss after being yelled at. Seeing the gloating expressions on the faces of her neighbors, she felt a little embarrassed.
Guanyuan, why don't you talk to Mimi's family?
We'll pay the bride price, and we'll buy a house in Tiannan City.
What's the point of saying this now?
She's already found a new boyfriend.
What kind of car does that new lover drive? Maybach, do you even know what a Maybach is?
A two-tone Maybach, worth 5 or 6 million, makes my Mercedes E-Class look insignificant, let alone a rented one. Tell me, how am I supposed to chase after her?
Grass. A car worth 5 or 6 million. Where can I find a car that's that expensive?
Zhao's mother trembled slightly as she looked at the distraught Zhao Guanyuan, knowing that he had been bullied a lot by Jiangmi.
I knew it. How could someone who loves to take advantage of others possibly get a wife without spending a single penny? Yes, who gets married without spending a penny? Even if they do, it's usually a wealthy family or one with some influence.
They are just an ordinary rural family, and they think they can rely on their cleverness to believe that their daughter-in-law will not leave them and that they can get away without spending a penny.
Now look what's happened, he can't find a wife, and he's become a clown now. Zhao Guanyuan has been ruined by his mother. They're both equally bad. If Zhao Guanyuan had any backbone at all, would he be like this? No one can blame anyone else.
They really think their son is so capable, or that they come from some wealthy family.
The surrounding chatter made Zhao's mother tremble violently.
From now on, they would probably become the subject of gossip on this street.
I've completely lost face.
On the way to Tiannan University of Science and Technology, Mu Changming was driving his Maybach when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding!
Jiangmi's favorability rating has exceeded 80.
Ding, reward being distributed. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired the all-round subject.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired divine-level medical skills.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have acquired god-level culinary skills. The unexpected reward brought a smile to Mu Changming's lips. Jiangmi's favorability rating exceeded 80, which was within Mu Changming's expectations. When Mu Changming left, he transferred 5 million to Jiangmi so that she could buy a house in Tiannan City and settle down there. Mu Changming had finally found a haven of comfort in Tiannan City.
In addition, Chen Yan's matter cannot be delayed for too long. Mu Changming parked his car not far from Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
Just as he was about to make a call to Chen Yan, a group of people gathered in the distance. Mu Changming activated his X-ray vision, passed through the crowd, and found a man in his 50s lying on the ground.
You've just acquired divine-level medical skills, and you want me to demonstrate them already? Mu Changming shook his head helplessly. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, this man should be a teacher at Tiannan University of Science and Technology.
Mu Changming has that ability, so he can't just stand by and watch someone die.
Mu Changming put down his phone, opened the car door, and walked towards the crowd. Chapter 72 My Father-in-Law's Lifesaver.
Mu Changming walked through the crowd and went straight to the unconscious man. Those around him looked surprised when they saw Mu Changming dare to approach him. In today's society, this situation could very well be considered an extortion attempt, and everyone is afraid of being extorted, which leads to no one being willing to lend a helping hand. Mu Changming squatted down and looked at the unconscious man.
With her X-ray vision, Mu Changming quickly discovered the man's problem. The pulse is weak and the breathing is shallow and rapid, indicating a clear heart problem.
Mu Changming placed his hands on top of each other and began pressing on the lower part of the man's sternum with steady, textbook perfect pressure. Soon, the man began to react, suddenly coughing violently, and his eyes opened somewhat unfocused.
Cough, cough. Woke up.
A flicker of gratitude crossed the man's eyes as he saw Mu Changming performing chest compressions on him, but the man still looked very uncomfortable.
Thanks. You're welcome. We'll get your heart checked out in the ambulance later. Mu Changming shook his head, looked at the ambulance driving by in the distance, and gave instructions. A female doctor came down and quickly told people to lift the man into the ambulance.
The female doctor, wearing a mask, glanced back at Mu Changming, gave him a thumbs up, and then quickly returned to the ambulance.
Mu Changming smiled at the female doctor. She seemed quite attractive.
Although he was wearing a mask, to Mu Changming, who had X-ray vision, it made no difference whether he was wearing a mask or not. The crowd dispersed, and Mu Changming took out his phone to call Chen Yan, but to his surprise, no one answered the phone.
Are you still busy? Mu Changming frowned as he looked at the unanswered phone. Ward 3, Tiannan City Hospital.
The man who had just been rescued by Mu Changming was lying on the hospital bed, with a chief physician from the cardiology department standing beside him.
Mr. Chen Zhang, you do have a heart problem.
We examined you carefully again, and there is indeed a problem.
Lying on the hospital bed, Chen Zhang's expression trembled. There really was a problem.
Chen Zhang had experienced this situation once before, and he went to the hospital for a checkup at that time, and the doctor said there was no problem.
This time, we had another checkup.
At first, the doctor said there was no problem, but at Chen Zhang's request, with the help of more tests, a problem was indeed found.
But how could that boy spot such a subtle problem at a glance when even the hospital's equipment couldn't detect it? The chief physician, unaware of Chen Zhang's thoughts, continued. If not dealt with promptly, the situation will continue to worsen.
Fortunately, it was discovered and dealt with in time, so it will not have any impact on your future life, Mr. Chen Zhang.
Thank you, I understand.
At that moment, an anxious voice suddenly burst into the ward.
Dad.
The person who rushed in was someone Mu Changming recognized very well. It was Chen Yan. Chen Yan looked at Chen Zhang lying on the hospital bed with a worried expression.
Dad, are you all right?
Seeing his daughter Chen Yan's flustered expression, Chen Zhang smiled and comforted her.
Dad is fine. It's just a few minor issues.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt a lingering fear as she said. I was startled when I heard the hospital call saying you were there. My mom and the others are coming soon. Just as Chen Yan finished speaking, Chen Yi and a woman in her 50s walked in. The woman who looked somewhat like Chen Yan was Chen Yan's mother, Chen Yan. Chen Yi saw his older sister and said with some fear.
Sis, is Dad all right? Chen Yan glanced at Chen Yi. Fine. Hearing this, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief.
If anything happened to Chen Zhang in the future, Chen Yi wouldn't be able to continue to be so powerful at school. Speaking of which, we have to thank a boy for this. I don't know if he's from our school. Chen Zhang shook his head as he thought of Mu Changming. If it weren't for Mu Changming, Chen Zhang would probably be in grave danger today.
It's a pity that I don't know if I'll ever meet him again.
Seeing that everyone in the family was together, Chen Yi thought of Mu Changming's matter.
Mu Changming, you think you can use my sister to get ahead of me? Don't even think about it. Dad, Mom, there's something I need to tell you. Chen Yi's expression suddenly darkened. Chen Zhang was slightly taken aback when he saw Chen Yi's solemn expression. Oh? What's up? It's about my sister. Chen Yi didn't want to hide it either. Chen Yan and Mu Changming couldn't be together.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yan immediately became anxious and shouted loudly at Chen Yi.
Chen Yi, you. Chen Yi ignored the warning in Chen Yan's eyes and continued. My sister is in a relationship.
Upon hearing this, Chen Zhang and Chang Yan, who was sitting there, immediately changed their expressions. Chen Zhang's smile vanished instantly as he looked at Chen Yan, who stood there with a grim expression.
Is what your brother said true? Are you in a relationship?
Seeing the pressure in Chen Zhang's eyes, Chen Yan bit her red lips and nodded.
From our school? Cheng Yanyan frowned and asked. Yes.
Hey, why are you so disobedient, you little rascal?
Didn't your dad tell you not to rush into dating? Your father has arranged your future perfectly.
When you reach a higher level and the platform is different, you will meet more outstanding men.
Why don't you listen to him? Chang Yanyan said with a reproachful look. Shen Yi further fueled the fire.
Mom, the man my sister is dating is named Mu Changming.
He's from our school. I've looked into him. His family is a typical farming family. They don't have any connections or money. They're very ordinary. Moreover, Mu Changming skips class every day and has been warned by teachers many times. He's simply a complete lack of ambition.
My sister was deceived by his sweet talk.
Mom, you have to bring my sister back. I don't want her to be held back by a loser. Mom, you probably don't know what Diaosi means.
It's like those scruffy, blonde-haired hoodlums on the street these days.
Shen Yi, shut up.
Chen Yan was furious when she saw Chen Yi belittle Mu Changming to the point of worthlessness, but with her parents there, she couldn't vent her anger.
Yenner, if your brother hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about this.
I made you student council president so that you could gain experience and develop yourself.
So now you're dating that street hustler with blonde hair? Chapter 73 Chen Zhang's Attitude Reversal. Mom, living a long life isn't as bad as you say. Chen Yan wanted to explain. But Chen Yan didn't give Chen Yan a chance, and snorted coldly.
Whether it works or not, your dad and I will find out when we meet them.
Tonight, call that Mu Changming to my house. I want to see what's so great about him that my daughter is dating him.
Shen Yan, you'd better pray that he says something different from what your brother said.
Chen Yan's voice faltered.
Looking at her parents in front of her, she felt utterly helpless.
Sis, I'm only doing this for your own good. That bastard Mu Changming is not good enough for you at all. Shen Yi looked at Chen Yan with the air of a good younger brother.
Chen Yan glared at Chen Yi fiercely and left the ward.
Shen Yi watched Chen Yan's departing figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Mu Changming. Without my sister, let's see how you dare to be arrogant in front of me. You really think I can't handle you? Tiannan University of Science and Technology, at the school gate.
Chen Yan stood outside, clutching her phone, a hint of worry on her face. At this moment, Mu Changming walked out of the school. He glanced at Chen Yan standing there and a smile appeared on his lips.
Senior. Chen Yan saw Mu Changming walking towards her. Mu Changming keenly noticed Chen Yan's emotion. She seemed a little unhappy. Senior, what's wrong? She seems a little unhappy. Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming in front of her, her voice weak. Long life. Do you have time tonight? Yes, I have. What's wrong? Has something happened?
If we encounter any difficulties, I can face them and solve them together with my senior.
Mu Changming held Chen Yan's small hand and said softly.
Accompanied by a heavenly voice, every word Mu Changming uttered resonated deeply with Chen Yan. Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming in front of her. He wasn't as incompetent as Chen Yi had described. Chen Yan trusted her judgment and knew she wouldn't choose the wrong person. No matter what happens tonight, Chen Yan will face it together with Mu Changming.
My parents want to see you tonight. Chen Yan looked up at Mu Changming and said softly.
After Chen Yan finished speaking, she continued without giving Mu Changming a chance to reply.
My parents might be a bit strict, but don't worry, I'll always be there for you.
Looking at Chen Yan's determined gaze, Mu Changming smiled inwardly. The fact that Chen Yan's parents suddenly wanted to see him must be Chen Yi's doing. However, Mu Changming was already prepared and had long anticipated this day.
Don't worry, uncles and aunts, leave it to me.
Chen Yan was taken aback when she saw that Mu Changming showed no sign of panic and even exuded confidence. You know, everyone else panics when they hear they have to meet their parents.
However, Mu Changming's reaction surprised Chen Yan. Aren't you scared? Fear? What's there to be afraid of?
With my senior by my side, this day was bound to happen sooner or later.
Mu Changming winked at Chen Yan and smiled. Seeing Mu Changming's confidence, Chen Yan also smiled. Good. I'll take a taxi right now. No, let me drive you there. Mu Changming suddenly pressed down on Chen Yan's hand and laughed. Drive? Chen Yan looked at Mu Changming with a puzzled expression. Wasn't Mu Changming a student? How could there possibly be a car?
Mu Changming smiled slightly at Chen Yan.
Come with me. Mu Changming led Chen Yan to a Maybach. Mu Changming took out the car keys and slowly opened the car door. Senior, get in the car. Chen Yan was completely dumbfounded. Who doesn't know a Maybach? Most importantly, Mu Changming actually drives a Maybach? Shen Yan could hardly believe it. Shen Yan nervously sat down in the Maybach. The luxurious interior and the double M logo on the front confirmed that she wasn't dreaming, this was indeed a Maybach. Long life. Did you rent this Maybach? What rental car? This is the car I bought.
Mu Changming shook his head and smiled, having already anticipated Chen Yan's surprise.
After all, what college student could afford a Maybach? Of course, this excludes the children of the wealthy. You bought this.
Chen Yan's mind was about to crash.
A college student buying a Maybach?
This car seems to cost at least 3 or 4 million, and with a two-tone color scheme, it can only be more expensive.
What does your family do? Can you afford a Maybach?
Chen Yan stared at Mu Changming with a puzzled look on her face.
I didn't do anything special, I'm just an ordinary farmer. Chen Yan didn't believe it. How could a farmer afford a Maybach?
However, Chen Yan did not ask any further questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets.
Moreover, if Mu Changming owned a Maybach, how could his parents possibly look down on him? Jinhua community. Mu Changming and Shen Yan got out of the car.
On the way, Mu Changming and Shen Yan bought some small gifts.
Although the two are students, it's their first time meeting their parents, so they should still be polite. Mu Changming and Shen Yan arrived on the 6th floor. Shen Yan did not knock on the door but pushed it open and went in.
Inside the room, Shen Zhang, Shen Yanyan, and Shen Yi were sitting. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing Chen Yan and Mu Changming walk in, Chen Yi's eyes immediately blazed with fury.
That damn bastard, he actually dared to come. I'll see if I don't ruin you today. They dare to mess with my sister?
They really don't know their own limitations.
Dad, Mom.
Chen Yan called out, but Chen Yanyan didn't speak. Instead, her gaze fell on Mu Changming. At first glance, in terms of appearance, he and Yenner are indeed a good match. They can be considered a handsome couple.
But being handsome is useless. Chen Yanyan wants ability. If you don't have the ability, how can you give your daughter happiness?
Before Chang Yanyan and the others could speak, Chen Yi impatiently stood up and began to smear Mu Changming.
Mom, that's Mu Changming, the loser I told you about.
He was with my sister just to play with her feelings. He was definitely not sincere. My sister was also confused for a moment and was deceived by him. Besides, this guy's family is so poor they can't even afford to eat. He's not good enough for my sister at all. Hearing Chen Yi's harsh words, Chen Yan wanted to speak, but Mu Changming held her hand. Mu Changming shook his head at Chen Yan, then smiled and said,
Brother Chen, I know you've misunderstood me. But my senior and I were both sincere.
As for what you said about being from a peasant background, I don't deny that, but I want to tell you, throughout history, whether it's emperors or today's famous entrepreneurs, which one didn't come from humble beginnings?
Chapter 74 Qin Zhang's attitude reversal. Shen Yi was immediately enraged by Mu Changming's sophistry. Mu Changming, stop flattering yourself. You really think you're some kind of destined protagonist, able to rise from humble beginnings to success? Once you graduate, you'll be lucky to find a decent job and just coast along. You're dreaming of turning your life around? Isn't that ridiculous? Cheng Yanyan didn't side with Mu Changming either, and said calmly. Quite ambitious. But anyone can say nice things. Even if you are capable, your parents are farmers. You haven't achieved success yet, and my Yenner can't wait for you. Mu Changming, did you hear me? Without my sister, your existence is only hindering her.
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yi, who looked anxious, and smiled.
Brother Chen, don't be in such a hurry.
I need to speak with your mother, please be quiet for a moment.
You son of a bitch.
Chen Yi got angry when Mu Changming told him to shut up again.
But Cheng Yanyan spoke up. Little E.
Hearing his mother speak up, Chen Yi suppressed his anger and glared fiercely at Mu Changming. He wanted to see what kind of twisted logic Mu Changming, with his silver tongue, could come up with. Mu Changming looked at Chen Yanyan and smiled. Auntie, first of all, I don't think that just because my parents were born in the countryside, they are inferior to others. Perhaps my family is not as good as yours, but
I don't think I can't give Yenner happiness right now. Cheng Yanyan immediately smiled. Such arrogance. How much do you spend on living expenses each month? How can you guarantee Yenner's happiness?
Chen Yanyan wanted to say something, but Chen Zhang, who was looking down at the newspaper, raised his hand to stop her.
All right.
Chen Zhang slowly closed the newspaper and finally looked up at Mu Changming. When Chen Zhang saw Mu Changming, his expression froze.
Isn't this the boy who saved me today? Mu Changming was also somewhat surprised to see Qin Zhang. Wasn't this the uncle who was lying unconscious on the ground? It's you, uncle? Mu Changming never expected that his casual act of saving Qin Yan's father would turn out to be such a coincidence.
Chen Zhang was also stunned. The child who had saved his life was actually Yenner's boyfriend. Chen Zhang was thinking that he might not be able to meet him again in the future.
I saw it tonight. Could this be fate? Hearing Mu Changming's questioning tone, Chen Yan asked in confusion. You know my dad? Mu Changming touched his nose. I guess so.
I never expected it to be such a coincidence. Chen Zhang slowly stood up and walked towards Mu Changming. Seeing this, Chen Yi sneered inwardly.
Mu Changming, my dad is one of the school's deans. His vision and standards are so high. How could he let a loser like you be with my sister? Just wait to get scolded by my dad and then get kicked out of school. But the next second, Chen Yi was dumbfounded. Chen Zhang patted Mu Changming on the shoulder, a warm smile on his face. Child, I never imagined we'd be so destined for each other. It's quite a treat for Yenner to be with you. Ah. Dad, what did you say? You agree to let me be with Changming?
Chen Yan knew how difficult it was to persuade her father. After all, Shen Zhang was able to become the dean of a college at Tiannan University of Science and Technology, so his vision was incredibly broad. However, to my surprise, my father, who had been the most difficult person to deal with, actually agreed to my relationship with Mu Changming.
Agreed? Why wouldn't I agree? Good children like Changming are rare in today's society.
It is your blessing to encounter someone who lives a long life.
Chen Yan looked at Qin Zhang in shock. Was this her good fortune? This is something my own father would say? Chen Yi and Chang Yanyan were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Chen Yi quickly stood up and looked at his father. Dad, are you out of your mind?
Chen Zhang glared fiercely at Chen Yi, his eyes filled with sternness.
Chen Yi, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?
Longevity is definitely not the kind of child you're describing. Your obstruction must stem from some conflict with longevity. After Qin Zhang finished speaking, he looked at Mu Changming and smiled.
Long live Chen Yi. That's just how he is.
He was spoiled as a child, which made him a bit arrogant, but he's not a bad person at heart. If there's anything he doesn't agree with you about, I'll make him change.
Mu Changming looked at Chen Yi, who was completely bewildered, with a smile in his eyes. Thank you for your consent, uncle.
I'm with Yenner, and Xiao Yi is also my younger brother.
How could I, as an elder, hold a grudge against Xiao Yi? Chen Yi was speechless when he heard Mu Changming start acting like an elder.
Upon hearing this, Qin Zhang smiled broadly.
Long life, it's great that you think this way. Chen Yi, aren't you going to come over and apologize to your sister in Changming? Chen Yi, seeing Qin Zhang demanding an apology, pointed at himself in shock. Dad, what did you say? You want me to apologize to this loser? You've had too much fake alcohol.
Chen Yi pointed at Mu Changming, his eyes filled with venom.
Mu Changming, what the hell? What kind of bewitching potion did you give my dad? I'm telling you, with me around, you can't be with my sister.
Before Chen Yi could finish speaking, Shen Zhang stepped forward and slapped him.
Chen Yi was completely stunned. Shen Zhang looked sternly at Chen Yi. You have no manners. Who gave you the right to point at people like that? They have absolutely no manners. Chen Yi, let me tell you, if you don't control your temper and keep causing trouble at school, I'll disown you as my son.
Chen Yi looked at the angry Qin Zhang, his face full of grievance.
Who exactly is your son? Go and apologize to your sister in Changming.
Chen Yi looked at Mu Changming's brother-in-law smile and thought, damn it.
I'd rather die than apologize. Mom, Dad's confused, aren't you going to speak up for me? We can't let my sister be with him. Dad and my sister have been deceived by him.
Chen Yi had no choice but to turn to Chen Yanyan for help, hoping that his mother could help him.
Chen Yanyan glanced at Qin Zhang standing there.
She knew perfectly well who was in charge of this family. Since Qin Zhang admires Mu Changming so much, he must have his own reasons.
This Mu Changming seems to be more than he appears.
Thinking back on my conversation with him, I realized that anyone else would have been incredibly nervous, but this child remained as calm and collected as ever.
Moreover, Chang Yan knew very well what kind of person Chen Yi was. Chapter 75. I'm definitely going to be a brother-in-law.
Xiao Yi, what you just said was indeed a bit harsh.
Go and apologize to Changming right now.
After a moment's thought, Chang Yan immediately looked at Chen Yi with a reproachful expression. Chen Zhang made all the decisions at home, so Chang Yan was bound to be unconditionally dependent on him.
Chang Yan's words were undoubtedly the last straw that broke Chen Yi's illusions.
Chen Yi stared at Chang Yan, his face deathly pale.
Mom, how come you're getting confused too? Why don't any of you believe what I'm saying? Chen Yi looked at Mu Changming with trembling eyes. What kind of bewitching potion did this bastard give his family to make them believe him so much? You brat, aren't you coming over here? So you want me to cut your allowance in half, is that it?
Shen Zhang looked at Chen Yi, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and gave a low shout. Upon hearing that his living expenses had been halved, Chen Yi suppressed his anger and walked up to Mu Changming. Looking at Mu Changming's smiling face, Chen Yi forced himself to endure the humiliation.
Sorry. Mu Changming smiled slightly, placed his hand on Chen Yi's shoulder, and said with a smile. Xiao Yi, I know there might have been some misunderstanding between us before.
But since I'm already with Yen and you're Yen Er's brother, you're naturally my brother too. I won't hold grudges about what happened in the past.
Chen Yi clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Mu Changming, who had succeeded. Bastard. I'll let you be happy for a few more days. Once I catch you red-handed, I'll see how you can be so arrogant in front of my family. Chen Yi vowed to find out what Mu Changming was up to. Otherwise, my family would be in grave danger.
Upon seeing this, Qin Zheng smiled slightly, then looked gently at Mu Changming.
Changming, you're here so early, you probably haven't eaten yet. Yen, it's getting late. Chang Yan understood, immediately stood up and smiled. I'll go prepare dinner right away. Chen Yi was furious when he saw that Mu Changming wanted to stay at his house for dinner. Changming, don't be shy, make yourself at home, sit down. Thank you, uncle. Mu Changming hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Shen Yan pulled Mu Changming along, asking with a curious expression. What kind of spell did you cast on my dad? How can he be so satisfied with you?
Shen Yan thought she was in for a beating tonight and had even planned to threaten her parents, but Mu Changming's actions and Chen Zhang's change of attitude left Shen Yan somewhat confused. It wasn't just Chen Yan who was puzzled, even Chen Yi over there perked up his ears upon hearing this. What did this guy do to his dad that made his dad trust him so much? Mu Changming glanced at Chen Yi standing there, then leaned close to Chen Yan's ear and told her about what had happened that day.
What? Was that you?
When Chen Yan heard that it was Mu Changming who saved her father, she was shocked.
No wonder her father admired Mu Changming so much.
So that's why. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence.
I guess it's fate. Mu Changming smiled slightly. He, even the heavens are on our side. Shen Yi, who was on the other end, didn't hear what Mu Changming said. He looked upset. That damn bastard, what is he saying? Shen Yi looked at the laughing and joking Mu Changming and Chen Yan, feeling angry but not knowing how to vent his anger. Now my whole family is on Mu Changming's side, making me feel like an outsider. Kitchen.
Chang Yan frowned as she looked at Chen Zhang, who had come in to help, and said,
What exactly is going on? Why do you admire a young man so much today? He saved me today and told me. I have a heart problem.
Chen Zhang helped wash the vegetables and said casually.
What? It was him? Chan Yan was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be such a coincidence. What a coincidence. Do you think there's something wrong with this? What's the problem? Do you really think he's using Yenner to get close to our family?
Chang Yan didn't speak, but her expression said it all.
Changming has no such intention. How could he possibly predict exactly when I will faint and appear at that exact moment? Chen Zhang's words immediately dispelled Chen Yan's suspicions. What Chen Zhang said was indeed reasonable. Although he saved you and is the savior of our Chen family, but you're just going to marry Yenner off to him like this?
Chen Yan felt it was a bit hasty, and she couldn't say it to his face while they were outside.
This Mu Changming is no ordinary person. You can trust me, Yenner won't be bad off with him.
Chen Zhang shook his head and said, seemingly having an intuitive confidence in Mu Changming. I also think he's not an ordinary person, especially the confidence in his words. Soon, Chen Yanyan came out of the kitchen carrying plates of delicious food. Chen Yi looked at the table full of food and felt uncomfortable.
Was it really necessary to welcome Mu Changming like this? I made him so many delicious things?
Long live, have a taste, your aunt's cooking is quite good. Chen Zheng smiled at Mu Changming.
Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt.
Mu Changming picked up his chopsticks, just about to take a bite of food, when Shang Yanyan placed a piece on his plate first.
Let's eat this first, it's one of my specialties. Thank you, auntie.
Mu Changming put it in his mouth, and it tasted delicious.
Tasty. Eat more if it's delicious. Try this. Chang Yanyan kept adding dishes, which made Chen Yan smile, realizing that her worries were completely unnecessary.
Shen Yi was furious when he saw his parents seemingly forgetting about him and instead serving food to Mu Changming, an outsider. Shen Yi stared intently at Mu Changming, who was enjoying Chen Yan peeling shrimp for him. Shen Yi shoveled a mouthful of rice into his mouth, ignoring all the vegetables, and just kept eating the white rice. As if rice were a symbol of longevity, Chen Yi chewed vigorously.
Seeing Chen Yi's expression, Mu Changming smiled.
Brother Chen, don't just eat rice, come on, have some vegetables. As he spoke, Mu Changming placed a piece of fatty meat on Chen Yi's plate. Before Chen Yi could even speak, Chen Zhang and Chen Yanyan showered him with praise. Xiao Yi, look how good Changming is to you.
Don't be so petty.
Whatever the grudge, let it go today. Open your heart a little wider, don't be so magnanimous.
End.